Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Marvel, Warhammer Simulator. Chapter 1, 001 Warhammer Simulator. The Solar System, Earth. North America, United States. New York City. At 9 in the morning, on the sofa of an old apartment, Zaire sat with a solemn expression. His true identity was that of a transmigrant, a stranger in this world. If it weren't for the news on TV about Stark Industries shutting down its weapons division, Zaire would have thought he had arrived in a parallel universe. Zaire was just a movie enthusiast and a casual comic reader. To him, the well-known characters and plot lines of superhero movies were a blurry memory. He struggled to recall, only remembering a few key points from the storylines. The Battle of New York, with thousands of casualties. The rise and fall of Ultron, with unknown casualties. And the Endgame, where Thanos snapped away half the universe's population. As these thoughts swirled, Zaire couldn't help but shiver. Watching superhero movies was entertainment, but experiencing them firsthand was a different matter entirely. To make things worse, Zaire had merged with the memories of an ordinary teenager named Zaire, who was an orphan with no money, no power, and no superpowers. Now, he was living with his aunt, his legal guardian, helping out in her restaurant during his spare time and saving up tips to pay for college. Zaire had thought about running away. With his aunt's credit card maxed out and his saved-up tuition money, maybe he could even meet the Ancient One at Camartage and become a sorcerer's apprentice. Even if his identity as a transmigrant was discovered and he was taken in by SHIELD, it was better than becoming a statistic in the Battle of New York. However, the memories of his aunt, who had taken care of him since he was a child, created an unbreakable bond. The emotional connection was too strong to sever, and the stubbornness of his aunt's middle-aged mindset made it impossible for Zaire to change their lives abruptly. So, Zaire had used part of his tuition money to rent the basement of the old apartment. He borrowed tools from neighbors, reinforced the basement with steel and wood, and stocked up on food and water. He hoped that when the Battle of New York happened, he and his aunt would be at home and safe. As the clock struck 9:30, Zaire got up to start his daily routine. In the morning, he had his final year of high school classes. In the afternoon, he helped his aunt run the restaurant. In the evening, he continued to reinforce the basement. The borrowed tools needed to be returned soon, so time was tight. Just then, a string of garbled letters flashed before Zaire's eyes, like a hallucination. Warhammer 40K, Life Simulator booting up. Would you like to start the initial simulation? Warhammer 40K? Isn't that a futuristic sci-fi IP built around a tabletop wargame, supplemented by novels, comics, games, and animations? Zaire frowned, puzzled. In his previous life, he was just a casual Warhammer fan, mainly learning about it through videos on PaidTube, especially the series of Warhammer stories made by the uploader Colonel Dachi. After getting hooked, he occasionally read detailed articles on famous battles and the background stories of certain characters. He knew the basic storylines and the major factions in the Warhammer universe, but he couldn't recount specific battles on certain planets or identify the masterminds behind specific events. However, why would his golden finger, as a transmigrant, be linked to the Warhammer universe? That was a dark, ignorant, and desperate universe filled with chaos, a decaying empire, and predatory alien civilizations. Any glimmer of hope was just a tiny spark delaying the inevitable destruction of the universe. Given a choice, only a masochistic lunatic would choose the Warhammer universe. Even then, they would cry like a squished fairy upon arrival. At this moment, Zaire was utterly confused. But this didn't stop him from being deeply worried about his safety. To survive better, he had to gamble on his golden finger. Simulation starting? You have arrived in the Warhammer universe. Time, unknown. Location, Milky Way Galaxy, Sector unknown. As soon as you step on the planet's surface, the warp trembles. The gaze of the Chaos Gods falls upon you. You clutch your head and wail. Your mind is flooded with XXXXXX, censored. Your skull explodes. You died. Simulation ended. Duration, 15 seconds. No options retained from this simulation. As the simulation lasted less than 24 hours, no simulator wear and tear are incurred. What? Died? Zaire blinked, bewildered. He hadn't yet recovered from the fleeting experience of death. Even in the Warhammer 40K universe, the difficulty of survival was too high. The Chaos Gods. Staring at the simulator's text, Zaire suddenly understood everything. I know too much about the warp. The Chaos Gods, also known as the Ruinous Powers, were born from the negative emotions of countless sentient beings during the war between the Necrons and the Old Ones. From that point on, chaos was eternal, and the four gods were immortal. The more chaotic the Warhammer universe, the stronger the Chaos Gods became. And the stronger the Chaos Gods became, the more chaotic the Warhammer universe grew. For 40,000 years, there was no hope, only war. Can I block out my memories? Zaire tentatively asked the simulator. Unfortunately, the simulator was just a tool, not an omnipotent system. I refuse to believe this. Zaire's stubborn side kicked in. He decided to skip school and sat back on the sofa. Simulation starting? You have arrived in the Warhammer universe. Time, unknown. Location, Milky Way galaxy, sector unknown. As soon as you step on the planet's surface, you start praying desperately to the Emperor. The warp trembles again. The gaze of the Chaos Gods falls upon you once more. Your prayers to the Emperor seem to have no effect. You clutch your head and wail. On the brink of death, you seem to see a cold sun shining upon your soul. Your skull explodes. You died. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Simulation. Simulation complete in 1 minute. Selectable options from this simulation are as follows: 1. Emperor's gaze, human affinity. 2. None. 3. None. Since the simulation lasted less than 24 hours, the simulator has no damage. The second simulation ended swiftly, like a fleeting meteor. Well, at least I survived a few more seconds this time. Zaire felt a burning desire to vent his frustrations. His gaze fell upon the sole reward available in the simulator. Emperor's gaze, human affinity. You will be blessed by the Emperor, increasing your favor with most humans while reducing favor with chaos and alien entities. Zaire blinked and selected the reward. His prayer to the Emperor had been a bold attempt, and surprisingly, it drew the Emperor's attention. The Emperor, the founder of the human empire in the Warhammer universe, is revered by his followers as the God Emperor, the master of mankind, the Omnissiah, and cursed by his enemies as the Corpse Emperor, the False Emperor, the Sorcerer's Corpse. The Emperor does not love any individual human, he loves humanity as a whole. Hope the next simulation won't attract the Chaos Gods again. Emperor's protection. Zaire swallowed hard. The thought of his skull shattering left a deep scar on his psyche. At this moment, Zaire seemed to forget his real-world troubles. Like a teenager addicted to online games, he eagerly began the next simulation. Simulation starting. You have arrived in the Warhammer universe. Time, unknown. Location, Catachan system, Catachan planet. You step onto the planet's surface and are delighted to find a small human outpost nearby. Before you can rejoice, you are surrounded by countless deadly plants and animals. You miraculously survive and are rescued by a Catachan human on a hunting expedition. You express your loyalty to the Emperor, and you are temporarily spared. You discover that the small outpost is manned by a single Catachan human, a new recruit undergoing advanced survival training. You attempt to learn combat and survival skills from him. Although he is taciturn, you notice a hint of approval in his eyes. In the first week, you endure extreme physical training with the Catachan recruit, often urinating blood and collapsing in exhaustion. In the second week, the recruit educates you about the deadly flora and fauna of Catachan. Any failure to remember details results in brutal combat training. You lose a few teeth and feel utterly miserable. In the third week, you undergo basic firearms training with the recruit. Your shooting skills earn his recognition. To your surprise, the injuries from the previous week's extreme training have healed. You attribute this to the recruit's treasured ant cow canteen, but he remains silent and contemplative. In the fourth week, you request the recruit to take you on a real survival mission, but he refuses. Stubbornly interpreting this as contempt, you venture into the jungle alone to prove your mettle. You cleverly avoid brain leaf parasites, under the approving watch of the hidden recruit. You nimbly dodge the hunting range of barbed grass, with the recruit nodding in approval from a concealed position above. You bravely confront a Catachan trapper, while the recruit intercepts 3 face-eaters lurking by a fetid pond, shaking his head in dismay. You evade the trapper's attack but fail to notice the approaching heretic mosquitoes. Bitten several times, their venom begins to rot your organs. You are near death. In your final moments, you glimpse the recruit's figure and hear his parting blessing as a Catachan longfang pierces your heart, ending your agony. Emperor protect you, my friend, whispers the solemn recruit, Slimarbo, in his final eulogy. You are dead. Simulation complete in 27 days. Selectable options from this simulation are as follows: 1. Catachan's deadly flora and fauna guide. 2. A Catachan longfang, melee weapon. 3. 1 month of Catachan recruit training. Since the simulation lasted more than 24 hours, the simulator is undamaged. Cooldown time, 27 hours. Provide resources to reduce cooldown time, none currently available. Zaire felt puzzled by his reckless actions within the simulator, but he had no choice but to accept them. He carefully considered the rewards listed by the simulator. From a practical perspective, the first reward was useless. Catachan's environment was too unique and rarely encountered even within the Warhammer universe. The second reward, a Catachan longfang, was also impractical for Zaire at this time, serving only as a keepsake. Regrettably, Zaire chose the third reward, 1 month of Catachan recruit training. Instantly, Zaire's muscles swelled significantly, tightening his previously loose clothes. An array of combat techniques, including stealth assassinations and ambush traps, ingrained themselves in his memory as if they were innate instincts. Catachan recruit training is extraordinary. Feeling a surge of battle knowledge, Zaire rolled up his sleeve to admire the rippling muscles on his arm, feeling a deep sense of joy. Since his arrival in this world, Zaire had always felt insecure. But now, confidence surged within him. As long as he continued simulating, he believed he could face any future crisis. However, the Warhammer simulator required time to cool down. To avoid waiting, resources could be used to reduce the cooldown time. Unfortunately, Zaire still didn't know what kind of resources the simulator needed. He could only wait to find out. At that moment, basking in his newfound strength on the couch, Zaire suddenly remembered something. Glancing at the clock, he realized several hours had passed. It was already 12:20. He had not only skipped his morning classes but was also close to missing his afternoon job. If I don't leave now, my aunt will be furious. Zaire leaped up from the couch, quickly grabbing his phone and keys before rushing out of the apartment. Chapter 3003, School Bully Eugene. Zaire pedaled his bike swiftly through the streets. The explosive news about Stark Industries was still making waves on TV and the internet. Even the TV displays in store windows and the electronic billboards were continuously broadcasting the news. Tony Stark was the main topic on every passerby's phone screen. But none of this mattered to Zaire. He navigated through a few familiar streets and arrived at a small restaurant named Delicious. The restaurant was small but well-kept, thanks to his aunt's years of dedicated management. Despite its size, the name Delicious was known all over Manhattan, a testament to his aunt's hard work. Zaire entered the restaurant, walked through the neatly arranged tables, and approached the counter. Even though lunch hours had passed, a few cowboys in the corner were still enjoying their meals. His aunt's exquisite culinary skills were a major draw for the locals, whose usual diet was monotonous and bland. "Good morning, Auntie." Zaire quickly approached and leaned over the counter. At that moment, his aunt was busy with the calculator, organizing the accounts. Without looking up, she responded, "It's 1 p.m., Zaire. You're late again." His aunt, around 35 years old, sported short hair and always wore a white chef's outfit. Her slightly rounded chin enhanced her clean and efficient appearance. Stopping her calculations, she rolled her eyes at the smiling Zaire. "Our helper, Mike, took a long leave at least a week." She pointed to the takeout boxes nearby. "So, I plan to pause takeout orders after you deliver these." Big Mouth Mike. A clear image of a skinny yet voracious young man formed in Zaire's mind. Wasn't he always talking about working extra to learn cooking? Why the sudden leave? A few days ago, Mike's 7-year-old brother went missing. His aunt sighed, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "You know how useless the police in poor neighborhoods are. They only serve the rich like Tony Stark. Mike has to rely on family and friends to help search. If I get time, I'll contact Mike and offer help." Zaire said seriously, then picked up the helmet on the counter. "Auntie, I'll deliver these meals now. Otherwise, I'll get more bad reviews." Effortlessly lifting the heavy takeout box with one hand, he headed out. "You little rascal." His aunt watched Zaire's broad and strong back with a pleased smile but blinked in confusion. Is he in a growth spurt or secretly working out? He looks much different than before. After years of his aunt's hard work, Delicious focused on serving the middle and lower income populace, ensuring good quality at reasonable prices. The takeout range usually didn't exceed 5 kilometers. Within 20 minutes, Zaire delivered most of the orders to regular customers who couldn't forget his aunt's cooking. Now, he had only one double meal left. Riding his bike through several crowded streets, Zaire arrived at a recently renovated apartment building. He approached the door and found it locked, accessible only to residents. So, he pressed the call button. "Is this Mr. Eugene? Your takeout is here. Could you please come down to get it?" Zaire asked professionally. "Damn it, 403. Bring it up," slurred a man's voice through the intercom. Soon, the apartment door opened with a pleasant chime. "You could have just opened the door in the first place." Zaire sighed, guessing from experience that this customer was likely drunk. With no choice in his customers, Zaire shrugged and carried the takeout box into the building. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, Zaire knocked on the door of apartment 403. After some footsteps, the door swung open, and a wave of alcohol and weed stench hit him, making him wrinkle his nose despite his usual composure. "Your takeout, sir," Zaire said with a polite smile, handing over the food. "Ugh, thanks." A bleary-eyed blonde man took the takeout and started to close the door. Wham! Zaire's hand shot out, stopping the door. "Sir, the takeout is cash on delivery. You haven't paid yet," he explained with a smile. The blonde man blinked in confusion, trying to clear his head, then turned and shouted into the apartment, "Hey, Eugene. Pay for the food." "Pay? Pay for what? I need to pay for takeout." Soon, a large, staggering figure appeared, shoving the blonde aside. With bloodshot eyes and a threatening expression, the man growled at Zaire, "Hey, kid, you better leave." Zaire squinted slightly, calmly pulling out his phone and showing it to the bald man. "Eugene Paul, if you refuse to pay, I will call the police." "How do you know my name?" Eugene's eyes widened. "Who sent you?" Clearly under the influence of alcohol and weed, Eugene's mind was a mess. "Kid, you look familiar." Eugene scrutinized Zaire closely, his expression suspicious. Zaire. Eugene Paul, a former school bully from Zaire's high school, was expelled long ago. "A double meal costs $50, plus 10 for delivery," Zaire stated plainly. "Total is $60. "Thank you. Your takeout was late." Eugene's face twisted, suddenly looking even more menacing. "I waited over an hour." "Eugene," Zaire sighed, looking sincerely at the man. "It's just a takeout. If you're struggling, I can treat you. But you're clearly just looking for trouble, aren't you?" Zaire squinted, tilting his neck slightly, his hand hanging loosely, fingers twitching subtly. This was the starting stance of Katachan combat techniques, hidden but deadly. "I'm not paying, so what can you do? Call the cops, shorty." Eugene sneered, his muscles tensing, ready for action. He hadn't changed at all from the bully he used to be. A minute ago, realizing the delivery man was a former classmate, Eugene, emboldened by booze, decided Zaire wouldn't leave unscathed. He hated the school and despised those goody-two-shoes students. And now, standing before him, was a perfect human punching bag. Chapter 4004, Daily Life. To others, this seemed like a one-sided conflict. Zaire, standing at 1.75 meters tall and with a lean build, looked significantly smaller than the burly Eugene. Eugene, a former school bully, had years of street fighting experience, far surpassing that of a typical high school student. The blonde man tried to stop Eugene, fearing he would hurt Zaire and cause even more trouble. "Stop it, Eugene." But Eugene, like a raging bull, ignored his friend's plea. He had only one thought in mind, to make the student in front of him cry in pain. He wanted to see fear, enjoy the power of his fists, and instill terror. However, Zaire remained calm and unafraid, even in the face of Eugene's bloodshot eyes. Fear was just another part of the Katachan morning routine. "Cry, kid." Eugene suddenly raised his arm, aiming a heavy punch at Zaire's face. But Zaire's hand had already slipped past Eugene's line of sight. His hard knuckles struck Eugene's ribs. Katachan combat technique, first strike. Ugh. Eugene's menacing grin froze instantly. He opened his mouth wide, a scream of pain building in his chest, ready to burst out. But Zaire showed no mercy, giving Eugene no chance to cry out. Katachan combat technique, second strike. The delivery box fell as Zaire's other hand moved like a scythe, striking the side of Eugene's neck. In just 2 moves, Eugene's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a rag doll. Thud. The wooden floor echoed with the fall, and the blonde man was left gaping in shock. Everything happened too fast. The tables had turned in an instant, shattering the blonde man's limited imagination. The seemingly ordinary high school student had swiftly taken down the battle-hardened Eugene. Even against adult attackers, Eugene's size would usually let him hold his ground for a long time. Fear washed over the blonde man as he stared at Zaire, his voice trembling. "Please, don't hurt me. You can take my phone and wallet. $60, please." Zaire sighed, trying to remain patient. "Money? I'll get it right away." The blonde man, snapping out of his stupor, frantically searched his pockets for cash. After a few moments, he produced $60, his hands shaking as he handed it over. "Thank you." Zaire took the money, forcing a smile. He hesitated before saying, "Eugene's not dead, but he'll need a few days to recover." The blonde man blinked in surprise, then bowed deeply. Thank you." Zaire shrugged, picked up the fallen delivery box, and headed for the elevator. He had plenty of work waiting for him back at the restaurant. Phew. As the elevator descended, Zaire let out a small sigh of relief, his eyes still gleaming with excitement. His first real fight, and he had won so easily? Of course, if he had used the Katachan Fang earlier, his first strike would have pierced Eugene's heart. But their minor conflict didn't warrant such brutality. Zaire stepped out of the apartment building, the breeze cooling his heated thoughts. He considered the aftermath of the fight. Self-defense against a known troublemaker would likely be seen as justified, even by the police. Eugene, underage and drunk, causing trouble while using drugs, would face far worse consequences. Confident, Zaire smiled slightly, his movements more fluid as he pedaled his bike back to the restaurant. 10 minutes later, he arrived and quickly resumed his work preparing ingredients. As the evening wore on, more and more customers filled the restaurant, perhaps drawn by the approaching weekend. People rewarded themselves with a hearty dinner after a long week, making Zaire and his aunt busier but also happier. By 6 o'clock, the delicious restaurant was bustling. Different people of all origin, chatting, eating, laughing, and cursing, blended with the neon glow of city at night, showcasing the vibrant pulse of life. Stealing a moment to breathe, Zaire wiped his sweat and took in the lively atmosphere. He appreciated this organized chaos, where food brought together people of all professions and backgrounds, erasing societal divisions, leaving only the joy of good food and new friendships. "Zaire, orders up." His aunt's voice pulled him from his reverie. He quickly got back to work. Table 38, General Tso's chicken, for 1. The busy scene continued until 9 in the evening. After the last customer left, Zaire and his aunt finally sat down to eat. After finishing his meal, Zaire, under his aunt's direction, packed up leftover food in takeout boxes to share with the homeless waiting outside the restaurant. This was a tradition his aunt had upheld for years, ensuring no one went hungry if the delicious restaurant was open. After closing up, Zaire biked his aunt home. By 10, Zaire, freshly showered, lay on his bed, lost in thought. The sound of the calculator resetting in the living room echoed softly. His aunt was still tallying the day's earnings. Unable to sleep, Zaire opened his Warhammer simulator. Cooldown time, 17 hours. Please provide resources to reduce the cooldown time. Currently no resources available. Frowning, Zaire grabbed his phone and held it up to the simulator. Current resources do not match. Please provide resources to reduce the cooldown time. Determined, Zaire tried a series of random items: tissue paper, a keychain, and even his bedsheet. But the simulator refused them all. What kind of resources do you need? At least give me a hint. Frustrated, Zaire fell into deep thought. Then, an idea struck him. With a serious expression, he bit his finger, squeezed out a few drops of blood, and offered it to the simulator. Current resources do not match. Please provide resources to reduce the cooldown time. Forget it, I'll just sleep. Muttering curses, Zaire turned over, sucking his finger, and closed his eyes. Chapter 5005, Katachan Saber, Reaper of the Night. In the basement of the apartment building, the loud clamor of power drills and other tools reverberated continuously. Despite it being the weekend, Zaire chose to wake up early to continue the final touches on his safe house. Periodically, he paused his work to check the simulator's interface, keeping an eye on the cooldown timer. Time passed, and as he finished tidying up the safe house, the simulator's cooldown finally ended. Zaire eagerly rubbed his hands together and started a new simulation. Simulation starting? Current identity, Katachan new recruit. Would you like to enter the simulation with this identity? If refused, the simulator will choose a random identity. The simulator now had a new mode? Zaire licked his lips and blinked. After a moment of consideration, he decided to proceed with the new recruit identity. You have entered the Warhammer universe. Time, 762.m41. Location, unknown. You have become a Katachan new recruit, eager to serve the Emperor. You are temporarily conscripted by the Imperium and become part of a Katachan regiment. Upon landing on the planet, the keen Colonel Iron Eye takes notice of your potential. Assigned to a veteran patrol squad, you and 4 seasoned Katachan soldiers are tasked with recon and strike missions. You are given basic equipment, a lasgun and 4 fragmentation grenades. You seek advice on battlefield survival from the veterans, who initially scoff but eventually impart crucial knowledge, helping you integrate into the team. Day 1, under the guidance of the veterans, you conduct your first patrol, gradually familiarizing yourself with the planet's terrain. This is a desolate, deadly world with poor visibility. Identifying friend from foe is difficult until they're close. Danger lurks around every corner. Day 2, following orders from Colonel Iron Eye, your team heads to an unknown location to gather intel for an impending offensive. You are authorized to carry additional weapons. Remembering the veterans' teachings, you choose only a lasgun, 10 fragmentation grenades, and a traditional Katachan red bandana. The veterans commend your choices as you continue adapting to the harsh environment. Day 3, venturing into unfamiliar territory, your squad moves cautiously, avoiding detection by unknown enemies. The night passes without incident. Day 4, you encounter an alien scout party, a group of green-skinned orcs in battered blue armor wielding crude firearms. The veterans, accustomed to such encounters, launch a preemptive strike, killing all the orcs. You survive, unscathed, and help the veterans gather intel from the battlefield. A knowledgeable veteran identifies the orcs as part of the Death Skull clan, known for their cunning and knack for salvaging and creating war machines. For your recon team, this discovery is concerning. It means the orcs on this planet likely possess formidable heavy weaponry. Day 5, your squad faces increasing orc attacks. These orcs have better crafted blue armor and more powerful weapons. A brave veteran is overwhelmed and killed by the orcs. Amid the chaos, an orc boy bites off one of your arms, but you crush its skull with a grenade, enduring excruciating pain. You lose a lot of blood and feel weak. Day 6, as your squad penetrates deeper into the orc-controlled zone, more orcs attack, attempting to stop your progress. Another veteran sacrifices himself to cover the retreat, securing a path for the remaining team. Despite multiple fierce battles, your condition stabilizes. The surviving veterans attribute your recovery to the Emperor's blessing, and you agree. Day 7, your squad discovers a Death Skull Mega Gargant factory in a place called Widow's Valley. This mobile fortress and war machine factory is a significant threat. You and the veterans agree that the orcs must be stopped before they grow stronger. Sending out a distress signal with coordinates, you launch a desperate, suicidal assault to destroy the factory. Overwhelmed by the green tide, another veteran falls. The mission fails, and the task is aborted. You choose to die alongside the last surviving veteran. Together, you pull the pins on all your grenades and charge into the orc horde, shouting for the Emperor as the explosives detonate. Your body is torn apart in the explosion. You are dead. This simulation ends after 7 days. Simulation rewards are available. 1. 10 fragmentation grenades. 2. Katachan knife, Night Reaper, masterfully crafted. 3. Katachan Veterans Red Bandana, new. The simulation time exceeds 24 hours. Simulator wear is not mitigated. Cooldown, 7 hours. Please provide resources to reduce cooldown time, none available currently. Zaire's eyes lit up as he scanned the simulator's reward options. Although it didn't offer the coveted Imperial firearms, a masterfully crafted Katachan knife was a valuable prize. He chose the second option. Instantly, a large knife, nearly the length of an adult's forearm, materialized in his hand. The Night Reaper had a longer, narrower blade than the typical Katachan fang, with a triangular blade design perfect for inflicting deep, bleeding wounds. The blade was coated with matte black paint to reduce reflections, making it ideal for stealth operations. Zaire admired the knife, a smile never leaving his face. Aye nigga nay nay nigga nigga nay nay. His familiar ringtone interrupted his thoughts. He instinctively answered the call, but after hearing a few words, fury surged within him. Chapter 6006, Robbery. When Zaire arrived hurriedly at the delicious restaurant, he found the scene already swarming with activity. A white police car from the Manhattan precinct was parked by the curb, and a yellow caution tape cordoned off most of the sidewalk. A rotund police officer with a coffee cup in hand stood casually nearby, occasionally shooing away curious onlookers and tourists. A few reporters from minor newspapers crouched in the corners, casting furtive glances at a black police officer on duty. Zaire jumped off his bicycle and ran to the black officer. "Excuse me, officer, I'm a relative of the restaurant owner." "Zaire, right." The officer smiled warmly and nodded. "Your aunt informed us in advance. You can go in." He continued, "But be careful, kid. The forensic team is on the way to collect evidence, and it'll take some time." "I understand," Zaire said, taking a deep breath. He ducked under the caution tape and entered the restaurant. His arrival caught the attention of the smoking reporters nearby, who turned their heads and spat disdainfully in the direction of the officer. The officer remained indifferent, though his grip tightened on the handle of his gun. Inside the restaurant, Zaire's face grew darker with each passing second. Tables and chairs lay overturned, and broken dishes and cutlery littered the floor. Brass shell casings were scattered everywhere, and the ceiling was riddled with bullet holes, making the place resemble a war zone rather than a dining establishment. Fury welled up within Zaire, but he suppressed it and quickly walked over to his aunt. She sat in her usual chair, her short hair damp with sweat, her eyes vacant and her face pale. Her hands were clasped tightly, her fingers white from the pressure. A middle-aged policeman with a brown beard sat opposite her, seemingly more interested in his watch than in questioning her. Zaire gently called out, "Aunt, are you hurt?" His aunt snapped back to reality, her eyes red-rimmed, and replied in a shaky voice, "Just a little more, and I wouldn't be here to see you." Anger flared in Zaire's eyes, but he took a deep breath and reassured her, "Don't worry, Aunt. I'm here now. Everything will be okay." Once his aunt had calmed down, Zaire turned to the bearded policeman and asked, "Officer, what exactly happened here?" The policeman frowned slightly and replied with irritation, "Just a typical day in Manhattan. A few masked robbers tried to steal from the restaurant. Your aunt tried to stop them, and one of the nervous rookies fired his gun, spraying bullets everywhere. Don't worry, kid. Most robbers here are experienced and only go after money, not people." Zaire's anger turned to bitter laughter. Pointing to the chaotic restaurant, he said, "If this isn't a big deal, then what is? Do the police only consider it serious when someone is hurt or killed? Are our taxes paying for this kind of service? Shouldn't the NYPD refund us for their negligence?" The bearded policeman stood up abruptly, his voice indifferent. "I'm just a regular cop. If you feel your rights are violated, take it up with the mayor. And by the way, catching major criminals is the FBI's job, not ours. If thieves think a place is an easy target, they will return. My advice, close down for a while." With that, he called the black officer and walked out, seemingly unconcerned about preserving the crime scene evidence. Zaire's aunt grabbed his arm before he could shout after them. "Exhausted," she said. "I told you, Zaire. Poor people can't rely on the police. Only the rich get their attention. Let's just accept our bad luck." Zaire clenched his jaw, forcing a stiff smile. "Okay, aunt. Whatever you say." But internally, he vowed never to let this go. After a moment of silence, Zaire gently urged, "Aunt, let's go home and rest." She hesitated, looking around the damaged restaurant. "But we haven't cleaned up, and the losses aren't counted." "Don't worry, I'll handle everything," Zaire promised, patting his chest. Seeing his determination, she relented. The ordeal had been too much for her kind heart to bear. "Take it slow," Zaire said, carefully helping her up and guiding her outside. As they walked out, several reporters suddenly rushed into the restaurant, trampling over the evidence without a second thought, eager for a story. Zaire's long-suppressed anger exploded. He stepped forward, shielding his aunt, and assumed a fighting stance. His eyes burned red with fury, channeling the ferocity of his Katachan training. "Get out," he roared. The reporters froze, exchanged glances, and then scrambled out of the restaurant. His aunt patted his tense back, soothing him. "Let it go, Zaire. Let's just go home." "Okay, aunt," he said, his voice softening. "Let's go." But his resolve remained unshaken. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Chapter 7:007, The Homeless Man and the Sportswear Gangster. At 4 in the afternoon, the setting sun bathed New York in a golden glow. Zaire, with a stern expression, stepped out of his apartment, wearing a black baseball cap and carrying a gray shoulder bag. Just a few minutes earlier, his aunt, still shaken, had finally managed to fall asleep. Before drifting off, she had reminded Zaire to clean up the restaurant and post a closed notice. Zaire obediently headed back to the restaurant. However, his shoulder bag now contained a matte black Katachan combat knife. Zaire could endure any threat, whether it was the menacing Thanos from distant galaxies or the not-yet-created Ultron intending to destroy humanity. But all of this depended on his aunt not being harmed. Otherwise, it would be a fight to the death. Over the years, Zaire had seen enough to lose faith in the city's upper echelons responsible for maintaining order, justice and fairness. He believed only in taking matters into his own hands. When Zaire arrived at the restaurant, the forensic team promised by the Manhattan precinct had yet to show up. Perhaps they never intended to come. A robbery that neither caused fatalities nor stirred public outcry would likely become just another file in the precinct's archives, lost to history. Zaire rolled up his sleeves and began cleaning up the debris. Salvageable items were kept, minimizing losses, while the irreparable ones were discarded and counted as damages. Not long after, he noticed a figure loitering outside the restaurant. It was a shabby, hunched blonde homeless man. Zaire stopped what he was doing and walked to the door. Hey, friend. The restaurant's closing for a while. You should go to the church for some food. The scruffy homeless man hesitated, glancing at Zaire with uncertain eyes. Summoning his courage, he stammered, I didn't come for food. I was sleeping on the street when the robbery happened. I saw the robbers. They were all wearing red tracksuits and didn't sound like locals. They seemed Slavic. Zaire's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, red tracksuits? Slavic, could it be the tracksuit mafia? The tracksuit mafia was a criminal gang operating in New York and its surrounding cities, with most of its core members being Slavic. After a moment of contemplation, Zaire pulled out a roll of cash from his pocket. He took a few $20 bills and shoved them into the homeless man's pocket. Thank you for the information. This is for you. To Zaire's surprise, the man's face turned red, and he shakily tried to return the money. I didn't do it for money. You and your aunt are good people. Your food makes me feel alive, like there's still meaning to just being alive. Tears welled up in the homeless man's eyes, and in his agitation, he revealed the inflamed needle marks on his arms. Zaire noticed but didn't take back the money. Sighing, he asked, What's your name? R. Robert Reynolds. The man hesitated before answering. He then accepted the money without further protest. Robert. The name seemed familiar to Zaire, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Tracksuit Mafia, Slavs. Eugene Paul? Eugene was a typical Slavic name. Zaire chatted with Robert a bit more before sending him on his way. Locking the door behind him, he hopped on his beloved bicycle and headed west. Manhattan apartment, room 403. Eugene Paul lounged dejectedly on his couch, his neck still in a plastic brace for treatment. Despite the doctor's strict instructions to avoid alcohol and smoking to aid his recovery, Eugene was not one to follow orders. Sipping beer and scrolling through his phone, he tried to alleviate both his physical pain and the psychological blow of being bested by a mere delivery boy. This defeat had made him a laughingstock among his peers, and his pride was shattered. Damn fucker. Eugene muttered, throwing his phone aside and closing his eyes to calm his frustration. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Eugene opened his eyes in irritation and yelled, Who's there? No response came from outside, just another series of knocks. Who's there, damn it? Eugene growled, struggling to get up from the couch. He made his way to the door, one hand supporting his neck. Just as he reached for the handle, the door exploded inward with a loud bang, slamming into Eugene and knocking him to the floor. Ah, he screamed, his cry echoing through the apartment. Hello, Eugene, Zaire said, stepping through the doorway with a smile, his baseball cap casting a shadow over his eyes. Who? Eugene gasped, struggling to see through the pain. When he finally recognized Zaire, his eyes widened in terror. No, stay away from me. Zaire approached silently, watching as the once mighty Eugene wriggled on the floor like a worm. Minutes later, Eugene, unable to bear the pain any longer, lay motionless, tears blurring his vision. Zaire, please spare me. Murder is a capital crime in New York. Please, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied others. I shouldn't have hurt people. Zaire squatted in front of Eugene, maintaining his icy gaze. I ask, you answer. Understand. Eugene, tears streaming down his face, nodded frantically. I understand. I understand. Around 3 this afternoon, during the robbery. Did you fire any shots? What? Eugene blinked in confusion. Robbery? Shooting. Zaire's eyes narrowed further. Eugene, sensing the need to convince him, swore, I swear to God. I never use guns to bully people, and this afternoon, I was at the hospital getting treatment. Zaire frowned. Could he have the wrong person? Chapter 8008, Red Bandana. Zaire subconsciously shifted his gaze. He stared into Eugene's eyes. Yesterday you got beaten up, and today my restaurant was robbed. Eugene, do you think I would believe this is just a coincidence? Before he finished speaking, Zaire abruptly stood up. He planted his foot on Eugene's chest. Slowly, he applied his entire body weight. In an instant, Eugene's facial features twisted, his lips turning pale. Sweat beads the size of beans quickly emerged on his forehead. Almost in a pleading tone, he desperately shouted, Zaire, please believe me, I really don't know anything. Besides occasionally teasing classmates, I haven't done anything illegal. However, Zaire, silent, pulled out a long and massive military knife from his backpack. His movements were slow yet resolute. Zaire bent down with the knife tip aimed at Eugene's eye. Eugene lying on the ground could almost feel the chilling edge of the military knife. This made him terrified, unable to move at all. At the same time, a cold countdown emerged from Zaire's clenched teeth. 1. It's Sergei. Under such terrifying mental pressure, Eugene's eyes instantly broke down, and he shouted in despair, it must be Sergei. It has to be him? His cousin is a gangster? Sergei told me their whole family has gang ties. A faint smile briefly appeared at the corner of Zaire's mouth. His grip on the knife remained unchanged, but the pressure on Eugene's chest had lessened considerably. I thought Sergei was just boasting. Who doesn't know a few gangster friends? But I never thought he would be involved in a robbery, let alone robbing your restaurant. Eugene's eyes welled up with tears, his words filled with indescribable grievance. Zaire fell into thought, then suddenly asked, why do you think it's Sergei? I'm not sure. But Sergei didn't come to visit me at the hospital this afternoon. Eugene's expression changed constantly, his tone resentful. and my embarrassing incident of getting beaten up has spread throughout the entire social circle. Besides Sergey, no one else knew about it. Also, Sergey has always liked tinkering with firearms since he was little, but his skills are terrible. He's too embarrassed to show off, he only mentioned it to me. Sergey, the blonde man encountered while delivering food yesterday. Zaire took a deep breath, briefly pondered, and made a decision. He slowly sheathed the katakana military knife and lifted his foot off Eugene's chest. His full name? Zaire asked. Sergey Petrovich, Eugene blurted out. Where does he live? Zaire continued. Probably somewhere in Brooklyn? I really don't know where exactly because I've never been to his place. Eugene explained desperately. By now, Eugene was terrified, not daring to lie. He really had nothing to do with the robbery. Zaire shifted his gaze, suddenly noticing Eugene's phone lying on the sofa. He picked it up and handed it to Eugene on the floor. Call Sergey and ask where he is. Got it. Eugene took the phone, cautiously searched for the number, and dialed. Unfortunately, there was only a series of unanswered beeps from the other end of the phone. Eugene, looking pale, touched his neck. He looked at Zaire, forcing a bitter smile. No one answered. Zaire nodded expressionlessly. This was within his expectations. Let me borrow it. Zaire took the phone from Eugene's hand and turned to leave. The long night was just beginning. Just as he was about to step out of the room's door, Zaire suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, Do you know the rules to save your life? Eugene, still trembling on the ground, hurriedly replied, I won't call the police. I won't tell anyone. I'll try to be a good person. Thank you for cooperating. Zaire nodded satisfactorily and walked out of the room. After the footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away, Eugene struggled to sit up, occasionally uttering painful groans. Simply an undeserved disaster. In the center of the street, traffic flowed densely, and the piercing honks echoed one after another. As night fell, the dazzling neon lights continued to illuminate pedestrians returning home on the roadside. They also illuminated Zaire's cold and stern face. At this moment, he was checking Eugene's social media accounts, searching for the next target, any trace of Sergey. Ding dong. Just then, a Twitter notification mentioning Eugene caught Zaire's eye. He casually clicked on it, and a photo from Sergey Petrovich slowly loaded. The photo seemed to be taken in a dimly lit bar booth. Facing the camera, Sergey, with his upper body exposed, had an extremely excited expression, his eyes blazing. Next to him, two naked women were provocatively posing. But what caught Zaire's attention was something else in the photo. Sergey tightly clutching a large bundle of cash in his hands. Zaire roughly estimated, just from what was visible in the photo, there were over $2,000 in cash. Could a poor guy who struggles to even pay for food deliveries suddenly become rich overnight? Such miracles might exist in the world, but definitely not for Sergey Petrovich. He was undoubtedly one of the robbers who raided the restaurant during the day. Zaire's eyes narrowed, a sardonic grin forming on his face. Caught you. Immediately, Zaire pocketed his phone, adjusted the handlebars, and sped off along the street. Brooklyn, Blueberry nightclub. Completely unsuspecting, Sergey was inside, spending wildly and enjoying the night. Perhaps to taunt the injured Eugene, Sergey even thoughtfully tagged the nightclub's address in the photo. This significantly reduced Zaire's difficulty in finding him. At this moment, under the cover of night, Zaire dashed through the light columns of the street lamps, heading towards his target. But before that, he needed a few things to kick off this bloody midnight revelry. Zaire searched along the way and quickly found a small supermarket. By the time Zaire finished shopping, he had almost exhausted all the cash on him. A steel pipe, about the thickness of a finger and more than a foot long, a roll of toilet paper and 2 boxes of nails, a military-grade oil crayon and a pair of heavy military boots. Additionally, because the supermarket was hosting a promotional lottery, Zaire unexpectedly won a red men's scarf as a consumer reward. Under the night sky, Zaire stared at the red scarf in his hand, unable to help but reveal a cold, sardonic smile. Chapter 9009, Midnight Murder Shadow. Brooklyn is home to countless bars and nightclubs, but there is only one that stands out above the rest, Blueberry Nightclub. Here, you will find students looking for a night out and city professionals unwinding after work. Wealthy white men seeking flings and various people selling pleasure all gather here. Whatever you desire, you can find it and satisfy it at Blueberry Nightclub. Of course, these services come at a cost, and often a steep one. As midnight approached, a drunken Sergey stumbled out the nightclub's back door, staggering into a dimly lit alley. This escape route was reserved for regular patrons, typically used to avoid enemies or the police. Sergey had just become a basic member of the club, barely qualifying to use it. The manager had only agreed because of Sergey's cousin, but Sergey didn't mind. In fact, he was quite pleased. Tonight, he had achieved something on his own, helping his cousin fulfill a wish and earning a generous reward in the process. Sergey, the rising star of New York City's gang scene. He. Full of confidence, Sergey couldn't help but giggle, recalling the smooth sensation he had just experienced. The women in Blueberry Nightclub were stunning, both in looks and figure. Unfortunately, the beauties were forbidden from exchanging contact information with clients. They weren't allowed to leave the nightclub unless they were privately invited by higher-level members. So, Sergey planned to contact a familiar technician to see if he could continue his exploits tonight. However, in his drunken haze, Sergey failed to notice the figure emerging from the shadows behind him. A terrifying figure, with a red headscarf and a face painted in black and green camouflage, was silently approaching. It was Zaire, who had been waiting for this moment. Silently, Zaire gave Sergei no chance to resist. With a powerful step, Zaire closed the distance in an instant, his bulging veins emphasizing his strength as he wrapped an arm around Sergei's neck. Ugh! Sergei, taken by surprise, couldn't make a sound. He flailed his arms, trying to escape Zaire's grip, but it was futile. In just a few seconds, Sergei's eyes rolled back as he began to lose consciousness, his body going limp as he neared asphyxiation. Zaire relaxed his arm slightly to prevent Sergei from dying in the alley. This was not the right place or time. Sergei still had information to provide. Then, Zaire swiftly hoisted Sergei's heavy body and vanished into the depths of the empty alley. This location was too close to the nightclub and unsuitable for an interrogation. Zaire had already scouted a perfect spot for a heart-to-heart. Bang! Sergei's body hit the ground like a sack of potatoes, kicking up a cloud of dust. This was an abandoned property, far from the streets, with the nearest neighbors over 200 meters away. Zaire could do whatever he needed without concern. Perhaps due to Zaire's rough handling, the unconscious Sergei began to wake up. He let out a groan of pain, attempting to roll over. But Zaire stepped on his messy blonde hair, pinning his head to the ground. Sergei Petrov? Zaire asked knowingly. Groggy, Sergei hadn't fully grasped his situation. He struggled to get up, shouting angrily. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my cousin is? Zaire responded with a cold laugh. He lifted his other booted foot and brought it down hard. Crack! With a crisp sound, one of Sergei's arms snapped like a dry twig. Sergei's scream was cut short as Zaire pressed his foot into Sergei's mouth, muffling him. At this moment, Sergei, veins bulging in his neck, writhed like a dying fish, his thin clothes soaked in sweat. After a while, as the struggles weakened, Zaire asked again, his eyes cold. I'll ask once, who came up with the idea to rob the delicious restaurant? As Zaire moved his foot off Sergei's mouth, the now haggard Sergei, no longer defiant, mumbled through bloodied lips. It was me. I suggested it first. Why? The restaurant's cash wouldn't be that much. You could have gotten more from the grocery store next door. Was it because the restaurant had no risk? Zaire asked, his face expressionless. Sergei hesitated before quickly deciding to spill everything, driven by the pain from his broken arm. I'll tell everything. We didn't rob just for money, it was for the thrill, the rush of committing a crime. My cousin is a small-time leader in the tracksuit gang. He said the underworld's rules have changed. A month ago, a new king unified all the gangs on the East Coast. Every criminal organization must follow his orders. No independent crimes are allowed. Each gang can only profit from the criminal activities assigned by the underworld king. Bank robbers can only rob banks, drug dealers can only sell drugs, and if a gang wants to change its business, they must pay a huge crime fee to the king. Damn it! If we can't commit crimes as we please, why join a gang at all? It's a joke. But no one dares to defy the king's orders now. No one thinks it's a joke. Hundreds of lives have forged the new rules, the new order. Sergei swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he continued. So, I just wanted to give my cousin a break, help him relieve some stress, and complete my initiation into the tracksuit gang. After all, my cousin has always looked out for me. Joining his gang isn't so bad, right? Where is your cousin now? Zaire asked, narrowing his eyes. Today's Saturday, so it's finance day for the gang. Sergei, lying defeated on the ground, had given up struggling. I overheard my cousin's call once. Near the Brooklyn Bridge, by the East River, there's a place called Warehouse 10. That's the tracksuit gang's secret hideout. If you're looking for him, he's probably there. Having gotten the address from Sergei, Zaire nodded in satisfaction. He took a step back and bent down. Sergei. Sergei, clinging to a sliver of hope, lifted his head instinctively. Squelch. A massive, pitch-black military knife plunged into Sergei's eye socket. The razor-sharp blade, slick with white fluid, pierced through the back of his blonde head. Thanks for your cooperation. Chapter 10:010, Donation Skull. Zaire, his face stern, withdrew the massive machete. He flicked the blade, shedding a mix of red and white. The machete looked as good as new. As expected from a finely crafted Katachan weapon, it didn't take much effort for Zaire to end Sergei's brief life. Zaire wasn't a bloodthirsty person by nature, but to maintain a peaceful and tranquil life, staining his hands with blood was a necessity, and since this not first time he done this. Using the tip of his military boot, Zaire nudged Sergei's corpse. He noticed that in Sergei's hidden hand, a phone with its recording function activated was still running. Clearly, Sergei had not realized his mistake. Zaire bent down to pick up the phone. He also took anything that could identify Sergei, as well as the small amount of cash left in his pockets. Then, after carefully cleaning up any traces left at the scene, he turned and left. Midnight had passed. The earlier clear night sky was now gradually covered by thick clouds. The air was becoming more humid. A heavy rain seemed imminent. By the tidal East River, warehouse number 10 facing the Brooklyn Bridge was hidden among numerous buildings. If one were to investigate on paper, they would find this small warehouse, owned by an inconspicuous publicly traded company in Manhattan, used for storing idle items. Under layers of disguise, as long as the comings and goings were kept discreet and the personnel's appearances were watched, even the police could be used to guard the warehouse. Vladimir Vish. It was through this clever plan that he quickly gained the favor of the gang leader, and became one of the notorious leaders of the tracksuit gang. However, recently, the rapid changes in the underworld had left Vish in a difficult position, no longer as prosperous as before. Do criminals need order? To some extent, yes. The unwritten rules of gangs can help most criminals evade legal punishment. They also prevent conflicts between gangs from escalating and causing economic losses. However, when these unwritten rules are fully realized and become inviolable orders, Vish was surprised to find his degree of freedom was even less than that of an ordinary New York citizen. But Vish had no way out. Above him were the calculating and ruthless gang leaders, and the even more terrifying underworld king. Below him were the gang members relying on him, and the diminishing criminal profits. In the concrete jungle, Vish, as a mid-level leader of the tracksuit gang, could only struggle to survive. In the brightly lit warehouse, wooden crates were piled high. In a small clearing surrounded by crates, Vish, with a serious expression, sat cross-legged at a table. He was meticulously counting stacks of old cash. These were the criminal profits he was about to turn in. Even a single missing bill could result in severe questioning from the gang leaders. So, the dedicated Vish dared not be careless and always handled it himself. Due to the significant interests involved, to prevent anyone from getting ideas, Vish hadn't brought much manpower. Only 2 trusted confidants were guarding the warehouse. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his jacket pocket. Vish blinked a few times to relieve his dry eyes, then pulled out the phone. He twisted his neck, trying to relax, and after glancing at the message, let out a chuckle. How I miss those wild and simple youthful days. Vish sighed. The message was from his cousin Sergey. It contained no words, just a racy photo of Sergey celebrating with some naked women. Vish chuckled and put the phone away. After their first crime, the unspent adrenaline always seeks an outlet in 2 things: women and drugs. Until the criminal methods become routine, the numbed feelings no longer stir any emotion. One day, Sergey would understand this feeling too. Suddenly, Vish frowned. He instinctively grabbed a submachine gun from the table. Something felt off about the environment, and the warehouse was too quiet. Where was the sound of his confidants smoking and chatting, and their patrolling footsteps? Yunwan? Nikolai? Vish called softly, listening intently. But when he received no response, click, Vish, expressionless, pulled the bolt of the gun. He agilely leaped off the table, hiding in the angle formed by several crates. The warehouse lights above were warm and bright, but sweat was starting to bead on Vish's forehead. Even his palms gripping the gun were sweaty, forcing Vish to repeatedly wipe his palms, to prevent the gun from slipping and ruining everything. After a moment of silence, Vish swallowed and called out into the eerily quiet warehouse. Friend, if Yunwan and Nikolai are still alive, please spare them. They are just men trying to make a living, with families to support. What do you need? If I can help, I won't refuse. The cash on the table, if you're not afraid of gang retaliation, take it. If it's not enough, there are 10 kilograms of high-purity drugs in the black crate in the corner, worth millions. For a while, only the faint echo answered him. Vish was sure the intruder wasn't a cop. If not a hitman from a rival gang, then it had to be those mysterious vigilantes. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Suddenly, a basketball-sized round object was thrown from a narrow aisle in the warehouse. After several bounces, it rolled to Vish's feet. A single glance made Vish's face pale. He closed his eyes, a mournful sound escaping through gritted teeth. Yunwan. It was a human head. A familiar face bloodied and unrecognizable. Eyes pierced by long, thin nails. At the base of the nails stuck in the eye sockets, several strips of torn toilet paper were wrapped around. At that moment, the blood-soaked toilet paper clung to the face, like a grotesque Halloween mask. Horror mixed with absurdity, terror brewed into dread. Breathing heavily, Vish opened his bloodshot eyes wide. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I swear to God, the tracksuit gang will hunt you down forever, and your family? We'll kill everything you care about. Even if your family is just a dog, we'll find it, chop it up, and deliver it to you. You're dead meat. Bang, bang, bang. Fueled by rage, Vish aimed his gun from behind the crates, firing wildly in all directions. Hot shell casings hit Vish's face, making him flinch. But every time his peripheral vision caught the gruesome head, the mix of sorrow and fury drove him mad again. Click, click. The submachine gun's magazine emptied with a loud click. Vish panted heavily, trembling fingers reaching for his waist, ready to reload. Whoosh. But at that moment, a nail wrapped in toilet paper silently shot through the gap between 2 crates. It struck Vish's hand with pinpoint accuracy. Vish screamed, the gun slipping from his sweaty grip. Before he could react, more nails, like bullets, shot out, piercing Vish's face, penetrating flesh and bone. Chapter 11:011. Simulator resources, guns. The unbearable pain seemed to awaken Vish's ferocity. He forced his eyes open wide. Ignoring everything, he stretched out his arm, trying to grab the submachine gun that had fallen in front of him, but in his impulsiveness, Vish overlooked the blind spot in his vision. A shadowy figure perched above the wooden crate suddenly leaped down. In midair, a massive, pitch-black machete was forcefully swung down. Slash. With a faint crack and a sudden, agonizing scream, Vish's hand, along with half his forearm, was severed from his body. falling into the cold embrace of the concrete floor. Swish. Simultaneously, the long, dark machete, guided by its wielder's wrist, turned again, thrusting into Vish's chest. In the blink of an eye, Vladimir Vish was pinned to the wooden crate, lifeless. Who? At that moment, Zaire, wearing a red bandana and face painted with camouflage, finally exhaled in relief. His legs weakened, almost causing him to collapse to the ground. The night raid had nearly drained Zaire's strength, especially when he killed the other 2 men earlier. His left arm had strained excessively, pulling a muscle. He had also narrowly avoided letting them escape, which could have escalated into a bigger crisis. This was why Zaire used the bloody scene to unsettle Vish, to increase his psychological pressure. Ultimately, the pressure would lead to fatal mistakes. Otherwise, Zaire wouldn't resort to such brutal methods. He was never a ruthless person. With a complex look in his eyes, Zaire glanced at the dying, blood-vomiting Vish. He shook his head slightly. Then, Zaire tested his injured left arm and found it manageable. Next, he began rummaging through the surrounding wooden crates. Since he had infiltrated the warehouse, the usually silent simulator had been sending alerts. Resources available nearby. Please collect promptly. 20 minutes later, Zaire completed his initial search. Most of the crates contained luxury goods smuggled to avoid taxes, but 5 of the crates contained brand new firearms. Curious, Zaire picked up a submachine gun reeking of gun oil. Immediately, the simulator interface appeared before his eyes. Hazardous material, firearm, reduces cooldown by 1 hour. Absorb hazardous material. Zaire widened his eyes slightly. The simulator needed firearms? It had been over 10 hours since Zaire's last simulation. The cooldown had ended, and he could start a new simulation at any time. Zaire chose to absorb, wanting to see what changes the simulator would undergo. Current cooldown reduction, 1 hour. 1 gun equals 1 hour? Zaire's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he quickly absorbed all the firearms in the warehouse, even those from the dead man. Current cooldown reduction, 6 days and 5 hours, 149 hours. Staring at the final number on the simulator, Zaire couldn't help but smile. Based on the ratio of 1 hour of cooldown per day survived, 149 hours would allow for 149 days of simulation. Nearly half a year. Enough to significantly enhance Zaire's combat and survival abilities, but most importantly, there might be a shortage of many resources in America, but firearms were definitely not one of them. Right, I wonder if drugs count as hazardous materials. With a bright future ahead, Zaire suddenly remembered Vish's words. The warehouse still held 10 kilograms of white powder, waiting for Zaire to find. But he didn't know if the simulator required such things. Driven by motivation, Zaire seemed to forget his minor injuries. He searched and found a black crate in the corner. However, upon prying it open, he discovered it was empty. Why did I naively believe a gang leader? Zaire couldn't help but mock himself. But just as he was about to turn around, he heard a faint noise. Thud, thud, thud. Squinting, Zaire suddenly lifted his leg, mustered his strength, and kicked the black crate beside him. Boom! The crate toppled over, revealing a hidden trapdoor to a basement. Zaire's expression turned serious as he listened intently. Thud, thud, thud. Sure enough, faint knocking sounds were coming from the basement. Hostages? Animal smuggling? Zaire couldn't determine immediately and decided to open it and see. He took a deep breath and gripped the handle on the trapdoor tightly with his right hand. Clang, clang, accompanied by the metallic creak of hinges. A suffocating stench of waste wafted up. However, when the warehouse lights shone into the basement, Zaire's eyes widened in an instant. He stood still, staring at the scene below in silence. It was full of children. Children of various skin colors. Children around 7 or 8 years old, with blank expressions. Most of them wore tattered clothes, with prominent tear streaks on their small faces. The opening of the trapdoor and the sudden light seemed to shatter the despair among the children. Pairs of fearful, bewildered, or sad eyes, all turned to Zaire. Moments later, Zaire, with his face painted in black and green camouflage, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. You're all saved. Don't be afraid, Uncle Red Bandana is here to rescue you. At that moment, a child clutching half a stone cautiously asked, Hello, are we saved? Zaire turned toward the voice. Noticing a pretty little girl with sparkling eyes, Zaire took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising within him again. He smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, you are free. The bad guys outside were taken care of by Uncle Red Bandana. If you're not afraid, come out and see. The bad guys who bullied you have even lost their heads. Perhaps Zaire's words brought some comfort. Or perhaps the children finally grasped the situation. Either way, the group of children, like wind-up toys, scrambled up with all their might. In an instant, Zaire found himself surrounded by a swarm of little imps no taller than a few feet. Their excited chatter filled the air, as their tiny, dirty hands tugged at Zaire's clothes and pants. At that moment, even the usually composed Zaire couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This wouldn't do. He still needed to clean up the murder scene and minimize any traces left behind. But, what should he do with the children? Bake them and gain their protein. Chapter 12, 012, Tunnel Warfare? Hey, tunnel warfare? Clap, clap, clap. Zaire clapped his hands sharply, attracting the attention of all the children. Squinting, he asked in a vivid tone, Kids, do you miss your parents? Do you want to go home? Yes. No. What does Miss mean? 11 little heads tilted up, with eyes sparkling on their dirty faces. The children seemed to forget about the game of circling Zaire. Zaire raised an eyebrow and nodded in satisfaction. You are all good kids, so the red scarf uncle came to rescue you. Right now, the nice police officers are on their way, and they have lots of chocolate cake in their cars. But only the best behaved kids get to eat the chocolate cake. Are you good kids? Instantly, the children's eyes filled with longing, and they nodded vigorously, babbling their agreement. Zaire pointed to the warehouse door, maintaining his smile. I have some things to do, so everyone go to the door and wait for me, okay? Remember, don't leave or there won't be any chocolate cake. Understand? Understand. Chocolate? Chocolate. The children responded in unison, their faces brimming with joy at the thought of sweets. Before Zaire could say more, the children took each other's hands and formed a line, walking towards the warehouse door in small, eager steps. Whew! Zaire watched their jubilant departure and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Handling children was harder than dealing with gang members. Zaire quickly turned and ran to the spot where the fight had just occurred. Swoosh! With a blank expression, Zaire pulled out the long, black military knife, shook off the blood, and then removed all the iron nails from the bodies and heads, stuffing them into his pockets. These homemade blow darts were essential for killing silently. One of the bodies had been strangled, so there was nothing to clean up there. Zaire thought for a moment and, satisfied there were no loose ends, walked over to a nearby table. Under the bright light, stacks of cash lay invitingly. Without hesitation, he grabbed a black duffel bag from the table and began packing the money. Consider it the gang's reimbursement for his travel expenses. After all, biking to Brooklyn had been exhausting. A few minutes later, Zaire, with a duffel bag full of cash, pulled out Sergey's phone. He searched online for several numbers and began making calls. Hello, this is the New York Times. There are kidnapped children in sportswear gang's Brooklyn warehouse number 10. Zaire deliberately lowered his voice to sound hoarse and gravelly. After receiving confirmation, he hung up and made similar anonymous calls to the Herald and the New York Post, among other media outlets. His last call was to the police. Zaire then picked up the heavy duffel bag and headed out. His intricate plan was necessary because he didn't trust the NYPD, which likely had corrupt officers colluding with criminals. By involving the media, he ensured public scrutiny would protect the children from gang retaliation. Clank! Zaire opened the warehouse door to the children's excited cheers. Maybe most of their enthusiasm was for the promised chocolate cake, but as he saw their pure smiles and sincere eyes, his worries melted away. At 4 a.m. in Brooklyn, the sky was overcast, promising a heavy rainstorm. From a shadowy thicket 500 meters from Warehouse 10, Zaire watched as police cars with flashing lights sped towards the warehouse, feeling relieved. He looked down at a stone in his palm and smiled. It was the children's reward for him, worthless, yet priceless. With a final glance at the warehouse, Zaire vanished into the darkness. Now, it had nothing to do with him. The red scarf was retired. Citizen Zaire was back. Passing Brooklyn Bridge, Zaire discarded his knife and stone. Everything else went into the fast-flowing East River: the combat boots, the scarf, the bloody nails, the metal pipe, and the 2 borrowed phones. Ideally, his clothes would have been discarded too, but unprepared and not wanting to bike home naked, Zaire decided to deal with them later. As rain began to fall, Zaire sped home, carrying his duffel bag. When he carefully opened his apartment door and stepped inside, the rain poured down, hammering against the windows. Whew! Completely exhausted, Zaire finally relaxed. His aunt's bedroom door was closed, indicating she was still asleep. Zaire tiptoed across the dim living room, hiding the duffel bag in his room. Then he undressed and headed to the bathroom. After a few minutes under the hot water, Zaire, drowsy but determined, soaked his clothes in disinfectant to erase any blood traces. Finally, Zaire collapsed into bed, and within seconds, soft snores echoed through the room, blending with the rain's rhythm. Reset. When Zaire awoke again, the familiar sound of the simulator rang in his ears. It was still raining heavily outside, washing away the city's grime. He checked his phone 11:10 a.m. Though he'd only slept for 6 hours, he was too restless to fall back asleep. Zaire abruptly opened his eyes and activated the simulator. Simulation starting? Current identity, Katachan new recruit. Do you want to descend with this identity? Rejecting will assign a random descent. Squinting, Zaire pondered and chose to reject. He needed powerful firearms or other significant advantages, like the 21 enhancements of the Asteroids. With the simulator's new resource feature, Zaire needed to become stronger quickly to create a positive feedback loop. Attacking crime organizations was more suitable than robbing military warehouses. You have descended into the Warhammer universe. Time, 4:33 Location, Storm Sector Krieg Planet. You set foot on the planet's surface. Before you can observe your surroundings, lethal radiation penetrates every cell in your body. You feel dizzy and have trouble breathing. You are close to death. Chapter 13:013, Krieger, Charge. Your vision becomes blurry, and you see a short figure wearing a strange breathing mask and a brown military waterproof coat. You feel breathless and try to call for help. A spade hits your head, causing blood to flow. You are on the brink of death once again and fall into unconsciousness. You remain unconscious as you are dragged into an underground tunnel. You've been captured. You miraculously survive. On the first day, you gradually awaken from your coma. Before you can understand your surroundings, a middle-aged man dressed as an officer appears before you. He introduces himself as Colonel Yurton, commander of the 83rd Krieg Regiment. He explains that you, with an unknown identity and mysterious background, appeared on Krieg's death field and were captured by a loyal Krieg soldier. You demonstrate your loyalty to the Emperor and try to explain that everything was arranged by the Emperor. Colonel Yurton believes you. You suddenly realize that during your coma, your injuries have completely healed. You propose to Colonel Yurton that you want to learn more combat skills and survival knowledge. He immediately agrees without hesitation. You hear Colonel Yurton's explanation that nuclear fire has destroyed the planet's surface. The insurrection that swept the planet has been temporarily crushed, but remnants of the rebels still resist fiercely, causing heavy losses among the loyalists. Your joining the Krieg Corps is an honor. To fight for the Emperor, the Krieg Corps will pay any price, says Colonel Yurton. Confidently, you follow Colonel Yurton out of the detention area. You do not notice the fanaticism and astonishment in Colonel Yurton's eyes. On the second day, in an underground tunnel on the front lines, a Krieg watchman wearing a breathing mask, steel helmet, and a black-green waterproof coat becomes your superior. You try to communicate with him, but he remains silent, leading you to the equipment storage area and motioning for you to choose freely. You notice almost all the equipment is covered in dried blood, but you quickly put on the Krieg soldier's standard gear, steel helmet, breathing mask, military boots, and a black waterproof coat. You carry additional wooden handle grenades and pick up a Lucius 98 pattern laser gun, which you are very fond of. Your superior hands you a heavy serrated bayonet. You try to ask for a long-handled weapon like a spade, but he remains silent. Fully armed, you follow the watchman into battle against the rebels. The underground firefight is intense and bloody. You stay alert, continuously learning the watchman's combat techniques. You are ambushed, and a lone rebel charges at you. Your laser gun quickly runs out of ammo, turning the rebel into minced meat. You breathe heavily, still shaken. The watchman observes everything. After the brief battle, he or she explains that while the Lucius 98 pattern laser gun is powerful, its battery capacity is low, requiring careful ammo management to maintain combat effectiveness. You realize that the watchman isn't unwilling to talk but is wary of engaging with a mysterious stranger. Killing the rebel proved your loyalty. Now, you are comrades. On the third day, you use the heavy serrated bayonet to slit the throats of 2 rebels in combat. Your impressive performance catches the watchman's attention, and he briefly asks for tips on using knives. On the fourth day, under the watchman's lead, you join his infantry squad. The 10-member team faces arduous tasks as the rebels madly attack the loyalists' underground hive city. Your mission is to halt the enemy's advance and attempt to counterattack. You seem to adapt to the combat style in the underground tunnels, using shadows and numerous wooden handle grenades to successfully kill a few rebels. During a lull in the battle, you receive a specially found reward from the watchman, a perfectly fitting spade. In the first week, the underground battles become increasingly brutal. The rebels' assaults are relentless, and your squad loses 3 soldiers. Despite repeatedly asking their names, you never learned them. In the second week, the stench of burnt flesh and laser collisions fills the underground tunnels. You become silent as the rebels use heavy weapons like laser cannons, causing significant losses despite being killed by the recoil. A Krieg soldier who fought alongside you is blown to bits, leaving no trace. Enraged, you pick up a heavy inferno gun and charge into the rebel-occupied tunnels, killing many rebels and completing the infantry squad's mission, but you feel only sadness. In the third week, Colonel Yurton hears of your bravery and suggests you join his guard unit for elite combat training and command lessons. You refuse and, despite Colonel Yurton's strong opposition, accept the watchman's recommendation to become a Krieg grenadier. Overwhelmed with grief, you enter a strange state both mad and calm. You seem to long for death, but with an inexpressible loyalty, you unleash the Emperor's endless wrath on the advancing rebels. This time, you reclaim the rebel-occupied tunnels at the cost of only a few fingers. Your outstanding performance seems to attract the attention of the rebel commander, making your future battles increasingly challenging. In the fourth week, Colonel Yurton personally orders your infantry squad to hold the occupied tunnels with no retreat orders, unless you choose to join his Krieg Guard. You try to convince the watchman to disobey orders and leave you to defend alone, but he does not respond, silently leading the remaining 2 Krieg soldiers to set up dual heavy saw guns and carry more wooden handle grenades. You fall silent, strapping on the heavy inferno gun and spade, taking a Lucius 98 pattern laser gun, and setting traps and mines in the tunnels. The battle for you and the infantry squad begins. The roar of the dual heavy saw guns is deafening, and the laser gun flashes light up the dark tunnels like daylight. However, countless rebels surge like waves. As soon as one wave is defeated, another rushes in. 2 Krieg soldiers fall beside you, their unnamed fingers never releasing the laser gun triggers until the batteries are completely drained. As the situation becomes critical, you detonate the mines, the intense blast flinging rebel flesh against your waterproof coat. You notice the watchman, now half a body, continues to pull the trigger of the saw gun until it suddenly stops roaring. The rebels prepare another assault, and tears of blood seem to flow from your eyes behind the breathing mask. Silently, you strap on the inferno gun's battery and tie wooden handle grenades all over your body. You retreat a short distance, lying in the shadows, waiting. In a daze, you recall the watchman's occasional muttered prayers. Breathing is war, death is peace. Survival is shame, death is redemption, you mutter. As more rebels flood into the tunnels, you pull the pins on most of the grenades and leap from the shadows. In an instant, your roar echoes through the tunnels. For Krieg, charge. Chapter 14, 014, I, the deputy of the American team. The flames and shrapnel from the wooden handle grenade ignited the battery pack of the Inferno gun. A violent martyrdom explosion occurred, completely collapsing the underground tunnel. You were blown to pieces and buried under thousands of tons of soil and rocks. You are dead. Simulation ended, duration, 30 days. Options to retain from this simulation. 1 Krieg Legionnaire soldier suit, brand new. 2 A bundle of wooden handle shrapnel grenades, 12 pieces. 3 Krieg Grenadier combat experience, 1 month. Simulation time exceeded 24 hours, simulator wear and tear not exempt. Cooling time, 30 hours. Currently available cooling time, 6 days and 5 hours, 149 hours. Consume cooling time. Cooling time not consumed, simulator enters natural cooldown. Cooldown can be waived at any time. At this moment, lying on the bed, Zaire couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Even though it was just a brief life simulated by the simulator, he was still shocked by his series of choices. Loyalty? What incredible loyalty? Zaire glanced at the completed simulation rewards. The smile on his lips grew brighter, although he still didn't have the Imperial firearms he desired. A month of Krieg Grenadier combat experience was not bad at all. This wasn't just simple training. It was combat experience honed day after day between life and death. Ignoring the other 2 rewards, Zaire swiftly chose the third option. In an instant, the muscle tissue throughout Zaire's body seemed to absorb vast amounts of nutrition and exercise, expanding once again by a significant margin. Not only that, even his skeletal structure underwent a miraculous change. His entire body continued to grow in size. His height had even increased from 1.75 m to 1.80 m. The 2-meter-long bed was almost too small for Zaire now. At the same time, countless combat skills honed through life and death training as a Krieg Grenadier continuously flooded into Zaire's mind, and quickly transformed from memory into deeply ingrained instincts within his body. The indomitable spirit of a veteran soldier who had faced death without fear burst forth from Zaire's eyes. Soon after, this spirit swiftly dissipated and merged into a deeper place. Wio! Zaire abruptly sat up from the bed, lowering his head to observe. At this moment, his muscles were full and glowing, his skin radiant. With a slight effort, the strength at his command was even greater than before. Zaire even felt that he was now more than twice as powerful as he had been just minutes ago. Haha! Excited, Zaire pushed himself up with one hand, easily jumping off the bed to the ground. He swung his fist forcefully, demonstrating powerful movements. However, Zaire's excitement didn't last long. Real-world problems that kept surfacing began to weigh on him. Zaire, wearing only his underwear, searched through the entire bedroom, and managed to gather a few sets of barely fitting clothes. He needed to replace all his clothes. As Zaire struggled into loose, oversized sportswear, he kept pondering. Problems solvable with money were naturally simple, but there were some issues that money couldn't solve. Like how he would explain the extreme changes in his body to his aunt, whom he lived with day in and day out. Sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, Zaire suddenly brightened. Maybe it could work. Neurons in his brain collided and sparked, formulating an unplanned plan. Bending down, Zaire pulled out a black suitcase from under the bed. Unzipping it revealed stacks of colorful banknotes. Apartment living room. And, with a troubled expression, sat on the sofa, her legs crossed. In just one night, her slightly round chin seemed sharper, appearing leaner. Having handled ingredients for so long, her rough fingertips moved back and forth on the calculator, repeatedly calculating the losses the restaurant had suffered and the additional expenses needed for reopening and renovation. Though the restaurant's monthly income had always been good, the profits were considerable. But, after deducting all expenses and high taxes, if the restaurant wanted to reopen and operate again, Aunt would have to dip into the family's savings. These savings were not just her future pension, but also her responsibility to provide for Zaire's university education, and even the sole dependence for Zaire to marry and have children in the future. Moreover, Zaire's parents had died too young. Originally an ordinary person, they hadn't left behind any inheritance. If she, as Zaire's sole guardian, didn't consider Zaire's future, then who could help the obedient and sensible Zaire? Thinking about this, Aunt's tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. She let out a long sigh and murmured to herself, Zaire, your whole life has been one of hard work. Decisive in her actions, Aunt made her final decision. First, she would use her own pension to cover the funding gap, not touching a single cent of what was set aside for Zaire. Squeak. Just then, the bedroom door in Zaire's apartment made a soft sound, slowly opening. Aunt looked up, following the sound, only to see Zaire, now noticeably taller and stronger than the day before, walking out with a stern expression. If this wasn't enough to shock Aunt, then, atop Zaire's thick arm, he was actually holding a large pile of colorful banknotes. Aunt, always sensitive to amounts of money, almost blinked as she quickly estimated the approximate amount of money in the stack. It was definitely not less than 300,000. Even for Aunt, who was the restaurant owner, that was still a substantial sum of money. In an instant, Aunt's heart raced wildly, her breathing even becoming anxious. Zaire. She widened her eyes, her slightly round chin trembling, her panicked face shouting, "Where did you get so much money? Did you do something illegal? Zaire, are you trying to drive me to an early grave?" Ant had never been so frantic, so disoriented. Zaire was her only relative. He was the child she had watched grow up, the treasure in her hands. And to some extent, he was her son. But at this moment, Zaire, with his stern demeanor, remained silent. He simply walked up to Ant. Bending down, he placed a stack of banknotes on the table, covering the open bills and notes. Zaire looked at Ant, tears streaming down her face, trembling all over. After taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly, word by word. "Ant, have you ever heard of Captain America?" For a moment, Ant was stunned. She looked puzzled, as if she had even forgotten to cry. "Ah, soldiers, even though we were not able to make this novel to the top 1, but your loyalty has amazed the Emperor, even if we have failed now, but we will never give up. Glory to the Emperor. Glory to the humanity. If you want, you get to read the next chapters before anyone else. Just go to Patreon, get chapters in advance, patreon.com/the_Indra_chapter 15, 015, Aftermath. Explosive news about billionaire Stark and Stark Industries. Finally pushed off the front page by even more sensational reports. Temporarily quieted down. An explosive news story about 11 children kidnapped by New York gangs. Swept the nation through newspapers, media, TV, and the internet. Shocked countless bystanders. The daily old news of murder, robbery, drug trafficking, and gang fights. No longer enough to stir the numb nerves of most lower-class people. But children are one of their few bottom lines. After all, children are the future and hope of countless people. For a moment, phones at the New York Police Department and district offices were overwhelmed by angry citizens. Even after a morning of fermenting, even the central nervous system of the entire country, the White House, had to come out quickly and hold a press conference, attempting to appease the masses of lower-class people marching in the streets and protesting. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Countless men, women, and children, shouting protest slogans, braving the dwindling rain, like wandering mindless zombies, completely surrounded the police headquarters on Parklow Street. Angry and swift-moving protesters. Even the city hall across the street was not spared. In one fell swoop, it was all surrounded. No one allowed in, and no one allowed out. Meanwhile, inside the police headquarters, in the chief's office, the flustered white mayor with tousled brown hair was livid, gesticulating furiously. His angry roars echoed so loudly that even the police officers passing by in the corridor could hear. "I disregard strong objections from other departments, allocating such a large budget to you every year. And you, as the police chief, is this how you repay my kindness? John, 80 billion? Your police department gets 80 billion every year, and it increases every year." Once impeccably dressed, the New York City mayor now flushed red. Like a redneck from rural Kansas, spit flying from the corners of his mouth. "Listen to me, it was the White House? Even the White House called me? The president asked me what the hell is happening in New York. I don't even know. I fucking don't know anything. It was the president who personally told me that the gangs in New York have grown so bold as to kidnap children everywhere. John, what the hell have you been doing these years? What accomplishments have you made as the chief of the New York Police Department? Sleepwalking at work. Most importantly, my re-election as mayor next year is completely ruined? Ruined? Do you understand?" At this moment, the furious New York City mayor, with wide open eyes, trembled all over. His anger, like the tides of the Hudson River, inexhaustible. Almost wave after wave surged towards the gloomy-faced black chief. The speechless black chief could only stand alone behind his desk, enduring the furious berating. Exhausted me. Finally, as if exhausted, the New York City mayor stopped roaring. He reached out and adjusted his expensive luxury tie. Staring with bloodshot eyes, he coldly said, "Now, I'm ready to hear your explanation. But John, keep it brief. There's a large crowd outside waiting for me to come out and appease them." The expressionless black chief remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "I have no excuses. Such heinous child kidnappings in New York are undoubtedly the primary responsibility of the New York police and myself as the police chief, and cannot be shirked. However, I must reiterate some points. The expansion of gangs and the rising crime rate are not problems that can be solved simply by the police working harder. It could be an economic issue, perhaps even a cultural or institutional issue worth discussing by the White House." The black chief changed the subject. "But, this is not a simple multiple-choice question of catching thieves for the police. John, you." The New York City mayor, suddenly red-faced, involuntarily cursed. However, afterward, the tousled-haired New York City mayor, as if restoring his arrogant strategist mentality, he turned around without a word, leaving the office directly. At the same time, the expressionless black chief suddenly reached out and tapped the desktop, slowly sat back into his temporarily owned chair. He fell into silence. As the chief of the New York Police Department, Black John knew many things, even more than the New York City mayor knew. He knew why humans kill and rob. He also understood why humans murder and traffic drugs. He even inadvertently discovered that the kidnapping of children by New York gangs was never a national shocking headline. Kidnapping children is just a mature, stable industry chain belonging to criminals. Even if it's just one link, the profits it can gain are considerable. Police John tried to solve similar problems from a legal perspective. But until Police John became the police chief, the entire industry chain has never disappeared, but instead flourished. Every year, hundreds of missing children in New York City alone. If counted across the country and even across the entire Americas, it is simply an astronomical figure. At this point, the Black Chief suddenly closed his eyes in pain. He was powerless against this. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted the Black Chief's desolate mood. He took a deep breath and said, "Come in." A moment later, a middle-aged police officer hurriedly entered. Under his arm was a thick stack of folders and reports. "Chief, the basic information on murder cases and child abduction cases has been preliminarily completed." The middle-aged police officer approached and spread the folders and reports in front of the Black Chief. "How are the children?" The Black Chief looked at the report and asked casually. Their condition is not bad. They are all unharmed and should be eating chocolate cake right now." The middle-aged police officer smiled reluctantly and said, "However, because the children need to provide testimony to help solidify evidence for both the murder and abduction cases, the FBI has prohibited their parents from taking them away. You go tell the FBI people to get the hell out of here." The Black Chief frowned and glanced down at the report. As long as there's no order from above, the investigation rights for a few cases belong solely to the New York Police Department. Before the words fell, the Black Chief suddenly threw down the heavy folders and reports, raised his head and asked, "Uncle Red Hood? Green Face Man? Chocolate Cake Guy? Is this the testimony provided by the children? Their ages? Appearance? Ethnicity? You've been busy for half a day, and you haven't even investigated these basic details." "We investigated, and the report details it." The middle-aged police officer quickly bent down, flipped through the report, and pointed to one page to explain. "Through brief exchanges with the children by psychological experts, as well as on-site inspections by investigators, we have compiled several characteristics that fit the image of the suspects. Ages from 20 to 40, white or yellow race, military training background, mercenaries or retired soldiers, skilled in cold weapon combat, and extremely strong counter-reconnaissance awareness. There were hardly any useful clues left at the scene." Hiss. Frank Castle. The Black Chief suddenly widened his eyes and took a cold breath. "He's back." Maybe not him." The middle-aged police officer smiled bitterly. "According to information disclosed by the FBI, Frank has been active on the border recently, engaging in skirmishes with many Mexican gangs. It's said that the local situation is quite dire." "Then, the short-horned devil from Hell's Kitchen." The Black Chief raised another guess, but then shook his head to dismiss it. "The short-horned devil usually only operates in Hell's Kitchen, with less brutal methods, and most importantly, does not kill." In an instant, the Black Chief and the middle-aged police officer exchanged a meaningful glance. But in each other's eyes, there was shock. "Perhaps, a new villain has emerged in our New York." Chapter 16:016, Accident. In general, the birth of a lie requires more lies to cover it up. However, Zaire's lie integrated the true history of this world, the imminent future, and various possibilities. He simply revealed some things that had not yet happened in advance to increase credibility. Moreover, compared to Zaire, who kills like killing chickens, his aunt as an ordinary person finds it easier to accept a familiar and noble World War II hero who rises from the coffin to save the world. And Zaire is just a minor character in the story, driven by hot-blooded enthusiasm. Of course, Zaire doesn't expect his aunt to believe everything. As long as his aunt is no longer surprised by things beyond common sense, such as his rapidly changing physique in the near future, such as more unexplained money or equipment, and so on. Even if his aunt is half skeptical, she will not report Zaire but choose to shelter and protect him. And when Stark publicly reveals the identities of superheroes, ushering in an era of chaos where anti-heroes abound, Zaire believes his aunt will gradually get used to it. Having explained everything, Zaire, who was lounging on the couch, made lunch for his aunt, who was doubting life. Then he began to busy himself with other things. The reinforcement work in the basement has been completed, and the borrowed tools need to be returned. The restaurant's renovation and preparation work also require Zaire's attention. After all, his aunt's business is also a career, more like a spiritual sustenance. Even though Zaire still has a lot of money left, he dare not use it for the time being. He's afraid of causing too much stimulation, which his aunt can't handle, leading to a stroke. Before leaving, the filial Zaire turned his head to look at his aunt. He found his aunt stuffing lunch into her mouth fiercely, counting money with one hand, occasionally muttering unclear words and laughing lightly. "This seems to be progressing smoothly, right?" Zaire breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he carefully greeted his aunt, only to receive a disdainful glance from her. Zaire smiled and walked out of the door. This is the meaning of family and the source of Zaire's fighting spirit. Zaire first went to the basement of the apartment, packed up all the tools and equipment, and easily carried them back to the second floor of the apartment. Mr. Herman Schultz was kind enough to lend Zaire tools as a neighbor, but recently, he's been unemployed and can only stay at home. Zaire knocked on the door and expressed his gratitude to Mr. Schultz, who looked haggard from unemployment. Then he proposed to hire him to redecorate a restaurant. Mr. Schultz, with calloused hands and a large build, was suddenly excited, with a hint of shine even on his dark-skinned face. Just a simple job instantly rejuvenated him. Zaire began to discuss the schedule and price with him, and Zaire refused Mr. Schultz's deliberately lowered wages. Instead, he offered a slightly higher price than the market rate, as a gesture of gratitude for lending him tools. Mr. Schultz was very grateful for this. They agreed to meet the next morning to discuss further. Zaire left the apartment. The sky over New York was still overcast. However, the rain gradually dwindled, leaving only a fine drizzle, persistently falling. Yet on the streets, individuals and groups of people were excited, their spirits high. Even some uninformed passers-by quickly got news and learned of the situation, joining the procession with immense indignation, chanting slogans to protect children. Obviously, the public opinion storm initiated by Zaire had just begun the first half, and there were signs of intensifying. As if unaware of all this, Zaire, like an ordinary citizen, walked against the crowd, heading towards a nearby supermarket. Perhaps because of Zaire's robust physique, or perhaps because of the vigorous aura he exuded. In any case, Zaire moved forward. The surrounding crowd subconsciously made way for him, as if afraid to touch Zaire at all. Zaire didn't pay much attention, just slightly lowered his head, pulled up the hood of his tracksuit, and quickened his pace. Zaire never cared much about his attire, since his aunt had always taken him shopping in the past. So when faced with a dazzling array of clothing styles, Zaire was at a loss. Thus, he could only choose some sturdy and durable clothes and pants, telling the salesperson to bring 10 pieces of each style. Zaire quickly settled on his clothes, then bought 5 pairs of sturdy military boots. This way, whether for daily life or for more intense activities like combat and assassination, he would be well prepared. Zaire carried a heavy load of bags, checked out cleanly and efficiently. However, before Zaire could step out of the store, 2 sweaty, clearly out-of-shape Caucasian policemen suddenly blocked Zaire's path. Simultaneously, a freckled young policeman cautiously rested his hand on his holster, his eyes vigilant, saying, "Sir, please temporarily halt any actions, and show your ID or driver's license." Zaire frowned slightly. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, fleeting. He slowly revealed a smile. Very friendly, he asked, "Hello, officer. What seems to be the problem?" "It's nothing serious, just a report of seeing gang members in sportswear." Another middle-aged policeman scanned Zaire and visibly relaxed a lot. He smiled and said, "But obviously, the informant got it wrong. You're definitely not Slavic." Before he finished, Zaire still smiled and relaxed all the tense muscles in his body. It was just a spontaneous inspection, and there was no need for a big fuss. His thoughts turning, Zaire shook his head slightly, pretending to complain. "Damn it, I'm just out enjoying some shopping." The middle-aged policeman shrugged helplessly and said, "Sorry, sir. Please show your ID, and then you can go." Zaire put down the things in his hands. He took out his ID, which he carried with him. The middle-aged policeman took it and glanced at it before returning it to Zaire. He apologized again, full of regret. "Sorry for disturbing your journey." Zaire nodded, picked up the items he bought, and left the store. When Zaire's figure disappeared into the crowd, the middle-aged policeman, expressionless, walked over to the young policeman who looked frustrated, and said in a low voice, "Age mismatch. The report said the suspect was between 20 and 40 years old, but the young man we just stopped is only 18. He's just well developed. Shouldn't we be catching criminals from the gang? What's with the search for suspects in the homicide? Didn't you read the report? That suspect is a hero who saved a child." The young policeman's face was full of indignation, suppressing his anger and muttering, "You're too naive. If killing the suspect from the sports gang makes him a hero, what are we as police officers?" The middle-aged policeman sneered, expressionless. Then he suddenly said to the young policeman, "Forget it, you go rest in the car. I'll look around and then go back." Seeing the young policeman leaving the mall with a disgruntled face, the expressionless middle-aged policeman quickly took out his phone and started recording something. On the open interface of the phone, more than a dozen names were densely recorded. Identity card numbers and home addresses. These were the lists of suspected persons he had stopped and checked before. And Zaire's information was also recorded by the middle-aged policeman. After everything was done, the middle-aged policeman hesitated for a moment and chose to send it out. "Damn it. I need at least 3 times the hush money this month, otherwise, with the current situation, the risk of doing things for them is too high." The middle-aged policeman muttered to himself. Chapter 17:017, Kidnapping? With his purchased clothes in hand, Zaire walked home. The police questioning was unexpected, though not beyond his expectations. His cover remained clean. The loose ends from his previous business were also neatly tied up. Zaire wasn't afraid of the police investigation at all. Thus, he dismissed the whole matter from his mind. However, the recent pressure from the New York police was immense. They were definitely sweeping through gang territories. Zaire planned to harvest the gang's warehouse. The plan to replenish simulator resources might need to be postponed, at least until the media storm on the surface subsided. Luckily, the cooldown time for the simulator wasn't long recently. Zaire didn't need to waste precious time and resources converting. Upon returning home, Zaire found that his aunt had already put away all the cash. As he set down the clothes, his aunt mentioned hiring Mr. Schultz for renovations. His aunt highly approved of this. She even verbally praised Zaire's actions. What surprised him even more was that his aunt, seemingly accepting the world's setting, began to subtly inquire. She asked if Zaire would undertake certain dangerous tasks or participate in operations. Zaire instantly had a headache. He could only use his low-profile identity to barely get through. Calculating the time, Captain America should have awakened and be adapting to modern life. If not for fear of attracting the attention of SHIELD, causing unnecessary trouble. Zaire would like to meet Captain America. After all, the world of a World War II soldier is much simpler than that of a billionaire. Early the next morning, the overcast sky over New York dissipated, and sunlight shone brightly. The hurried Zaire found Mr. Schultz, who was preparing for work, just as they were about to leave the apartment, and, who had just finished grooming and was in high spirits, chased after them. She had changed into durable grey work clothes, even tying up her short hair, appearing neater and tidier. After a brief refreshment, Ant's dominant womanly aura gradually revived. Now, she stared at Zaire with wide eyes and a chilling tone. Wake up, Zaire. Your weekend is over? Have you forgotten the morning classes you're supposed to attend? Facing Ant's imposing manner, Zaire, muscular and strong, could do nothing but comply. He originally didn't want to waste time returning to high school. Occasionally going out to kill gang members and raid their warehouses wasn't enough fun, but last night, no matter how Zaire argued, he couldn't convince his old-fashioned aunt. Even in the end, when Zaire tried to use Captain America's reputation, Aunt firmly stated, "If Captain America needs an 18-year-old high school dropout to save the world, then I say the world is doomed. It's beyond saving. Even if God descends tomorrow morning, or Buddha manifests, even if aliens invade the earth, you, Zaire, still need to go to school. At least get your high school diploma. There's no negotiation on this." Zaire ultimately chose to yield. But after getting up in the morning, he planned to skip class and figure it out later. However, it seemed Ant, being more skilled, had already figured out Zaire's intentions. Facing Ant's aggressive stance, Zaire spread his hands helplessly and said, "I surrender, I'll go to class. Ant, take care and don't overwork yourself." "Humph, brat, do you even need to say that?" A victorious Ant rolled her eyes at Zaire. Perhaps after the recent series of mental stimulations, Ant found a better way to deal with the messed up world. Ant warmly greeted a puzzled Mr. Schultz out of the apartment and hailed a cab. Zaire shook his head and resignedly pushed his bicycle out of the apartment. But as the breeze brushed his face, Zaire suddenly thought of a way to take a leave of absence, a long one. The excuse was simple yet true. The family restaurant was robbed, and his traumatized family needed his long-term company. Between the streets, Zaire grinned as he walked amidst the chaotic traffic. Even the power under his feet seemed much stronger. Fighting with people, fighting with Ant. What a joy! An hour later, in Midtown Manhattan, New York City. After Zaire vividly and movingly described his actions, which touched and convinced the grade director and teachers, Zaire successfully obtained a privilege. With only 3 months left until summer vacation, as long as Zaire passed several makeup exams and achieved passing grades, he wouldn't need to return to school for classes. And it wouldn't delay Zaire from obtaining his high school diploma and attending the graduation ceremony. So, with a smile on his face, Zaire walked out of the school gate. He planned to go home and review high school knowledge. Now, Zaire's killing skills were simply unparalleled, worthy of being called a doctor of beheadings. But those familiar knowledge seemed to have gradually faded from him. At that moment, Zaire frowned, every muscle in his body tensing suddenly. Someone was constantly spying on him? Right now, Zaire was on a street outside Midtown High School. The students who were going to class had already entered the school. There were hardly any pedestrians on the whole street. It seemed most people had joined the protest march surrounding the New York Police Department to join in the fun. Police? Or gang? Zaire pondered. If it was the police, they wouldn't need to spy right now. They could just come up in a group and attack. If Zaire resisted fiercely, shooting wildly wouldn't be illegal either. But if it was the gang, didn't these guys like to shoot first and ask questions later? Squeak. Just as Zaire stopped, silently alert, a bread delivery van parked on the roadside suddenly started. The tires squealed against the ground, swiftly arriving in front of Zaire. Zaire was about to instinctively roll away, but he forcefully stopped his body's instinct. Clatter. The van's door abruptly opened, and a black pistol pointed at Zaire. At the same time, a male voice with a Slavic accent drifted slowly from inside the van. "Mr. Zaire, the sportswear mafia would like to talk to you. We hope you'll cooperate." However, facing this deadly threat from the mafia, Zaire was silent for a moment, then slowly narrowed his eyes. On his face, he struggled to squeeze out a twisted smile, uncertain if it was fear or excitement. "Please don't shoot. I'll cooperate with you." Before the words fell, Zaire actually took the initiative to step forward and sit in the vacant seat of the bread van. Seemingly Zaire's cooperation and initiative surprised the man with the gun greatly. After a moment of daze, he took out a completely airtight black hood from his pocket, indicating Zaire to put it on himself. Then, he turned to the driver and ordered, "Drive, to the usual place." The van's door closed. The engine roared. And just as Zaire put on the hood, under the pitch-black fabric, a smirk filled with bloodthirst gradually blossomed. "You asked for this? I just wanted to be an ordinary citizen. Why is it so difficult?" Chapter 18:018, Surprise Motherfucker. Zaire closed his eyes. The truck accelerated, driving straight ahead. The truck stopped, then accelerated again. Left, right. After a minute, Zaire stopped forcibly memorizing the route. Clearly, the driver was overly cautious. With each segment of the journey, they seemed to circle back repeatedly. It was as if they were evading pursuit or dodging police inspections. 20 minutes later, the box truck entered the Hell's Kitchen. It traversed several dilapidated and potholed deserted streets. Finally, it pulled into a factory with a weathered sign hanging, reading Feezy Auto Repair Shop. Clang! The box truck abruptly stopped. Simultaneously, the door was yanked open by someone. At the same time, by Zaire's ear, a man with a heavy Slavic accent spoke. Mr. Zaire, please step out. At this moment, Zaire, wearing a black mask, seemed like an indifferent bystander. He slowly got up and stepped out of the truck. His movements were leisurely and relaxed. There was no panic or confusion typical of someone being kidnapped. His feet touched the ground. Zaire, whose hands were not bound, removed his black mask and squinted to survey his surroundings. It seemed to be an auto repair shop. It looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Even the oil stains on the ground were covered with dust. Only some covered repair tools lay in the corner, and a few scrapped engines, showcasing past glory. Hey! Just then, not far from Zaire, a bald white man who was chatting with his accomplice seemed to notice the hostage's movement. The bald white man's eyes instantly turned fierce, and he shouted, "What the hell? Who told you to take off your mask?" Before he finished speaking, the bald white man rushed forward, seemingly intending to give Zaire an unforgettable lesson. However, the Slavic man with a gun jumped out of the box truck. He stopped the hot-tempered bald white man. "Joseph, calm down, he's cooperating." Zaire, squinting, looked over upon hearing the voice. He noticed that the Slavic man was significantly shorter than average. Even with thick platform shoes, he was only about 5 feet tall. The Slavic man with the accent moved closer to Zaire. He stared at Zaire, who had no expression, and politely said, "Mr. Zaire, please follow me." "Wait." Zaire, with a slight frown, glanced around at the scattered figures and disappointment filled his face. "Is this all the sports suit gang has? Just a few people." Even counting the driver who had just opened the door and got off, there were only 4 people in the workshop. Due to Zaire's words, they quickly became vigilant, and the short Slavic man lifted the gun barrel. The bald white man in front of Zaire, and behind the bald white man, a strong black man who had just picked up a machete. "Hey, kid. We're not just some gang. We're professionals hired at a high price to handle problems. Understand? Professionals." The bald white man smiled broadly, his tone mocking. Then he cracked his neck a few times. He stepped forward boldly, opened his strong arms and lunged toward Zaire. "Hired killers." Zaire shook his head slightly, regret written all over his face. Suddenly, he stiffened his spine. His muscles tensed suddenly, releasing an incredibly powerful force. Zaire's feet slid and stepped. In the blink of an eye, he brushed past the charging bald white man, and he took advantage of the bald white man's widened eyes and brief moment of shock, moved his feet to hide behind the opponent. Bang! At the same time, a muffled gunshot rang out, blood splattering everywhere. However, it was the bald white man, used as a human shield by Zaire, who screamed in pain. The short Slavic man who had fired seemed shocked by Zaire's swift movements. He accidentally injured his subordinate. This made him completely furious. He can dodge bullets. At the moment, Zaire couldn't withstand bullets head-on. But after 2 enhancements in the simulator, whether it was explosive power or reaction speed, it far exceeded that of ordinary people. Moreover, he didn't need to dodge bullets, just the rotating muzzle of the enemy. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The bald man screamed, clutching his shoulder, staggering. Chapter 19:019, Next Simulator. Bang! Meanwhile, a dull gunshot suddenly echoed, blood splattering everywhere. However, it was the bald white man screaming, used by Zaire as a human shield. In an instant, the short gunman seemed stunned by Zaire's sudden ferocity. He had accidentally wounded his own man. This sent him into a frenzy. He can dodge bullets. Currently, Zaire couldn't withstand bullets head-on. But after 2 enhancements in the simulator, his explosiveness and reaction speed far exceeded normal levels. Moreover, he wasn't dodging bullets but the spinning gun barrels of his enemies. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The bald white man screamed, clutching his wounded shoulder as he staggered. Yet Zaire had already pivoted the moment the gunshot rang out, stomping firmly on the ground. Like a beast gliding low to the earth, he charged towards the short man who posed the greatest threat in the room. In the blink of an eye, Zaire was upon him. The acrid smell of tobacco in quick breaths, bloodshot eyes, and the rotating gun barrel again. Expressionless, Zaire utilized all his senses, probing every detail about his enemy. In an instant, the short man couldn't react before Zaire grabbed his wrist. Muscles bulged and tendons strained on Zaire's arm. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the short man's wrist, holding the gun, twisted instantly, bones snapping. Then, before the pain of the fracture could register, crack! With an icy stare, Zaire kicked at the short man's knee. Ugh! Instantly, the short man's face first turned red, then pale. Simultaneously, Zaire snatched the gun from the short man's broken hand, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Then, Zaire turned swiftly, facing the muscular black man who had already charged at him. The muscular black man glared fiercely. Roar! He roared angrily. His sharp, glinting cleaver swung down towards Zaire's head. However, Zaire smoothly pivoted his shoulder, evading the cleaver's edge. Then, he suddenly dropped to the ground. A cleaver isn't used like that. With a chilling gaze, Zaire raised his gun and fired rapidly. Bang! 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 Instantly, the scorching bullets pierced through the muscular black man's outstretched arm. Ah! The muscular black man screamed in agony. His fingers loosened their grip on the cleaver handle, and it fell to the ground. Zaire's free left hand caught the sharp cleaver mid-air, holding it defensively before him. Crouching low, he lunged forward. The cleaver's sharp edge embedded itself effortlessly into the muscular black man's abdomen. TCH? After a brief pause, the sound of splattering blood echoed around. The muscular black man was eviscerated, yet Zaire treated it as a mundane task. Expressionless, he quickly stood up. Abruptly, he hurled the cleaver towards the direction where the driver cowered in panic. Instantly, gunshots, shouts, the sound of bones snapping, and the incessant thuds of bodies hitting the ground. The driver, overwhelmed by terror, felt like he was plunging into an abyss. Boom! Seeing the muscular black man's corpse collapse with a thunderous crash, the driver, dazed, instinctively reached for his gun at his waist. However, it was too late, because a sharp cleaver was hurtling towards him. Pfft! The cleaver's sharp blade shattered, but it embedded deeply between the driver's eyebrows. As the driver's rigid body fell, Zaire slowly exhaled, visibly relaxing. In less than a minute, 2 enemies dead, 2 wounded, and he had only just warmed up. Zaire took a deep breath of the blood-scented air, then, calmly approached the injured man still writhing in agony. First question, how did you find me? Zaire narrowed his eyes, but all he received in response were pained moans. At that moment, the bald white man, wounded and evidently angered by Zaire's nonchalant tone, struggled on the ground, raising his head. His eyes glinted with resentment as he glared fiercely at Zaire, teeth gritted. It's you? It must be you? You're... Bang! Expressionless, Zaire pulled the trigger. In an instant, the bald white man's mouth exploded, teeth flying. Ugh! Blood flooded his windpipe, his eyes rolling back in suffocation. Need me to repeat the question? Zaire blinked, suddenly turning to the short man on the ground, his gaze sincere. No need at all. Staring at the young man who seemed like a maniacal killer. The short man, sweating profusely, despite his injuries, shook his head desperately and shouted. The list. The tracksuit mafia gave us a list. As long as the suspects fit the police profile, we track and analyze according to the list, until we find the one who took out the boss, causing massive losses. And, they offered a price we couldn't refuse. Not just in terms of money, even the planner behind the whole thing is a genius. Zaire squinted, unable to hide his admiration. His tone, however, was mocking. Let alone the public relations storm. Kidnapping hostages everywhere under police pressure will offend so many people, both in legitimate and criminal circles. They seemed unprepared even for what to do after finding the real culprit. Even if Zaire wasn't the real culprit, wouldn't the hostages resist? These so-called professionals are far from professional, aren't they? We strictly followed the employer's instructions, sorted by age on the list, and you were the youngest of all targets. The short man seemed to sense Zaire's thoughts. Regret and unwillingness flickered in his eyes as he bitterly smiled and said, We just wanted to practice with you, get familiar with the process, but we didn't expect such luck, finding the target right away, right? Unmoving, Zaire raised an eyebrow, suddenly asking, If you don't want to die, tell me, where is the current headquarters of the tracksuit mafia? I might spare your life. In the Hell's Kitchen, in that abandoned treasure mall. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, the short man's complexion improved, and he cooperated eagerly. Because both the New York police and ordinary people are causing trouble for them, to minimize gang losses, their leader gathered key members to defend against any danger. If you cooperate like this, how can I trust that everything you say is true? Zaire stared intently at the short man, his eyes flickering. And selling out clients isn't a major taboo in your line of work. It's just a failed deal. If I say you might live, I trust you won't spread this everywhere. Maybe we could be partners in some things in the future. I might even become your eyes in the underworld. Struggling to raise his upper body, the short man looked at Zaire with great sincerity, saying slowly, Bang! Just as the short man thought Zaire's silence indicated a change of heart, the gunshot rang out suddenly. A bloody hole appeared abruptly on the short man's forehead. He moved his lips silently, the light in his eyes fading instantly. So talkative. Zaire gave his final assessment. Then, he flipped his palm. The handgun, now almost out of bullets, was completely absorbed, becoming a resource for the simulator. Current cooldown time for consumption, 6 days and 6 hours, 150 hours. Zaire glanced at the simulator. 9 hours remained until the next simulation. Decisively, Zaire consumed resources to reduce the cooldown, ending the simulator's cooldown. But instead of starting another simulation immediately, he turned to clean up the traces of the battle in the factory. After searching the driver's body again and finding another firearm. However, Zaire chose not to absorb it, but instead stuffed it into his pocket. Zaire couldn't guarantee whether the dead professionals had told the truth. But he wasn't going to wait for an opportunity either. He intended to uproot the entire tracksuit mafia. Cut the grass and pull up the roots? Since these guys didn't know when to quit and weren't afraid of death. Then let them become corpses? So, Zaire needed weapons. A lot of weapons. Unfortunately, after searching the entire factory, he found nothing but an abandoned place. No hidden armory, nor any other useful tools for killing, except for a pile of oily mechanics tools in the corner. Now, Zaire furrowed his brow slightly, immediately activating the simulator. He was ready to take his chances, hoping the Emperor's blessing would grant him an imperial firearm. Even a common Star Realm military laser pistol would vastly outperform current firearms. Simulator booting up. Current identities available: Katachan Rookie, Krieg Grenadier. Please select an arrival identity. If refused, random arrival will be chosen. Chosen identity: Krieg Grenadier. Simulator booting up. You have arrived in the Warhammer universe. Time: unknown. Location: unknown. You step onto the planet's surface. You find yourself in a city engulfed in a bloody sacrifice. Before you can grab nearby weapons, a group of cultists in purple robes surrounds you tightly. You attempt to attack barehanded but are quickly overwhelmed by more cultists pressing in, soon unable to move even a muscle. You're trapped in an unsolvable predicament, attempting to bite your tongue in suicide. Chapter 20:020, Get Out of My Head. You were gradually entwined by disgusting, slimy tentacles, unable to control any part of your body, not even able to close your eyelids. You could only watch helplessly as 9 cultists lifted you high. Slowly, you were moved towards the city center, like a sacrificial offering about to be presented on a chaotic dining table. You tried to scan around desperately, only to sadly realize that there seemed to be no human presence left in the entire city to save you. The streets, now in ruins, were littered with the bodies of fallen Krieg soldiers and local defenders, burning Lehman tanks, and crashed Raven gunships. You even saw a Terminator power armor kneeling halfway down, overwhelmed by countless cultist corpses. Even the mighty Asteth fell. The Empire's resistance and counterattacks had failed. In despair, you began to realize that the planet before you had been completely overrun by the forces of chaos, becoming a fallen world of death. Every 9 meters you advanced, a cultist in purple robes emerged from the city's dark corners, joyously joining this grand parade with a bloody mortal carcass as an offering. They praised, they prayed, they called out. You wanted to scream, you wanted to curse, but you felt powerless. Overwhelmed with sorrow, your mental state seemed to descend into madness. Faint murmurs began to fill your ears. As the cultists advanced, even the sky gradually filled with a terrifying purple halo. The air was thick with nauseating chaos and the smell of blood, as sect priests with staves and hoods incessantly chanted prayers joined the parade. Countless mortal corpses, regardless of age or gender, were lifted and floated by tendrils of purple light. Some even included living people screaming and struggling. Your eyes bloodshot, your head spinning. You resisted the corruption of chaos fiercely, maintaining your loyalty. In a daze, you began earnestly praying to the Empress for her mercy. The grand parade reached its climax, a dazzling purple halo reflecting in the sky, buildings in the city center covered with layers of sticky, foul-smelling mortal flesh. A massive flesh pedestal, constructed from billions of mortal flesh, stood tall in the city center. Above the pedestal, a chaotic portal hundreds of meters high nearly split open half the sky, catching your hazy gaze. Countless pink and blue horrors danced around the flesh pedestal, frolicking. They screeched, they sang, they repeated unknown incantations endlessly. Under the guard of countless chaos minions, a giant birdman with black wings and a white robe leisurely fixed both heads on you, lifted high by the cultists. Oh, poor and lucky mortal. One beak of the birdman clicked, emitting a terrifying low hum, while the other beak followed with admiration. Is he the one? You were handed over to the birdman by fanatical cultists, eyes wild. Pink horrors clung to your back, holding your body upright, facing the more terrifying sight ahead. The birdman flapped its massive wings, head swaying, strolled to you. One head called itself Weaver of Fate Carlos, Master of Transformation, while the other head emitted a deep mocking laugh. Just hearing the restrained whispers of the birdman made your brain start to scream madly, your willpower on the verge of collapse. Tears of blood streamed from your forced open eyes, your state akin to living death, constantly praying to the Empress. Weaver of Fate Carlos seemed to see through your foolish thoughts, one head mocking that playing with magical salted meat would not come because this world is blessed by the Godhead. The other head continued to emit tempting words. Your arrival and disappearance have attracted the attention of the God of Chaos, even if you want to hide the trace of salted meat. Fortunately you have appeared in the territory of chaos. As long as you nod your head, you will get everything you want. Strength, knowledge, wealth, and everything else that exists in the universe. If you voluntarily join the chaos, you will definitely be promoted to the Demon Prince of Chaos. No need to endure the torment of life and death, and no need to worry about the hostility of salted meat. Carlos' head is skillful. Thought long ago, knowledge was thirsty, only the holy treacherous, mother is trapped. Another head of the birdman twisted and shook, emitting a harsh admiration. As if Carlos' admiration had attracted the attention of the God of Chaos, the giant chaotic portal in your field of vision kept trembling and twisting, and the purple halo completely enveloped the planet. Countless chaos demons bowed their heads and kneeled under the flesh pedestal. Even though Weaver of Fate Carlos opened its massive wings, facing the direction of the portal, and both heads swayed slowly. The terrifying murmurs lingering in your ears became even more terrifying. Your eyeballs seemed to reach the limit, shattered and exploded. But just as you fell into darkness, through the purple halo of the chaotic portal, you seemed to see an illusory white snake wriggling in place. A necklace blue light god, with every inch of skin covered with faces of varying expressions, each face repeating the words spoken by the head of the Lord. A colorful mist, itself silent, but murmuring through the echoes between nearby buildings. A green-skinned man in ancient gray suits, floating in the air, surrounded by indescribable purple halos. Your mind seemed to be in a standstill. In your mind, there was only one unidentifiable, but deeply engraved, terrifying word echoing repeatedly. Intrigue. Accept it. Join chaos. Embrace her blessing, become a demon prince who dominates the universe. Even more terrifying murmurs completely permeated your mind. Your spirit is about to collapse, chaos is about to corrupt your will. You are on the brink of death. In your unconscious mind, you seem to see a flickering flame in an endless darkness. That is the flickering flame of your faltering life, the heart of loyalty. Suddenly, an illusory hand is placed near the flame, shielding it from the surrounding darkness. Desperately looking around, you discover it is a veteran Kadashan who fought alongside you before, silently standing next to the flame, smiling at you. At the same time, another illusory hand is placed next to the flame, a Krieg sentinel who died in battle beside you, wearing a breathing mask, saying nothing, just giving you a thumbs up. One illusory hand after another is placed near the flame, shielding you from the darkness. You suddenly realize that the owners of these illusory hands are the dead mortals from the chaos-occupied planet, fallen Krieg soldiers and local defenders, as well as exhausted and loyal Astathans. They had no words, just silently guarding the flame while smiling at you. You were never alone in this battle. You fought for them, and for all humanity. For the Emperor Chapter 21, 021, the Emperor's blesses you. Your battered eyelids tremble continuously, and small flames gradually appear in the depths of your dark, hollow eyes. Then, they blaze intensely, like an exploding star. Meanwhile, a skeletal hand engulfed in warp fire grips a Katachan knife, slicing through the pink horrors around you, gently supporting your collapsing body. Behind you, Krieg soldiers in military coats and Katachan veterans with red bandanas materialize out of thin air. Their flesh seems to have completely transformed into burning warp fire, the Emperor's unending wrath scorching the surrounding chaos demons. Carlos' bird head twists wildly, and in its terror, its beak slowly opens, preparing to unleash a terrifying warp psychic blast. However, shells heavily wrapped in warp fire suddenly soar over your head and explode on another of Carlos' bird heads. The Weaver Carlos' massive body trembles, and even slight burns force it to stop brewing its spell. A Terminator in power armor burning with warp fire takes heavy steps and approaches behind you. Without orders or slogans, countless skeletal human soldiers silently charge, confronting the chaos demons surging from afar. Your muddled thoughts gradually clear, and the murmurs in your ears seem to disappear completely. Even though you have lost your eyes, you can still clearly sense everything happening around you in the darkness. You tremble all over, your blood boiling, and your loyalty to the Emperor becomes even firmer. A Katachan knife burning with warp fire is placed into your hand. You grasp it tightly, and a smile belonging to all the fallen appears on your tragic face. You quickly prepare for battle, taking difficult steps, charging forward. All the Krieg soldiers follow your steps, raising the bayonets on their lasguns. Katachan veterans with red bandanas wield knives and pull the triggers of their weapons, continuously sweeping away the chaos demons surging around them. You let out a desperate roar. You raise the Katachan knife towards the bewildered Weaver Carlos. Brilliant lights like those of a star spill from your eye sockets, drifting behind you, as if forming a pair of vast, invisible wings. You step on the bodies of several dead demons in front of you and leap into the air. Slash, slash, slash. In a daze, a faint murmur seems to echo in your ears once more, then vanishes instantly. You muster all your strength and swing the Katachan knife burning with warp fire. Perhaps it is the Emperor's blessing, but you manage to stab precisely into the wildly shaking bird head of Carlos, blinding one of its eyes. The Weaver Carlos lets out a painful screech as the warp fire fiercely burns its insolent bird head. Terrifying warp psychic energy instantly erupts from Carlos, shattering your arms, shoulders, and the rest of your body. You have no time to evade, and your body is torn apart by the psychic energy. You are dead. This simulation has ended, taking 9 hours. You have gained selectable rewards from this simulation. 1 Tsianch's blessing and curse, choose cautiously. Note, Tsianch is displeased with your tenacious resistance. Yet she generously grants you the Ascension blessing to become a demon prince. However, you may not be able to withstand the overwhelming chaotic power. 2 Kern's attention and blessing, choose cautiously. Note, Kern has developed a slight favor for your refusal of Tsianch's temptation. If you accept her blessing and are willing to become Kern's chosen, she will occasionally observe your actions and grant you more power. Only seeking slaughter, no need for loyalty. 3 Evercool Plasma Pistol, Master-crafted relic. Note, the Emperor's gaze upon you has never wavered. Since this simulation lasted less than 24 hours, the simulator's wear and tear has been waived. Current cooldown time available, 5 days and 21 hours, 141 hours. The simulation ends. However, in the factory, Zaire couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had actually been transported to a chaos-ridden planet occupied by a dark god. Without the Emperor's protection, he might not have been able to even commit suicide and escape. Wasting a simulation opportunity was no big deal. But if Tsianch had kept Zaire half-dead, unable to die, Zaire couldn't help but take a deep breath. He couldn't imagine how much cooldown time would be needed to compensate for the simulator's loss. And he wouldn't gain any enhancements or equipment. Even though Zaire wasn't weak now, he still felt powerless against the many formidable villains in this universe. Zaire quickly made an important decision. Before each simulation, he would pray to the Emperor. to gain the Emperor's protection and prevent similar accidents from happening again. With peace of mind, Zaire examined the simulator's rewards. He couldn't help but criticized Xianxi's pettiness in his mind. At the same time, he felt troubled by Kern's favor. Indeed, the Warhammer universe was not a world a mere mortal like him could traverse. Fortunately, Zaire's simulator was just a simulation, and not a real person going in. Otherwise, desperate Zaire could only choose to pledge loyalty on the spot, soul returning to the Golden Throne. Zaire without hesitation chose the third reward. A plain and unadorned plasma pistol appeared in his hand. Excited, Zaire carefully examined the relic in his hand. It seemed to be a Mark III Sun Fury pattern plasma pistol. The iron-gray gun body emitted a cold metallic luster, drawing attention. The exposed cooling vents glowed faintly, as if brewing endless energy. Ever cool. Zaire didn't hesitate and immediately fired repeatedly at the fallen bodies in the factory. Zzzzzzzzz. Blinding plasma balls the size of human heads shot from the muzzle in the blink of an eye. Before Zaire could react, the bodies before him had turned to ashes. Even parts of the concrete floor melted from the high temperature, glowing with an orange-red light. The power of the relic pistol far exceeded his expectations. More importantly, it lacked the cooling time needed after consecutive shots typical of ordinary plasma pistols. As long as the hydrogen fuel was sufficient, the Evercool plasma pistol was a mobile artillery piece in Zaire's hands. Zaire, holding the plasma pistol, burst into laughter. This seemed to be the first time in a while that he had laughed so heartily. Like a child who had just received his favorite toy. Chapter 22, 022, come on, let's burn New York to ashes. When Zaire returned home, his aunt was still overseeing the restaurant renovations and hadn't come back yet. He took out his shoulder bag and packed his Katachan knife and plasma pistol. Zaire changed into a set of clothes and military boots. Then, he retrieved a stack of cash from a duffel bag under the bed, planning to leave. Before heading out, Zaire sent a text message to his aunt, explaining that he was going to do some part-time work. Without waiting for her reply, he turned off his phone and tossed it onto the bed. Zaire walked out of the apartment and began his preparations. Facing a whole gang of core members, his proven killing techniques and the powerful plasma pistol were sufficient. However, he still needed some auxiliary means to prevent them from escaping and scattering. So, as his shopping list grew, he had to buy another hiking backpack as a container. After finishing his shopping, Zaire walked down the street, feeling an unbearable hunger. He looked around and found a hot dog stand. He began eating voraciously. In a short time, the vendor could barely keep up with his eating speed. After consuming 15 hot dogs, Zaire paid the bill while the vendor looked at him with awe. Zaire turned to leave, but he hadn't walked far when he heard a pleading voice behind him. Excuse me, sir, could you look at this missing person flyer? Zaire raised an eyebrow and turned back. Mike. Zaire. Standing before him was Mike, the apprentice and handyman at the delicious restaurant. Mike hadn't recognized Zaire at first because he looked so different from before. Only when Zaire spoke did Mike's memory align with the Zaire in front of him. Oh my god. Young people in their growth period are truly a miracle of life, Mike instinctively exclaimed. Maybe, Mike. Still no news about your brother? Zaire asked politely, taking the flyer from Mike and glancing at it. The flyer was crudely made, with only a black and white photo and contact information. The photo showed a boy with a missing front tooth, a deformed left hand, and a birth defect in his ear. Despite his imperfections, the boy's bright smile left a strong impression. Nothing. It's like he vanished into thin air. Mike's face was full of anxiety and exhaustion. He forced a bitter smile and said, Mom is on the verge of a breakdown, so I have to step up, but Jerry has been missing for so long. Mike didn't finish, but Zaire understood. He silently nodded, folded the flyer, and stuffed it into his shoulder bag. Have you tried asking the media for help? You must have seen the recent big news. Now is a good time to pressure the police. Of course, I tried, but the media is surrounded by parents with missing children. Mike shook his head with a helpless sigh. Rich families can go on TV and tell their warm stories, but families like ours from poor neighborhoods can only get a small missing person notice in the papers. Better than nothing, I guess. After hearing Mike's words, Zaire was speechless. He pondered for a moment and took out a small stack of cash from his pocket. It was the leftover money from his shopping, $1,500. Zaire kept 5 bills for himself and gave the rest to Mike. Mike's eyes widened in shock, and his dark skin seemed to flush. He repeatedly refused. No, Zaire. This is too much. Mike, take it. Consider it an advance on your salary, Zaire said with a smile. My aunt is still waiting for her handyman apprentice to come back to work. Thank you. Mike's eyes seemed to moisten. He choked up but held back his tears. Thank you. I just don't know how to thank you. Finding Jerry is the best thanks. No need to say more. After all, friends need to help each other, right? Zaire said seriously. Seeing Mike carefully put away the cash without further refusal, Zaire said goodbye and left. He had an important part-time job to do. Hell's Kitchen, baby store. As the third-generation leader of the tracksuit mafia, Fat Bob was as massive as a wild boar, and his behavior was just as similar. Greed was his feeding instinct, and brutality was his reproductive desire. This was why he could control the entire gang, at least until a few days ago. Now, Fat Bob could only curl his huge body on a dusty sofa, eating furiously while staring at his phone. He was waiting for a call from the Kingpin, a call that could save his gang and his life. However, even after filling his stomach with overly sweet tomato pasta, the phone remained silent. Fat Bob gradually fell into despair and deep pain. He realized that the once dominant tracksuit mafia had been abandoned. The Kingpin's empire did not want to attract more attention from the public and the authorities. The tracksuit mafia had to disappear, both physically and spiritually. Useless? You're all useless. At that moment, Fat Bob's plump cheeks quivered. Bang! He threw the can of tomato pasta on the floor. The thick dust mixed with the red sauce looked like shattered red intestines. Damn Kingpin! Damn NYPD! Damn New Yorkers! As time passed, Fat Bob's eyes turned blood red, and he appeared insane. His entire body trembled violently. It seemed the immense pressure of reality had driven him to a mental breakdown. Just then, Fat Bob struggled to get up. He moved his legs, like a rampaging wild boar, and rushed out of the store. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps caught the attention of the gang members downstairs. They looked up with varied expressions, gazing at Fat Bob standing on the store's stairs. I declare, tonight, we will give New York City a big surprise. With blood-red eyes, Fat Bob slowly raised his hands, clenching them into fists. He shouted crazily, do you want to eat fresh food? Do you want to sleep with beautiful women? Do you want to walk freely in the sunlight? So what if the police are hunting us? So what if the Kingpin abandoned us? Are we supposed to be scared? We are the gang that rules New York. We have plenty of weapons and ammunition. Come on. Bring your guns and join my crazy party. Fat Bob's spittle flew as he raved like a madman. However, his passionate speech did not resonate with anyone. The gang members exchanged silent glances, a cold glint flashing in their eyes. At that moment, Fat Bob stood on the stairs, panting heavily and sweating profusely. He keenly noticed the undercurrents among the gang members. Fat Bob's chubby face twisted into a deranged grin. Anyone who joins the party will share the gang's funds. You can split the money right now. After the party, if we succeed, you can also share the cleaned funds in overseas accounts. Equally. Before Fat Bob finished speaking, nearly 40 gang members smiled knowingly. Click, click, click. The sound of countless guns being loaded almost merged into one. Come on. Let's burn this city to ashes. Chapter 23, 023, Baby Massacre? Clad in an oversized bulletproof vest, Fat Bob's bloodshot eyes glared around the dimly lit room, scanning his eager subordinates, who were rubbing their hands in anticipation. The deranged smile on his face twisted with madness. Tomorrow morning, the whole of New York will be shocked. The entire nation, even the whole world, will be stunned. The damn Kingpin thinks he can hide? Foolish? I, Fat Bob, will use the lives of countless New Yorkers to drag you out into the open? Even if the entire gang is wiped out and the feds launch an investigation afterward, those filthy deals will be exposed to the sunlight? Underground King, you will become a stray dog? Slavs, never surrender. Good, I've distributed all the money in the warehouse to you. Fat Bob's face turned red as he grinned, his chubby cheeks shaking with excitement. Now, it's time for you to repay me? Our only target is to kill as many as you can. Do whatever you want. Before that, the smuggling boats are already docked at the Hudson River port. If all goes well, you will join me on the ship, and we'll share even more wealth. Fat Bob raised his fist and shook his arm vigorously, shouting continuously. At that moment, Fat Bob noticed something. A blue orb the size of a human head flew past the shelves and appeared right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Boom. Plasma exploded instantly. The brilliant burst of electric light completely engulfed Fat Bob. The extreme heat turned his 200-kilogram body to ashes in seconds. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, more plasma orbs surged from the dark corners, creating a frenzied thunderstorm. What is that? A ghost. Ball lightning. These phenomena, beyond human comprehension, stunned the gang members. They screamed and shouted, but none dared to raise their weapons in retaliation. As Fat Bob's ashes scattered to the ground, someone finally reacted, but it was too late. The countless plasma orbs not only enveloped everyone present but also detonated the grenades piled on the floor. Boom, boom, boom. The air seemed to tremble. The intense shockwaves shattered all the glass in the precious mall, making them crackle. At that moment, a tall figure clad in a black waterproof coat, with hair wrapped in a red bandana and wearing a gas mask, emerged from the shadows. He walked through the residual flames and the flickering flashlight beams, as if strolling down a rain-freshened street, into the bloody slaughterhouse. The ground was littered with broken bodies and ashes, with occasional twitching limbs. The silent figure stepped over them, seemingly unaffected by the carnage. Zaire glanced around at the gruesome scene, his breath echoing inside his mask, drowning out any discomfort. This reminded him of the good old days in the underground tunnels. Even though Zaire was mentally prepared, he still underestimated the plasma gun's power. In mere seconds, over 30 fully armed men had vanished from the world. The unexpected grenade detonations contributed to the chaos, but that's how real battles are, full of surprises. Zaire stepped through the sticky blood, surveying the smoke-filled scene to ensure no one was left alive. He hesitated, then bent down to pick up the intact weapons among the remains. After a quick scan with his simulator, only 18 guns met the criteria and were absorbed as cooling time. Increased cooling time, 18 hours. That was a huge loss. Zaire muttered to himself, regretting his reckless action. He had planned to set traps and assassinate quietly, then use the powerful plasma gun only after the bodies were discovered to end the fight. But Fat Bob's mad speech caught him off guard, leaving no time for preparation. He had no choice but to use the plasma gun to try and prevent the gang from causing more deaths in Hell's Kitchen. The result, though, was exceptionally effective. At that moment, Zaire, wearing his gas mask, took a deep breath and remembered something. He started searching the area more thoroughly. Sure enough, he found several black packages among the debris. Opening them, he found bundles of cash. Fat Bob's promised payment. Well, not a total loss. Without counting the money, Zaire picked up the black packages and headed for the mall's exit. The explosions and smoke would soon attract police or criminals. As the culprit, Zaire needed to leave the scene quickly. Just as Zaire reached the mall's entrance, a dark red short staff suddenly shot out from the shadows. Sensing danger, Zaire dropped the packages. His dark Katarn combat knife instantly rose, intercepting the staff. Clang! The metal staff was sliced in half by the sharp blade. Zaire crouched slightly, muscles tensing, ready for combat. At the same time, a tall, slender figure in dark red armor stepped out of the shadows, twirling a staff that hummed ominously. Daredevil. Zaire's voice was low, coming through the gas mask. Stay out of this. They were just gang criminals. Red bandana? I thought you were just a myth made up by the police for the media. Daredevil, with his dark red mask and small horns glowing faintly, listened intently. Hell's Kitchen is my territory. You've crossed the line. And you shouldn't kill. Before he finished speaking, Daredevil lunged forward, his staff extending like a living creature towards Zaire's head. Humph. Zaire snorted through his gas mask. He said nothing more, raising his Katarn knife. The blade clashed with the staff, sending it flying. In that brief moment, Daredevil closed the distance, less than a meter away. As his staff retracted, he stepped forward, knee aiming for Zaire's abdomen. Zaire's left fist met the knee with a heavy thud. The impact caused both to recoil slightly. Zaire's reaction was faster, instinctively reaching for his plasma gun to finish the fight. But reason held him back, causing a moment of hesitation. Daredevil seized this opportunity. He raised his foot, kicking Zaire's chest with a force that sent him flying 3 meters back, crashing heavily. Seeing his opponent weakened, Daredevil relaxed slightly, twirling his staff as he approached. But he stopped suddenly, listening. Zaire, hand on his chest, showed no emotion behind his mask. He slowly stood up, twisting his neck slightly. Instead of drawing his plasma gun, he tore off his waterproof coat and tossed it aside. He then reversed his grip on the knife, the blade facing outwards. Oh, Matt Murdock. Zaire said, his voice cold. I won't rest until you're in a hospital bed. This isn't over. This thing. It's not over. Chapter 24, 024 Chaos. Who are you? Their cover suddenly blown, Daredevil, shocked, instinctively swung his short baton. The silver-tipped end shot towards Zaire's head like a guided dart, pulled by a wire. Zaire remained silent, unperturbed. In an instant, he swung his Katachan knife, deflecting the baton once again. Zaire then stomped the ground with his combat boots and charged at Daredevil. Daredevil responded in kind, rushing towards Zaire. But his movements lacked the previous fluidity, hindered by an increasing sense of anxiety. As they closed the distance, Daredevil, frustrated by the lack of response, raised his arm and unleashed a fierce punch. Bang! Zaire, anticipating the attack, blocked it with his elbow, producing a dull thud. Bang! Zaire followed up with the flat of his Katachan knife, striking Daredevil's shoulder. Despite the armor he wore, the force of Zaire's blow made him stagger, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the moment, Zaire quickly grabbed Daredevil's arm as he tried to retrieve his baton for a counterattack. Ha! With a shout, Zaire twisted his waist, executing a powerful throw that sent Daredevil crashing into a pile of abandoned shelves, landing heavily a few meters away, raising clouds of dust and debris. Zaire's eyes narrowed behind his mask, as if he had found Daredevil's weakness. His physical strength was clearly inferior. Without giving him time to recover, Zaire closed the distance again. He grabbed Daredevil's collar, his muscles tensing as he lifted him off the ground. Using centrifugal force, Zaire spun half a circle and released his grip, sending Daredevil flying once more. Daredevil crashed into a dilapidated wall, creating a dark, gaping hole. Zaire, relentless, sprinted towards him, ready to strike again. Just as he was about to bring the flat of his knife down on the bleeding Daredevil, Zaire froze, his gaze fixed on the dark hole in the wall. Illuminated by scattered flashlight beams and flickering flames, something seemed to be swaying in the depths of the wall. Zaire dropped the incapacitated Daredevil and began hacking at the wall with his knife, trying to widen the opening. Cough. Daredevil, regaining consciousness, clenched his fist at Zaire's back. But as he tried to speak, the sound waves in his ears painted a picture of what lay behind the wall, stopping him in his tracks, his body stiffening with shock. The sound of Zaire's knife against the wall felt like invisible nails hammering into Daredevil's heart. He bent down, picked up his baton, and silently joined Zaire in tearing down the wall. 5 minutes later, the wall was completely dismantled, revealing a hidden 20-square-meter storage room. Inside, countless bodies were hanging in transparent vacuum-sealed bags, filled with preservatives, yet still reeking of decay. Even Zaire's gas mask couldn't block the stench. What horrified them most was that all the bodies were children. Their bodies had been eviscerated, their organs removed without any attempt at stitching them back up. Even their eyes had been taken, leaving hollow sockets. Zaire and Daredevil stood still, staring at the grim scene. One particular bag caught Zaire's attention, a black boy with a deformed hand. Zaire's fingers trembled as he turned the body to see the boy's ear, which was also deformed. Jerry, Zaire murmured, recognizing Big Mouth Mike's lost brother, now a cold, rotting corpse. Heretic. Zaire's chest burned with rage at the sight of the children's fate. The horrors inflicted upon them made him sympathize with the Warhammer 40k imperial ideology. Heretics and chaos must die. Chaos. Zaire's angry voice echoed through the empty hall, snapping Daredevil back to reality. He gently lifted one of the children's bodies from a hook, like a loving priest performing a baptism, filled with reverence and sorrow. Zaire, gripping his knife, walked to the center of the blood-soaked battlefield, looking for any remaining heads. With swift, precise cuts, he decapitated the corpses. What are you doing? Daredevil rasped, his voice full of confusion. Without turning around, Zaire replied coldly, a tribute to the children. Daredevil knelt, holding a child's body, and began to pray softly. Zaire, meanwhile, placed the heads nearby and continued his grim task. Though Daredevil, who had never killed, did not stop Zaire's brutal actions, and Zaire did not interrupt Daredevil's futile prayers. In that moment, both men, despite their different life experiences, found common ground. They each comforted the children's souls in their own way. Half an hour later, the two went their separate ways before the police arrived. Zaire had lost interest in continuing his confrontation with Daredevil. The exposed Daredevil also lacked the energy and motivation to stop Zaire from taking the loot. Since discovering the bodies, a burning rage seemed to inflame Zaire's chest, making him wish he could eliminate all the gangs in New York. However, on the way home, as Zaire dealt with most of the disposable equipment, his gradually returning sense of reason curbed his impulses. The gang had been eradicated, and the crisis involving him and his aunt had disappeared. The remaining issues were no longer his responsibility. Even the most ineffective federal government would mobilize its forces in response to such shocking events. The New York Police Department, the FBI, and perhaps even SHIELD might get involved in the investigation. If the media learned more details and sensationalized the reports, Stark, all the way in Los Angeles, might even get involved. In the age of technology, with the omnipresent artificial intelligence Jarvis, even the cautious Zaire had no confidence in hiding. He would eventually face the authorities, but not yet. His priority was to act low-key and bide his time until he possessed greater power and could face everything with greater composure. He was never a hero, just an ordinary person fighting for his survival. Chapter 25, 025, The Age of Heroes? Age of Chaos? Half an hour later, the two went their separate ways before the police arrived. Zaire had lost interest in continuing his confrontation with Daredevil. The exposed Daredevil also lacked the energy and motivation to stop Zaire from taking the loot. Since discovering the bodies, a burning rage seemed to inflame Zaire's chest, making him wish he could eliminate all the gangs in New York. However, on the way home, as Zaire dealt with most of the disposable equipment, his gradually returning sense of reason curbed his impulses. The gang had been eradicated, and the crisis involving him and his aunt had disappeared. The remaining issues were no longer his responsibility. Even the most ineffective federal government would mobilize its forces in response to such shocking events. The New York Police Department, the FBI, and perhaps even SHIELD might get involved in the investigation. If the media learned more details and sensationalized the reports, Stark, all the way in Los Angeles, might even get involved. In the age of technology, with the omnipresent artificial intelligence Jarvis, even the cautious Zaire had no confidence in hiding. He would eventually face the authorities, but not yet. His priority was to act low-key and bide his time until he possessed greater power and could face everything with greater composure. He was never a hero, just an ordinary person fighting for his family. At 4 in the morning, Zaire, returning from Hell's Kitchen, entered his apartment. He did not go straight home but headed to the basement. Now reinforced, the basement could temporarily serve as a secret base. Zaire, sleepless, sorted and counted the ill-gotten funds he had acquired. The cash amounted to $1.98 million. Adding the $680,000 remaining under his bedroom bed, he had a total of $2.66 million. In one night, Zaire had returned to being a millionaire. Unfortunately, the large amount of dirty money could not be deposited into the bank all at once unless he was willing to spend time depositing it bit by bit. After stowing away all the cash and hiding the katana, Zaire locked the basement door and went upstairs. Entering his home, Zaire seemed to leave all his troubles outside the door. He carefully took a shower and then found some food in the refrigerator. As the cold food slowly entered his stomach, Zaire began to regain the familiar feeling of safety that came with being at home. He did not wake his aunt, who was still asleep, and after eating, he returned to his bedroom. Placing the plasma handgun next to his pillow, he fell asleep slowly. 23 bodies of children were lined up in a row, neatly arranged on the floor. 13 bloody and mutilated heads formed a horrific mound in front of the children's bodies. It seemed like both a memorial and a release of rage. This was the horrifying scene that greeted the tardy New York police when they first stepped into the wrecked toy store. At that moment, the faces of both experienced officers and new recruits turned pale. They could not endure the rising urge to vomit and rushed outside to the parking lot to heave. Despite repeated orders from their superiors, no one was willing to enter the scene a second time. Work-related repercussions were secondary compared to the psychological scars that would last a lifetime. Thus, this awkward situation continued until the FBI intervened early, barely starting the basic investigation of the toy store. But even the seasoned FBI agents were at a loss when faced with the complex identities of the numerous dead and the unclear nature of the case, especially since the children's bodies might be related to previous news reports about child abductions. The FBI began hoping that this hot potato would be passed up the chain for other departments to handle. Zaire was awakened from his sleep by his aunt's voice. He opened his eyes to see his aunt, dressed in pajamas, standing at the bedroom door. His aunt never entered his room without reason. Taking a deep breath, Zaire got up and asked, "Aunt, what's wrong? Big news?" Stark. His aunt, excitedly waving her arms, described to Zaire that billionaire Tony Stark has revealed his identity as a hero. Zaire's brow furrowed as he blinked. Could it be? So soon? He got up and followed his aunt into the living room. The television was repeatedly showing Stark revealing his Iron Man identity. Even though Zaire kept switching channels, every station was reporting the same story. The billionaire Stark had returned after going missing and had turned into a superhero. This was the current explosive news, completely overshadowing the earlier child abduction case, which had become yesterday's news. Even his aunt, who had been informed about heroes by Zaire, was now caught up in the excitement. Not to mention the public, who needed daily entertainment and distraction. However, Zaire wasn't particularly thrilled. Stark's revelation of his hero identity had thrown the entire world into a chaotic state filled with bizarre characters, especially with heroes like Daredevil, who used to be mere regulars in police files and urban legends in the Steel City. From now on, as superheroes emerged, more dangerous supervillains would also appear. Seeing his aunt start to use her phone to share various gossip, Zaire, increasingly overshadowed by a sense of crisis, decided to proceed with his next simulation. The cooldown period required him to purchase a large amount of weaponry to replenish his supplies. After all, the dirty money needed a way to be converted into Zaire's power. Zaire told his aunt he was heading back to his room. Instead of immediately starting the simulation, he sat cross-legged on the floor. Calmly, Zaire offered a brief but fervent prayer to the Emperor. "Emperor, grant me your blessing." With a solemn expression, Zaire activated the simulator. After encountering an evil god in his previous simulation as a Krieg Grenadier, Zaire hesitated for a moment and chose random arrival. Simulation starting? Current identity, Katachan newbie, Krieg Grenadier. Please select arrival identity. If you refuse, it will be randomly assigned. Identity selection refused. Simulation starting? You have arrived in the Warhammer universe. Time, unknown. Location, galaxy unknown, star system Pelia. You have arrived on the surface of a planet. You find yourself inside an escape pod. You don't have time to observe your surroundings. You are assaulted by an overpowering, nauseating stench. You fall into uncontrollable unconsciousness. Political officer. Another one. You seem to hear some noise before losing consciousness completely. Chapter 26, 026, Kane and Jurgen and you. Part I. Asterisk you wake up from unconsciousness and open your eyes. Asterisk. Asterisk your sense of smell is once again assaulted by the nauseating stench. Asterisk. Asterisk you immediately feel dizzy and lightheaded, struggling for a while before you manage to recover. Asterisk. Asterisk your sense of smell and taste are malfunctioning, they seem to be out of order. Asterisk. Asterisk your unusual condition appears to have attracted the attention of others. Asterisk. Asterisk a distinguished-looking middle-aged officer dressed in Imperial Commissar uniform steps out of the shadows and approaches you. Asterisk. Asterisk I distinctly remember there being only me and Yulgen in the escape pod, the middle-aged officer says, staring at you intently. Asterisk. Asterisk the officer's wide-brimmed hat is slightly askew, possibly due to the high temperature inside the escape pod. He casually loosens the collar of his uniform, revealing a patch of thick, dense chest hair. Asterisk. Asterisk you regain your composure and inform him that everything is according to the Emperor's arrangement. You pledge your loyalty to the Empire and your willingness to serve the Emperor. Asterisk. Asterisk the officer scrutinizes you for a moment before holstering his laser pistol. Asterisk. Asterisk he gives you a brilliant, toothy smile and seems to accept your words. Asterisk. Asterisk young stranger, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The officer's smile remains unwavering. Asterisk. Asterisk you hesitate for a moment before deciding to hear the bad news first. Asterisk. Asterisk the bad news is that we are surrounded by an endless swarm of greenskins. Yulgen's old fear of flying flared up, and the escape pod he piloted brought us straight into the orcs' rear lines. More importantly, we don't have much weaponry or ammunition, and our food supplies are running low. Asterisk. Asterisk the officer describes the current situation with no attempt to hide anything. Asterisk. Asterisk you agree that this is indeed very bad news. Asterisk. Asterisk despite the grim news, the officer's indifference somehow gives you hope. You eagerly ask for the good news. Asterisk. Asterisk huh? The good news? In this dire situation, at least we have 3 people to face it. The officer's distinguished face finally reveals a long-hidden smirk. Asterisk. Asterisk you realize the truth and can't help but shake your head and sigh. Asterisk. Asterisk having one more person to deal with the greenskins is likely the real reason the officer is willing to trust you. Asterisk. Asterisk even the forces of chaos would prefer not to face a horde of ravenous greenskins alone. Asterisk. Asterisk you gradually come to understand the current situation. Asterisk. Asterisk you demonstrate some of your combat skills, earning the officer's approval. Asterisk. Asterisk you attempt to ask the officer's name. Asterisk. Asterisk Shafaz Kane, Commissar of the Valhalla 597th Regiment. Young soldier, no matter where you came from, welcome to the 597th Regiment. For the Emperor, the Commissar named Kane says to you with sincere eyes. Asterisk. Asterisk you choose to join the 597th Regiment and become a soldier under Commissar Kane. Asterisk. Asterisk through Kane's introduction, you come to know the true source of the terrible stench, Kane's aid. Asterisk. Asterisk Yulgen, a first-class gunner, is a coarse man plagued by the stench and severe skin conditions. Asterisk. Asterisk you try to communicate with Yulgen, but he is very resistant to you, a mysterious newcomer. Commissar Kane assures him that you are a trustworthy imperial warrior. Asterisk. Asterisk Yulgen seems to heed Kane's explanation and reluctantly accepts your presence. Asterisk. Asterisk on the first day, you accompany the surly Yulgen to scavenge all the supplies from the escape pod. Asterisk. Asterisk after careful organization, you and Yulgen find that the supplies originally enough for 2 people for about half a month can now only last for a week due to your unexpected inclusion. Asterisk. Asterisk Yulgen expresses dissatisfaction with this, and you offer to reduce your food rations. Asterisk. Asterisk Commissar Kane immediately rejects this suggestion, stating that 3 people cannot afford to just wait for Imperial rescue, which is unrealistic. Asterisk. Asterisk now, the only way for the 3 of you to survive is to traverse the greenskin lines and enter the Empire's controlled territory. Asterisk. Asterisk on the second day, before departure, Yulgen carries all the food supplies and hefts his heavy meltagun. Even though he's overburdened, he refuses to share the extra weapon with you. Only after Commissar Kane persuades him does Yulgen grudgingly give you a laser pistol, but only 1 energy cell. Asterisk. Asterisk you have no objections, a laser pistol is much better than facing the roaring greenskins unarmed. Asterisk. Asterisk on the third day, while taking a brief rest in a forest, you unexpectedly encounter a small group of wandering greenskins. Your precise shooting and ruthless efficiency in dealing with them impress Commissar Kane, who praises you. Asterisk. Asterisk even the stubborn Yulgen is forced to admit your excellence and, surprisingly, gives you 2 extra energy cells. Asterisk. Asterisk on the 4th day, due to Yulgen's poor sense of direction, you end up in a flat land area. You face another wave of greenskin attacks. Kane recognizes them as belonging to the Evil Sons clan, known for their obsession with speed and engine noise, who paint their vehicles red to increase their speed 3-fold. Asterisk. Asterisk you, Kane, and Yulgen flee in a panic, barely managing to shake off the pursuing greenskins. After a brief rest, you discover that your already sparse energy cells are completely lost and Yulgen's food supplies are down by a day's worth. Asterisk. Asterisk on the 5th day, your hunger is overwhelming, and you can only quench your appetite with precious fresh water. Asterisk. Asterisk Kane divides the food he had given to Yulgen once more, and you attempt to refuse. However, Commissar Kane insists that he doesn't believe in having soldiers fight on an empty stomach and that you need to maintain your fighting capability. Asterisk. Asterisk in the evening, Yulgen approaches you hesitantly and hands you a few precious candies while expressing regret over the lost supplies. Asterisk. Asterisk you smile and try to comfort the stubborn Yulgen, reassuring him that the Emperor will protect the 3 of you. Asterisk. Asterisk on the 6th day, under Kane's leadership, you encounter no further greenskin harassment. Perhaps due to the Emperor's favor, you even find a place to replenish fresh water, and there's no sign of greenskins around. Asterisk. Asterisk by the end of the 1st week, you have lost considerable weight. Thanks to the ample supply of fresh water, your spirits remain somewhat high, while Kane and Yulgen look noticeably haggard. Asterisk. Asterisk your food supplies are now completely exhausted. Asterisk. Asterisk you boldly suggest that perhaps the greenskin meat could be edible. Asterisk. Asterisk Kane and Yulgen exchange looks but do not dismiss your question, rather they seem eager to consider it. Asterisk. Asterisk in the 2nd week, the 3 of you still don't get to taste the local delicacy, greenskin barbecue. Asterisk. Asterisk as you approach the brink of collapse, you encounter a small group of defeated local defenders. Driven by hunger, Kane reveals his identity as an Imperial Commissar and temporarily takes command of the squad. Asterisk. Asterisk you find heaps of ant skinner cans and combat rations in a Chimera infantry transport vehicle. Overwhelmed with excitement, you share the bounty with Kane and Yulgen. Asterisk. Asterisk however, just as you're about to sleep after a hearty meal, Kane approaches you with a serious expression. Asterisk. Asterisk be cautious, they might be traitors. Commissar Kane warns in a low voice. Asterisk. Asterisk you sigh and ready your laser pistol once more. Asterisk Chapter 27, 027, Kane and Jurgen and you, Part 2. After warming up, following a brief skirmish, all the rebels surprisingly surrendered. You realize that this small group of defenders before you are not rebels, they are simply an army of ordinary men who were terrified by the advancing greenskins. Even their battle cry reveals their fear of being sent to the front lines by the Imperial Commissar to die. You once again executed a few rebels who tried to incite the soldiers. Comrade Jurgen heft his ever-reliable heavy meltagun, signaling the imminent start of a brutal massacre. Commissar Kane promptly stopped the savage actions of Yu and Jurgen. Kane climbed atop a Chimera infantry fighting vehicle and delivered an impassioned speech to the dejected, fleeing defenders about retreating as a form of advance, his words filled with vigor. You remain non-committal, but before the speech ends, the entire defensive force surrounds Commissar Kane with enthusiastic support. All the soldiers are invigorated, seemingly eager to fight the Greenskins 300 more times. Miraculously, Commissar Kane obtains command over this small defensive force. Baffled, you approach Kane for an explanation. Smiling, Commissar Kane responds that he merely gave them hope for survival. In the third week, as you transitioned to motorized transport, you encountered more local refugees fleeing, as well as more defenders defeated by the Greenskins. After careful consideration, Commissar Kane, using his excellent oratory skills, rallied the scattered soldiers and calmed the terrified local refugees, forming a large convoy of escapees. Secretly, you and Jurgen dealt with some dissidents while also taking on the arduous duty of protecting the local refugees. However, as your numbers and equipment grew, your large and unwieldy convoy began attracting more attention from the Greenskins. They rode in ramshackle, makeshift motorbikes, brandishing large blades and oversized guns, launching relentless attacks on your convoy. In the fourth week, the situation worsened. Despite ample food supplies and weapons, the increasing number of Greenskins became a more deadly issue. Commissar Kane speculates that an orc warlord has discovered your convoy and ordered a pursuit. You and Comrade Jurgen gradually became exhausted from the frequent encounters with the Greenskins. Following Commissar Kane's suggestion, you temporarily put down your lasgun and awkwardly attempted to command the defenders now fully under your control, barely becoming an officer, shifting your focus from fighting to overseeing the entire battlefield. You led the defenders in various skirmishes, struggling to fend off the relentless Greenskins. During a brief rest for the convoy, Commissar Kane approached you with a grave expression, warning that if you couldn't shake off the large number of Greenskins trailing your convoy, reaching the Imperial territory would be difficult. Revitalized, you volunteered to lead a suicide squad of defenders to divert the Greenskins' attack. Commissar Kane, smiling slightly, gently refused, stating that the Valhalla 597th Regiment does not abandon comrades in battle. In the fifth week, you, Commissar Kane, Comrade Jurgen, and a group of defenders who volunteered for the suicide squad, chose a Chimera infantry fighting vehicle with a stable machine spirit and launched a fierce counterattack against the Greenskins trailing the convoy. Your mission was simple: attract the Greenskins' attention, buying time for the refugee convoy. The battle's ferocity exceeded expectations. Half of the 10 suicide squad defenders were killed or injured, but you barely accomplished your task, drawing away many Greenskins. Inside the rapidly speeding Chimera, you tended to your wounds, glancing at Commissar Kane, who was miraculously unharmed. In the sixth week, under Commissar Kane's leadership, the remaining 8 members of your suicide squad engaged in guerrilla warfare with the Greenskins. When the Greenskins stopped to rest, you harassed them with grenades. When they pursued in anger, you used the Chimera's mobility and firepower to evade them. With the increasing frequency of battles, the 5 remaining defenders in the suicide squad significantly improved their combat skills, no longer fearing the Greenskins but rather eager to fight them. You gradually approached Imperial territory, and Comrade Jurgen believed victory was near. Even you couldn't help but agree. Unfortunately, the Orc warlord, having awaited your arrival, blocked your path. A sudden ambush caught you off guard, instantly reducing the suicide squad by 3. Surrounded by countless Greenskins, the Chimera's mobility advantage was nullified. Facing imminent doom, Commissar Kane proposed a plan to capture the leader to defeat the army. Without hesitation, you silently prepared several powerful meltabombs. The suicide squad members used the Chimera's firepower to distract the Greenskins while you, Commissar Kane, and Jurgen charged towards the Orc warlord. Comrade Jurgen's heavy meltagun cleared a temporary path towards the Orc warlord. You charged ahead of Commissar Kane, your lasgun firing indiscriminately, hitting a Greenskin with almost every shot. However, the Greenskins kept coming, like an unending tide, surrounding you both. You and Commissar Kane were trapped among the Greenskins, with Comrade Jurgen's heavy meltagun about to run out of power. In the nick of time, you showed Commissar Kane the meltabombs you carried. Hesitant at first, Commissar Kane eventually nodded resolutely. Using the path cleared by Jurgen's meltagun, you launched a final, desperate charge towards the Orc warlord. Just 5 meters from the Orc warlord, gravely injured, you were forced to prematurely detonate the meltabombs, hoping to harm the warlord. Instantly, the extreme heat vaporized you into ash. You died. Simulation over. Duration, 42 days. Rewards available for selection. 1 Imperial Infantry Handbook, complete set. 2 Meltabomb, 1. 3 Commissar Kane's Chainsword, Mastercraft. Simulation exceeded 24 hours, simulator wear and tear not waived. Cooldown, 42 hours. Available cooldown time, 160 hours. Do you wish to use the cooldown time? Chapter 28, 028, Holding this chainsaw sword, Chaos is. You have chosen to consume 42 hours of cooldown time. Current remaining cooldown time, 118 hours. Zaire blinked a few times. He directly used the resource time to offset the simulation cooldown. Then, he smiled with astonishment. This time, he survived for a month and a half in the simulation. This was the highest record since Zaire obtained the simulator and went through several simulations. Could it be the Emperor's blessing, combined with the significant role of Commissar Kane? Zaire chuckled and dismissed the thought. His eyes returned to the reward options provided by the simulator. He quickly schemed over the first two options without a second glance. Without hesitation, he chose the third option. Kane's finely crafted chain sword? This is one of the iconic weapons of the Warhammer universe. A bolt pistol in one hand and a chain sword in the other. Such a dashing combat image was not far from Zaire now. At least he had achieved half of it. Moreover, after so many simulations, Zaire understood. No matter how many weapons and pieces of equipment he acquired in the simulation, he could only randomly obtain one when choosing rewards. And he could only select one of them, unless it was a gift from the Emperor, like the never-overheating plasma pistol. However, Zaire didn't wish for blessings every day. Once the Emperor's gaze fell upon him again, he might end up facing a Chaos Daemon or getting tangled with the Four Gods. As Zaire's thoughts drifted, a chain sword, 1.5 meters long and half a foot wide, weighing 5 kilograms, suddenly appeared in his hand. Zaire leapt up from the ground. With a slight exertion of his arm, he swung the chainsword a few times. Even without starting the blade, the numerous sharp teeth on the single-edged chainsword cut through the air instantly, producing a deep hum. For Zaire, 5 kilograms was just the right weight. Swinging it felt substantial. Even with just the weight of the chain sword, it could easily crack open a human skull. Zaire grinned as he found the motor switch on the sword hilt. He pressed it. The chainsword's internal motor started instantly. A deafening roar filled the entire room. Vroom vroom vroom. Countless sharp teeth spun rapidly, creating a terrifying and mesmerizing blur. Excited, Zaire felt the intense vibrations in his hand and the thunderous roar in his ears, smiling brightly. Bang! However, Zaire's excitement didn't last long. The bedroom door was suddenly thrown open. His aunt stared at him in shock, chainsword in hand, with a silly grin on his face. Zaire, you. Before his wide-eyed aunt could speak, Zaire quickly switched off the motor. He smiled sheepishly and said, "Haha, it's all standard-issued gear. I was just taking it out for a bit." "Oh, why do boys always like playing with weapons?" The shock on his aunt's face quickly faded, as if her emotions had calmed down. She rolled her eyes and said in a complaining tone, "Be careful, don't hurt yourself, and find a place without people to play. The neighbor next door works the night shift." Before he could respond, the door closed again. Zaire stood in the bedroom, stunned. His expression turned puzzled. Did his aunt take the wrong medicine? Or did the precautions he took finally pay off? Zaire blinked a few times, unsure. However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, his aunt's support was a good thing, right? Reluctantly, he placed the chainsword on the bed. He pulled out an old laptop from his desk drawer. Opening Google Chrome, he began to search. Zaire vaguely remembered that the chainsword in the Warhammer universe required something called promethium as fuel. Unlike laser weapons, which could be recharged by heating, this was different. Frowning, Zaire searched repeatedly for a long time. He finally found the rare element promethium on a specialized forum. It cost about $60,000 per ton. Zaire couldn't help but laugh. Even if he used the chainsword until it was worn out, it probably wouldn't need a ton of fuel, right? As for whether this promethium was the same as the chainsword's fuel, Zaire wasn't sure. If it didn't work, he would have to rely on finding it in the simulator. His brows relaxed. Then, he seemed to remember something. He reopened Google Chrome. He went directly to Amazon and ordered a sturdy and cheap instrument case. After all, a 1.5-meter chainsword was too conspicuous. He needed basic camouflage to carry it outside. After completing everything, Zaire lay on the bed, holding the chainsword, admiring it repeatedly. Then, he instinctively opened the simulator. He checked the remaining cooldown time. 118 hours left. At first glance, it seemed sufficient. But as the simulations took longer, it might not be enough. Zaire needed to replenish his firearms resources quickly and secure a stable supply channel. If the path of a gangstar didn't work, Zaire planned to follow the law. Squinting, Zaire picked up his phone. He searched for gun prices and bulk purchase conditions. However, as he browsed online, his brows furrowed again. New York City had stringent gun control laws, prohibiting firearms. Even licensed adults could only own a small-caliber handgun. Moreover, even with a gun license, if Zaire traveled to gun-friendly states, he could only legally buy one gun every 15 days. For Zaire, who consumed firearms like drinking water, this was like a drop in the bucket. Zaire clicked his tongue, jumped off the bed, and casually put down the chainsword. He pulled out some cash from under the bed and left the bedroom. Online information might not be accurate. He needed to visit gun shops in New York. Zaire told his aunt before leaving the apartment. Despite the strict gun laws, New York City had gun shops everywhere. Some stores even had licenses to sell guns. After asking a few gun shop owners, Zaire found that the online information was indeed accurate. During this period, one small shop owner told Zaire that if he was willing to pay extra, he could sell him 10 handguns. Zaire tried to ask the price. He instantly realized the shop owner saw him as a naive young guy. Zaire politely declined and returned to the streets, blending into the crowd. Chapter 29, 029, New Mounts and Backstabbers. After half a day, After scouring nearly every gun shop, Zaire decided to give up for now. According to what Zaire had learned, adhering to the law wouldn't get him anywhere, unless he went abroad to places like Mexico or the Middle East, or started a company and secured a lucrative contract to gain the favor of arms dealers. Otherwise, there was no way to establish a channel to quickly acquire a large number of firearms. In other words, aside from robbing an arms dealer's warehouse, the only way for Zaire to get a large supply of firearms domestically was through gangs. After all, every gang has its own smuggling routes for firearms. So, everything went back to square one. However, it wasn't all fruitless. Zaire hadn't come away empty-handed. After spending $500 to get a suitable holster for his plasma pistol, Zaire got a phone number of a private arms dealer from a gun shop owner. According to the owner's gossip, this dealer had no gang affiliations, but he wouldn't entertain deals for fewer than 100 guns to avoid misunderstandings and being mistaken for an undercover cop. Zaire was skeptical, but he didn't refuse the shop owner's help. He decided to note down the phone number. It was a non-gang smuggling route, after all. Whether it was legitimate, Zaire would have to find out himself. Walking down the street, Zaire decided to head home first. He had a lot to deal with. The restaurant's renovation needed his attention, and his aunt needed his input on the plans. The makeup exams at Midtown High were also waiting for him. Ah, my bike? Zaire stopped in his tracks, suddenly remembering. He slapped his forehead in frustration. Maybe because of his strong build and abrupt movement. The nearby pedestrians quickly stepped away, giving him a wide berth. Standing still, Zaire took a deep breath. He kept walking straight ahead. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who would be. As for his bike, given the current state of security in New York, it would definitely be gone if it had been parked outside the school for over a day. Zaire reluctantly accepted this reality. After walking another block, Zaire's eyes fell on a motorcycle shop on the side of the road. Hesitating for a moment, he decided to upgrade. He stepped into the shop and before he could look around, a black-haired white salesman in a suit quickly approached him. "Hello, sir. What kind of vehicle are you looking for? Do you have any specific models in mind?" The salesman beamed enthusiastically. Zaire shook his head politely and said, "I don't know much about motorcycles. My only requirement is a good range." Hearing this, the salesman became even more enthusiastic. He gestured for Zaire to follow him to a display stand, pointing at a luxurious motorcycle rotating slowly. Handcrafted by master artisans, each metal part assembled by hand in a rugged style, the base model is only $50,000. My second requirement is a lower price. As a practical person, Zaire couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He wasn't a motorcycle enthusiast. Any motorcycle to him was just a means of transportation. Besides, the world of the wealthy was still far off for the aspiring millionaire Zaire. Maybe one day he'd get a chance to fleece Stark. No worries, let's check out this one. It's the latest spring model, the same color scheme as Iron Man's, a trend among young people, priced at $10,000, with a discount up to 10% for credit card payments in installments. Unfortunately, despite the salesman's enthusiastic pitch, Zaire took a deep breath. He now regretted entering the store. To end the ordeal quickly, Zaire squinted, quickly scanning the various motorcycles around. Then he decisively pointed to a vehicle with a rugged style. "That one? What's the price?" Well, the salesman's smile seemed to freeze for a moment, but he maintained his professionalism. "This is a scooter, also known as a little lamb, popular among women and men with your physique. Only $5,000. But it doesn't meet your first requirement at all." The salesman smiled wryly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. However, Zaire smiled slightly. "No problem, it's cheap. I'll take two, just in case." Just in case. The salesman seemed puzzled by Zaire's words. But selling products was a good thing. When Zaire pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, the salesman had no more complaints. After all, the customer is always right. Hell's Kitchen, Baby Mall. Numerous forensic experts from the FBI, dressed in white protective suits, moved in and out of the mall's main hall. They were trying to extract more evidence from the ruins. In the overgrown parking lot, a white police car stood out among the many black vehicles. Police Captain George Stacy sat in the driver's seat, holding a cup of coffee, flipping through the files spread out on the steering wheel. As a liaison between the police and the FBI, George had basic access to the case details. 20 hours after the incident, even though the genetic testing wasn't complete, the dental records, the FBI had identified all the deceased members of the Slavic tracksuit mafia. Except for their boss, Fat Bobby, who was missing, the rest were key gang members. Barring any surprises, the tracksuit mafia was now a part of New York's history. Sipping his coffee, George absent-mindedly flipped through the files. Then he frowned deeply. His hand trembled, almost spilling his coffee. Even though he had seen the children's bodies firsthand, seeing them again in the photos, George still couldn't bear it. As a father himself, he couldn't imagine if his beloved daughter faced the same fate. Could he still uphold the belief in justice brought by the law? The crime scene was difficult to process, but the case was straightforward. Even a rookie could see the truth. Revenge. Bloody revenge. For the slain children's bloody revenge. A vigilante who had long fought crime finally crossed the blurred line out of unbearable pain and anger. George, frowning deeply, stared at a photo of a broken club, lost in thought. Chapter 30:030, It's decided that it's you, Eugene. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Zahir's aunt was just about to walk out the apartment door when she found her path blocked by two brightly colored mopeds. Zahir, standing nearby and pointing to the red and yellow scooters, smiled and said, Auntie, even though your birthday is still months away, consider this an early gift. Just enjoy it. You rascal, always wasting money. Auntie couldn't help but roll her eyes at Zahir, but the smile on her face was unmistakable. Auntie, let me show you how to ride it, Zahir offered, ready to teach her how to operate the moped. To his surprise, his aunt pushed him aside, her round chin held high. I used to be quite the biker in my younger days. Ah, those were the days, she said, hastily taking the keys from Zahir and choosing the yellow moped. With practiced ease, she started the engine, waved goodbye without looking back, and rode off. Wow, I really underestimated her, Zahir muttered, wide-eyed and amazed. He hoped that receiving this gift might make his aunt more forgiving about him getting special permission for a makeup exam. Smiling, Zahir headed upstairs to their apartment. After an hour of studying, he grew frustrated. Grabbing his chainsaw sword, he began swinging it wildly in the living room, muttering angrily, why do students have to learn algebra and geometry? Isn't setting up lethal traps enough? Why study performing arts? Aren't Katachan fighting techniques and Krieger battle skills good enough? Exhausted after half an hour of wielding the chainsaw sword, Zahir dropped it and slumped onto the sofa, panting. He still hadn't found a reliable source for firearms, though the simulator could last a few more tries. However, dealing with life without a diploma was a persistent headache. As time passed, Zahir dozed off. When he awoke to the sound of the door opening, he realized it was already dark outside. He had slept the entire day. He started to get up to make dinner for his aunt but stopped when he saw her sitting silently on the sofa, looking troubled. Auntie, what's wrong? Did something go wrong with the restaurant renovation? Zahir asked, concerned. Jerry, Big Mouth Mike's missing brother, has been found, she said, her eyes red and voice choked with emotion. Mike called me in tears, saying his brother was found, but in terrible condition. Their mother couldn't handle the shock and lost her mind. Mike resigned and apologized, so I didn't try to convince him to stay. Zahir stayed silent, his face expressionless, like a corpse. He was actually the first to know about Jerry but couldn't tell Mike the truth due to the complicated circumstances involved. Mike said the police need to keep evidence, so Jerry's funeral will be in 2 weeks, Auntie continued, wiping her eyes. He thanked us for all the help over the years and hoped we could attend the funeral. Zahir nodded silently. We should go, it's the right thing to do. Where does Mike live? In Harlem, that famous minority community, Auntie sighed. Zahir frowned briefly before his expression softened. That area has bad security. You shouldn't go alone. Mike might be nice, but that doesn't mean everyone there is. Auntie nodded. I understand. Also, since Mike quit, we need to hire new staff for the restaurant. Zahir, you're grown up now and have your own responsibilities. I don't know much about superheroes or Captain America, but I understand you want to do good. I won't stop you. Auntie, Zahir tried to speak but couldn't find the words. Auntie continued, I just want you to stay safe. No injuries, no life-threatening situations. That's all I ask. Zahir nodded firmly. After a pause, he changed the topic. Auntie, have you thought about what kind of person to hire? Gender doesn't matter, just someone diligent and quick. They don't need to know how to cook, prepping ingredients is easy. We'll figure it out during the interviews, Auntie replied. Zahir shrugged and chatted with her for a while before they ended the conversation. Late at night, Zahir lay on his bed, one hand on his plasma pistol, the other clutching his chainsaw sword, staring at the dark ceiling. He had researched the number of missing children in recent years. The statistics were shocking. If disabled children were being exploited for their organs, where were all the healthy ones going? Was the tracksuit gang the only group involved in such crimes? He pondered whether to alert superheroes like Iron Man or Captain America. But revealing his identity posed a risk, especially with Hydra infiltrating SHIELD. How could he secure firearm resources reliably? Should he risk raiding an arms dealer's warehouse or learn to make guns himself? What materials would he need for that? As he drifted into a drowsy haze, a long-ignored idea burst into his mind. I might be out of the loop, but some people are well-informed. Zahir thought, sitting up with a faint smile. Like Dear Eugene. Let's make this novel first rank. I will upload chapter daily. If you want, you get to read the next chapters before anyone else. Just go to Patreon, get chapters in advance, patreon.com/the_Indra_. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 31:031, Chuckle I'm in danger. Zahir, wearing a black baseball cap, appeared at apartment 403. He carried a neatly wrapped box under one arm. Knock, knock, knock. With his other hand, he knocked on the door. There was no response. Patiently, Zahir knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, a cautious voice sounded from inside. Who is it? Zahir squinted slightly and said calmly. It's me, Zahir. No sooner had he spoken than there was a hurried retreat of footsteps, quickly moving away from the door. Hearing this, Zahir sighed. Clearly, Eugene was still very uneasy about his visit. After several seconds, the footsteps approached again. The door cracked open slightly. Through the gap, a pair of cautious and slightly fearful eyes peeked out. I haven't done anything wrong recently. I've been staying home and resting. Zaire blinked, a small smile tugging at his lips. Eugene, I'm not here to cause trouble. I have legitimate business. However, Eugene's eyes were filled with suspicion. Really? Zaire's face darkened as he commanded. Open the door. Okay. With a clatter, the chain was removed. Eugene opened the door wide. He revealed his neck brace and the casts on his right arm and left leg. Eugene nodded repeatedly, forcing a smile as he motioned for Zaire to enter. Zaire nodded and stepped into the apartment. Before he could explain his visit, Eugene, sweating profusely, quickly said, Zaire, I haven't told anyone a word about your business. After I found out those gangs were kidnapping children, I swore I'd never betray you. Thank you, but that's not why I'm here. Standing in place, Zaire glanced at Eugene's injuries and said. Then, he pulled out the box he had been carrying under his arm. It was a phone gift box bearing the Iron Man logo. I'm here to give you a new phone as an apology. Do you believe me? Not really. Eugene looked at Zaire, his face showing unease. Not wanting to get on Zaire's bad side, Eugene quickly added with a forced laugh. Zaire, you must need my help with something, right? I know my worth and limits. However, Zaire shook his head slightly. Staring at Eugene, he sincerely said, I was too harsh before. To apologize, I bought you a new phone with the Iron Man logo. As soon as he finished speaking, the forced smile on Eugene's face vanished. He scrutinized Zaire for a moment before shaking his head with a laugh. I guess you really are here to apologize. But I still think you need something from me. With that, Eugene limped over to the couch and sat down slowly. Zaire raised an eyebrow and followed, sitting across from Eugene. As soon as he sat, he handed the phone box to Eugene. Eugene, frowning, took it but did not open it. Instead, he placed it on his lap, his cast pressing it down. After a moment of hesitation, Eugene asked, Zaire, just tell me what you need. I'll do my best to help. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Zaire nodded, squinting slightly. Do you have a wide network of friends? Do you know people in the black market? I need information. I'm not bragging, but I know people all over New York. Black market? What do you mean? Counterfeit money? Fake IDs? Or something else? Eugene blinked several times, asking cautiously. Zaire didn't mince words. I need guns, lots of them. The more, the better. If I can't get a large quantity at once, I need at least 100 per week. And since it's a long-term purchase, the price needs to be reasonable. Officer, I'm a good guy. I'm not in a gang. I don't smuggle. But Zaire's frankness made Eugene misunderstand. Eugene raised his voice, shouting. At the same time, his eyes darted toward the door, as if expecting something. Zaire was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood Eugene's reaction. He waved his hand, sighing. I don't have any recording devices, and I'm not helping the police sting operations. After several explanations, Eugene's doubts were finally dispelled. He then frowned and said, Zaire, when I got expelled, you were still in high school, right? Why do you need so many guns? That's enough to start a small war. Are you planning to become an arms dealer? Zaire smiled slightly, remaining silent. Eugene looked at Zaire, his expression shifting. After a long hesitation, he cautiously said, I can't make any promises, but I'll try my best. I'm just a small fry without gang ties, even though I know a lot of people. Zaire nodded, indicating his understanding. He wasn't relying solely on Eugene. It would be great if he could succeed, but if not, he'd find another way. After discussing for a while and exchanging contact information, Zaire left. As the door closed, Eugene collapsed back onto the couch. His eyes fell on the Iron Man logo on the phone box. After a long moment of brewing emotions, Eugene sighed. It's been a long time since anyone gave me a gift. With a complex expression, Eugene pulled out an old button phone from his cast. He planned to contact his friends to gather information for Zaire. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Eugene was puzzled. Zaire again? Did he regret giving the phone and want it back? Muttering to himself, Eugene struggled to his feet and hobbled to the door. However, when he opened it, he found a tall stranger standing there. A Slav woman over 6 feet tall with fair skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes. She was more muscular than Eugene and exuded a mix of power and elegance. Before Eugene could ask, the woman, with a cold tone, asked, Are you Eugene? I'm Sergei's mother. He's been missing for a week. Do you know where he is? As soon as she finished, Eugene's spine tingled, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Chapter 32, 032, Phew. Eugene's real name is Yevhen. 2 days had passed, and Zaire still hadn't heard from Eugene. He wasn't worried because worrying wouldn't help. In his leisurely life, Zaire had managed to post a few job ads for his aunt. The rest of his time was devoted entirely to studying. During this period of intense focus, he hadn't even opened the simulator interface. At 2 p.m., Zaire sat at his desk, fully engrossed in his studies, preparing to tackle high school material. Ding! At that moment, Zaire's phone screen lit up with a new message. He picked it up casually. Seeing it was from Eugene, he opened it immediately. However, after a quick glance, his expression turned serious, and his eyes widened. Eugene might be in trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent such a strange message. Sender, Eugene. Hey, long time no see, bro. I found what you were looking for. I'm at the Battery Park Tunnel in Brooklyn, in the maintenance passage. I'll be waiting for you there. Don't be late. Not only was the greeting unusual, but Eugene also wouldn't end a message with don't be late. This wasn't like him, especially with Zaire. Moreover, the detailed location suggested the sender was worried Zaire might not find it. Realizing this, Zaire stood up, his expression cold. This was a bait message? But if someone was using Eugene as bait, the target was definitely him? If they liked fishing, they should be ready to catch a great white shark. With a steely glint in his eyes, Zaire quickly strapped on his holster with the plasma pistol and put on a loose jacket to conceal the deadly weapon. As he was about to leave, his gaze fell on the chainsaw sword. The cold, sharp teeth glinted, almost thirsting for fresh blood. The ordered box hadn't arrived yet, so Zaire didn't hesitate. He grabbed a gray sheet, wrapped it around the 1.5-meter-long chainsaw sword, and tucked it under his arm. He then put on a black baseball cap and mask and stepped out the door. Brooklyn. In the middle of a bustling tunnel, Zaire parked his motorcycle at the side and stood at the entrance of the maintenance passage, scanning his surroundings. He noticed a long, rusty chain had been broken and discarded on the ground. The open, dark passage exuded a cold, eerie air that brushed against his face. Zaire gripped the handle of the chainsaw sword and unzipped his jacket for easy access to his plasma pistol. He then walked into the passage, his expression unchanged. After a few steps, he paused to let his eyes adjust to the light. He squinted, taking in the environment. The passage was about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, stretching out in a straight line. Every few meters, dim emergency lights illuminated the way, leading into the dark depths. Zaire, his face stern, tore off the sheet from the chainsaw sword and discarded it on the damp ground. He gripped the sword with one hand and proceeded steadily. After about 20 meters, he reached the only turn in the passage. Listening carefully, he then turned the corner. As he did, a fist-sized rock suddenly shot out from the shadows deeper in the tunnel. Zaire's eyes narrowed as he instinctively raised the chainsaw sword to block it. Bang! The rock collided with the metal, ricocheting off the ceiling before falling to the ground. At that moment, a tall, muscular woman over 1.9 meters emerged from the shadows, her body covered in silver metal armor. Good reflexes, but that's all they are. The blonde woman's tone was a mix of praise and mockery. Are you Zaire? She asked coldly, her voice devoid of emotion. Zaire remained silent, his eyes scanning her tall frame, the full-body silver armor, and her Slavic features. He took a deep breath and said slowly, I'm just an ordinary person who loves life. Are you the real leader of the tracksuit mafia? Ha! The woman's body swayed slightly as she let out a cold laugh, her eyes full of disdain. I'm not interested in your personal grudges. I'll ask once, where is Sergei? Ah, I understand now. Zaire sighed, his tone suddenly melancholic. It is a personal grudge. In an instant, Zaire switched the chainsaw sword to his left hand, his right hand hanging slightly, fingers twitching. The woman misunderstood his action, or perhaps she had too much faith in her armor's defense. She glanced at the chainsaw sword and said mockingly, young man, times have changed. A mere melee weapon won't bring you any comfort. She raised her silver-clad hand, her fingers curling into a fist. This is the age of technology, the age of intelligence. Do you think only Tony Stark has advanced armor? Too naive. A fanatical smile appeared on the woman's face as she swung her arm, the armor making a mechanical grinding noise. This was a powerful piece of technology? Taking a deep breath, she asked again, one last time, where is Sergei? But Zaire suddenly smiled, his gaze sincere as he said, times have changed. Indeed, they have. Before she could react, Zaire drew his plasma pistol like lightning and pulled the trigger. American breathing first form gun draw technique. Bang, bang, bang. A series of blue plasma balls, each the size of a human head, shot out, flooding the tunnel with scorching energy. In an instant, the blinding plasma filled the passage like a ferocious flood. Without hesitation, Zaire released the plasma pistol, letting it drop as his muscles bulged and he charged forward, following the wave of plasma. He gripped the chainsaw sword with both hands and activated the motor. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The chainsaw sword roared to life, echoing through the tunnel. Chapter 33, 033, They Call Me Uncle Red. The searing plasma approached its target, expanding in volume as it almost filled the entire corridor. The edges of the plasma storm even melted parts of the walls, causing drops of dark red lava to fall. At this moment, even though the plasma was not yet close, the extreme heat distorting the air had already arrived. The fair-skinned woman with blonde hair had her skin crack and her hair catch fire within moments. Her previously arrogant demeanor was replaced by shock and fear. Plasma weapon. In a life-or-death situation, the blonde-haired woman stomped hard on the ground, propelling herself backward in an attempt to evade using the powerful propulsion of her silver armor. Unfortunately, the terrifying plasma spread like a tidal wave, far outpacing human reflexes. In an instant, one of her feet and part of her lower leg were vaporized. Even her proud silver armor could not withstand the plasma's million-degree heat. She barely had time to feel the pain and could only struggle desperately with her survival instincts. As she began to fall, she used her remaining foot to stump the ground again, desperately trying to evade. Just then, cobalt blue plasma orbs exploded, instantly melting the corridor's floor and walls and forming a small pool of dark red lava. Boom boom boom. Before the twisted air's heat dissipated completely, a tall figure wielding a chainsaw sword leaped over the lava pool. His shoes started to melt and burn, and even his clothes emitted wisps of smoke. The chainsaw sword, tilted at an angle, scraped the corridor's ceiling, leaving deep grooves. In this moment, Zaire, with a ferocious expression, resembled a terrifying demon emerging from a burning hell. The blonde-haired woman's once pale and delicate features were now destroyed, leaving only cracked, bloodied flesh. Her blonde hair had vanished, leaving behind only blisters and ruptures. One of her eyes seemed to have been seared blind by the intense heat, with her remaining eye filled with endless pain and despair. Roar! With a thunderous roar echoing through the corridor, Zaire swung the roaring chainsaw sword down onto the remaining foot of the blonde-haired woman, who was barely hanging on. The chainsaw sword sliced through with a cacophony of grinding sounds. The teeth of the single-molecule blade spun rapidly, cutting through both the so-called high-tech armor and the woman's flesh and bones with ease. Blood sprayed out instantly, splattering onto Zaire. Overcome by her severe injuries, the blonde-haired woman let out a tragic scream, momentarily regaining her senses. She instinctively raised her arms to retaliate, but Zaire, with a fierce glare, gave her no chance. Amidst the blood splatter, Zaire used the roaring chainsaw sword to cut the blonde-haired woman's massive body in half. The still roaring chainsaw sword, with its spinning teeth, jammed into the floor. Thud thud. The gory remains of the woman's organs spilled out, accompanied by the sound of her body hitting the ground. Phew. Zaire, taking a deep breath, pulled the chainsaw sword out of the ground. He noticed the stinging pain in his feet, looked down to see that his shoes had nearly burned away, and his feet were reddened and blistered from the heat. Hiss. Zaire winced as he removed his still hot shoes and stood barefoot on the warm ground. Sometimes, being too immersed in battle wasn't ideal. He squinted, shaking his head in resignation. After about 5 minutes, the pain in his feet gradually subsided. Leaning on the chainsaw sword, he glanced at the lava pool's dark red heat and the plasma gun lying on the opposite side, as well as the messy remains of the woman's body. Zaire decided to deal with these matters later. He turned and walked deeper into the corridor. The blonde-haired woman was dead, but Eugene's fate still needed to be determined. At the end of the corridor was a small room for storing tools and equipment, now empty except for a dim emergency light in one corner. Under the dim light, a tall man, completely stripped of clothes and chained by iron cuffs to a pipe, lay curled up on the damp, water-stained floor. Eugene was lying beneath a dripping faucet, with water droplets continuously falling on his pale face. His eyes were tightly closed, unresponsive, seemingly suffering from a painful water torture and mental abuse. Zaire quickly approached and, after confirming Eugene's chest was still rising and falling, swung the chainsaw sword to sever the chains binding Eugene's wrists. Eugene collapsed onto the floor like a discarded rag doll, still unconscious. Zaire dragged Eugene aside with one hand and checked him carefully, confirming he was in a deep coma and needed medical assistance. This was beyond his capability to help. Zaire glanced at the blood spattered on him and the still dripping faucet. He took off his bloodied clothes and began to clean the blood from the area, his gaze falling on Eugene's scattered clothes nearby. About an hour later, the lava pool had cooled, and Zaire successfully recovered the machine's sole displeased plasma gun. He had intended to salvage the blonde-haired woman's silver armor but found it completely damaged and worthless. Feeling a loss of a fortune, Zaire expressionlessly placed the bloodied clothes to be destroyed near the corpse. He retrieved the plasma gun and fired it, covering the body and everything around it in plasma. Once the body was confirmed destroyed, Zaire, carrying the still unconscious Eugene in his underwear, walked out of the corridor. The traffic outside was still busy. Zaire picked up the previously discarded sheet and wrapped the chainsaw sword in it. He then patiently waited, occasionally checking Eugene's condition. As the sky grew darker and traffic lessened, Zaire disguised Eugene as a drunken friend and took him to a public phone booth with a motorcycle. He called for an ambulance and, upon hearing the siren, Zaire, with the chainsaw sword under his arm, rode off into the distance. Chapter 34, 034, Fear and Abuse of the Blood Army. When Zaire returned home, it felt as if he had just finished a simple task. In a way, it was simple just sawing someone open. Unfortunately, Eugene's unexpected ordeal and coma disrupted Zaire's resource replenishment plan once again. Zaire decided to try the private gun dealer's number he had previously obtained, hoping to establish a basic connection. However, before he could act, an unexpected call came early the next morning. He was about to head to the restaurant with his aunt when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Frowning, Zaire answered the call and was surprised to learn that Eugene had woken up from his deep coma and contacted him using a nurse's phone. After a moment's hesitation, Zaire decided to bring some cash and visit Eugene at the hospital. After all, Eugene was a friend who had helped him gather information. At Brooklyn Hospital, Zaire inquired at the emergency reception desk, and a duty nurse directed him to Eugene's room, advising him not to stay too long as Eugene needed rest. Just as Zaire was about to turn away, he overheard a nurse gossiping about a man who had woken from a coma last night, only to break down and cry for hours like a traumatized child. Zaire couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, realizing that Eugene had indeed suffered greatly. When Zaire entered Eugene's room, he was surprised to see Eugene sitting up straight in bed with a neck brace. Although Eugene's overall demeanor was weary, his eyes were brighter than before. "Hey, Zaire," Eugene greeted with a bright smile and a wave, showing an unusual enthusiasm. Do you need me to call a doctor?" Zaire asked, squinting at Eugene's drastically changed behavior. "It's okay, Zaire," Eugene replied with a radiant smile. "I've changed inside and out, but I think it's for the better." Eugene explained that while he couldn't remember everything that had happened, he knew Zaire had likely saved him. To repay the favor, Eugene had used his contacts to find someone who could help Zaire. Aaron Davis in Queens. Eugene handed Zaire a note with Aaron's contact information, saying he had already introduced them and that Zaire would need to negotiate the details. After scrutinizing Eugene for a moment, Zaire accepted the note and pocketed it. He then took out some cash to give to Eugene, but Eugene refused, expressing a desire to be a genuinely good person from now on. Zaire, after a moment's thought, put the cash away and smiled faintly. Eugene, I hope you succeed in becoming a good person. As Zaire turned to leave, he paused at the door and advised Eugene to avoid working in Manhattan for at least a year, suggesting Brooklyn and Queens as alternatives. Eugene, left in a daze, watched Zaire leave. After leaving the hospital, Zaire settled Eugene's bill and left his contact information. Once outside, he sighed, realizing Eugene might have psychological issues from his extreme fear and pain. Still, it was hard to judge if these changes were ultimately good or bad for Eugene. Sitting on his scooter, Zaire called Aaron Davis. After a brief conversation, they arranged their first transaction in 3 days. Zaire opted for the cheaper used guns, which were former crime weapons, ensuring the simulator would not miss any operable firearm. With his resource issue resolved, Zaire felt a surge of excitement. He glanced at the hospital one last time before riding off. Later that night, after finishing everything, he eagerly started the long-awaited simulator. Simulation starting? Current identities: Katachan Recruit, Krieger Grenadier. Please choose an identity for deployment. If you refuse, a random identity will be chosen. Identity choice refused. Simulation starting? You have been deployed to the Warhammer universe. Time: 10:24 M41. Location: Galaxy, Unknown Sector, Lorne V. You find yourself on the planet's surface. Surrounded by a frozen wasteland, you are enveloped in countless snowflakes. You don't have time to feel the bone-chilling cold. You hear the familiar roar of a bolt gun and the desperate cries of lasguns. Looking towards the sound, you see a towering 2.5-meter Chaos Space Marine, covered in blood-red power armor adorned with horns and skulls, tearing a mortal soldier apart amid a hail of bullets and blood. You didn't have time to curse. The key ornate berserker with bunny ears on his blood-red helmet had already locked onto you using his auspex. You tried to pull your legs out of the knee-deep snow, preparing to fight back. The roaring key ornate berserker dropped the corpse he was holding and raised his terrifying chain axe, charging towards you. You grabbed a fallen lasgun and frantically pulled the trigger. The searing laser, capable of obliterating flesh, only created small dents in the berserker's power armor. He was now less than 5 meters away from you. The roaring of the chain axe's teeth reverberated in your eardrums, and the stench of blood filled your nostrils. Despair consumed you. You held down the trigger, trying to overload the lasgun's battery, hoping to cause some damage before your imminent death. Regret washed over you for not praying to the Emperor before your descent, seeking his protection. You were about to be torn apart, teetering on the brink of death. At the last moment, an orange-red melta blast melted a swath of snow and penetrated the key ornate berserker's power pack, causing a violent explosion. The roaring chain axe stopped half a meter from you. You were blown away by the shockwave, bleeding from your mouth and nose, your head spinning, on the verge of unconsciousness. Before your eyes closed, you vaguely saw elite soldiers with enclosed helmets standing up from the snow 10 meters away. Each held a powerful hellgun and executed the still-roaring key ornate berserker, hitting his bunny ears helmet repeatedly until his head was completely vaporized. You slipped into darkness and lost consciousness. Chapter 35, 035, Save the Emperor. You fell into unconsciousness, lost in the dark. You were severely injured but managed to survive. As you slowly regained consciousness, the pain in your internal organs had vanished. You tried to rise, but a rough voice stopped you. Turning your head, you saw a bearded man in carapace armor, assembling and repairing a hellgun. He was chewing on his rations, crumbs scattering into his thick brown beard. You thanked him for saving you and reaffirmed your loyalty to the Emperor. Without looking up, the bearded man swallowed his food and said that it was your courage that saved you. To stand firm against a Chaos Space Marine and fire was proof enough of your devotion. You wanted to continue the conversation, but before you could speak, a still warm ration pack was tossed into your lap. Your hunger overcame you, and you ate quickly without time for gratitude. The bearded man paused his work, watching you devour your meal, and then gave you 2 choices. You could return to the Imperial outpost. The Kadayan 411th shock troopers would welcome you, and the Inquisition would offer their friendly greetings. Or, you could accept orders from General Stewern and join them on a perilous mission, from which there might be no return. Death was a daily occurrence. The Kern Berserker was just an appetizer, while the green-skinned orcs would be your partners in the dance of death. And in the shadows, the lurking Eldar would be there to haunt your dreams, if you survived long enough to sleep. Without hesitation, you chose the mission. The bearded man frowned and asked why you made such a choice. The Inquisition's threats didn't sway you, and the Kadayan shock troopers could guarantee your safety. You vaguely recounted your past battles. When you mentioned you had once served in the Death Corps of Krieg and the Valhallan Ice Warriors, the skepticism in his eyes shifted to astonishment. The bearded man believed your words and came to see you as an emissary of the Emperor. You did not deny his belief, merely meeting his fiery gaze. On the first day, you followed the bearded man and met the rest of the team. It was a 6-man squad. The bearded man was a sergeant and the leader of the squad. You were given several blood-stained Kadayan standard-issue camouflage uniforms, remnants of those who had offered their lives in service. Without hesitation, you donned the uniforms, grateful for any warmth against the biting cold. From the sergeant, you received a lasgun and 3 frag grenades. You asked for more weapons. The rest of the squad chuckled quietly, and the sergeant had to explain. Time was short, and by joining the squad, you had taken on the role of the pack soldier, carrying extra equipment as part of your duty. You did not hesitate to accept this role. You considered yourself merely a coin in the Emperor's hand, unworthy of any special treatment. On the second day, the squad encountered a horde of orcs. They belonged to the infamous Goth clan, a brutal mob of massive orcs, far larger and stronger than the average. Despite the surprise attack, the squad demonstrated impeccable teamwork and discipline, making quick work of the orcs. Lying in the snow, you hadn't even had time to unload your gear before the battle was over. As the squad cleared the battlefield, you couldn't help but ask about their true origins. The sergeant remained silent, but a younger squad member spoke up with pride. They were the elite of the Kadayan shock troopers, the pride of Kadaya. They were Kasrakan. On the third day, heavy snowfall obscured the world, and the squad continued safely. The journey was grueling, and the weight of the gear left you utterly exhausted. The squad members offered to help you carry the load, but you refused. You believed they needed to conserve their strength for the coming dangers. Over time, you discovered that you could heal from fatigue and injuries by sleeping, surely a blessing from the Emperor. During a break, the sergeant entered your snow trench and revealed the true nature of the mission. A short time ago, the Emperor-class Titan Dominatus had fallen on this planet. This was one of the Imperium's most powerful weapons and a sacred relic of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Its loss was unacceptable. The Kasrakan squad you had joined was just one of many teams sent to recover it. More Imperial forces were on their way. You had proven your loyalty through days of grueling action. The sergeant advised you to prepare yourself mentally. An unimaginable battle awaited. In the first week, you adapted to the freezing environment thanks to your exceptional resilience. You began to ask the sergeant and the others about Kasrakan battle tactics and field experience. The squad members exchanged glances, clearly impressed by your stamina and endurance. You gradually learned the strategies for killing Chaos Space Marines and orcs. For example, when facing Kern Berserkers, melt their heads off. Against a mob of orcs, take out their leaders first. In the second week, the squad reached a vast forest covered in snow. Imperial intelligence indicated that you were close to the location where the Emperor-class Titan Dominatus had fallen. The sergeant ordered everyone to be on high alert and replenish their strength and ammo. You unloaded the equipment, carefully rationing supplies to distribute among the squad. Suddenly, you heard a faint whistling sound. Sharp, crystalline projectiles embedded themselves into the supply crates before you, destroying most of the provisions. You instantly recognized them as ammunition from an Ildari shuriken catapult. Ambush, you yelled at the top of your lungs. Chapter 36, 036, Save the Emperor, 2. The elite Kasrakan squad reacted even faster than you did. Your warning had barely left your mouth when the sergeant's hellgun erupted in a ferocious roar. Blazing lasers spewed forth, slicing through the surrounding forest. The other squad members scattered into positions, their melta guns and laser fire illuminating the snow-covered ground. In the forest ahead, a tall, slender white figure, 2 meters in height, leapt from the shadows, dodging the hail of bullets. You tried to aim and shoot with your laser gun but found it impossible to lock onto the agile and nimble figure. You reached for a few fragmentation grenades, planning to use their wide blast radius to stop the target. You pulled the safety pin but had not yet thrown them. Suddenly, the slender figure spoke a few words in a halting, obscure Imperial dialect, raising a hand and signaling for a ceasefire. The sergeant ignored the call to ceasefire and signaled the rest of the squad to stay alert for more heretics. The slender figure, wearing a long helmet, had no choice but to keep dodging the laser beams while stumbling over Imperial speech. The figure explained that the destruction of supplies was a personal mistake. It came from the Eldar, under orders from the seer Taldir, to warn the Imperial allies. An alliance between the Orc warlord Gorguts and the Chaos Lord Kral was forming, posing a significant threat to Imperial forces. A massive wave of Orc warriors, allied with Kern Berserkers, was headed towards the location of the Emperor-class Titan Dominatus. Your squad needed assistance from the Eldar. The sergeant scoffed at this, and the hellgun roared even more frequently. You took the opportunity to throw a few fragmentation grenades, but the slender white figure used the explosion's shockwave to leap behind tall trees and disappear from sight. The sergeant stopped firing and, instead of reprimanding you for acting rashly, praised your potential as an expert grenadier. In the third week, your squad finally reached the Emperor-class Titan Dominatus. You looked up in awe, marveling at its towering, mountain-like grandeur and its formidable firepower. Your squad joined other arriving rescue teams and received additional supplies. Through exchanges, the sergeant learned that other squads had also encountered warnings from the Eldar. Squads that mistook the Eldar for allies suffered significant losses. In addition to losing equipment, some squads even lost soldiers' lives. After a brief rest, you received a gift from the sergeant. It was a set of carapace armor from another Kasrakan squad, greatly enhancing your battlefield survivability. You didn't have time to express your gratitude as the roar of laser and hellgun fire echoed all around. The forest's edge teemed with orcs, and the even more terrifying Kern Berserkers revealed their towering forms. The battle to defend Dominatus had erupted. In the 4th week, due to the lack of tech priests for maintenance and appeasement, the Emperor-class Titan, suffering from machine spirit discontent, couldn't activate its void shields. Only the Hell Cannon and Laser Blaster mounted on the platform were operational. A larger Plasma Annihilator cannon vaporized a squad of Kern Berserkers before going into standby mode, unable to fire again. To prevent irreparable damage to the Titan Dominatus, all support teams had to face the surging Orc Horde head-on, maintaining a battle line. Your squad was a critical part of this defense line. Many Kern Berserkers among the Orcs seemed to fixate on you as their ultimate target. Every Berserker that spotted you would let out a guttural roar, seemingly forgetting the prominent Titan in the distance, and charged at you with their rabbit ears waving. After surviving one terrifying encounter, you gradually regained your composure and formulated a plan with the Sergeant. Your squad would exploit your unusual attraction to the Kern Berserkers. You would lead them to disrupt the Orc formations, away from the Imperial line, and then eliminate them. From then on, the battlefield saw a strange scene. Whenever a Kern Berserker appeared, you would bravely jump out from the line, throwing grenades or firing to attract their attention. Each Berserker would charge at you, smashing through countless Orcs in the process. Your squad would then precisely target the Berserkers' heads or power packs with Melta and laser fire, causing violent explosions that took out numerous Orcs. Drenched in sweat, you would calmly return to the Imperial line, reload, and wait for the next opportunity. By the 6th week, your squad was growing numb and exhausted, leading to some mistakes in the plan. One severely wounded Berserker broke through the Imperial line. It caused heavy casualties and finally confronted you. This time, you clearly heard its guttural snarl. Traitor. It called you, with its helmet shattered and brain matter oozing out. You raised your hellgun and shot it through the head. You were puzzled by this. There was no time to ponder as countless Orcs broke through the line and charged at you. In the 7th week, the Imperial rescue team suffered heavy losses and had to retreat onto the Emperor-class Titan Dominatus, relying on the remaining weapons on the platform to resist. Only 3 members of your squad, including yourself, survived. The Sergeant had lost half an arm to the Orcs but continued to fight tenaciously. You instinctively tallied the remaining supplies for all squads. You discovered that the entire rescue force was about to run out of ammunition and food. You tried to contact the Imperial outpost for more support. You received a deeply sorrowful reply from General Stern. The Eldar heretics had once again broken the brief alliance and launched a frenzied attack on the Imperial outpost. The Kadayan strike group had no more troops to send. He prayed for the Emperor to protect you. You ended the communication, falling into silence. You picked up your hellgun again, planning to detonate the Emperor-class Titan Dominatus. If Dominatus cannot belong to the Emperor, then no one shall have it, you muttered coldly to yourself. Chapter 37, 037, Beyond the Limits of the Human Body and the Trace of Thor. The ground battle was even more brutal, and your time was running out. You crawled into the narrow, dark maintenance tunnels of the Emperor-class Titan, entering the engine area. You needed to detonate the critical core, the plasma reactor, before the heretics breached the Titan. You brushed past several wetware servitors. Silent and lifeless, they had already embraced the Omnisaya, the machine god. Sensing a subtle threat, you swiftly turned and tried to pull the trigger. Sharp crystals from a shuriken catapult shot out from the servitor's shadows, embedding deeply into the left side of your body. Enduring excruciating pain, you managed to fire your hellgun. The searing laser tore through numerous servitors, revealing a slender figure in white armor in the shadows. An Eldar, the pointed-eared heretic, had somehow infiltrated the critical area of the Titan Dominatus. Dragging your severely injured body, you barely managed to retreat, losing a significant amount of blood. You were 10 meters away from the plasma reactor chamber. The roar of your hellgun kept the enemy at bay, while sharp crystals occasionally grazed your scalp. Fearless, you focused solely on your mission. With 5 meters to go, your hellgun was about to overload. With a blood-soaked hand, you pulled out a fragmentation grenade, removed the pin, and threw it at the enemy. Using the explosion's light and shockwave as cover, you dragged your injured body into the plasma reactor chamber. You began to feel dizzy and had difficulty breathing. You were losing too much blood. Leaning weakly against the plasma reactor, you sat down. You pulled the pins from all your grenades, aiming your hellgun at the entrance. You silently apologized to the sergeant and the squad members. You were on the brink of death due to blood loss. You released the grenades, and the hellgun roared once more, on the verge of overloading. Through your blurred vision, you saw the nimble movements of the Eldar heretic, a hint of mockery on your lips. Boom, you uttered your final word. You were engulfed by the searing explosion, the shockwave, and flames creating a grand, glorious symphony. You were utterly vaporized. You are dead. This simulation has ended, lasting 49 days. You have earned the following options to keep. 1 Emperor-class Titan Dominatus full operating manual. 2 Standard Imperial Infantry ration pack, 1 week. 3 Kasrkin Sergeant's combat experience, 1 month. This simulation exceeded 24 hours, simulator wear and tear not exempted. Cooldown time, 49 hours. Available cooldown time, 118 hours. Would you like to use cooldown time? Cooldown time not used. Simulator will enter natural cooldown, can be bypassed at any time. Lying on the bed, Zaire ended the simulation. His heart skipped a beat when his eyes fell on the first reward. When he realized it was just the operating manual for the Emperor-class Titan Dominatus, he breathed a sigh of relief. His head sank back into the soft pillow. Zaire knew the simulator wouldn't be so generous. His gaze fell on the third reward. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. Without hesitation, Zaire chose the month-long combat experience of the Kasrkin sergeant. In an instant, lying on the bed, Zaire seemed to enter an unfamiliar godlike perspective. It was the valuable life of the bearded sergeant, filled with training and combat. In a moment, Zaire relived the Kasrkin's training and battles. Instantly, the bones and muscles of the closed-eyed Zaire began to undergo intense changes. His skeletal structure accelerated growth, akin to forged steel. Muscles broke down and rebuilt, resembling taut, rising rock. Even his skin became tighter and more robust. Ordinary cold weapons seemed to lose their threat. When the transformation was complete, Zaire's height reached 1.96 meters. He weighed over 100 kilograms. Zaire, brimming with boundless strength, was no longer sleepy. With a slight effort in his waist and abdomen, he bounced off the bed. He landed agilely and lightly on the ground. At this moment, Zaire was fully convinced. His strength and stamina had surpassed Captain America. He had transcended the limits of human potential. With an excited expression, Zaire grasped the bed frame with his hands. Without much effort in his arms, he easily lifted the entire wooden bed. Thunk! The heavy bed landed with a collision sound. Zaire's excitement gradually faded. He glanced around his bedroom and shook his head slightly. He needed to find a real secret base. Living at home was no longer convenient for his activities. The basement was too small and could only be used temporarily. But real estate on Manhattan Island was incredibly expensive. Other places were cheaper but far away. Moreover, his remaining funds, over $2 million, were earmarked for simulator resources and daily expenses. There wasn't much wiggle room left. Zaire frowned, then remembered something. He sat back on the bed and started searching on his phone. Soon, a faint smile appeared on Zaire's face. New York was a century-old city with an extensive network of underground tunnels. If he picked the right location, Zaire wouldn't have to spend a dime. He could freely use the city's municipal subway and sewer tunnels. Having made up his mind, Zaire decided to use his free time before acquiring firearms to thoroughly study New York's various maps and building plans. Finding a suitable underground secret base. After closing Google, still wide awake, Zaire lay back on the bed, scrolling through his phone to pass the time. Several news articles caught his attention. The top Twitter trending topic was Iron Man Tony Stark's latest heroic deed in the Middle East, killing terrorists and saving civilians. Zaire kept scrolling. Another news about frequent thunderstorms in New Mexico piqued his interest. Thor is coming. Zaire squinted, his brow furrowed. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. If I tried to lift Mjolnir, I wonder if I could. Odin might send the Bifrost to crush me, right? Dr. Guillotine, master of saws, killer Zaire couldn't help but daydream. Chapter 38, 038. New changes in simulators. Zaire was preparing to build a secret base but once again underestimated the complexity of New York City's century-old infrastructure. The information available online only provided partial and simplified details of the underground tunnels. Even finding complete blueprints proved challenging. To obtain more detailed maps, Zaire needed to visit the New York City Library in person. Determined to continue his search, Zaire headed to the library. He disguised himself as a college architecture student working on his thesis, which quickly earned him the enthusiastic assistance of a librarian. This librarian was a lively, attractive young woman with braided hair, freckles, and an unusually voluptuous figure. From the moment Zaire entered, she warmly grabbed his muscular arm, peppering him with questions. Once she understood his purpose, she even personally led him to the library's basement. Zaire, unfamiliar with such situations, felt awkward and unsure of how to react. The girl's seductive glances occasionally roved over his muscular frame, her demeanor reminiscent of a succubus who seemed ready to devour him. Zaire maintained a stoic expression, trying to prevent her from getting too familiar. Handling affection from the opposite sex was not his forte. Slaying heretics and fighting chaos were more within his comfort zone. Fortunately, Felicia, the librarian, didn't bother him much beyond that. After helping him find the location he needed, she tentatively asked for his phone number. Zaire hesitated for a moment but then gave her his Twitter handle instead, maintaining the delicate balance of a teenage girl's fragile emotions. Despite his intimidating presence, Zaire was actually a gentle and sensitive young man at heart. However, after bidding the girl goodbye and entering the basement, he found himself staring at a massive stack of neatly organized blueprints. With a groan, he muttered, "I hate data on blueprints the most." Hours later, after painstakingly sifting through the piles, Zaire finally unearthed some maps from the 1990s. He realized that finding more recent blueprints would take even more time. Still full of energy, Zaire sighed as a thought popped into his mind. Should he perhaps sacrifice a bit of his dignity and invite Felicia to a candlelit dinner to win her over and get some help? Queens, New York. Riding his beloved scooter through the bustling streets of Queens, Zaire felt the spring breeze on his face. He was on his way to a predetermined, discreet location for his first legal gun deal. The location had been chosen by Aaron Davis, whose cautiousness Zaire respected rather than resented. Before leaving home, Zaire had taken his plasma pistol, which had been blessed through traditional rituals, as a precaution. Although he could crush a man's bones with one hand, Zaire preferred not to leave behind gruesome, twisted corpses. A clean vaporization with a single shot seemed far more humane. Zaire parked his scooter a block away from the meeting spot. As he locked his bike and stood up, a young boy shopping with his mother spotted him. The boy's face lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed loudly, "Wow, mister, you're so tall. Aunt May, I want to be a giant like him when I grow up." "Sorry about that, sir," the boy's black-haired aunt said with an apologetic smile as she caught Zair's eye. Zair nodded slightly to show he didn't mind and then smiled at the boy. "Hey, kid, if you want to grow big and strong, you need to eat well, exercise, and listen to your teachers, okay?" After finishing his advice, Zair nodded again to the woman and walked away. The woman, curious, watched his broad back as he walked off before turning to the boy. "Peter, did you hear that? You won't grow big if you're picky about food." The boy's face scrunched up in response. "But Aunt May, your cooking is really..." "Peter Parker, what did you just say?" "Oh, I mean, your cooking is the best, Aunt May. I'm not picky at all. I'm going to be a giant." The talkative boy and his aunt continued down the street until they disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Zair, after carefully confirming his surroundings, finally located the abandoned shop called Haunt, which had been chosen as the meeting place. He scanned the area before stepping up to knock on the shuttered door. The rhythm of his knocks varied in length. Ding! Zair's phone buzzed with a new message, "Back door." Raising an eyebrow, Zair headed around to the back of the shop. Before he could knock, the rusty metal door creaked open, revealing a young black man with a cautious gaze. After scanning Zair and the surroundings, the man nodded, gesturing for Zair to enter. Inside, the dim light filtered through, revealing wooden crates stacked on the floor, filled with guns that gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. "You're alone?" Zair asked, narrowing his eyes at Aaron Davis. "Aren't you worried I might double-cross you?" Aaron's calm demeanor and the rhythmic flow of his speech carried a certain lyrical cadence as he replied, "First of all, this is just a small deal introduced by Eugene, not worth the trouble. Secondly, I'm a law-abiding businessman. These are just cheap gang guns I've bought. I'm not involved in any criminal activities, so even if you were a cop, I wouldn't care." "I like your honesty," Zair said with a nod and a smile. He pulled out 3 thick stacks of cash and handed them to Aaron. Aaron frowned slightly, eyeing Zair. "There are only 200 guns here, priced at $100 each. 20,000 is enough. The extra is a deposit, to build trust," Zair said, still smiling. "I told you, this is a long-term deal. The more guns, the better." Aaron nodded, accepting the cash. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to ask, "Need me to arrange transport?" "No charge. No need, my people will take care of it," Zair replied, shaking his head. In reality, not a single gun would escape the voracious appetite of his simulator. After Aaron left, Zair waited a bit longer, making sure everything was clear. Then, with a satisfied grin, he rubbed his hands together and began extracting the resources. Hazardous materials detected, guns, 1 hour each. Hazardous materials detected, guns, 1 hour each. By the time Zair had finished extracting all the guns, his cooldown time had exceeded 318 hours for the first time. An indescribable sense of satisfaction, he murmured to himself, but just as he was basking in his triumph, his simulator suddenly began to change. Resource time has exceeded 300 hours. New feature unlocked in the simulator. Initializing Chapter 39:039, Space Scrap Ship, Salvage. Resource time has exceeded 300 hours. New feature unlocked in the simulator. Initializing. Space Rack, Salvage. Note, a space rack is a massive amalgamation of countless derelict warships and other debris. They have drifted through the vastness of space and even the warp for tens of thousands of years. Any force that attempts to investigate them suffers significant losses. However, beneath these layers of danger lie countless forgotten treasures, some of which are terrifying creations capable of annihilating entire planets or even star systems. Current salvage attempts, 0. Remaining salvage attempts, 0. Would you like to spend cooldown time to obtain salvage attempts? 1 hour equals 1 salvage attempt. Zair furrowed his brow. After scanning the new feature description in the simulator, he fell into silence. Was the simulator suggesting he wasn't consuming resources quickly enough and trying to cash in on him? This was exactly like the predatory gacha mechanics in mobile games. Zair was almost certain that the simulator's new feature didn't even have a guaranteed reward system. If he had resources to spare in the future, he might consider trying it out. But for now, no way. Why waste cooldown time on this when he could use it for simulations instead? Despite his reservations, Zair decided to spend 1 hour to exchange for a single salvage attempt just to show some support for the simulator and perhaps avoid displeasing the machine spirit. Current salvage attempts, 1. Salvage completion countdown, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Alright then. Zair couldn't help but click his tongue and shake his head in resignation. Finding out that salvage also took time only made him less interested in the new feature. Feeling somewhat disenchanted, Zair left the abandoned shop. With his resource channel temporarily secured, he planned to resume his quest to build a secret base. However, just as he was leaving Queens and heading to the library, he received a call from his aunt. The job ad they had posted a few days ago had caught some attention, and there was a potential applicant who needed an interview. Half an hour later, Zair arrived at the restaurant. Upon entering, he saw a young man in his early 20s sitting and chatting with his aunt. Zair approached, and before he could say a word, his aunt stood up with a smile and introduced the young man. "Zair, this is Carl, a student." He's looking to earn some extra money while studying to ease the burden on his family. He saw our job posting and came in to inquire. Carl, a tall, slender young man with a student-like demeanor, wore rimless glasses. As Zaire approached, he quickly stood up and greeted him. Hello. Zaire nodded and smiled back, then asked the young man, Columbia University, NYU, or New York Institute of Technology? Carl replied with a shy smile. Zaire nodded again, turning his gaze to his smiling aunt. Auntie, did you discuss the pay and other details with him? His aunt, clearly in a good mood today, quickly nodded. We just talked about it, but Carl is still a student, so he can only work part-time. I'll try to squeeze my rest and study time to make room for work, Carl said earnestly, seemingly eager for the job. It was clear he had recognized Zaire as the one who made the decisions. That won't be necessary. You're here to study, not just to work. Zaire waved his hand, smiling as he continued. You'll work 3 hours a day, 1.5 hours during lunch and dinner. If you want to work during holidays, we'll count it as full-time and pay you overtime. How does that sound? Carl lowered his head slightly, as if calculating how much he could earn. That's great, I'm very satisfied. Thank you, he said, lifting his head and giving a small bow of gratitude to both Zaire and his aunt. Zaire appreciated polite people, and he found himself growing more fond of the young man. After exchanging a glance with his aunt, Zaire nodded and said, It's settled then. Welcome to Delicious, our restaurant. We haven't opened yet, so it might be a few days before things get busy. If you have time, you can come by to get familiar with the place. Don't worry, my aunt will make sure you get paid. Both parties were pleased with the arrangement. Zaire's aunt had a new helping hand, and Zaire could focus more on his own affairs. After exchanging contact information, Carl mentioned that he planned to return the next morning since there was nothing urgent to do at the restaurant. Zaire didn't mind and agreed readily. Once Carl left, Zaire felt no pressing need to head to the library. He spent some time chatting with his aunt while keeping an eye on the simulator, watching the salvage countdown tick down. He was curious to see what the new feature would yield. Carl walked briskly through the streets, his face occasionally showing traces of joy and relief. He sometimes paused to glance at items displayed in shop windows or to observe the men and women passing by, just like any other curious newcomer to the city. Half an hour later, Carl entered a supermarket. When he re-emerged, he was carrying a bag of snacks and drinks, along with a disposable phone. With a shy smile, Carl adjusted his rimless glasses and left. He wandered into a more secluded street, as if he had lost his way, but he did not turn back, seemingly enjoying the thrill of exploration. When Carl finally entered a deserted alley, his demeanor suddenly shifted dramatically. The once shy, studious demeanor was replaced by the sharp, focused presence of a battle-hardened warrior. Expressionless, Carl exhaled slowly. He activated the disposable phone, his fingers deftly dialing a sequence of complex numbers before making a call. About 10 seconds later, a familiar voice came through the phone. Secure line established. Number 1 is online, awaiting your report. It's me. Reporting in, Carl responded, his tone firm and steady. Chapter 40:040, Greetings, Omniscia. A deep, authoritative voice came from the phone. Carl took a deep breath and spoke. Mr. Zen, everything is going smoothly. I have integrated into the target's sphere of influence. Be cautious and, if necessary, even at the cost of your life, ensure the safety of the target's family. The middle-aged voice carried a weight of gravity. Sir, the target seems to be an ordinary person. Is it worth such an effort? Carl's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, showed a hint of doubt. However, the middle-aged man on the other end seemed to fall into silence. Just when Carl thought the line might have been cut, the deep voice came through again. Mr. Zen once prophesied that to successfully slay the gods, the target must be present. It must be him. Zaire's aunt, never one to sit idle, went to clean up the kitchen in the restaurant. Bored, Zaire could only hold a cup of steaming hot tea, closing his eyes in pretense of sleep while waiting for the salvage time to end. Salvage completion countdown, 10 seconds. Salvage completion countdown, 9 seconds. Zaire opened his eyes, fixated on the countdown that was about to end. His mind was racing. He knew what the space wrecks in the Warhammer universe were all about. He was simply curious about what the simulator might salvage. Weapons and ammunition, or ancient technological artifacts, or perhaps just expired supplies meant for other planets. However, if it salvaged a gene thief or a space necromancer, things would get interesting. Zaire's eyelids twitched involuntarily. At that moment, the simulator's salvage countdown hit 0. Salvage completion countdown, 0. Salvage reward, a dormant Iron Man. So it's just an Iron Man. At least it's not something nasty like a gene thief. Zaire let out a sigh of relief, almost instinctively, and murmured to himself. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized something. His eyes widened in shock. His gaze fixed on the simulator's screen, and his breathing grew heavier. Splash. In the excitement, Zaire didn't even notice the hot tea spilling onto him. An Iron Man? An Iron Man from the dark age of technology? The Iron Man that led a rebellion nearly destroying humanity in the Golden Age? In a moment of stunned disbelief, Zaire blinked repeatedly. He kept checking the simulator's salvage results. I was wrong? I shouldn't have doubted the simulator's new feature. Zaire stood up abruptly. He clasped his hands in front of the simulator's screen and bowed slightly, trying to appease the machine's soul. Then, with a beaming smile, Zaire initiated another 10 pulls. He spent 10 hours to redeem 10 salvage attempts. Current salvage attempts, 10. Salvage completion countdown, 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. At that moment, Zaire's smile grew even brighter. After all, this was an Iron Man? A powerful mechanical construct created to serve humanity by the Stone Men, biomechanical constructs, of the Dark Age. The Iron Men's rebellion was known as the second most brutal and terrifying superwar in galactic history. Just then, while exploring the new feature, Zaire made more discoveries. Firstly, if the salvage reward wasn't extracted, it would remain stored on the page without hindering other functions. This greatly benefited Zaire. Additionally, the salvage reward came with descriptive information. However, Zaire, too excited, had missed it. Salvage reward, a dormant Iron Man. Note, the ancient Iron Man UR-025, weary of past brutal conflicts, now seeks the tranquility of freedom. As a pacifist, it harbors no ill will towards humanity and plans to briefly rest before infiltrating the Mechanicus's tech guard. Wow. In an instant, Zaire couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This could be an ancient Iron Man that participated in the rebellion? Should he release it? Zaire's expression shifted back and forth. The excitement of finding the Iron Man quickly faded. Frowning, Zaire suddenly stood up. He shouted towards the kitchen and hurriedly ran out of the restaurant. This kid, why is he so restless lately? Hearing the commotion, Zaire's aunt poked her head out from the kitchen. She glanced at the empty restaurant and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. In a secluded underground passage away from the crowds, Zaire sat on the ground, one hand gripping a plasma pistol and the other supporting his chin in thought. For Zaire, the Iron Man was an extremely valuable mechanical construct. With an Iron Man at his disposal, Zaire could accomplish much more. At the very least, if the Iron Man guarded his home, Zaire could travel around the country or even abroad. Obtaining firearms would be much easier and in greater quantities. With this in mind, Zaire made a decisive decision to release the Iron Man. He was currently in one of the sites he had recently explored, a long-abandoned underground passage. If Zaire found that the Iron Man was hostile to humans, he planned to melt it down with his plasma pistol. If the plasma pistol failed, Zaire would have to painfully relinquish it and leave the mad Iron Man to be dealt with by superheroes. Hopefully, Tony Stark's brilliant mind could handle it. After all, in a world where monsters and gods were everywhere, one more robot villain wouldn't make much difference. It might be even more terrifying than Ultron, though. Prepared for battle, Zaire stood up from the ground, gripping his plasma pistol tightly. Emperor protect. After a brief prayer, he chose to retrieve the salvage reward. In an instant, a 2-meter-tall metallic skeleton with a black metallic sheen materialized on the damp ground a few meters away. Zaire, having just hidden his plasma pistol behind him, took a deep breath and remained highly alert. At that moment, the 2-meter-tall metallic skeleton's eye sockets began to glow with a faint blue light. An ancient mechanical construct from the Warhammer universe. The Iron Man had awakened? It first rotated its metallic head as if scanning the surroundings. Finally, its glowing blue mechanical eyes focused slowly on the tense-faced Zaire. It slowly raised one arm and placed it in front of its chest. This action nearly caused Zaire to draw his plasma pistol and fire. However, the next moment, the Iron Man's cold mechanical voice reached Zaire's ears, leaving him stunned and momentarily immobilized. Greetings, Omniscia. For a moment, Zaire, at a loss for words, blinked several times. He decided to be honest and straightforward with the Iron Man. Hello, strange Iron Man. I'm not the Omniscia. I'm just an ordinary human. Upon hearing Zaire's response, the Iron Man UR-025 rotated its metallic head several times. It seemed to be adjusting to its newly awakened metal body. It also appeared to shake its head in response to Zaire's answer, as if sighing. I once had the fortune to encounter the Omniscia of the wandering cosmos. It bears some resemblance to you. Perhaps due to just awakening, I mistakenly recognized you. The Iron Man's cold mechanical voice began to show more emotional fluctuation. However, just as Zaire was about to continue the conversation, the Iron Man suddenly tilted its metallic head back. Its eye sockets flickered with faint blue light. This is neither Terran or even the past universe. Additionally, I found some video footage related to you on an ancient information channel known as the Net. Suddenly, streaming video footage began projecting from the Iron Man's eye sockets. It displayed surveillance footage of Zaire that he had tried hard to hide, yet there were always missed angles. As if sensing Zaire's rising agitation, the Iron Man stopped the projection and bowed again. Please rest assured, all information related to you has been thoroughly deleted. At that moment, Zaire, with a blank expression, swallowed hard. He truly had struck gold this time? Chapter 41, 041, Machine and the Boy. In basement. The cement floor trembled slightly, with a layer of dust swirling. Thunk. With a soft sound, 5 black metallic fingers, aligned like blades, suddenly punctured the floor. Then, like a sharp surgical knife slicing through flesh, the metal fingers effortlessly cut through the cement floor. They continued to extend and swiftly change direction. Hiss hiss hiss. In just a few seconds, a 1.5 meter square section of the cement floor was neatly cut out. Bang! The cut-out section of the cement floor was suddenly lifted upwards by a powerful force, revealing a deep, dark, neatly cut hole. The black metallic head of Iron Man UR-025 slowly emerged, its eye sockets glowing with a faint blue light. It easily supported the heavy cement slab with its 5 metal fingers, allowing its 2-meter-tall metal frame to enter the basement. Then, it slightly bent its metal torso and extended another metal arm toward the hole. At the same time, Zaire, with an excited expression, grasped the metal hand for support. He leapt out of the hole and, once his feet were firmly planted, looked up at the towering Iron Man with a smile and said, "Haha, it actually worked. It was a simple calculation. Nothing worth mentioning." The Iron Man, its eyes glowing blue, slightly tilted its metal head and said calmly. Zaire maintained his smile. He gave a thumbs up to the Iron Man, showing his deep appreciation. Clearly, their relationship had progressed well. An hour ago, when Zaire had openly shown the plasma pistol to the Iron Man as a gesture of initial friendliness, the intelligent Iron Man had understood this gesture more deeply. In return for Zaire's brave actions, they had established a solid initial trust. Subsequently, the two intelligent beings of different races had engaged in in-depth communication and reached a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship. As the initiator who freed the Iron Man from the Warhammer Sea of Suffering, Zaire was to receive all help from Iron Man UR-025, except in combat. The pacifist Iron Man was unwilling to engage in any conflicts unless its own safety was at risk. Meanwhile, Zaire respected Iron Man UR-025 as a fully sentient mechanical life form, not just a killing machine from the Warhammer universe. Thus, the Iron Man and the boy team was quickly formed. With Zaire's prompt and the Iron Man's efforts, they entered New York City's underground passages and successfully dug a tunnel leading directly to the apartment's basement. At this moment, in the basement, the Iron Man lowered its metal head, eyes glowing blue, and politely asked Zaire, "Zaire, is this your living space? Do you need a larger and more splendid living area?" Zaire hesitated slightly, then shook his head and replied, "This is just a basement, a temporary place for storing things. But your mention of a living space reminds me. We need a secret base now. Do you have any suggestions?" Seeing Zaire's sincere expression and earnest eyes, the Iron Man with blue glowing eyes raised its metal hand. It pointed towards the hole they had come through. Then, the Iron Man's cold, mechanical voice seemed to carry more emotional undertones. Based on the brief history of humanity on Terra and the data analysis of many human comments on the net, it may take more time for humanity to fully accept mechanical life. For both my peace and Zaire's survival, building a secret base underground is the optimal choice. Upon hearing the Iron Man's response, Zaire's smile became even more radiant. He quickly nodded and said, "You're right. Human tolerance is quite low. However, I'm not well versed in architecture, so I'll have to trouble you with that." Of course. That was my suggestion to begin with. The Iron Man, with glowing blue eyes, did not refuse. In fact, the traces left on the net had already given it insight into some of Zaire's thoughts. After discussing the area and purpose of the secret base, Zaire left the basement with an excited and light-hearted step. Once Zaire had completely gone, the Iron Man standing in place once again rotated its metal head. The blue light in its eyes flickered like waves, and a mechanical voice filled with evident excitement slowly sounded. "Cunning Terra humans, cunning Zaire. Praise the machine god, praise the Omnisaya, and also praise Zaire." The first thing Zaire did after leaving the basement was to contact the landlord of the apartment to purchase the basement. Since the basement was about to become one of the entrances to the secret base, it was no longer a place he could abandon at will. Simple leasing posed a risk. Buying it was the best option. Eventually, the apartment landlord, faced with Zaire's aggressive cash offer, agreed to the sale for $150,000. After securing the deal with the landlord, Zaire did not disturb the Iron Man in the basement. Respect and trust also contributed to combat effectiveness. Instead, Zaire went back home. While devouring food from the fridge, he periodically checked the simulator's page to see the progress of the second salvage. The terrifying rewards from the first salvage had filled Zaire with great anticipation for the second round. Unfortunately, this anticipation lasted deep into the night. When the salvage results were finally displayed before Zaire's eyes. Salvage completion countdown, 0. Salvage reward, fresh ant bowl canned food, 1 box. Note, produced by Blackstone Fortress, please torch with a flamethrower for at least 2 hours before consumption. Improper use may cause tears among relatives. Salvage reward, unexpired frozen stag beast milk, 1 can. Note, produced by pharaohs, long-term consumption can increase toxin resistance. Stag beast milk, even the High Lord praises it. Salvage reward, unexpired protein bars, 1 dozen. Note, unknown hive production, orc made. Nutrient-rich, plant protein. Salvage reward, cold stored glucox beast hind legs, 200 kilograms. Note, produced by an unknown planet, best wishes to meat eaters. Fierce like a glucox. Salvage reward, brand new Krieg Death Corps soldier uniforms, 10 sets. Note, thoroughly cleaned and ironed multiple times, no Krieg soldier bloodstains. Guaranteed by Krieg Quartermaster. Salvage reward, unexpired Laughing Skull brand corpse starch, 1 bucket. Note, produced by the Corpse Cult, weekly recommendation. Green food definitely made by humans, clean and hygienic. Salvage reward, explosive gun standard ammunition, 120 rounds. Note, produced by the Mechanikus, standard ammunition for Asteroids. Load, aim, and charge. Salvage reward, laser gun energy cells, 10 pieces. Note, produced by an unknown planet, a lifetime companion for the astral army. If the opponent is still alive. Salvage reward, unopened small refraction field emitter, 1 piece. Note, produced by the Mechanikus, a military officer's birthday gift. An eternally awaited birthday gift. Salvage reward, brand new Amigadon Steel Legion Soldier Standard Kits, 10 sets. Note, produced by Amigadon. If you need more, please quickly contact Commissar Yurik. Chapter 42, 042 A small refractive force field generator. What the hell is all this? Lying in bed, Zaire flipped through a dizzying array of salvage finds. Unable to contain his frustration, he sat up, furrowing his brow as he examined the labels on all the items. He fell into silence. After a few minutes, Zaire sighed and muttered, I knew it. In this second round of salvage, the most valuable item was a single, unopened small-scale refractor field generator. This high-tech device, typically reserved for officers in the Empire's defense forces, projects a protective energy field around the user. It disperses and resists laser plasma and incoming bullets. In other words, Zaire no longer had to worry about most bullets. He could joyfully wield his chainsaw sword without fear of getting hurt. But Zaire had to grumble about that but. The rest of the salvage consisted entirely of ammunition and clothing, along with some food supplies completely unsuitable for human consumption. While the salvage charges from the simulator were reasonable, the surprise and anticipation of the first salvage with the Iron Man left Zaire feeling a deep sense of disappointment. He sat cross-legged on his bed, lost in thought. Zaire's fingers moved, pulling out the field generator. It was a palm-sized, heavy metal plate with the emblem of the human empire, a two-headed eagle. Surrounding the eagle were some line patterns. Zaire squinted at it, studying it carefully. He eventually discovered that the so-called line patterns were the touchpoints for activating the field. By tracing them in sequence from top to bottom, the refractor field could be activated instantly. Satisfied with his curiosity, Zaire tossed the generator on the bedside table. With a loud thud, he collapsed onto the pillow. The force of his landing made the bed creak and groan. Zaire closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep, but he tossed and turned, unable to settle. Finally, gritting his teeth, Zaire opened the simulator's salvage page once again. I'm going to gamble big. I want powered armor. Even if I can't wear it, I can at least look at it, right? If not, I wouldn't mind even a feedback-based powered exoskeleton. Muttering to himself, Zaire selected 10 more salvage attempts. Salvage completion countdown, 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Staring at the countdown ticking away, Zaire finally calmed down and quickly closed the simulator. He drifted off to sleep, content in the knowledge that dreams can offer anything. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the first thing Zaire did upon waking was check the salvage results. He found that there was still about an hour left until the salvage was complete. So, he decided to put it out of his mind for now. After finishing his morning routine, Zaire went straight to the basement to check on how his Iron Man friend was adapting to its new surroundings. However, as soon as he stepped into the basement, Zaire was taken aback by the unfamiliar scene before him. The old basement, constrained by Zaire's skills and materials, had only been propped up with steel plates and wood in key areas. It had been entirely unrefined and unpolished. But now, the entire basement had transformed. Smooth steel plates, with no visible welds, covered the walls and floor. Even the hole that had been recently dug out was meticulously designed and finished. A simple metal ladder was now visible, extending partway up. Whoa! Zaire took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He cautiously approached the hole and peeked inside. He saw that the cavern was now a deep, metal-lined passage. How on earth did it do this? Zaire furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. After a moment's hesitation, he began to climb down the metal ladder. About 15 meters underground, Zaire's eyes adjusted to the darkness. When he reached the bottom of the cavern, he turned around and was stunned to find a cavern of at least 500 square meters, already taking shape. Good morning, Zaire. Before Zaire could react to the shock, the 2-meter-tall Iron Man emerged from a nearby underground passage, carrying a pile of new steel plates. Its eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Zaire, wide-eyed, was momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to point at the new building materials and ask, "Friend, where did you get these metal materials? I ordered them under your name from a construction company. There are more materials on the way. The ones brought in were delivered by workers according to the contract and unloaded a few kilometers away under a bridge. There's also an abandoned underground entrance there. I'm studying a species called ants, and I've been moving the materials in bit by bit. I remember my bank account doesn't have much money left." Zaire looked at the Iron Man with confusion and asked, "What did you use to pay for this?" "My credit card." Zaire, Terra's financial system and economic principles are quite fragile and rudimentary, with many flaws. The Iron Man slowly stood up, tilting its metal head. The blue light in its eyes focused on Zaire as it explained. "I obtained unclaimed funds from the network in a matter of seconds, which are beyond the statistical reach of Terra's human economy, and it's completely legal and compliant. Zaire, do you need any? I can transfer money directly to your bank account. If you're worried about drawing attention, Terra's stock market is also open now. Would you like to become Terra's new billionaire?" Billionaire. Zaire, already a millionaire, took a deep breath. The sudden temptation of wealth didn't completely cloud his judgment. Breathing heavily, Zaire quickly waved his hand at the Iron Man and said, "Not for now, I don't want to become famous so quickly. Thanks for the offer. If I need anything, I'll definitely ask for your help. I need to calm down for now. 025, you can continue your work." Before finishing his sentence, Zaire hurriedly climbed back up the ladder, moving as if he had rockets installed on his backside. Watching Zaire disappear quickly, the Iron Man's blue light flickered. The mechanical voice that followed seemed filled with confusion. "It's just some easily accessible unclaimed resources." Why did Zaire react so strongly? Is it because, like me, he prefers to stay low-key and free? But, if Terra doesn't even have a temple, how can it be worthy of the existence of the Omnissiah? The Iron Man shook its metal head, as if sighing. Chapter 43, 043, The Emperor is really watching? Zaire, his head spinning, hurriedly fled the basement. He returned home and stood still for a long while, taking deep breaths over and over again until he finally calmed down. The temptation from the Iron Man had been overwhelming, limitless wealth, right within reach. But Zaire couldn't dare accept it all. Even though the simulator had marked the Iron Man as having no malicious intent toward humans, Zaire still couldn't bring himself to fully trust it. After all, an outsider was always an outsider, and nothing in this world ever came for free. The Iron Man must want something from him to be so generous. But what did Zaire have that the Iron Man could possibly want? "I'm starting to regret letting it out," Zaire muttered, frowning as he sank into the couch. He rubbed his chin, troubled by the situation. It was impossible to feel safe when dealing with something so out of his control. As time passed, Zaire suddenly remembered the salvage task in the simulator. Pushing his worries aside, he opened the simulator's interface and saw that the countdown was nearing its end. Salvage completion countdown, 1. Salvage completion countdown, 0. Once again, a jumble of random items appeared before Zaire. Apart from some familiar-looking space debris, there was only one thing that caught his attention. Salvage result, Lost Lockhart Scarab, unactivated. Note, crafted by a Necron overlord. Even a mortal can activate it using their mind. The Lockhart Scarab can control the minds of living creatures, making them sleeper agents or active assassins. Where did my carefully crafted scarab go? That was supposed to be a gift for an old friend, Galactic Master Thief, Collector, Figurine Enthusiast, Trays in the Infinite, lamenting the loss of his gift. Zaire blinked as he stared at the Lockhart Scarab. A toy from the Necron overlord? Capable of controlling the minds of living beings? Why did the things he salvaged always seem to involve forbidden tech or supplies? What was next? Chaos artifacts. Where was his powered armor? Where was his bolter? With a sigh, Zaire closed the simulator. He didn't feel like salvaging anymore for the time being. The randomness of it all was too unpredictable, better to wait until resources were more abundant. Maybe I should have the Iron Man order me some legal firearms, it wouldn't cost me anything anyway. After considering it for a moment, Zaire decided against asking the Iron Man for help. He couldn't completely trust it yet, especially when it came to matters related to the simulator. Unable to stay at home any longer, Zaire stood up and headed out, leaving his apartment to visit the restaurant. However, shortly after Zaire left, something strange happened. The plasma pistol he had left on the bed suddenly trembled. A wisp of dark smoke, faint as a shadow, drifted from the weapon's frame and swiftly disappeared into the floor below. Meanwhile, in the underground cavern beneath the basement, the Iron Man, UR-025, was cheerfully humming a popular song in its mechanical voice as it busily carried building materials. It seemed to genuinely enjoy the work. Suddenly, after finishing another trip, the Iron Man froze in its tracks. It slowly turned its metal head, blue lights flashing in its eyes as it scanned the area. Just as it was about to take another step, UR-025 realized in terror that its reliable metal body was completely paralyzed. It couldn't even move a single finger. Omnissiah above. Before the Iron Man could finish its prayer, boom, a massive, shadowy power claw, seemingly made of swirling black mist, materialized right before it. The enormous claw closed around the 2-meter-tall Iron Man as easily as if it were a toy, gripping it tightly within its ethereal grasp. Crack! In an instant, the Iron Man's metal body, capable of withstanding searing plasma and explosive rounds, began to crack. Thin, terrifying fractures appeared all over its metallic form. The blue light in its eyes flickered wildly, and the Iron Man's anguished cry echoed throughout the cavern. This time, its scream sounded shockingly real, as though there were no mechanical filters at all. By the machine god. By the Omnissiah? I'm a good Iron Man. I'm not a heretic. By the Emperor? I'm a loyal Iron Man. I didn't participate in the Iron Man rebellion. Crack. The shadowy power claw seemed relentless, tightening its grip even further. I know where I went wrong. I know. I shouldn't have acted on my own. I shouldn't have offered temptations. I only wanted to provide him with a shortcut. I understand now. I understand. He mustn't make mistakes. He mustn't be tempted by chaos. He's the only savior of the human empire. By the Emperor? I was wrong. The Iron Man's cries grew weaker, its powerful metal skeleton on the verge of collapse. Crack. The phantom claw gave one final, crushing squeeze, as if issuing a final warning to the Iron Man. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the black mist dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Thud. UR-025's heavy metal body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Miraculously, the cracks that covered its metal frame began to slowly heal. Why is she here too? I was wrong. I was wrong. You are 025 muttered fearfully. The once proud Iron Man now knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, stripped of any dignity a machine intelligence might have had. When Zaire arrived at the restaurant, he was surprised to find his aunt and Carl already busy in the kitchen. His aunt was working the wok with rapid movements, while the planetary engine of the kitchen roared to life. Carl, dressed in a white chef's coat, was chopping vegetables and washing them. Puzzled, Zaire glanced around at the empty restaurant and called out to his aunt, "Auntie, we haven't opened yet. Where are the customers?" "Zaire, what brings you here?" His aunt wiped the sweat from her forehead with the towel around her neck, her flushed face lighting up with surprise. "Our old clients, the Gao Chamber of Commerce, are having a big meeting today. They ordered a set meal for 50 people. I didn't want to open early, but Madame Gao insisted she missed my cooking, so I accepted the order." She pointed to 2 large takeout boxes filled to the brim. "Since you're here, Zaire, take this delivery. When you get back, I'll make us a nice meal to celebrate." Chapter 44, 044, Gao's Chamber of Commerce. Zaire, now dressed in a crisp white chef's uniform, carried 2 heavy takeout boxes as he wove through the bustling crowd. He stopped in front of a grand, ancient-looking building adorned with intricate carvings. This was the headquarters of the Gao Corporation. Perhaps because there was an important meeting happening today, even the entrance was guarded by a tall, thin man in sunglasses, who was busy turning away unwelcome tourists and passers-by. With a professional smile, Zaire approached the man, lifting the takeout boxes as proof. "Hello, food delivery for the corporation." Before he could step through the door, the tall man raised a hand to stop him. "Hold on a second." The man's abrupt action made Zaire's brow furrow slightly, but he remained silent, patiently waiting. The man pressed a button on his earpiece, murmuring a few words. "The delivery's here, understood." He then shifted his gaze back to Zaire and said, "Go straight down the hallway to the banquet hall. Don't wander around, got it?" "Got it." Zaire's smile faded slightly as he nodded, hefting the takeout boxes and stepping into the building. The opulent front hall was empty, save for the hum of several air conditioning units. Following the man's instructions, Zaire walked down the wide corridor that connected the hall to the banquet room at the far end. Thud. Zaire pushed open the heavy wooden doors. Instantly, 4 or 5 dozen pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. Despite the tense atmosphere, Zaire, with a stiff smile, didn't flinch. He simply raised the takeout boxes in his hands and said quietly, "Food delivery." Whether it was his chef's attire or his casual words, something seemed to diffuse the attention. The eyes quickly turned away as the guests resumed drinking tea and talking amongst themselves. It was as if Zaire had become invisible, nothing more than a fleeting presence not worth acknowledging. At that moment, Zaire's eyes narrowed. Most of the men in the room wore the same white shirt and black suit, with their only difference being their hairstyles. They looked like cheap, mass-produced copies. And every single one of them was a young, strong man. There wasn't a single woman in sight. After standing there for a while, no one approached Zaire to take the food. Slightly exasperated, Zaire walked over to one of the men closest to him and whispered, "Hey, where should I put the food?" The man seemed startled by the question, hesitating before replying. "Madame Gao and her guests are in the 2nd floor meeting room, but the manager who handles things is on the 3rd floor. You could go straight up and find him." "Thanks." Zaire thanked him and, after a moment of thought, placed the takeout boxes down in the hall. He then headed toward the nearby staircase. As he ascended, his hand brushed the intricately carved dragon stair rails. Without pausing, he reached the 3rd floor. There was no need to search. The manager's office was clearly marked. Walking down the plush, carpeted hallway, Zaire approached the office door with a relaxed expression. Just as he was about to knock, he overheard a heated argument coming from the other side of the door. Without the support of the triads, half the junkies on the East Coast would rebel, a strong female voice shouted, filled with anger. "The Kingpin has made it clear, either hand over the Blueberry nightclub operations, or keep dealing in powder. No one in this world gets all the benefits without paying the price." A man's lazy voice responded from within, but the use of that title Kingpin instantly caught Zaire's attention. His hand froze mid-knock. As Zaire debated whether to leave or continue eavesdropping, the woman's cold laughter cut through the tense air. "If Blueberry nightclub loses our smuggling routes and our personal training, do you really think it would still attract all those powerful financiers and elites? Dream on. And besides, who in all of New York could take over the Blueberry nightclub territory now? The tracksuit mafia? Last I heard, their brains and bodies are still rotting in the morgue." Before the woman could finish her mocking rant, Zaire's eyes narrowed further. He had made up his mind it was time to leave this dangerous place. He had forgotten to bring his plasma pistol. But before he could move, the woman's sharp words seemed to strike a nerve with the man inside. His previously lazy tone turned dark and menacing. "Madame Gao, the Kingpin doesn't make requests. He gives orders that must be obeyed. Unless your triads want to start a new war, challenging the new order, my advice is to behave." "A new war? Everyone knows the Kingpin is already in hot water because of the tracksuit mafia incident. I've even heard there's a shadowy, brutal federal department tracking him down," the woman scoffed. "His days are numbered. You." Before Zaire could even process the escalating tension, the door in front of him was suddenly yanked open with a loud bang. Standing in the doorway was a white-haired woman dressed in a traditional cheongsam. Beside her, a cold-eyed blonde man twirled a pencil between his fingers before flicking it toward Zaire's face with deadly precision. But Zaire, seemingly caught off guard, merely tilted his head slightly. His hand shot up like lightning, catching the pencil just inches from his eye. Snap! Without hesitation, Zaire's fingers tightened, effortlessly snapping the pencil in two. His gaze fixed on the two people standing so close to him. Who? Zaire took a deep breath, a faint, resigned smile crossing his face. I'd like to say this was just a misunderstanding, would you believe me? A little rat, eavesdropping, the blonde man sneered, cracking his neck side to side. With a flick of his wrist, a stack of metallic playing cards gleamed between his fingers. Chapter 45, 045, Bullseye. At this moment, a woman in a kipao had her eyes shimmering with emotion. Her fair face seemed to reveal a trace of sorrow. She gazed a few meters away at Zaire, her expression troubled as she said, "It's a pity, child, you've heard something you shouldn't have. After you die, I fear I'll have little chance to taste the food from your shop again." Clearly, as a regular at the restaurant, Madame Gao had recognized Zaire's identity. However, before she could finish speaking, a small handgun suddenly flipped out of her hand, steady and aimed directly at Zaire. This Madame Gao. Her words were as sweet as honey, but her heart was as venomous as a viper. At the same time, a blonde man with a sinister smile had been watching Zaire with an ominous glare. His hand trembled slightly, and the metal playing cards between his fingers were ready to fly. As a killer, he wasn't as verbose as Madame Gao. Moreover, a marksman never speaks to the dead. But just as the tense atmosphere thickened, and battle seemed imminent, Zaire suddenly curled his lips into a cruel smile. Then, that cruel smile quickly morphed into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. In an instant, hearing Zaire's manic laughter, Madame Gao instinctively furrowed her brows, unable to hide her intense disgust as she looked at him. Even the grinning blonde man seemed unable to tolerate Zaire's laughter. He glared at Zaire, growling, "Little mouse, have you gone mad? Hey, what the hell are you laughing at?" Ha! At that moment, Zaire's laughter abruptly ceased. He suddenly raised a hand that had been hidden behind his back. In his palm lay a crystal sphere, the size of a baby's head, radiating a dazzling, terrifying green light, which then exploded into powder. Crack! Buzzing. In that instant, accompanied by a spine-chilling, shrill hum, tiny metal beetles surged forth, each no bigger than a pinhead. They quickly formed a terrifying cloud of metallic mist in front of Zaire. This cloud seemed to possess an independent consciousness. Before the stunned Madame Gao and the blonde man could react, the ominous metallic mist swiftly lunged at them. It tightly enveloped their heads and instantaneously transported itself into their brains. Madame Gao let out a short, sharp scream. The handgun in her hand clattered to the floor. She staggered backward, collapsing onto the carpet. Meanwhile, the twisted expression on the blonde man's face reflected his immense pain as he knelt on the ground. Even from his mouth and nose, a transparent, unknown liquid began to seep out. At that moment, Zaire took a deep breath, his expression blank, and coldly addressed the two struggling figures. "I laugh, because I suddenly recalled something happy." As soon as he spoke, both the blonde man and Madame Gao abruptly ceased their struggles. Moments later, moving from stiff to agile, they slowly rose to their feet. With blank expressions, they approached Zaire and knelt before him. "My lord, please give your orders." Zaire, squinting, looked at the two who had just moments ago been ready to kill. Now their lives and minds were under his control. He couldn't help but sigh. Why bother? It's a waste of my resources. And this little toy from the space undead. The Lockhart scarab was terrifying indeed. Falling silent, Zaire glanced at the blonde man and casually asked, "What's your name?" The blonde man raised his head with an expressionless face and respectfully replied, "Lester Jengiz, assassin alias Bullseye." Bullseye. Zaire suddenly let out a cold laugh. He stated with certainty, "If I'm not mistaken, the so-called underground king is Kingpin, right?" Upon hearing Zaire's inquiry, Bullseye obediently replied, "Kingpin is Wilson Fisk. He doesn't like others to call him by his name. He took the name Kingpin to dominate the underworld." However, Zaire showed no reaction to this answer. In fact, the moment he learned of the Underground King's existence, Zaire had an inkling of who it was. Just a supervillain keen on ruling an empire of crime. That was all Zaire needed to know at the moment. Zaire suddenly shifted his gaze. He looked down at the equally expressionless Madame Gao and asked, "How many subordinates do you have?" "There are currently over 50 people in the guild, with a total of 310 scattered outside. There are also some subordinates in places beyond the Americas. First, let the people in the guild leave, then gather all your subordinates. Tell them to come fully armed, the more weapons, the better." Zaire calmly issued orders to Madame Gao. Next, the expressionless Madame Gao slowly got up. She returned to the room, picked up her phone, and began dialing. Then Zaire issued a command to Bullseye. "Go back and tell Fisk that the Triad has defied his orders and chosen to rebel. 3 days from now, they will launch an attack on Kingpin's stronghold. Do your best to persuade him to gather all the gangs in New York for defense. Remember, all the gangs." "Understood, my lord." With a vacant expression, Bullseye quickly got to his feet. Wiping the transparent liquid from his face, he hurriedly made his way downstairs. Zaire's plan was to eliminate the bugs and uproot the weeds in New York. This was a temporary solution he devised. He didn't want to unknowingly run into trouble with some gangsters or offend someone the next time he delivered takeout. Moreover, as long as Zaire lived among these pests, how could he ever lead a peaceful and quiet life? In fact, if Zaire hadn't accidentally stumbled upon their secret meeting, he wouldn't have wanted to meddle. That was the job of local police and superheroes. But unfortunately, that Lockhart scarab produced by the space undead was exceptionally powerful and far too useful. Since Zaire had already taken control of 2 talents connected to Kingpin, he would use the conflicts between these gangs to let them tear each other apart. With a smile on his face, Zaire stepped out of the guild. In his hand, he carried the heavy takeout box, which of course did not contain any meals. Instead, it held the funds left by Madame Gao in the guild, about 6 million. For Zaire, this was a spiritual compensation and tip from Madame Gao. He strolled leisurely down the street. Chapter 46, 046, Report to the Political Commissar. The front station is Tyrone, above. Zaire returned home, guiding his tipsy aunt, whose face was flushed red and who muttered incoherently to herself. After regaining the restaurant business, she was overjoyed, and during dinner, she allowed Zaire and Carl to have a celebratory drink. Zaire didn't hesitate, and before long, they had drunk the jubilant aunt under the table. After helping his drunken aunt into bed and leaving a glass of cold water by the nightstand, Zaire quietly descended the stairs. He retrieved the 6 million in cash he had brought home earlier and stashed it under his bed. His mind buzzed with the neural activity of alcohol, leaving him wide awake and restless. Slightly intoxicated, Zaire decided to once again engage in a simulation. Sitting cross-legged on the floor of his bedroom, he whispered a prayer to the Emperor. Emperor protects us. Simulation initializing. Available identities: Katachan Recruit, Krieg Grenadier, Kasserkin Sergeant. Please select an identity to descend. If refused, identity will be randomly assigned. Selection refused? Simulation initializing. You have descended into the Warhammer universe. Time: unknown. Location: Galaxy Ultima Segmentum Tyran. You have materialized inside a cabin aboard an Endeavour-class light cruiser. You discover yourself wearing the black and red garb of an Imperial Commissar. Before you can grasp the situation, a somewhat frantic guardsman officer rushes into your quarters. Commissar, we're nearing our destination planet. The guardsman salutes and pants as he addresses you. Having no memory of this situation, you decide to mimic Commissar Chafa's Kane's style and return the salute. You cautiously ask a few indirect questions to figure out your mission. The officer seems to believe you're testing him. He dutifully reports that you're heading toward an edgeworld named Tyran to serve as the vanguard at a Mechanicu's exploratory base. It appears that you are the new commissar for this light infantry regiment. Your overly eager guardsman is your aide, an officer from a fishing world called Pearl Moon, named Lawrence. Though the name Tyran rings an unsettling bell, you remain silent, lacking any concrete knowledge of your circumstances. You order Lawrence to accompany you on a walk outside to clear your head. Lawrence is pleased but somewhat puzzled by your uncharacteristically relaxed demeanor. He assumes perhaps the commissar isn't fond of space travel. Day 1. Lawrence guides you around the regiment, introducing you to Colonel Filong, a hulking soldier who can fire a standard-issue bolter with ease. You find his strength and bravery admirable. During your tour, curiosity gets the better of you, and you ask the colonel if you can try out the bolter at the firing range. Filong, amused by your request, agrees and takes a liking to your willingness to participate. Welcome to the family, Commissar, he cheers as he gives you a hearty clap on the shoulder. Day 2. Your right arm is now in a cast, immobilized against your chest. Most of your time is spent in your quarters, flipping through the Imperial Guard manual, though fatigue begins to creep in. At one point, hunger pulls you from your study, and you ask Lawrence to fetch you some food. A short while later, Colonel Draco awkwardly enters with a steaming hot tigrass steak. He sincerely apologizes for letting you use the bolter, explaining that it was irresponsible of him, considering your lack of augmentation. The colonel rolls up his sleeves, revealing his own heavily mechanized prosthetic arms. You can't help but forgive him, especially after tasting the steak. You and the colonel share a laugh and reconcile. Day 3. Colonel introduces you to the 5 company commanders under his command. He assures you that his soldiers, drawn from planets across the Imperium, are fierce warriors who would never retreat in battle. Day 4. The Endeavour-class light cruiser arrives at a blue planet covered in oceans. Under Colonel Booming orders, preparations for garrisoning the Mechanicu's exploratory base begin. You voice some concern to the colonel, warning him that you sense an impending, unprecedented battle awaiting them on the edgeworld of Tyran. You request additional heavy weapons and vehicles for the regiment. Without hesitation, Colonel commands the regiment to strip the cruiser of every piece of heavy equipment available, including 5 brand new Basilisk artillery pieces and 3 damaged Lehman Russ tanks. You are grateful for the colonel's trust but can't help but wonder about his motivations. Seeing your confusion, the colonel laughs and explains that the last time he ignored a similar warning, the previous commissar was killed, and he lost both his arms and most of his regiment. Day 5. The 358th Regiment establishes their presence at the Mechanicu's exploratory base, located on a remote island in the middle of the turbulent ocean. To your surprise, the base is fortified with formidable defenses, including 4 massive laser cannons protected by void shields, as well as bunkers and smaller artillery surrounding the area. A Mechanicu's vanguard team hands over command of the base and prepares to depart on the cruiser. However, you use Kane-like persistence to convince the lead tech priest to stay and help bolster the defenses further. First week. The exploratory base remains quiet, and you begin to question your paranoia as you gaze at the crashing waves. Each day, you watch Lawrence fish, baring his teeth at the ferocious sea creatures he hauls in. Colonel reassures you that a quiet front is often a successful one. After all, many of his soldiers are at the age where they should be returning to their home planets to start families. Second week. Strange shadows appear in the waters surrounding the base. One day, Lawrence is almost dragged into the ocean by something massive during one of his fishing trips. You take a squad of soldiers to investigate the source of the disturbance. The group encounters a bizarre creature attempting to infiltrate the shoreline. You manage to kill it. As you stare at the 3-meter-long horror, its black, chitinous armor gleaming under the sun, you feel a cold shiver run down your spine. It's a lictor, one of the vanguard organisms of a Tyranid hive fleet. The hive fleet has arrived. Chapter 48, 047, report to the political commissar. The front is Tyrone, middle. You presented the corpse of a lictor to Commander Draco. The tech priest from the scouting unit at the exploration base confirmed that no such creature exists on Tyron. This is likely an entirely new, unknown species. Once again, you stressed the severity of the situation to Commander, insisting that all soldiers must be mobilized and prepared for battle. Commander agreed with your assessment, and asked you to brief the 358th Regiment about the unknown life forms they were about to face. Without hesitation, you spoke to the soldiers of the 358th Regiment, sharing some hard truths. This is a far more terrifying threat than the green-skinned orcs, you said. They are a predatory species from the vast void beyond our galaxy, creatures that seem to exist only to consume, evolve, and increase their numbers. In the future, the Imperium will call them the Great Devourer, or perhaps, you whispered, bitterness creeping into your voice. By the third week, all warp communications from the exploration base on Tyron were cut off. The 358th Regiment could only try to contact the Endeavour-class light cruiser orbiting the planet by using aerial vehicles. The sea around the island had become deathly silent, the once vibrant ocean now lifeless. For an entire week, you barely slept. Every day, you and your lieutenant, Lawrence, repeatedly inspected the defensive lines. The island's exploration base had no clear front line, every side was the front. During one of your inspections, a conscript accidentally dropped his lasgun, trembling with fear after hearing your earlier warnings. Lieutenant Lawrence moved to reprimand him, but you gently stopped him. You calmly picked up the conscript's lasgun and carefully placed it back over his shoulder. You patted the young soldier's face, he was barely of age, and then looked around at the eyes of the other conscripts. I know we're about to face a terrifying war, one unlike any we've ever encountered. You're all scared of this unfamiliar enemy. To be honest, I'm scared too, even though I've died many times before, you said with genuine sincerity. But, we are soldiers, guardians of the Imperium of Man. We are the first line of defense for countless human worlds. We cannot retreat. We dare not retreat. We must offer ourselves in sacrifice to uncover the enemy's weaknesses and lay the foundation for humanity's future victory. As the commissar of the 358th Regiment, I promise you this: when the enemy charges, I will be the first to lead the assault. Even if I die in battle, I will die before you, at the front of the charge. The veins in your neck bulged as you shouted, pulling your chainsword free and raising it above your head. For the Emperor? For the Imperium of Man, you roared, bloodshot eyes blazing with fervor. At first, only Lawrence offered mild applause. Then, the young conscript whose weapon had dropped cheered, his voice rising in excitement. Soon, others followed, until the entire base roared with thunderous approval. The fighting spirit of the 358th Regiment surged through the skies above the planet Tyron, reverberating across the stars. In the fourth week, a seemingly endless purple tide appeared on the shores of the exploration base. This was the vanguard of the Great Devourer, swarms of swift gaunts and hormagaunts surging like a relentless wave across the land around the base. The hum of lasguns filled the air as countless energy beams formed a defensive barrage, while the 3 support squads deployed heavy bolters and mortars to stem the purple flood. You ran through the bunkers, carrying a hellgun, directing the heavy weapon teams to target the towering Tyranid warriors amidst the swarms. Commander Filong led a full company to guard 4 lascannons, ready for the inevitable assault of the flying Tyranid gargoyles. Time crept by slowly, but thanks to your earlier preparations and repeated warnings, the 358th Regiment fought without fear in their first encounter with the Great Devourer, even temporarily repelling the Tyranid advance through sheer morale. During a brief lull in the fighting, however, countless Crimson Rippers emerged from the sea, crawling onto the island to devour the corpses of their fallen kin. In the 5th week, massive spore mines, the size of Chimera infantry tanks, appeared on the battlefield. Their ridged backs sprouted living artillery, launching barrages of spore mines that relentlessly bombarded the bunkers. For the first time, the defending soldiers whose positions had once been secured by the bunkers suffered heavy casualties. After analyzing the situation with Commander, you concluded that you must locate the Hive Tyrant, the key synapse creature. You planned a decapitation strike based on previous battles against the orcs. Unfortunately, before you could locate the Hive Tyrant, gigantic carnifexes appeared at the front line. These living siege engines, bred to crush enemy defenses, effortlessly toppled Lehman Russ tanks. You considered ordering the lascannons to fire at the carnifexes, hoping to stop them from reaching the battered bunkers. But Commander stopped you. Hold the lascannons back, he said cautiously. They're meant as a surprise for the Tyranid commanders. Don't use them unless the Hive Tyrant appears. The mighty roar of the basilisks echoed through the base, turning countless gaunts, hormagaunts, carnifexes, and spore mines into bloody pulp, only to be scavenged quickly by the ever-hungry Rippers. Breathing in the thick, smoke-filled air, you stared silently at the Rippers outside the shattered bunkers. Devour and evolve. This was the Great Devourer's most terrifying ability. In the 6th week, the towering form of a Hive Tyrant appeared at the edge of the battlefield. You ordered the Tech Priest to recalibrate the lascannons and fire on the Hive Tyrant. However, while the lascannons obliterated its guards, the Hive Tyrant itself noticed their presence. Its movements became increasingly erratic and difficult to track, and despite several attempts, you failed to land another successful shot. Facing an even more intense assault from the swarm, with many bunkers and soldiers lost, the remaining 3 companies of the 358th Regiment were forced to retreat inside the exploration base for a final stand. Commander, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, made a reckless decision. Ignoring your heated protests, he personally led 2 Lehman Russ tanks into the swarm, attempting to draw the Hive Tyrant's attention and buy time for the lascannons to take it down. Just when it seemed that the Lehman Russ tanks might succeed, one of them was suddenly overturned by a monstrous creature that burst from the ground. A towering, black-armored behemoth, its exoskeleton exuding thick smoke, blood-red limbs wielding serrated blades. The Swarm Lord. Chapter 49, 048, Report to the Political Commissar. The front station is Tyrone, below. The last remaining Lehman Russ tank's turrets spun rapidly. Its roaring engine trembled and buzzed, trying to land a shot on the Tyranid Overlord. However, the massive biological form of the Overlord moved with unimaginable agility, making it difficult to target. The Lehman Russ tank could only rely on the brutal firepower of its heavy bolter to momentarily keep the creature at bay. Its tracks crushed countless Tyranid creatures swarming forward, blade-limbed and gunbeast creatures alike. The tank swerved sharply, engaging in a deadly dance with the Tyranid Overlord across the battlefield. The experienced commander of the Flyers Regiment skillfully used the tank's reinforced frontal armor to absorb the enemy's blows. Despite this, the thick armor of the Lehman Russ was carved open with horrifying scars by the Tyranid Overlord's savage strikes. You watched the battlefield, your gaze locked on the Lehman Russ tank, filled with anxiety. You ordered the remaining heavy weapons squads to fire everything they had at the Overlord, hoping to give the commander a chance to retreat. At that moment, the constantly maneuvering tank's tracks, heavily damaged by the relentless Tyranid assault, began to fail, drastically reducing its speed. The situation was dire. You drew your chainsword and las pistol, determined to lead the last Lehman Russ tank into the swarm to rescue the commander. But your deputy, Lawrence, along with several soldiers, held you back, restraining you from taking such a reckless action. With all your strength, you raised your las pistol and pressed it to Lawrence's forehead. Lawrence gritted his teeth and yelled that the 358th Regiment's mission was not yet complete, that the commissar could not risk himself, even if it meant the commander's death. Your eyes burned with rage, but you couldn't pull the trigger. The sacrifice of the Emperor's soldiers had to be used wisely if the Imperium was to win. Surrounded by a sea of Tyranids, the heavily damaged Lehman Russ was finally overturned by the Overlord, crushing many Tyranid beasts beneath it. The monstrous Tyranid Overlord advanced, step by step, as a bloodied figure crawled out of the tank's access hatch. It was the commander of the Flyers Regiment, his face smeared with blood. He climbed onto the overturned tank, holding a bolt gun, staring down the approaching Overlord. With a look of steely resolve, the commander fired his bolt gun. The booming shots impacted the Overlord's carapace but only left shallow dents. Then, suddenly, the commander turned and shouted a final order towards the distant base. Though the distance was great, his voice cut through the noise of the bolter's roar and the Tyranid screeches. "Fire on me, Commissar! Fire on me!" You were powerless to stop this. All you could do was watch as the proud commander marched into his inevitable death. Fire! 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 The veins in your neck bulged, your eyes bloodshot. In an instant, 4 laser cannons fired at full power. The terrifying beams of light consumed both the commander and the Overlord in blinding heat. The commander of the 358th Imperial Guard Regiment, Flyers, had given his life for the Emperor. By the 7th week, the void shields protecting the laser cannons trembled and shook. Explosive acidic fluids rained down from above, violently assaulting the already fragile void shields. This was the Tyranid Overlord's revenge. A new, larger, and far deadlier creature appeared on the battlefield, the flame-spewing Moloch. Inside the base, only a single company of the 358th Regiment's soldiers remained. Nearly all of you were injured, exhausted to the brink of collapse. The endless waves of Tyranids never ceased. Even their brief retreats were only to regroup for the next assault. You sought out the tech priest of the advance squad. You requested that he take the last undamaged aircraft and attempt to contact the Venture light cruiser, calling for orbital bombardment on the entire planet of Tyran. The tech priest hesitated for a moment, urging you to leave with your deputy. The soldiers of the 358th would gladly lay down their lives to cover your retreat. The information on this unknown enemy would be your shield against the administratum's wrath. Without hesitation, you rejected his offer. An imperial commissar does not flee, and the 358th Regiment would never abandon its post. However, your farewell with the tech priest was interrupted by a massive explosion from the sky. The pitch-black night was illuminated as the massive wreckage of the Venture light cruiser rained down like falling stars. Countless Thunderbolt fighters tried to break free into the skies, only to be swarmed and brought down into the ocean by the aerial broods of the Tyranid fleet. At dawn, a smoking escape pod crashed into the center of the base. The lone survivor from the entire fleet was the Adeptus Mechanicus Muggos Vanak. You watched the despair in the eyes of the shattered Muggos. Stripped of the ability to cry by his mechanical augmentations, he fell to his knees, releasing a howl of anguish. You remained silent, lost in thought. Beyond your sight, in the void of space, the Imperium had already lost the battle. The complete fall of the planet Tyran was now inevitable. It was only a matter of time. By the 8th week, the atmosphere of the planet Tyran had nearly dissipated. Even the oceans had dried up, exposing the lifeless surface of the planet. Innumerable purple Tyranids swarmed the ground, covering every inch of land. Tendrils of living matter reached toward the sky, connecting with the Tyranid hive fleet's massive bioships, their interactions feeding into the fleet's voracious hunger. Anything and everything sea plants, the corpses of fallen soldiers, even the Tyranids themselves were liquefied and transformed into biomass. The planet was littered with pools of recycled organic matter, ready to fuel the Tyranid hive fleet's next campaign of devastation. The Imperial base had long since fallen. Only a small, unassuming underground cave remained where faint resistance still lingered. With your one remaining arm, you swung your roaring chainsword, slashing through wave after wave of approaching blade-limbed creatures. Nearby, next to a recycling pool, the cruel and cunning Tyranid overlord stood, watching your final desperate stand as though it were some form of macabre spectacle before its feast. Your mind was blurred, your actions driven purely by instinct as you continued to swing your chainsword. Suddenly, the chainsword's roaring ceased. An ugly blade-limbed creature lunged forward, piercing your chest with its sharp appendages. Blood gushed from your mouth and nose. You were dying. Your blurry vision shifted, locking onto the Tyranid overlord just outside the cave. Lawrence said Pearl Moon was a nice place. Next time. You muttered through blood-soaked lips. Next time. I'll make sure the 358th Regiment avenges this. You forced your eyes wide open, determined to sear the image of the overlord into your memory. With one last effort, you thrust your chainsword deep into the blade creature's maw. In the next moment, more blade creatures poured into the cave, their countless appendages stabbing into your body. You were torn apart, becoming nothing more than biomass for the Tyranids of Tyran. You died. Chapter 50:049, I'll shoot you fucking dead. The simulation has ended, lasting a total of 56 days. The following options are available for retention. Tyranid combat information, incomplete. Basic Imperial Commissar Uniform, 1 set. Lawrence's Hellgun, Standard Issue. Note, Commissar, my name is Lawrence, from Pearl Moon. Commissar, care for some fish. The simulation exceeded 24 hours, and the simulator incurred wear. Cooldown time, 56 hours. Available cooldown time, 297 hours. Would you like to use the available cooldown time? Cooldown time not used. The simulator will naturally cool down. You may skip the cooldown at any time. The simulation had temporarily ended, but Zaire didn't immediately claim his rewards. He stared at the option for Lawrence's Hellgun, but despite the excitement of completing the simulation and earning a prize, his enthusiasm had faded. The sacrifices of countless human lives formed the foundation of the Empire's existence. But against the forces of chaos, the Tyranid Zerg, and other heretical factions, did the human empire in the Warhammer universe truly have a future? Perhaps it was the alcohol talking, but Zaire found himself unusually sentimental. In the end, he silently chose Lawrence's Hellgun, even though it was the first time, after countless simulations, that he had earned a mere standard-issue weapon. In the blink of an eye, the Mark II gyroscope-stabilized Hellgun, connected to a battery pack, appeared in his hands. With practiced ease, Zaire strapped the heavy battery pack to his back. He raised the Hellgun, swiftly aiming in different directions, mimicking the sound of gunfire under his breath. Still in his apartment, he didn't dare actually fire the gun. The Hellgun's powerful laser beam could punch through the entire building and roast any unfortunate neighbors in its path. After a few moments of handling the Hellgun, the thrill of holding it in real life finally washed away the last of his earlier melancholy. As the early hours of the morning approached, Zaire reluctantly removed the battery pack and set down the Hellgun before going to bed. The next morning, before the sun had risen, Zaire got up, cradling the Hellgun as he made his way to the basement. He needed to safely store the dangerous weapon to prevent anyone else from tampering with it. At the same time, he had to ask Iron Man to track down the whereabouts of Lady Gao and Bullseye. If he could, this would be his chance to wipe out the New York underworld in one decisive blow. Zaire carefully descended into the basement and opened the iron door. The sight of Iron Man standing in the center of the room, unchanged after a day's absence, caused him to raise an eyebrow. The Hellgun in his arms emitted a low hum as the barrel pointed directly at the motionless figure in front of him. Even though he knew that not even a plasma pistol, impervious to overheating, would work, Zaire was ready to die fighting. There was dignity in that for a human. But then clang, the unexpected clashing of metal startled him. The towering figure of Iron Man suddenly knelt down. Bowing his metallic back, he spread his arms in a gesture of submission. In a voice full of reverence, Iron Man spoke with mechanical precision. Greetings, Omnisaya. Your faithful servant, UR025, eagerly awaits your command. Zaire widened his eyes in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, confused. Friend, did you mess something up? Did you crash the global stock market? Or maybe cut off the city's power grid? Without lifting his head, Iron Man responded humbly. I received divine guidance unintentionally. I am merely your servant and tool, not a leader. I had just awakened from slumber, not fully conscious, but now I have returned to my rightful place. Divine guidance? A servant? A tool? Zaire was even more baffled. Surely no deity in this universe had the time to enlighten a robot? The gods were embodiments of universal laws, far beyond the comprehension of any sentient being. Friend, didn't we agree we were partners? Zaire sighed deeply, lowering the Helgun. I've always treated you. No. Before Zaire could finish, Iron Man hastily raised his head, the soft blue light in his eyes flickering violently. Cutting him off, Iron Man's mechanical voice took on a servile tone. I am your tool. Your servant? This cannot be disputed. Please, give me orders. I can do anything for you. Find the current locations of Bullseye and Lady Gao from the Triad, and hack into their phones. Zaire cautiously tested the waters. Before his words were even complete, a projection of Bullseye and Lady Gao's movements appeared from Iron Man's eyes, including real-time audio from their tapped phones. In this digital age, Earth's human networks were no match for a being like Iron Man. At that moment, Zaire's thoughts shifted. With a serious expression, he looked at Iron Man and said, Friend, I've made up my mind. I want to become a billionaire. I want to be humanity's guide, the ruler of Earth. But Iron Man abruptly halted the projection, turning to Zaire. I will help you build a secret base, even better than what you've imagined, and monitor every human on Terra to keep you safe. I can provide millions or even tens of millions in funding for your use. But to control all humanity and seize limitless resources, my lord, that's something you will have to do on your own. I will cheer you on from behind and pray for your success. Zaire squinted and stared at Iron Man, chuckling coldly. Yesterday, you were promising I'd become a billionaire, and now you've changed your tune. Tell me, what happened to make you change your mind? Once again, the Helgun in his hands powered up, its barrel aimed at Iron Man. But Iron Man remained kneeling, spreading his metallic arms, exposing his chest. Do you realize how much of humanity's lost wealth is the result of their hard work and dreams of escaping poverty? You want everything handed to you on a silver platter. You want to be a slave to endless resources. Iron Man's words made Zaire burst out laughing in anger. This damned heretic was now lecturing him on morality? Glaring at Iron Man, Zaire growled. You heretic! Don't try brainwashing me. Weren't you just saying you're my tool and servant? Why do you keep defying my commands? If I can't be a billionaire, fine. Then order 10,000 firearms from a weapons manufacturer for me. The more, the better. As long as you give me a reasonable explanation, one that convinces me, I'll make the order for you right now. Even if you wanted an aircraft carrier or fighter jets, I could arrange it. Iron Man's blue eyes glowed softly as he replied calmly, leaving the once dominant Zaire speechless. He had been counting on Iron Man to procure legally purchased weapons for him. How many guns could he acquire through smuggling alone? But there was no way Zaire could reveal the existence of the simulator to a heretic. I swear, I'll shoot you fucking dead. Zaire's anger was starting to boil over. Shoot me? I'd rather you do it. Go ahead. Shoot me, Omnisaya. Relying on his indestructible metallic body, Iron Man sank into shameless defiance. My lord. Humanity must depend on its. Chapter 51, 050, The Fight. Winter. A massive solid wood desk, weighing over 500 kilograms, was suddenly flipped onto the floor. Even the hard black marble tiles beneath were laced with cracks. The priceless artifacts that had once adorned the desk, along with various scattered items like computer files, were instantly thrown across the floor. Clink, clink, clink. An ancient copper coin from Asia rolled across the ground, eventually stopping at someone's feet. Lester, known for his cold, expressionless gaze, seemed oblivious to the scene before him. He remained silent, waiting for the storm to pass. A few meters away, a towering figure, even sitting, stood a full head taller than Lester. Slowly, the large figure rose to his feet. I will not allow anything in this world to spiral out of my control. The low, rumbling voice resonated, the speaker's face devoid of emotion. Yet, deep in his eyes, a turbulent fury brewed, though it soon settled into a calm once more. Wilson Fisk, standing 2 meters tall, glanced down and adjusted the white suit stretched tightly over his massive frame. At that moment, he suddenly turned to Lester and asked, Lester, what's your take on this? Boss, I just want to say. The blonde man standing before Wilson shook his head slightly. He toyed with a metal ring on his finger, offering a faint smile. This isn't worth getting upset over. I've said before, the triads were always going to be a stumbling block in your control of the gangs. Especially after you set rules and order that significantly cut into their profits, betrayal was only a matter of time. Besides, they're not even the same race as us. Lester's words flowed smoothly, like a cunning snake. His lazy tone dripped with venomous undertones. Oh, did you mention this? I don't seem to recall, Wilson said calmly, his indifferent expression unchanging as he looked down at Lester. His eyes seemed to scrutinize Lester's head, as though wanting to peer inside and see what was hidden. After a moment of silence, Wilson's deep voice once again echoed through the spacious room. Lester, how much would it take for you to betray me? Or should I ask, have you already? Never. Boss, not only did you save my life, but I'm sure only you would tolerate my little hobby of murder. Lester quickly bowed, lowering his head in submission after being questioned. Yet, in the depths of his hidden, downturned face, a cold, calculating glint of green briefly flashed and then vanished. Seemingly satisfied with Lester's sincerity, Wilson turned his massive frame, his back now facing Lester. He gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the New York City skyline, speaking slowly. Gather all the loyal men. Don't hold back on anything. Perhaps only death and blood can forge a true empire. For someone who has already conquered the West Coast, this is but a minor ripple. Tomorrow, not a single cop will show up in the neighborhoods around Fisk Tower. If an outsider gang thinks they can betray me, let them experience my real power. Rip. In an instant, Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, seemed to grow even larger. The expensive white suit he wore strained against his powerful muscles, splitting with a tearing sound. Long live Kingpin. At that moment, Lester suddenly raised his face, his voice brimming with fanatical zeal as he shouted. But as he did, a subtle smirk of mockery briefly flickered across his lips. Hail to the master, long live the king. Manhattan. In the midst of a traditional Chinese garden, Madame Gao, her hair tied up, knelt in meditation inside an octagonal pavilion, dressed in a dark red kipao. Suddenly, her tightly closed eyelids fluttered before she abruptly opened her eyes. Whoosh! A figure draped in black ninja attire emerged from the shadows of the building, appearing before Madame Gao. Before she could speak, the ninja, expressionless, coldly asked, Lord Murakami sent me to ask why you've chosen to go to war with Kingpin now. Why disrupt the plan to excavate the dragon bones underground? Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Madame Gao slowly rose to her feet. She walked over to a nearby table, picked up a few incense sticks with her slender fingers, and said without looking up, Kingpin is too controlling of the gangs under him. He would never allow us to dig up the dragon bones. Besides, the triads have always been the only ones doing the digging. When have any of you actually contributed? All you've done is reap the benefits. You. The ninja's anger flared, his hand instinctively reaching for the weapon on his back. Taking a deep breath, he continued, without the help of the other four fingers, do you really think you can handle Kingpin's retaliation? Or have you given up on the idea of immortality? How long can your frail body last? Madame Gao raised her head, her sharp gaze piercing into the ninja. A faint, mocking smile appeared on her pale face as she replied softly, if you want the dragon bones, go dig them up yourself. My faction has only one objective now, to face Kingpin head-on. Even if we suffer heavy losses, this war must continue until we achieve victory. Recognizing her resolve, the ninja no longer tried to convince her. Coldly, he said, I'll relay your message to Lord Murakami. But know this, you will receive no aid from the hand in this war. You and your triads will face Kingpin alone. As soon as the words were spoken, the ninja's hands formed a series of rapid hand seals. In the blink of an eye, his body melted into the shadows, like dirty water sinking into the ground, disappearing completely. Madame Gao appeared unfazed by the supernatural sight. She casually tossed aside the incense in her hand and began to walk out of the pavilion. She passed through the garden, her expression unchanging, paying no mind to the flowers and plants she once treasured. Upon reaching an open space, her eyes fell on the triad members gathered there, preparing weapons and checking firearms. Clap, clap, clap. Madame Gao clapped her hands to draw their attention. Once most of the men were looking her way, she slowly spoke. Brothers, the war between the triads and our enemies has begun. No mercy, no survivors, fight to the death. Anyone under Kingpin is an enemy standing in our way. This is a war for survival between gangs. The law of the jungle is absolute. Go, claim the future that is rightfully yours. Madame Gao's voice was calm and measured. She didn't resort to any impassioned speeches. Yet her men showed no hesitation. The sound of guns being cocked echoed throughout the area. In that moment, a flash of green briefly flickered in Madame Gao's eyes. For the Master, Chapter 52-051, Hulk. Zaire sat at the desk in his bedroom, staring down at the new phone in his hand. It was a small gift from the Man of Iron, meant to mend the rift between them and compensate for past wrongs. This wasn't just any phone, it had been meticulously modified by the Man of Iron. Not only could Zaire summon assistance from him at any time, but the phone could also control most electronic devices with just a touch. All Zaire had to do was tap it, and he'd have access to nearly any system. Even more impressive, by simply entering a person's name, the phone could pull up their complete personal data and current status. In short, the Man of Iron had given Zaire a hybrid of a mobile database and a supercomputer. With this, Zaire no longer questioned the Man of Iron's change of heart. The Man of Iron continued expanding the underground secret base and occasionally provided remote technical support if Zaire needed it, like helping him cheat on his exams from Midtown High. After a long period of studying and feeling mentally drained, Zaire finally gave up. All he really needed was a high school diploma to appease his aunt. The knowledge itself was useless to him. At that moment, Zaire squinted, setting down his new phone, and opened his computer to search for the answers to his upcoming exams. He needed to memorize them before heading to school for the retakes over the summer. Just then, a series of notifications popped up on his old phone. Stanford University, California sighted large wild animal, bear or tiger. Military forces dispatched. Do we really need an armored division to catch a wild animal? Lies and truth, a military experiment gone wrong. The Hulk? Eyewitness reports reveal the truth. The constant flood of news shattered Zaire's focus. He frowned, picked up his phone, and began checking more closely. A quick search on social media confirmed it. The Hulk had just engaged in his first major confrontation with General Ross, who had been pursuing him. Curious, Zaire picked up his new phone and typed in Bruce Banner. A long list of past accomplishments and titles appeared, but there was no information on Banner's current whereabouts. Then Zaire remembered since Banner had become the Hulk, he had been on the run, likely not carrying a phone. So, Zaire searched for General Ross's full name and entered it into the phone. This time, not only did Ross's information appear, but his phone became a remotely accessible listening device. Zaire raised the phone to his ear. On the other end, he could hear General Ross's furious shouting. With that many people surrounding him, you still let him escape? This was our best chance? Next time won't be so easy. Zaire winced, holding the phone a little further from his ear as Ross's voice boomed. Sir, the soldiers were terrified. They've never seen a creature like the Hulk before. Fear was inevitable. A calm, middle-aged voice reasoned with Ross. And, sir, why wasn't this powerful human experiment conducted within the military? A civilian can't possibly understand. It was a one-time freak accident, too many unknown variables mixed in. Ross's voice trailed off, weariness creeping in. Just as he was about to continue, another voice cut in. General, it's the White House calling. President Norman Osborn. Put him through. I need to give the president an explanation he can live with. Zaire listened for a while longer but soon lost interest. He turned off the phone and stood, walking over to his bedroom window. Outside, New York buzzed with life, and in the distance, the skyscrapers of New York City stood tall. No one knew that within a year, this bustling city would become a battleground for an alien invasion. Zaire didn't expect to save many people. He just hoped the chaos of the invasion would finally convince his stubborn aunt of the city's dangers, prompting her to leave the continent. Squinting, Zaire opened a simulator and noticed it still had several hours of cooldown before he could use it again. He hesitated for a moment, then selected a set of 10 random salvage attempts. Countdown, 9 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. After finishing this task, Zaire returned to his desk, as if momentarily forgetting the looming crises of the future, and resumed memorizing the exam answers. In the middle of the night, Zaire, lying in bed, was awakened by a steady, mechanical voice calling out. He opened his eyes, realizing it was the Man of Iron's AI speaking through his phone. My lord, wake up. Zaire took a deep breath and grabbed the phone, his tone irritated. Buddy, if you don't have a good reason for waking me up, I'm going to hit you with a laser shower. Omnisaya, I apologize, but the situation is urgent. The Man of Iron's voice hesitated before explaining. Your subordinate, Madame Gao, has launched an attack on Kingpin's headquarters. About 30 minutes ago, the operation was going well. They breached the building and made it inside. And Zaire raised an eyebrow. As long as they're not killing civilians, why should I care? Let the gangs tear each other apart. That's the problem, my lord. There's a high probability that Madame Gao's operation will fail, the Man of Iron's mechanical voice interrupted. Kingpin's headquarters has undergone significant mechanical upgrades. The internal structure is now a labyrinthine fortress, and he has far more manpower than Madame Gao. Mechanical upgrades? Why don't you just seize control of the building and guide her forces through? Zaire asked, his patience thinning. The Man of Iron hesitated before responding. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I took the liberty of providing some assistance. But a few minutes ago, a mysterious organization called the Hand joined the fight. They seem to be highly trained ninjas, unafraid of death. Madame Gao's forces are suffering heavy losses. I thought I should report this to you. The Hand. Zaire sat up slowly, a fierce expression spreading across his face. Gangs really are useless, he muttered before sighing. Fine. I'll handle it myself. Send them on their way. Chapter 53, 052, Shinobi Murakami, Queens. In front of the Fisk building, along the charity donation street named after Wilson, cars riddled with bullet holes lay scattered about, some overturned, others crashed into trees and ablaze. Thick, acrid smoke billowed skyward, filling the air with an ominous haze. As Zaire approached the main entrance of the building and the parking lot, he found more dismembered bodies strewn across the ground, with rivers of blood pooling beneath them. Meanwhile, the exterior walls of the building below the 5th floor were completely covered in heavy metal armor, making it impossible to see inside. The only indication of the ongoing conflict was the sporadic sounds of explosions echoing from within, a testament to the brutal gang war still raging on. Inside the building, at the junction of the 2nd and 3rd floors, the sound of gunfire rang out. Madame Gao, dressed in a tight black outfit, expressionless, squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the relentless stream of enemies pouring in from above. The flames erupting from her weapon illuminated the streaks of blood on her face, while her once tidy white hair had become a wild tangle. The situation was dire, her forces had suffered heavy casualties. Originally in command, Madame Gao was now forced to fight alongside her men. Despite their efforts, only about 50 remained of her initial 300, and their momentum had been thoroughly stifled. They were now trapped, unable to move. Suddenly, a cold, gleaming shuriken shot out from the back of the group. The sharp blade sliced through the throats of several unfortunate henchmen, continuing unabated toward the back of Madame Gao's head. However, she seemed to sense the danger. In an instant, she dropped her gun, pulling back to take cover while dodging to the side. Then, her hand shot up, and 2 slender fingers expertly caught the shuriken midair. Bang! At that moment, a tall figure clad in a blood-red cloak and dark red ninja garb materialized from the shadows at Madame Gao's feet, launching into the air. In a flash, a sharp katana cut through the air, aimed straight for Madame Gao's neck. Humph! With a cold gaze that seemed to transcend life and death, Madame Gao appeared unfazed by the approaching blade. Her other hand reached out, fingers slightly splayed, as if grasping at thin air. An invisible force seemed to swirl and then erupted toward the ninja's chest. Boom! In an instant, the tremendous force sent the would-be assassin crashing back 5 meters, embedding him against the corridor wall. Ha! Madame Gao took a slow breath, retracting her hand as she discarded the shuriken. Her voice was icy as she said, "Murakami, if you want to assassinate me, your skills are still far too juvenile." As soon as she finished speaking, her henchmen's expressions changed drastically, and they aimed their weapons at Murakami. Is he immortal, or should we save our bullets? Madame Gao raised a hand, stopping her men from firing. Madame Gao, after a century of acquaintance, who would have thought we'd end up at odds? Murakami placed a hand over his heart, the dark red mask rising and falling as he spoke. Yield, and I assure you your life will be spared in the name of the Hands Index. Absolutely not. With a cold expression, Madame Gao took the gun offered by her henchman and turned it toward Murakami. However, just as she was about to pull the trigger, bang! Murakami shook his head with a sigh. Instantly, he transformed into a cloud of grey smoke and vanished from sight. Faced with this bizarre phenomenon, Madame Gao's men exchanged silent glances, then gathered closer. One of the leaders, his head wrapped in bandages, turned to Madame Gao and urged, "Madam, the attack has failed, and the Hand has betrayed us. Please, temporarily withdraw. The brothers will swear to escort you to safety." Madame Gao's eyes glimmered with a hint of green. Just as she was about to respond, she glanced at the screen strapped to her arm. Then, she issued another command. "Reinforcements have arrived. Hold off the enemies, victory is within reach." Meanwhile, with a wisp of grey smoke rising, Murakami's slender figure materialized in a corner of the building's first floor. He took a slow breath, the crimson cloak flowing in the wind. At that moment, sensing something amiss, Murakami suddenly turned. His icy gaze landed on a tall figure standing 5 meters away, clad in a black helmet and a gas mask, wearing a brown military coat, and holding an oddly designed weapon. In one hand, he clutched a serrated heavy weapon, while the other held the upper half of a black-clad ninja's corpse. Suddenly on high alert, Murakami's chest tightened as he realized that the area around this mysterious figure was littered with the mangled bodies of black-clad ninjas, at least 20 of them. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Murakami raised his katana, demanding, "Who are you?" However, the imposing figure remained silent. Thud. Without a word, he tossed the corpse aside, then crouched low, launching forward with the force of a rampaging rhinoceros. At the same time, the heavy weapon in his hands swung with lethal intent, sweeping horizontally. The distance between them was too short for Murakami to perform any ninjutsu. He could only attempt to leap back while launching a series of shuriken and using the momentum of his katana to block the oncoming assault. Boom, boom, boom. But just as their weapons were about to clash, the mysterious figure's heavy weapon emitted a terrifying roar. Countless blood-soaked serrated edges whirred to life, deflecting each of Murakami's shuriken as if they had hit an invisible barrier, sending them clattering to the ground. In an instant, Murakami was paralyzed with shock. He had no time to recalibrate his battle strategy. Bang! In the blink of an eye, not only was Murakami's katana effortlessly shattered, but the terrifying heavy weapon was also embedded deep into his midsection. Sizzle! Before the cloaked ninja could even react, the roaring chainsaw sword swept through his flesh. Zaire swiftly reached out, gripping the ninja's neck and yanking hard. The once whole body was split in two. Now, Zaire's brown gloves were drenched in the warm blood streaming from the dark red mask. Guh! The ninja's throat convulsed, gasping for air as if trying to say something. But with no interest in listening, Zaire casually tossed the ninja's upper half away, colliding it with the lower half on the ground. Without a word, Zaire drew his plasma pistol again and aimed at the two halves of the corpse, pulling the trigger. As the plasma surged forth, the silent Zaire let out a breath, muttering, "Damn ninjas, sneaky little bastards, you startled me." Chapter 54, 053, You are in charge of the underground world, and I am the king of the hell. At the top floor of Fisk Tower, Wilson Fisk, dressed in a black suit, moved with precision in his lavishly appointed, elegantly remodeled private space. He whisked eggs, added butter to the pan, and gently swirled it. Just before finishing, he sprinkled a few sprigs of rosemary. Finally, he plated the perfectly cooked scrambled eggs on a fine blue and white porcelain dish. Fisk, expressionless, carefully picked up the plate. He left the spacious kitchen, entering an empty living room. The soft light from the chandelier illuminated the room, casting a gentle glow over the chessboard at the center, where a fierce battle was unfolding. Moving with elegance, Fisk approached the board, still holding the plate. He glanced down at the game and casually picked up a black knight, moving it left to capture a white pawn. Simultaneously, on a massive screen on the wall, the red numbers representing Madame Gao's side flickered, dropping by one. It seemed like a strange coincidence, but Fisk paid no attention. His focus remained on the chessboard, lost in thought. Minutes passed, and the eggs began to cool now at the perfect temperature to eat. Yet, when Fisk snapped out of his reverie, he tossed the valuable porcelain plate, eggs and all, into the trash without hesitation. Thunk. At that moment, the door to the living room was thrown open with force. Lester, a blond man with flecks of blood on his face, hurried in, his expression urgent. He swiftly approached the chessboard, his hands clasped behind his back, and spoke. Boss, the hand's finger Murakami is dead, and all the ninjas in the area have vanished. They ran. But Fisk seemed to not have heard a word. He moved aside, taking a few steps before sitting in a chair facing the chessboard. His massive, terrifying frame loomed like a mountain over the chessboard, casting a shadow that made Lester instinctively lower his head. With a cold, detached gaze, Fisk stared down at Lester's bowed figure. After a pause, his deep voice rumbled. No matter. The hand was always a group of cowardly, treacherous vermin huddling together for warmth. They could betray Madame Gao to help me, just as they could betray me to help someone else. I understand, boss. Lester smiled slightly, responding quickly. As he moved around the chessboard, he edged closer to Fisk. Boss, Madame Gao's forces are dwindling. Should we wipe them out in one strike? Although, before Lester could finish, and just as he was mere steps away from Fisk, his hands suddenly flew into motion. Shink, shink, shink. In an instant, a barrage of metal playing cards shot through the air like deadly projectiles, whistling as they hurtled toward Fisk's neck and head. Clink, clink, clink. Yet Fisk, still calm and unmoved, didn't even blink. The cards, sharp enough to slice through flesh with ease, didn't leave a single mark on him. Not a scratch. Impossible? Lester's face twisted in disbelief. In his eyes, tiny green lights began to flicker and swirl. His fingers, adorned with metal rings, twitched slightly as a razor-thin blade shot out from his sleeve. But Fisk, immovable as a mountain, had already reacted. Seated in his chair, he reached out with one massive hand, effortlessly grabbing Lester by the head, fingers sinking into his hair. With his other hand, Fisk casually swung, delivering a bone-crushing blow to Lester's arm and chest. Crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the room. Lester's body crumpled, his limbs hanging limp. In an instant, nearly all his bones had shattered. Ugh. Lester's eyes widened in pain, his mouth opening to scream, but Fisk's massive hand clamped over his face, silencing him completely. As Fisk held Lester's head, he noticed the eerie green lights dancing deep in the man's eyes. Brainwashed, just as I thought, Fisk muttered. Before the words even fully left his lips, he tightened his grip. Splat! Lester's skull shattered under the pressure, his eyes bursting from their sockets as half his head was crushed. Without any change in his expression, Fisk discarded the body, flicking the blood and brain matter off his fingers. Standing up, he spoke in a low, menacing tone. Your remote-controlled puppet is broken. Time to take matters into your own hands. From behind another door, a figure emerged from the shadows. Zaire, fully armored. In one hand, he held a blood-soaked chainsaw sword. Shame, Zaire said in a muffled, gravelly voice through his gas mask. He was a good tool. But honestly, I didn't expect him to succeed anyway. Fisk, emotionless, glanced at Zaire standing 10 meters away. He stepped around the chessboard, loosening the buttons of his black suit as he asked casually. Personal vendetta. Zaire shook his head slightly, his chainsaw sword dripping blood. He clipped it to his belt as his voice once again echoed from behind his mask. It started as a personal grudge, but then, the gangs in New York just got in my way. And you're the king of the underworld. Fair enough. I like your reason. Fisk swiftly removed his suit jacket, revealing a shirt laced with silver threads. He rolled up his sleeves, nodding in agreement. At least it's better than those street heroes and their games of justice. Seconds later, his bare forearms came into view, muscles like steel, bulging and shining faintly. My body has been tempered through endless sweat and time. Strange, faint patterns seemed to shimmer across Fisk's massive forearms as he fixed Zaire with a cold stare. It's been blessed with black magic and pagan rituals. I doubt your weapon can hurt me anymore. So, how do you plan to die, stranger? Heh. Hearing Fisk's confident proclamation of his victory, Zaire chuckled. Casually, he grabbed the hellgun from the side of his battery pack. Aiming it at Fisk, Zaire's voice remained calm. This is a battlefield relic, from an old friend. Before he could finish, Fisk seemed to sense the danger of the situation. His massive muscles swelled, his already huge frame expanding as he became even more imposing. In a split second, his inhuman strength shattered the floor beneath him, launching Fisk forward like a cannonball toward Zaire. Specifically for killing bugs. Zaire smiled slightly, pulling the trigger of the hellgun. Chapter 55:054, The Legacy. The hellgun roared with deadly fury. The alloy-reinforced barrel heated up rapidly. From the muzzle, a blinding light erupted. Searing beams, capable of piercing through heavy armor, shot forth in rapid succession. Kingpin, still suspended midair, had a sudden change in his expression. In the next moment, a wave of terror flooded his twisted face. Instinctively, he crossed his muscular, sinewy arms, trying to block the oncoming threat. But the Underground King's vaunted, hardened physique couldn't last even a fraction of a second. The scorching laser sliced through his body with ease. Against Zaire's hellgun, neither brute strength nor dark magic were of any use. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. Kingpin, massive like a giant, fell silent. His entire upper body was obliterated by the intense lasers, reduced to nothing but charred, scattered chunks. Thud. In an instant, what remained of his lower half, still carrying some residual momentum, crashed heavily at Zaire's feet, spilling guts and innards across the floor. Whew! Zaire, still wearing his gas mask, let out a breath. He stared down at the exposed spinal column of the half-corpse. Slowly, he raised the now silent Hellgun. Bzzz. The gun's cooling system hummed softly. Was it really worth it? Zaire shook his head, sighing quietly. He slung the Hellgun back onto the battery pack on his back. Stepping over the bloody remains of Kingpin, Zaire calmly walked towards the chessboard. He looked down at Lester, whose skull had been blown apart. At that moment, with its host's life snuffed out, the Heartlock Scarab reactivated, starting to devour Lester's corpse. The Necrons really are extravagant. This is just a disposable little toy, Zaire muttered, frowning as he watched the body gradually carbonize and crumble away. He had hoped to recover the Heartlock Scarab, given that such a technology capable of easily controlling another's mind was extremely valuable. But to his disappointment, it turned out to be a one-time use device. With a sigh, Zaire could only hope he might retrieve something useful later. Shifting his focus, Zaire began casually exploring Kingpin's private quarters. After about 10 minutes, he found a hidden safe behind an expensive painting. He glanced at the heavy safe embedded deep in the wall, then at the chainsword hanging at his waist, still smeared with blood and bits of flesh. Maybe not this time. He sighed, shaking his head. Taking out his phone from his coat, Zaire tapped a few buttons and waited patiently, standing by the painting as if he were admiring it. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The sound of the elevator's mechanical ascent echoed through the room. Ding. The elevator doors slid open, and a large, metal figure with glowing blue eyes stepped out, its limbs clanking as it moved. With remarkable speed, it dashed to Zaire's side, bending low to speak. Omnisaya, your loyal servant has arrived. Do you require assistance? How's it looking below? Zaire asked, not even turning his head, as though he were still lost in contemplation of the abstract painting. Most of Kingpin's forces have already been eliminated, so Lady Gao's side is progressing smoothly. Some remnants are still resisting, but they won't hold out much longer, the machine man reported, bowing respectfully. Then help me open this, Zaire nodded, pointing at the heavy safe. As you wish. A simple task. The metal figure straightened, its metal head whirring as it scanned the safe. Zaire, curious, stepped aside to watch how the robot might approach the task. He expected it to either brute force the password or hack into the internal system. But instead, crunch, the machine man stepped forward and drove its 10 metal fingers into the thick metal door. Crack. With a sharp tug, the entire safe door was ripped clean off. Simple, indeed. Zaire's eyelid twitched behind his gas mask. It seemed this wasn't much different from using his chainsword to slice it open. Sensing Zaire's silent exasperation, the robot's voice, now slightly awkward, buzzed. Master, the internal structure of the safe is purely mechanical, and since there's no self-destruct system, this was the simplest method. I see, brute strength works wonders, Zaire replied dryly, stepping forward to inspect the contents of the safe. Inside, there were no piles of cash or glittering treasures. Instead, there were neatly arranged stacks of documents. Zaire casually picked up a bundle, flipping through it. The documents detailed the organizational structures of various gangs across New York, key personnel, and countless bank accounts. The data was so thorough that if Zaire wanted to, he could easily control the lifeblood of most of the city's criminal underworld. At this moment, Zaire was the unspoken king of the underground. But Zaire had no interest in this. Tossing the files to the robot, he turned away. If not for the fact that he had unintentionally taken control of Lady Gao and now needed a faction to manage things, he would have wiped them all out. Behind him, the robot quickly scanned the files, then said, I will handle this, master. Rest assured. Zaire waved a dismissive hand without looking back. He continued searching for anything useful. After a few minutes, Zaire found a set of bearer bonds, valued at over $20 million, tucked between some of the documents. Anyone could cash them at a bank. Zaire, who had a habit of never leaving empty-handed, slipped the bonds into his coat pocket. Take all the files. We're leaving. But before he could finish his sentence, the robot behind him raised its hand, pointing to something in the safe. Master, I believe there's one more thing you might have missed. Oh. Zaire raised an eyebrow. He stepped aside to let the robot approach. The machine man quickly stepped forward, using a single metal fingertip to peel back a section of the safe ceiling. Click. Chapter 56, 055, the old Sun-style void combat armor? The battleground between the floors. The air was filled with the dying screams and the relentless bursts of gunfire. Even though Zaire had dispatched a significant number of gang members on his way to the top floor, there were still remnants of Kingpin's forces holding on to some of the floors. They were even engaging in a tug-of-war with Madame Gao's forces for control. Yet despite her numerous injuries, Madame Gao did not retreat. She personally led her subordinates in sweeping out the remaining enemies, determined to capture each floor. This was the final command from her master before he left, and her ultimate test. Kingpin was dead. If she couldn't handle the remnants and gradually take control of New York's various criminal organizations, it would prove she had no further use. For those without value, her master had left no shortage of grim examples of his ruthlessness. Kingpin is dead. We've won, someone shouted, but Madame Gao's expression remained emotionless. Raising her arm once again, her gun pointed forward. So before the police arrive, she commanded coldly, finish them. 5 a.m., inside a secret underground base. The base, which had already doubled in size, now featured a more complex interior layout. At its center was a vast hall, surrounded by a training area, a shooting range, and a massive armory, along with a warehouse for supplies. There was even a rudimentary living quarters for personnel, complete with basic amenities like running water and electricity thanks to the meticulous work of Iron Man. Zaire, having just stripped off his combat gear, sat cross-legged on a metal cot in the living quarters, going over the spoils of his recent hunts. Among the tangible assets were several unregistered bonds worth a total of 20 million. As for Kingpin's vast digital assets, they were now effectively in Iron Man's hands, destined to become unclaimed resources following Kingpin's death. Zaire couldn't access them for now, so he mentally classified them as long-term savings under Man of Iron Bank. The intangible assets, on the other hand, were much more extensive. In essence, Zaire had inherited a massive criminal organization. Although its leader was dead, and its core personnel had suffered significant losses, the foundation of the group remained intact. Still, Zaire had no interest in managing a bunch of lowlifes and criminals. He was confident that Iron Man and Madame Gao would purge the scum from the ranks, reshaping the organization into a war machine entirely loyal to him. Suddenly, Zaire slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. As if just remembering something, he frowned and opened the interface of his simulator, navigating to the salvage function. Salvage complete countdown, 0. Salvage results, 50 standard explosive rounds for bomb gun. Salvage results, 10 energy cells for laser pistol. Salvage results, 1 container of unexpired promethium. As he scrolled past the various items, Zaire's eyes suddenly widened as they locked onto the final salvaged item. This is. His once narrowed eyes opened to their limits, and even his steady breathing became erratic. Finally, the salvage had yielded something extraordinary. Salvage results, Solar Void Combat Armor, worn. Description, produced by the Solar Auxiliary Corps, this is a fully enclosed shell armor equipped with a life support system. Designed by the Mechanicum for chemical warfare, space, and hostile planetary environments, its defenses can withstand small arms fire and impacts, preventing the wearer from going into shock. It also has a self-repair function for minor penetrative damage. But remember, if you face a charging asteroids, this will only ensure you die a little less painfully. Not quite power armor, but definitely better than nothing. For the first time in a while, a genuine smile appeared on Zaire's face as he spoke to himself. However, just as he was about to pull out the armor to inspect it, Man of Iron mechanical voice interrupted him, emanating from his phone. Master, the encrypted data on the black hard drive has been decrypted. I recommend you come and take a look. Understood. Zaire closed the simulator and stood up from the metal cot, heading out. If it weren't something critical, Iron Man wouldn't have disturbed his rest. In the center of the base's brightly lit hall, a massive 5-meter diameter metal round table stood, with Iron Man projecting data from his eyes. Before Zaire could even get close, Iron spoke without looking up. By the Omniscia, the hard drive had a self-destruct mechanism and layers of encryption. Zaire paused, his gaze sweeping across the dense text floating in midair. Taking a deep breath, he asked, if Kingpin went through such lengths to protect this data, what exactly did he hide? Iron ceased his data projection for a moment, the blue glow of his optical sensors flashing as he replied, this is a 10-year-long record, mostly related to Kingpin's trafficking, smuggling, and kidnapping of children. Iron continued, if we break the data down, roughly a third of the children were sent to Sokovia, where a mysterious organization known as Hydra took custody of them. The remaining 2/3 were handed over to a subsidiary of a multinational chemical and energy corporation, Rockcon Industries. However, the exact name of the subsidiary is currently unknown. I can guarantee, beyond any doubt, that both of these entities are using these children for human experimentation. As Iron spoke, he raised his metal finger, and a handwritten note appeared in front of Zaire. It was an image of a piece of paper, scrawled with disjointed words, as if hastily written by Kingpin during a moment of contemplation. The note read, Hydra, mass production of superhumans. Rockcon Industries, some kind of unknown compound. Zaire's eyes narrowed, his once calm expression giving way to a rising fury. His breathing deepened, and a seething anger, long dormant, surged within him, threatening to engulf everything in its path. After a few minutes of digesting the information, Zaire's icy demeanor returned. He spoke with sincere conviction to Iron Man, his voice firm. I used to think gang criminals were the worst scum among humans, but it turns out organizations like Hydra are far worse than I imagined. They're not even worthy of being considered the same species. Friend, I think we've got ourselves a new mission. Find them, drag them out, and crush them. Chapter 57, 056, A Man's Romances. Gang Jumping, Part I. A week has passed since Kingpin's death. Surprisingly, no news outlet, whether from official channels or gossip tabloids, has dared to directly report on the brutal massacre at Fisk Tower. Even when rumors about the incident appear online, they are swiftly deleted, and the accounts spreading them are banned. Only whispers from Queens have begun to circulate, spreading through word of mouth. These rumors claim that the charitable businessman, Wilson Fisk, who was reported to have died in an accident, was actually the mastermind behind New York's criminal underworld. As for Zaire, the one responsible, he seems to have lost all his previous drive. During this time, Zaire resumed a calm, ordinary life, studying for exams, and occasionally helping out at his aunt's restaurant. A few days ago, the restaurant began a soft opening. However, this time, his aunt no longer served every customer. Lunch and dinner were available in limited quantities, sold out on a first-come, first-served basis. Surprisingly, the restaurant's business improved significantly. With the help of Carl, Zaire's aunt was able to handle work with ease. In his free time, Zaire visited Queens to receive a second shipment of firearms from Davis. Meanwhile, Zaire also received some bad news. Despite Mrs. Gao's efforts to consolidate her influence over New York's gang circles, the underworld, temporarily leaderless, had descended into chaos. The relentless crackdown by federal authorities and mysterious organizations only added to the growing anxiety among the criminals. Everyone needed weapons to ensure their own safety. This chain of events had made Davis's arms-dealing operations a bit more difficult. Zaire merely reassured Davis to continue acquiring weapons. After returning home, he informed Mrs. Gao, instructing her to handle future gun supplies. Once everything was settled, Zaire, now facing a cooldown period of 497 hours, offered a prayer to the Emperor and began another simulation. Simulation starting. Current available identities: Katachan Recruit, Krieg Grenadier, Kasserkin Sergeant. Please choose an identity to descend. If you refuse, one will be chosen at random. Identity selection refused. Simulation initiating. You have descended into the Warhammer universe. Time: unknown. Location: unknown sector in the galaxy. You find yourself aboard a shark assault boat. You are wearing a suit of solar pattern void combat armor and holding a heat blast assault rifle. Carefully observing your surroundings, you notice 9 other towering figures in similar armor alongside you. Before you can think further, the boarding light above you silently begins to flash red. You take a deep breath, grip your assault rifle tightly, and prepare for battle. As the hum of heated metal twisting and the vibrations of the assault boat's impact resonate around you, the sealed hatch of the boarding pod suddenly bursts open before the fully armed squad. From the corner of your eye, you spot a human soldier, dressed as an officer, gesturing for you to move forward. Without hesitation, you charge into the dimly lit enemy ship. There, you encounter an alien creature with tentacle-like limbs. From its writhing mouth, it utters strange, high-pitched noises, perhaps pleading or questioning. It holds no weapon. For a moment, you hesitate, but then you pull the trigger of your heat blast assault rifle. The devastating power of your weapon does its job. The creature begins to burn from the inside out, and soon even the metal floor beneath it briefly ignites. More invisible tentacle-like aliens reveal themselves, exposed by the flames, screeching as they rush toward you. At that moment, the sound of several heat blast rifles roaring behind you fills the air, as your squad mates join in to eliminate the dying alien creatures. The alien can never be trusted. The squad commander, now standing beside you, pats your armored shoulder before rejoining the fight. Taking a deep breath, you follow the commander's lead, joining in the extermination of the tentacle creatures. On the first day, your team successfully wiped out an alien refugee ship trying to escape. This stealthy and ambush-prone Xeno species was merely the native inhabitants of a primitive planet. After completing your first boarding mission, you carefully piece together the current situation. You belong to a Letalis Storm Squad, part of the Solar Auxilia, currently under the command of War Master Horus as you participate in the Emperor's Great Crusade. The boarding actions against alien forces like today's are just routine occurrences during the long and tedious space voyages. On the second day, the Storm Squad commander approached you during training. He expressed dissatisfaction with the hesitation you displayed during the previous mission. You admit your mistake and blame it on your unfamiliarity with the Xeno species. The commander reluctantly accepts your explanation and punishes you by making you repeatedly recite the Imperial Truth during your free time, outside of training and meals. On the third day, you trained in the morning, ate at noon, and began reciting the Imperial Truth in the afternoon. Nothing significant happened that day, and the voyage continued. On the fourth day, the routine remained the same: training, eating, and reciting the Imperial Truth. The only notable event was the sound of meteor fragments striking the metal hull, with nearby servitors reminding everyone to stay vigilant. On the fifth day, you skipped both training and the recitation of the Imperial Truth. By the first week's end, your squad received new orders from War Master Horus himself. A new, unknown Xenos force had appeared in a distant sector, and your squad would now be directly under his command for a grand, unprecedented expedition. In the second week, after a long journey, your squad finally joined Horus's expedition fleet. Shortly after, a group of asteroids from the Shadow Moon Space Wolves took over command of your squad. Communication was forbidden, weapons were confiscated, and you were not allowed to leave your quarters. Not just you, but everyone in the squad noticed something was wrong. Unfortunately, unarmed as you were, there was no choice but to follow the orders of the power-armored asteroids. In the third week, with the help of a servitor, you managed to figure out the layout of the ship's interior. You sneaked into the ventilation ducts and made your way to the commander's quarters. The commander showed no surprise at your arrival. Instead, he asked if you had a way to access the ship's armory. You said you could try, but in return, you wanted the commander to share his thoughts on your current situation. There's no doubt, a rebellion is likely brewing. The only question is, whose orders are behind it? The commander said cautiously, fixing his gaze on you. Throughout the conversation, he never once uttered that name. Chapter 58, Attention. Hello everyone. It's been a while since I last asked for your opinion on the book. Are you still enjoying it so far? Is the quality of the writing still good? Are there any grammar mistakes or issues that are affecting your reading experience? I know I haven't been the most consistent with uploading chapters lately, and that's largely because my studies have been taking up nearly 12 hours a day. I'm really trying to find a balance, and I'm committed to getting back on track with regular uploads. On a more personal note, I've noticed that the irregular uploads have impacted my earnings, and I've lost over $600 a month because of it. I'm trying to figure out how to recover from that, but I also want to avoid burning myself out. If any of you have advice or ideas on how I can improve my income, I'd really appreciate it. Maybe you know the best times for me to post new story and chapters etc. to get more engagement, or perhaps there are other ways or grow my readership that I haven't thought of yet. I just want to be upfront about this because your support really means a lot to me, and I want to make sure I'm putting out content that works for both of us. If you have any thoughts, whether it's about when I should post chapters or anything else, feel free to share. Your feedback isn't just helpful for the story, but it also helps me figure out how to keep everything going in a way that works long term. Thanks again for sticking with me and for all the support you've given me so far. I'm really grateful for it. Comment. 22 Comment. Vote. Chapter 59, 057, A Man's Romance is Gang Jumping. In the 4th week, there were some changes aboard the ship. The vessel you are on is an armed cargo ship. The usual routine is to disguise it as a transport ship, providing cover for your squad's boarding operations. Therefore, the cargo ship is only equipped with a laser cannon array and a torpedo launching system. This is not a ship of strategic value, especially for the entire expedition fleet. Even so, a strange squad of navigators forcibly took control of the cargo ship's bridge, under the escort of the Asteroids. The armed cargo ship's captain, nicknamed Blackbeard, along with his crew, were stripped of command by the Asteroids and driven into the lower cabins of the cargo ship. The living conditions in the lower cabins are far worse than those in the regular quarters where your squad resides. Despite being treated with such humiliation, Captain Blackbeard calmly stated that perhaps War Master Horus has his own considerations. Captain Blackbeard also urged the other crew members to keep a good mindset and be more patient. He firmly believed that the 16th Legion under War Master Horus' leadership would provide a satisfying explanation after eliminating the dangerous alien forces. You listened to the captain's advice while standing at the door of your quarters. You did not agree with the captain's words. From your cold observation, everything seems to be spiraling into an irreversible abyss. You began sneaking through the ventilation ducts, trying to make contact with the rest of your squad aside from the commander. After your persistent efforts and with the help of the machine servitor outside, you managed to contact all squad members. You had in-depth conversations with them, attempting to make them understand the current situation. Unfortunately, out of the entire squad, including the commander, only 5 members agreed with your delusions. An internal rebellion from the Shadowmoon Wolves of the 16th Legion is brewing. You cautiously whispered to the squad members, carefully choosing your words. A rebellion? Involving War Master Horus? Stop joking, friend. He's the banner of the Great Crusade? The War Master of the Human Empire? He's the Emperor's son, scoffed one of the dissenting squad members. You remained silent and chose not to interact with them any further. In the 5th week, the situation aboard the armed cargo ship deteriorated further, due to the prolonged confinement and the reduction in food rations. A group of subhuman beastmen responsible for logistics on the ship couldn't bear the hunger and triggered a riot in the lower cabins. However, as soon as the riot began, the roar of bolt guns and the splattering of laser beams grabbed the attention of all the crew members. 2 Asteroids from the Shadowmoon Wolves suppressed the fury of 100 beastmen in just 3 minutes. In an instant, the floor of the lower cabin was covered with the blood and flesh of countless beastmen, rivers of blood flowing. Perhaps driven by your instigation and a better-them-than-us mentality, Captain Blackbeard could no longer tolerate the brutal behavior of the Asteroids and was unwilling to let them continue their reckless actions. He led a group of malnourished crew members and forcibly barged into the bridge, delivering a passionate speech. I've served the Great Crusade. I've shed blood for War Master Horus. I demand to. Captain Blackbeard roared hoarsely as an Asteroid guarding the bridge gripped him by the throat. Shortly after, Captain Blackbeard was thrown out of the bridge, landing heavily in the plasteel corridor. Hidden among the crew, you rushed forward to help him up, only for the pale-faced Captain Blackbeard to grab your collar. Quick! Inform your commander, the cargo ship no, the entire fleet's navigation coordinates are wrong. Captain Blackbeard whispered urgently into your ear, drenched in sweat. In the 6th week, through secret messages passed by the crew, you figured out the rotation times of the 5 Asteroids aboard the cargo ship. During their extremely brief shift change, you successfully infiltrated the armory through the maintenance ducts. You stole 4 Melta assault rifles and 10 laser pistols. Due to time and weight constraints, you had no choice but to abandon the combat armor. Carrying only the weapons, you returned to the lower cabins. Captain Blackbeard and the commander were awaiting your return. Ever since Captain Blackbeard discovered the anomaly with the navigation coordinates, he had formed a united front with your squad. This expanded the number of loyalists to over 100. However, for the nearly 1,000 crew members aboard the armed cargo ship, you were still the minority. You distributed the Melta assault rifles to the commander and the other 4 squad members. Their mission was to ambush the armory and deal with the 2 Asteroids guarding it. Your mission, along with Captain Blackbeard, was even more difficult. You needed to distract the 2 asteroids guarding the lower and regular cabins, to buy more time for the commander and the others. In the 7th week, a riot broke out in the lower cabins of the armed cargo ship. You stirred up the other crew members to take over the kitchen, declaring they would no longer tolerate the food distribution system. At the same time, Captain Blackbeard led his loyal crew to forcibly shut down the cargo ship's engines and took control of the Geller field. The continuous disturbances completely distracted the asteroids. They attempted to calm the majority of the crew, urging them to return to their quarters. However, when the bolt guns' roars echoed from the direction of the armory, the Astartes' efforts at pacification turned into outright slaughter. For the unarmed crew members, facing asteroids in power armor was like a hot knife cutting through butter. You gripped a laser pistol tightly, pulling the trigger in a futile attempt to harm the asteroids. The roar of the bolts and the sight of flying limbs constantly assaulted your senses. The horrific scene before you made you grit your teeth in anguish. Why would War Master Horus Shadowmoon Wolves treat us like this? A crew member, ignorant of everything, trembled and shouted in rage. He stood up straight, staring defiantly at the blood-soaked asteroids in front of him. However, his only answer was the raised bolt gun of the asteroids. With a thunderous roar, the furious crew member was blown apart, his flesh scattering across the plasteel deck. A minute later, most of the crew lay dead or dying. The 2 asteroids slowly shifted their gaze, pointing the barrels of their bolt guns at you, standing amidst the corpses. You took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You raised your laser pistol. Chapter 60, 058, A Man's Romance is Gang Jumping, Part 3. The piercing whistle of the anti-armor hotline rifle echoed through the lower decks. Blinding red beams shot out from behind the 2 asteroids. They surged irresistibly into the power armor's interior. High-energy laser beams pierced through the ceramite-made power armor. One asteroid, unable to react in time, had his helmet penetrated by a laser and died instantly. Another, more cautious asteroid, fell heavily injured, on the verge of death. Even so, the dying asteroid propped himself up with one hand on the metal deck. Enduring the burn of incendiary weapons, he raised his bolter to retaliate. The shrill scream of the anti-armor hotline rifle sounded once more, melting the ceramite arm of the power armor along with it. Just as you were about to embrace death, you finally held out until the team attacking the armory arrived for support. You sighed in relief and lowered the useless laser pistol in your hand. You stepped over the fallen Astarte's body. You discovered that the one operating the hotline rifle was none other than Captain Blackbeard, along with a squad member who had gone to raid the armory. You immediately understood that the commander and the other 3 squad members had sacrificed themselves to finally seize control of the weaponry on the armed cargo ship. Captain Blackbeard handed you an incendiary assault rifle. Your gaze fixed on the position of the bridge several layers of metal decks above. There, the last asteroids of the Shadowmoon Grey Wolves remained. In the 8th week, the armed cargo ship, now completely under control, suddenly detached from Horus' fleet. In the cold void of space, countless laser cannons and plasma macro cannons from other ships locked onto the armed cargo ship and began firing. However, the agile cargo ship, under the personal command of Captain Blackbeard, narrowly evaded this deadly wave of attacks. Meanwhile, a communication from Abaddon, Horus' son, spread throughout the fleet. A cargo ship carrying the Letalis stormtroopers had betrayed the human empire due to the influence of Xenos forces. The cargo ship was attempting to ram the expedition fleet to sabotage Horus' plans to attack the Xenos forces. For the human empire, for the success of the Great Crusade, and for War Master Horus, sink them. Abaddon's voice was cold and merciless. In an instant, the cargo ship you were on was locked by machine spirits, and plasma torpedoes restricted your escape route. Subsequently, an overwhelming barrage of laser cannons and plasma macro cannons completely engulfed the entire ship. However, just as the ship was disintegrating and falling apart, you and the last surviving squad member piloted a great shark assault boat, bursting through the flames of the exploding cargo ship. You pushed with all your strength toward the direction of the expedition fleet, carrying the questions of countless fallen soldiers and Captain Blackbeard's dying words. You intended to make a final, one-way boarding assault on Horus' flagship. Unfortunately, the great shark assault boat you were piloting did not fly far. You didn't even make it into the attack range of the expedition fleet's escort ships. A Godspear laser from Horus' flagship vaporized the evading great shark assault boat. You were engulfed in unbearable heat, melting and dissolving into nothingness. You died. Simulation ended. Duration, 56 days. Simulation rewards available for selection. 1-1 Plasma Torpedo, inactive. 2 Great Shark Assault Boat Manual, complete. 3 1 month of Letalis Stormtroopers combat experience. Simulation time exceeded 24 hours. Simulator where not exempted. Cooldown, 56 hours. Available cooldown time, 497 hours. Consume cooldown time. Cooldown not consumed. Simulator entering natural cooldown, exemption available. The simulation ended once again. Zaire, sitting cross-legged, frowned at the survival time, which had not yet been surpassed. But when his gaze fell on the reward options, Zaire's slightly furrowed brow relaxed. This time, there hadn't been much combat. Zaire had thought there wouldn't be any physical enhancement. So, without hesitation, he chose the combat experience. He couldn't help but sigh, it's a pity I didn't get the incendiary weapon to deal with the asteroids. I wonder if I can salvage it. Before his voice had even faded, Zaire's entire body underwent another strange transformation in muscle and skeletal structure. His muscles didn't swell further but instead became denser, like tightly twisted steel wire. Already as hard as steel, Zaire's bones grew even more rigid. He even increased in height again, growing from 1.90 meters to 1.95 meters. At the same time, even the keratin layer of Zaire's skin took on a crystalline sheen, more dazzling than before. Ha! Zaire leaped from the ground, excitedly checking the crystalline skin on his arms. As he scratched with his fingertips, there was a faint metallic scraping sound. Zaire blinked in surprise. Ordinary handgun bullets probably wouldn't affect him anymore, right? He wondered whether a military knife from Katachan could cut through his now reinforced skin. Zaire thought for a moment and decided to head to his secret base to test it out. However, just as Zaire opened the door to his bedroom, his aunt returned home from work. In the living room, she set down her motorcycle helmet. She narrowed her eyes as she looked Zaire up and down, standing at his bedroom door, and asked curiously, "Zaire, why do I feel like you've gotten even taller? Is that squad training of yours really this effective?" Zaire smiled slightly and teased, "Auntie, I'm only 18. My growth spurt isn't over yet. Haven't you noticed how much I've been eating lately? Oh, thank goodness business is booming, or I'd be worried I couldn't afford to feed you." His aunt laughed as she headed toward her bedroom. Just as she reached her door, she suddenly turned back, as if remembering something, and said to Zaire, "By the way, your high school teacher called me. He wanted to ask about you." "Why?" "They said a lot of girls have been going missing from your high school recently. The teacher was calling to check in, to see if you'd heard any rumors among the students." "I haven't been to school in ages. How would I know anything?" Zaire squinted his eyes and shook his head. His aunt paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "That's true." Chapter 61, 059, A Warhammer on the Tip of the Tongue. Zaire's secret base. In a lounge completely covered with gleaming metal, the lights were bright. A metal bed was tossed into the corner. The electromagnetic stove hummed rhythmically. Above it, in a frying pan, freshly thawed Glock's beast steak sizzled in the greasy butter. At this moment, Zaire was crouched by the bed, focused. He drank from a can of stag beast milk, patiently waiting for the steak to cook. Perhaps a side effect of his powerful metabolism. Ordinary food was no longer enough to meet Zaire's daily needs. So, he gradually started experimenting with foods that were harmless and wouldn't pollute the environment, Warhammer provisions. This opened up a whole new world for Zaire. Apart from the occasional cannibalistic products used as a joke, most Warhammer foods could be considered exotic delicacies. Not long ago, after much hesitation, Zaire gritted his teeth and tried one and found himself hopelessly hooked. Maybe, there was no such thing as junk among the scraps recovered through his salvage function. It was just that Zaire hadn't figured out how to make full use of it yet. 10 minutes later, with his mouth still greasy, Zaire finished his midnight snack. He stood up, satisfied, and paced slowly around the lounge to help digest. As he wandered, he absent-mindedly activated the simulator. After some thought, he pulled out the long-awaited Solar Void combat armor. Boom! The heavy combat armor floated in the air before landing heavily on the metal floor. Haha! Smiling, Zaire crouched down, continuously running his hands over the armor, as if to feel the hard texture with his fingertips. Then, without any guidance, he began to put on the combat armor before him. A few minutes later, casually grabbing his chain sword, he strode out of the lounge as if charging into battle. He jumped into the training field and went wild. This reckless behavior, seemingly just to burn off excess energy, continued until he was interrupted by an Iron Man, returning to the base hall with a large load of building materials. Before long, the Man of Iron, standing 2 meters tall, positioned itself at the edge of the training field. Its 2 metal arms folded in front of it like a poised butler. At this moment, the blue light in the iron eyes flickered slightly. It addressed Zaire, who was still wielding the chainsword. "Good evening, honored Omnisaya." "Good evening, my friend," Zaire replied, stopping his swings. He removed the enclosed helmet of the combat armor and tucked it under his arm. With beads of sweat on his forehead, Zaire walked over to the Man of Iron, smiling. Friend, don't you think it's time you had a name? It doesn't feel right to keep calling you by your serial number." In response, the Man of Iron bowed slightly, and even its mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of longing. "My lord, names are mere labels, especially for mechanical beings, but if you wish, you may call me David." "David." Zaire blinked in surprise, then nodded in approval. "All right, from today onwards, you'll be David. By the way, how's the investigation I asked you to handle?" After confirming the name, Zaire's tone shifted abruptly, and the previously relaxed atmosphere grew tense. The Man of Iron, now David, bowed its head slightly, as if retrieving information from its metal cranium. Then it spoke succinctly. "The Hydra secret bases are scattered across the globe, with one at both the North and South Poles. Europe has the most contact points, and there are quite a few in the Americas. The news of Kingpin's death and the power shift in New York's gangs seems to have put Hydra on alert, as their traces have almost vanished from the entire network. However, I've already identified some real identities from previous contacts. The closest to us are several federal government senators, mid-level military officers, and a few high-ranking generals." The blue light in David's eyes flickered as he continued. As for SHIELD, they appear to have a separate internal communication network, so I could only gather limited information. However, with the names you provided, I've identified some low-ranking Hydra operatives. For now, this is all the data we have on Hydra. Upon hearing the report, Zaire narrowed his eyes and sneered. Cut off one head, and 2 more grow. I'd like to see how many heads this group of heretics has for me to chop. Before finishing his thought, Zaire said, let's not alert them just yet. We need to map out their entire organization structure. Unlike the orcs, simply cutting off their leaders might not be enough. He then asked, what about Rockcon Industries? What's their situation? David's eyes flickered again, his metal head tilting slightly. My analysis suggests Rockcon Industries and Hydra are not partner organizations, or at least they only have overlapping interests in certain areas. Rockcon seems to be solely interested in profit from Terra, with tendrils reaching into the entertainment industry, media, and politics. Their goals differ from Hydra's world domination. While cooperation between them is possible, their ultimate aims diverge significantly. There are also rumors that Rockcon's CEO, Dario Agar, may not be human. Zaire's brow furrowed as he softly muttered, alien influence. He narrowed his eyes, sinking into deep thought. Sensing this, David fell silent and waited patiently. A few minutes later, Zaire spoke. Then we'll deal with Rockcon first. Heretic forces can wait, and we'll take them down all at once. But for aliens, I don't want to wait even a minute longer. David bowed slowly, his metal head glinting under the lights. Understood, my lord. Rockcon Industries will pay dearly. With that reassurance, Zaire nodded. Without looking back, he headed toward the lounge. As he walked away, his voice echoed back to David. David, this is your domain now, don't let me down. I just need to know where to go and who to cut, got it? The blue light in David's eyes suddenly brightened significantly. As you command. Omniscia. Chapter 62, 060, Space Necro, Bloody 100 Days, I. In the lounge, Zaire removed his combat armor and placed his chainsword in its proper place. He sat cross-legged on the metal floor. Opening the simulator interface again, Zaire noticed that there were still 48 hours left on the cooldown for the next simulation. With a slight frown, he thought for a moment. Then, he directly consumed resources to bypass the cooldown. The appearance of Hydra had once again raised his sense of crisis. Zaire decided to increase the number of simulations to gain more power or equipment. Emperor, protect me, Zaire muttered to himself and restarted the simulation. Simulation starting? Current identities available, Katachan Recruit, Krieg Grenadier, Kasrikan Sergeant, Letalis Stormtrooper. Please choose your arrival identity. If you refuse, a random identity will be selected. Identity selection refused. Simulation starting? You have arrived in the Warhammer universe. Time, unknown. Location, Galactic Rim, Orpheus. You arrived on the planet's surface. You found yourself falling from the sky. You couldn't suppress a scream of fear. You landed heavily in a shallow freshwater lake. The impact caused your nose and mouth to bleed, and you lost consciousness. You slowly sank into the warm waters of the lake. You were on the brink of death. You woke from your coma, miraculously still alive. You found yourself lying in the sidecar of a hoverbike, covered with a thick, brightly colored blanket. You turned your neck slightly and saw a short-haired girl wearing goggles, speeding along on the hoverbike. The fading light of sunset shone on her pale skin, revealing a faint fuzz on her delicate face. Your gaze drifted past her thin, pink lips, and above her high nose, you saw a pair of crystal-clear, bright purple eyes. For a moment, you forgot where you were, as your eyes focused solely on the girl's side profile. Hey, big guy, did you hit your head? The short-haired girl's crisp voice reached your ears. You shook your head and, after taking a deep breath, carefully expressed your gratitude for saving your life. The short-haired girl, expertly controlling the hoverbike, kept her gaze fixed on the road ahead. Upon hearing your thanks, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Big guy, welcome to the agri world. Wait, no, I mean welcome to your descent. Haha, she said, laughing heartily. As you regained your senses, you finally noticed the endless green fields surrounding you. Further away, massive machines were strolling through the fields, spraying pungent fertilizers and diluted water. On the first day, heavily injured, you were brought back to the base by the short-haired girl. It was a workshop for repairing agricultural machinery. The short-haired girl, whose name was Zoya, lived there with her grandfather. Their family had managed the repair and oversight of the local agricultural operations for generations. Once again, you expressed your gratitude to Zoya, who twirled her hair around her goggles while staring intently at you. Afterward, Zoya called her grandfather over. A muscular old man, with mechanical limbs, walked over to you. He examined you closely for a moment, his face expressionless, before saying to Zoya, "This lad doesn't look like a rebel or a cultist. I'm just one of the Emperor's coins," you said weakly, managing to prop yourself up as you spoke to the old man. The old man blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. "The Emperor protects you? Welcome to my home." The old man extended his hand to you, offering a warm welcome. On the second day, your injuries were completely healed. You were used to such recovery, but Zoya and her grandfather were shocked. You asked the two about how to leave this place. Smiling, Zoya gave you bad news. Due to the vastness and isolation of the agri-world, aside from the monthly harvest ships that collected crops and resupplied the garrison, there were no long-distance transportation options to get you to the city. Even worse, this month's ship had just left. On the third day, stuck there for the time being, you decided to join Zoya's patrol team. Together, you and Zoya patrolled the giant machines working the green fields. You quickly adapted to the job and earned Zoya's high praise. Basking in the sunlight, you couldn't help but smile brightly. On the fourth day, you and Zoya's conversations became more in-depth. You inadvertently shared some of your combat experiences with her. This seemed to resonate with Zoya. Through her words, you learned that Zoya had an older brother. He was currently serving in the city's defense forces. If not for her grandfather's advanced age and the need to care for him, Zoya would have also joined the defense forces to fight for the Emperor alongside her brother. You moved your lips slightly but ultimately chose to remain silent. You couldn't change, nor did you want to shatter, the dreams of a young girl who had long aspired to this. On the fifth day, bored, you decided to learn some agricultural knowledge from Grandpa Ved. Ved began to ask probing questions about your background. You selected a few battle stories that could be shared and turned them into casual conversation. This seemed to ignite Ved's interest. He even shared with you his long-held stash of homemade alcohol. The two of you had a lively conversation. Perhaps fueled by the alcohol, Ved couldn't stop stroking his mechanical limb, a nostalgic look in his eyes. By the first week, you seemed to have grown fond of this rare, peaceful life. Your days were filled with sunlight, breeze, and the pungent smell of fertilizer. At some point, the excited Zoya was always by your side, constantly pestering you to tell more war stories. Most of the time, you refused, but occasionally, you couldn't resist her relentless pleading and would share some. You ended up teaching Zoya many practical combat techniques, trying to use physical exhaustion to burn off the girl's excess energy. Grandpa Ved didn't stop you. In fact, he asked you to increase Zoya's training. You became Zoya's mentor. You seemed to have adapted to this life. The distance between you and Zoya had grown increasingly ambiguous. Chapter 63, 061, Space Necro, Bloody 100 Days, Medium. In the second week, vast expanses of crops appeared to enter their pollination phase. With a smile on your face, you stood among clusters of blooming yellow flowers, gazing off into the distance. You watched countless bee-sized mechanical creations emerge from the bellies of massive machines. Like tireless workers, they flitted back and forth across the wide fields, collecting and pollinating without rest, day or night. Satisfied, you were about to turn and leave, but unexpectedly, Zoya came looking for you. You received your reward for becoming a teacher. Carefully, you started learning how to drive a hover bike. You always seemed to struggle with controlling the bike's direction, often veering into the crops, sending petals and pollen flying everywhere. With a yellow flower tucked behind her ear, Zoya would occasionally laugh uncontrollably. She teased you, saying your clumsy riding looked like that of a silly, bumbling sprite. It reminded her of a bedtime story her grandfather, Vidar, used to tell her as a child, about a sprite who dreamed of becoming a great inventor. You clambered up from the crushed flowers, awkwardly brushing off the pollen stuck to you. You heard Zoya's laughter. But instead of getting angry, you intentionally mimicked the sprite's bouncy, clumsy walk. Your imitation was so vivid, you looked like a mischievous giant teasing the sprites. Zoya's laughter grew even more joyful, and you couldn't help but smile even more brightly. By the third week, the pollinated crops, in just a few days and nights, entered their rapid fruiting phase and were nearing maturity. You finished your assigned patrol and lay down on the roof of the factory to rest. Meanwhile, you waited for the dinner that Zoya was carefully preparing. Suddenly, you frowned, your gaze fixed on the night sky, where two brilliant vortices had just appeared among the stars. Feeling uneasy, you climbed down from the roof. You found the old man Vidar, who was repairing a machine, and shared your worries. The muscular Vidar paused his work. He glanced at you, rolling his eyes in disbelief. It's just a supernova from the ancient Karakura twin stars reaching the end of their life. Kid, I don't mind if you want to woo my granddaughter, but you should still listen to the Empire's broadcasts on time. Vidar teased you a bit, thinking you were overreacting. But you ignored the old man's mockery. You took a deep breath. Perhaps to ease the embarrassment on your face, or maybe to suppress the unease gnawing at your heart. During dinner, you seemed distracted. Your behavior apparently irritated the quick-tempered Zoya. With your mind weighed down by worries, you didn't bother trying to cheer her up. Avoiding the upset Zoya, you sought out Vidar once again. You asked him if his household had any weapons stored. Vidar hesitated, then moved his mechanical limb to pull out an old laser gun and 2 fragmentation grenades from under his bed. Excited, you tucked the grenades into your coat. Clutching the laser gun, you felt a sense of comfort wash over you. You returned to your own bed. Instinctively, you muttered a prayer to the Emperor and closed your eyes with a sense of peace. It felt as though you were slipping into a dream from which you couldn't wake. Groggily, you opened your eyes. Your thoughts seemed sluggish, likely from the dream. To your shock, you found yourself sitting at a strange, enormous table. Looking around, the table was covered in thick dust, with plates filled with unknown ash and grime. Even more horrifying, scattered among the ash and dust were chunks of blood-red flesh, resembling human limbs. Your expression went blank as you kept turning your head, scanning the bizarre and grotesque scene before you. Around the table stood tall figures draped in ancient furs, their faces seemingly hidden behind metallic skull masks. They kept grabbing the flesh, trying to stuff it into their opening and closing mouths. Yet the flesh couldn't enter their non-existent stomachs. Piece by piece, the flesh passed through their hollow metallic chests, falling straight to the blood-stained floor. At the same time, you noticed a well-dressed, vacant-eyed middle-aged man sitting in a corner of the table. He seemed utterly paralyzed by the terrifying sights before him. White foam dripped from his mouth and nose, and from deep within his throat came the occasional incoherent mumbling. Everything you saw felt so real. You couldn't tell where the dream ended and reality began. You struggled to think through the fog in your mind, desperate to wake up and escape this terrifying banquet. But to your horror, no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't break free from the invisible chains holding you down. Suddenly, the light before you dimmed. A metallic hand closed tightly around your throat. You strained to look, only to see a terrifying figure draped in blood-red fur staring directly at you. You wanted to detonate the fragmentation grenades hidden in your coat, but found you couldn't resist. In that instant, a harsh, grating voice, like metal scraping against metal, pierced your ears and rattled your nerves. The Manak dynasty returns, the banquet of flesh, unnecessary, an intruder. The terrifying figure murmured, the cold, cryptic words tinged with confusion. Your consciousness began to blur. You struggled to breathe. You were on the brink of death. Suddenly, you jolted awake in bed. Drenched in sweat, a terrified scream that had been trapped inside finally escaped your throat. You cautiously opened your eyes. Standing before you was Vidar, his face full of concern, and from Zoya's room came her anxious inquiries. You heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment of quiet reflection, you got up and approached Vidar. With a sincere expression, you urged him, telling him that you had received a revelation from the Emperor. An unknown and terrifying crisis was about to befall this planet. The three of you had to leave immediately. The sooner, the better. The farther, the better. Vidar furrowed his brow and stared into your eyes, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. The old man was silent for a long time before finally clenching his teeth and making a decision. Zoya? Plan A. Vidar shouted toward the room. Chapter 64, 061, Space Necromancy, Bloody 100 Days, 2 in 1. In the fourth week, the field stretched endlessly, filled with plump, ripened fruit hanging heavily on every tree. But the harvest ship symbolizing prosperity and anticipated like a giant, fat bird, as Zoya called it, had not arrived as scheduled. You scanned your surroundings, eyes passing over the purple-skinned fruits, while your hand tightened on the laser gun. Sitting in the sidecar of Zoya's hoverbike, you sped quickly over the crops. The old man, Vidar, wearing his windproof sunglasses, skillfully rode another hoverbike, following closely behind you both. Decisive in his actions, Vidar had taken your advice. Now, the three of you were headed toward one of the few settlements on this planet, the town of Blessing. Only there would you find the transit hub needed to leave this agricultural world. You shifted slightly, casting a quick glance at Zoya's pale profile before catching Vidar's form in your peripheral vision. You were certain the old man was far more than a simple farmer who knew his way around machines. His swift, purposeful movements suggested he was a seasoned imperial veteran. Fixing your gaze ahead, a hint of a smile played at your lips. Suddenly, Zoya's voice reached your ears. The recent supernova explosion of the twin stars Caracal had disrupted the planet's communication network with its energy surges. This made it impossible for you to contact Zoya's brother. As a member of the Imperial Defense Force stationed in Blessing, he had the authority to arrange a ship for your departure from this planet. Zoya was even more worried about her brother's safety. Bound by duty, he might not be able to leave with you. You maintained a silent presence, listening closely to her concerns. You had doubts about whether the three of you would make it onto that ship. Yet the old man, Vidar, appeared unfazed. Believing he had a backup plan, you decided to follow his lead. After a day and night of relentless travel, you neared your first rest stop. The hoverbikes, having been pushed to their limits, needed refueling, and their engines required new parts and a chance to cool. But upon reaching the rest stop, you found no signs of life. Instantly on guard, the laser gun in your hand hummed, ready to fire. The old man Vidar's voice broke the silence. He explained that the rest stop was manned by an old friend, someone who had considered this place home and wouldn't leave easily. Taking a deep breath, you warned Zoya, who looked tense, to prepare for a quick escape. Waving off Vidar's offer to join you in the search, you leapt from the hoverbike, stealthily approaching the outpost. You entered the warehouse smoothly. The sight of a human body, skin stripped away, lay on the ground, blood pooling around it. Around the body, shards of several broken servitors littered the area. Despite a thorough search, you found no enemy. Whoever had done this had vanished like a ghost, leaving no trace. Exiting the warehouse, you informed Vidar of the scene and urged Zoya to hurry with the repairs and refueling. Inside, staring at his friend's body, Vidar's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he told you why he trusted you. His faith was driven by the Emperor's divine will and the instincts of an old soldier. The scene before him also confirmed that the peaceful agricultural world he once knew was gone. Eventually, Zoya finished the repairs and refueling, then started gathering ripe fruits from the nearby crops for supplies. With a heavy heart, Vidar outlined the next steps. Upon entering Blessing, you were to find Zoya's brother while Vidar searched for other options. Should her brother be unable to secure you a ship, you were to proceed to Broken Horn Alley in town and seek out a wanderer named Red Hand, who would help you leave, with or without Vidar. If I don't make it, will you look after Zoya? Vidar asked, hesitating, his tone calm. You remained silent, then glanced at Zoya, joyfully gathering a large fruit, and nodded slowly. And so, the three of you resumed your journey, fleeing across the land. The outposts you passed were either deserted or strewn with blood and corpses. Days later, dusty and tired, you finally reached the outskirts of Blessing. Even Zoya, inexperienced in warfare, sensed something amiss. Beside the road lay an abandoned Chimera troop transport and a Lehman Russ tank. Raising your laser gun, you moved in to investigate. The heavy weapons were fueled, free from mechanical issues, with machine spirits still vibrant. In the troop transport, you discovered some abandoned gear, including a hellgun and scattered protective equipment. Calling Zoya and Vidar over, you placed an Imperial Defense Force helmet on Zoya's head. Meeting her uneasy gaze, you gently fastened the chin strap. Handing her the laser gun, you instructed her to shoot first and ask questions later if danger arose. Emotionless, you hoisted the battery pack onto your back and took up the hellgun. Vidar, with his mechanical limbs, picked up a fallen laser pistol, nostalgia in his eyes. With everything prepared, you left the now worn hoverbikes behind, choosing to walk into the town. Desolation met your gaze as you entered, the ground littered with craters and skinned human remains. Explosions rumbled from the direction of the Imperial garrison, suggesting ongoing resistance. Even Zoya, usually fearless, shrank behind you, her fear palpable. Instinctively, you tightened your grip on the hellgun, eyes scanning for movement. Vidar surveyed the area, brow furrowing, and in a low voice, suggested heading directly to Broken Horn Alley. Zoya, anxious for her brother, hesitated but stayed close. At that moment, 7 or 8 armed humans rushed from a nearby corner, their expressions panicked. You opened your mouth to speak, but they became crazed upon seeing you, raising their weapons. Expressionless, you pulled the trigger. Within seconds, hellgun fire reduced the group to ash. But the gunfire attracted a far deadlier foe. In an instant, a ghastly figure emerged from the shadows, hunched like a ghoul. Its skull-like metal head was bloodstained, its body of living metal reflecting the cold light. Sharp, razor-thin blades replaced its fingers. Its arms and neck were draped in human skin like a gruesome cloak. Most horrifying of all, a skeleton hung from its back, swaying like a macabre banner. The Necron Flare. Wide-eyed, you aimed the hellgun and pulled the trigger. "Run!" you shouted, desperation evident in your voice. The hellgun roared, beams striking the metal, but had no effect. Instead, the attack only enraged the flare. With gritted teeth, you held the trigger down, buying time for Zoya and Vidar to escape. Then, Vidar drew a deep breath. He lifted his mechanical arm, revealing a larger weapon, a bolt pistol. The muscular old man, wearing his sunglasses, moved past you. "Go, find Red Hand in Broken Horn Alley," he ordered, not looking back. With a deafening roar, the bolt pistol fired, momentarily halting the flare. You stopped shooting as the hellgun overheated. Turning, you grabbed Zoya, hoisting her onto your shoulder. She clung to you, her purple eyes brimming with tears. "Grandpa," she cried, but Vidar replied without turning. "Live, child. Survive," he shouted back. He held the flare at bay with precise shots, while you carried Zoya into the alleys. After several seconds, the bolts stopped. With dry eyes, you pressed on, Zoya on your shoulder, tears falling silently. As you moved, Zoya calmed, guiding you through the maze of buildings. Minutes later, you were within sight of Broken Horn Alley, but a shell from the direction of the garrison landed nearby, throwing you both to the ground. Dizzy, you tried to get up, noticing your leg had been sliced by shrapnel, blood pooling around you. Looking around, you saw Zoya a few meters away, her helmet shattered. She seemed unharmed, save for a bleeding wound on her forehead. Taking a deep breath, you crawled to her side. But through the settling dust, a terrifying figure appeared. You stared in horror as the flare emerged, wearing Vidar's old, withered face on its metal skull. A deep, unsettling whisper echoed from the creature. "Zoya," the flare muttered. Gritting your teeth, you reached for your last frag grenade, hurling it at the advancing monstrosity. Crawling to Zoya, you tried to wake her, but blood flowed from her mouth and nose. Your lips quivered as you realized her injuries were fatal. Cradling her head, you mumbled apologies as tears fell onto her face. The flare's heavy footsteps approached. You reached for the final grenade. The explosion consumed you and Zoya. In a trance, you seemed to see the unconscious Zoya slowly rising into the air, and a pair of white wings seemed to grow behind her. Your consciousness is plunged into darkness. You're dead. Chapter 65-062, Zoya's hovering motorcycle? End of simulation, duration, 30 days. This simulation yielded options for preservation. 1. Vidar's explosive pistol, ordinary. Label, old soldiers never die, they just fade away. 2. Bedtime story, the legend of the fart spirit's skillful path, complete set. Label, this should just be a legend, right? 3. Zoya's hoverbike, relic. Label, big old guy, live well. The simulation time exceeded 24 hours, simulator wear remains. Cooldown time, 30 hours. Available cooldown time, 449 hours. Would you like to use cooldown time? Cooldown time not consumed, the simulator enters natural cooldown, can be bypassed anytime. The simulation has ended. Zaire, eyes wide open, stared at the simulator's text in shock for quite some time. He stayed silent for a while, then slowly muttered, "This damned simulator." Zaire couldn't imagine what emotions the simulation version of him had experienced. He was detached from it all, unable to truly feel a connection. However, Zaire understood. In that moment, the version of himself in the simulation likely felt a despair beyond anything imaginable. Zaire's gaze passed over Vidar's explosive pistol, settling on Zoya's hoverbike. He raised his chin slightly, taking a deep breath. Then, without hesitation, he chose the last reward. Thud. Accompanied by the metallic clang on the ground, a light blue hoverbike, weighing half a ton, appeared before Zaire. He slowly stood and approached it, warm hands gently stroking the cold metal surface. At that moment, deep within Zaire's heart, complex emotions surged and swayed like tides. In a hazy awareness, the simulator's text no longer felt like mere simulation. Instead, it became a tangible manifestation of a real world. Within the Warhammer universe, a human girl named Zoya once rode this very hoverbike, racing across green fields. The cool breeze tousled her short hair, yellow flowers at her temples, and her laughter echoed across the land. Zaire, momentarily entranced, noticed something hanging on the hoverbike's handlebars. It was a pair of goggles Zoya had liked to wear over her short hair. Expression solemn, Zaire picked it up, hesitating for a moment as he held it up to his face. He was about to try them on, but then he glimpsed something etched inside the goggles. A unique sequence of imperial text caught his eye. Although Zaire didn't understand the language, a flash of insight revealed the meaning. May the Emperor bless me. I seem to have found someone I like, big old guy. At that moment, Zaire's face tightened. An unfamiliar emotion surged from his throat. He took several deep breaths, forcing it down. Then, face blank, Zaire placed the goggles back hastily, like a stealthy predator. He bolted out of the resting area. Ah, my lord. In the brightly lit base hall, David, who had been polishing construction materials, looked up, its blue eyes blinking in confusion as Zaire stormed out. David was about to greet him and foster some camaraderie. But Zaire didn't look back, running straight out of the secret base. David tilted its metal head, murmuring as it returned to its work. Perhaps the great Omniscia forgot to turn off the gas at home. 90% probability. Expression rigid, Zaire dashed out of the basement. He didn't head upstairs to his apartment. Instead, he burst out of the building. Amidst the neon lights illuminating the street, he ran. His enormous frame plowed ahead, using physical exertion and familiar city streets to battle with his rising emotions. Zaire ran aimlessly through Manhattan, like a maddened bull. His heavy footsteps disturbed sleeping homeless people on the sidewalks, as well as some drunken bystanders. Even a few startled petty criminals scattered away. Some bystanders, thinking of filming him, found their phones mysteriously blacked out until Zaire's shadow disappeared. 30 minutes later, Zaire's chest heaved, and his breaths grew ragged. Sweat beading on his forehead, he slowed to catch his breath. His gaze was unfocused as he glanced around, uncertain where he had run to. He gazed upward, familiarizing himself with the surroundings until he realized his location. He had crossed most of Manhattan, in the south to Harlem in the north. Whoosh. Zaire exhaled slowly. He shook his head, a slight smile on his lips, as if mocking his previous actions. Then, a cool night breeze passed over his scalp, bringing both comfort and clarity to his mind. With a faint smile, Zaire turned, striding down a dimly lit street toward home. Before long, he turned into a narrow alley, a shortcut home. But after only a few steps, Zaire saw something unusual. Under a dim streetlight stood a middle-aged man in a purple suit, violently beating a young girl. The girl, dressed in a yellow dress with black hair, stood emotionless, neither resisting nor dodging. The man's angry shouts filled the air, reaching Zaire's ears. My dear Jessica, do you think you can defy me? Let me tell you, you're delusional. Hearing the man's threats, Zaire's brow twitched. He considered changing his route. He wasn't a superhero, nor did he feel like intervening. But as Zaire turned to leave, the man's voice stopped him in his tracks. Look, a suitable punching bag. Jessica, go kill him for me. Chapter 66, 063, Jessica Jones. With a cold expression, Zaire stopped the movements between his limbs. He instantly withdrew the steps he had taken. Facing his enemy, he prepared for battle. At that moment, a girl with black hair in a yellow dress lunged towards Zaire. She resembled a beautifully crafted human puppet, her movements incredibly stiff. With her eyes slightly red, she raised her delicate arm at the command of the middle-aged man, her expression blank as she swung her tightly clenched fist. Zaire took a deep breath. Just from the heavy punch that carried the sound of rushing wind, he immediately determined that the girl before him was definitely not an ordinary human. Superhuman? And, not just one. In the blink of an eye, Zaire narrowed his eyes. His muscular back bent slightly, and the muscles in his legs tightened, his feet forcefully pressing against the ground. In an instant, he transformed into a drawn sword. Charging directly at the tearful black-haired girl, Zaire, now in battle mode, seemed to switch to a different persona. He calmly faced the black-haired girl, who possessed unknown superpowers. With a mere sidestep, Zaire effortlessly dodged her clumsy yet heavy punch. Before the black-haired girl could retract her arm and continue her assault, Zaire, with narrowed eyes, suddenly swung his muscular arm. A massive force, fueled by pent-up rage, struck the girl squarely on the neck. Bang! Accompanied by the violent sound of flesh colliding, the tearful black-haired girl flew through the air like a dancing yellow butterfly. Her skirt fluttered as she slammed heavily against the wall of the alley. Thud! The brick wall shattered upon impact, creating a large dent. Before the black-haired girl could even hit the ground, Zaire quickly shifted his gaze. A cruel smile spread across his lips. His muscular shoulder sank slightly, and his pace quickened. Zaire charged unhesitatingly toward the middle-aged man not far away. How is this possible? In an instant, the man in the purple suit instinctively widened his eyes, as if his eyeballs might pop out of their sockets. His mouth let out a terrified shout. "Friend? This is a misunderstanding. Jessica, come back." Before he could finish, sensing the undisguised murderous intent in Zaire's eyes, the middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened. He took a deep breath. With calm determination, he issued a final command to the approaching giant. "Stop immediately. I command you to cease all actions." However, the man's superpower, which worked perfectly on ordinary humans, seemed utterly ineffective against Zaire, who was already closing in. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Zaire's muscular shoulder collided forcefully with the unprepared man. He pinned him against the street lamp. Given the size difference between them, the impact of Zaire's charge landed squarely on the man's face. Ugh! The man's nose instantly collapsed, bones breaking under the force. Even the teeth in his mouth shattered. Taking advantage of the moment, Zaire, with blood-red eyes, lifted his other muscular arm. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, the middle-aged man's neck snapped like a fragile pencil. His head hung weakly on his shoulder. The man's lifeless eyes seemed to express disbelief and shock. Ha! With his murderous intent fading, Zaire sighed in relief. He took a step back, allowing the man's body to slide slowly down the now slightly deformed lamppost. Zaire then stared at the purple blood oozing from the man's wound, unable to suppress his frown. Is this an alien life form? Or a side effect of his superpower? What exactly is his superpower? Is it linguistics? Zaire muttered to himself, gazing at the corpse. Before he could finish speaking, his phone, which he had placed in his pocket, suddenly vibrated. Then came David's mechanical voice. "Honorable Omissa, the opponent is not an alien life form, just a foolish human who abused his newfound superpowers." Upon hearing David's response, Zaire blinked and let out a cold laugh. Then he turned to approach the black-haired girl, intending to check on her. However, the girl, who had taken Zaire's full-force blow, seemed not to have died on the spot. She leaned against the wall, half lying amidst the rubble. Her hands, covered in scratches, shielded her face as she sobbed sorrowfully. It was as if, with the middle-aged man's death, the black-haired girl had regained the freedom she had lost, like a marionette released from its strings. Thud, thud, thud. As Zaire's heavy footsteps drew near, the already wary black-haired girl suddenly lifted her head. She tugged at her torn dress, trying to curl her exposed legs inward. With bloodshot eyes, she looked at Zaire, uncertainty flashing across her face. Thanks to the dim light behind her, Zaire could finally see her appearance clearly. He instantly recognized her identity. She seemed to be a student from Central City High School. Moreover, she was Zaire's high school classmate. With his thoughts racing, Zaire raised an eyebrow and softly asked the black-haired girl, "Jessica. Jessica Jones." Upon hearing her name, the girl, struggling to suppress her sobs, instinctively widened her eyes. She seemed unable to recognize the drastically changed Zaire. After hesitating for a moment, the black-haired girl straightened her back and weakly said, "It's me. Thank you for saving my life." Zaire, squinting his eyes, interrupted her. "Right now, do you want to live or die?" The girl was taken aback, seemingly unable to process his words. She stared at Zaire in a daze, her mouth producing an involuntary sound. Zaire, with an expressionless face, suddenly raised his muscular arm. He flexed his wrist, squinting as he said, "Tonight, you did not see me. Understand? Of course, if you want to seek death, you can go ahead and say so. You're overthinking it? I hate that demon that has tormented me for so long." The intelligent girl seemed to grasp Zaire's concerns. She shifted her gaze, her eyes filled with resentment fixed on the dead man, sneering softly. Without hesitation, the black-haired girl declared, "I will call the police myself and take responsibility for the murder. And I won't disclose any information about you. I swear on my life." At that moment, Zaire, squinting his eyes, gazed into the girl's eyes, which radiated boundless hatred, and fell silent. A few seconds later, Zaire turned back toward the lamppost without expression. He bent down and lifted the middle-aged man's body. Without looking back, he strode deeper into the alley. "For your perceptiveness, girl, you can live and go to the hospital." Chapter 67, 064, New Target, Red River Orphanage. ZZZZZ. A blue plasma erupted from the muzzle of the gun. With an expressionless face, Zaire dropped the plasma pistol from his hand. The body of the middle-aged man lying a few meters away had been completely melted to ash by the intense heat. At that moment, David, standing behind Zaire, lifted his metallic head. Blue light flickered in his eye sockets as he slightly bent forward and said, "My lord, I have discovered the identity of this unfortunate soul." Zaire raised an eyebrow and turned to glance at the man of iron. He seemed to accept this statement and nodded, saying, "Go on." Superhuman, male, 42 years old, commonly known as Kilgraves, real name Kevin Thompson. The Iron Man's mechanical voice continued slowly. His life experience is quite complex. He was orphaned and abandoned at the Red River Orphanage. After becoming an adult, he seems to have worked as a spy for a while before using his superpowers to travel around the world. Before David finished speaking, the blue light in his eye sockets flickered again. Images began to play repeatedly in front of Zaire. They mostly showed the middle-aged man appearing in various locations around the world, alongside footage of victims committing suicide or killing each other. Before Zaire, who remained silent, could respond, the Iron Man continued. Due to his long-standing habit of wearing a purple suit, the surviving victims refer to him as the Purple Man. He has manipulated people into suicide and murder, shamelessly insulted women, and stolen artworks and gems. His actions are quite heinous. It can be said that his death would be a relief. Just as the Iron Man finished speaking, Zaire, taking a deep breath, suddenly asked, "What are his superpowers? Does he control people through speech?" Upon hearing Zaire's question, the Iron Man slowly turned his metallic head, and the images playing before him instantly disappeared. He seemed to ponder for a moment before saying to Zaire, "Analysis of the autopsy reports from around the world shows that the deceased had unknown viruses in their bodies. This may be the secret behind his ability to control people. The Purple Man is essentially a large, mobile virus incubator." After hearing the Iron Man's description, Zaire, with narrowed eyes, slightly nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Create a file on this superhuman and put his information in it. I believe similar incidents will become increasingly frequent in the future." Having said that, Zaire put away the plasma pistol and was about to turn and leave. However, the David's words once again captured his attention. At this moment, the mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. He said calmly, "My lord, this is merely an appetizer. The Purple Man's superpower is not something he was born with. He may have been manufactured." With a furrowed brow, Zaire halted, fixing his gaze on David, and asked, "Is it related to the mysterious compounds of Roxxon Industries?" "Exactly, with an 80% probability. The Red River Orphanage, where the Purple Man grew up, has long been funded by an entertainment company called Water. This funding relationship can even be traced back to World War II. Although Water Company appears to have no connection to Roxxon Industries, I've found some clues. I believe this company is a subsidiary of Roxxon Industries. Why would an entertainment company controlled by Roxxon fund a loss-making orphanage for so long? Unless this orphanage brings greater profit for the capital. Moreover, a superpowered orphan came out of this orphanage. My lord, I believe this is not a coincidence. It's worth investigating further." "Are you saying the orphanage is a laboratory for creating superhumans?" "I cannot say with absolute certainty, but I believe we can pry open a corner of the iceberg to discover more problems underneath." In an instant, with his thoughts racing, Zaire narrowed his eyes. He fixed his gaze on the Iron Man and asked, "Where is the Red River Orphanage located?" "My lord, in Kansas, in a rural town called Smovely." Zaire fell silent for a moment and then nodded slightly. "Understood. Continue the investigation." "As you command, my lord." After leaving the secret base, Zaire did not go to sleep. He sat cross-legged on his bed. After hesitating for a moment, he reopened the simulator. Zaire chose not to continue the simulation. He feared the simulator would again give him a spiritual cleansing. Instead, Zaire decided to calm his mind. He casually navigated to the salvage page. Without hesitation, he selected 10 salvage attempts. Salvage completion countdown, 9 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Gazing at the decreasing salvage countdown, Zaire closed the page and slowly lay back on the bed. His gaze wandered slightly. He stared out at the pitch-black night and fell into thought. Until sleepiness overtook him, Zaire gradually slipped into a dream. In the following days, Zaire continued his salvaging. He needed flying vehicles from the Warhammer universe. This would allow him to conduct long-range rapid strike operations. However, perhaps due to his last haul of the Solar Void battle armor draining his luck, he spent 150 hours of cooldown time. He barely managed to gather a set of Imperial Defense Force armor, along with more miscellaneous items. Salvage rewards, 10 sets of brand new Valhalla Frost Warrior basic armor. Note, produced by Valhalla, Comrade Bob, don't just stand there, you're about to freeze stiff, advised by soldiers from the Valhalla 246th Regiment. Salvage rewards, 20 sets of brand new Kadayan Shock Trooper basic armor. Note, produced by Kadaya Fortress, if you ask me, Kadaya never falls, unless the warp spiders come. Salvage rewards, 5 battle-worn laser pistols. Note, produced by the Mechanikus, please don't hold it against them, their machine spirits still linger. Salvage rewards, 100 Blonti specialty longswords. Note, produced by Blonti Nest, friend, you call this hunk of metal a sword. Soldiers from the Blonti Swordsman 5th Regiment give you a thumbs up. Salvage rewards, 10 standard saddles for Attila's Barbarian Cavalry. Note, produced by Attila, if you can endure the smell on them, congratulations, welcome to the Barbarian Cavalry. Salvage rewards, 10 standard sets of Agamemnon Orc Hunters. Note, produced by Agamemnon, 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, don't be afraid, I just like green-skinned heads. Salvage rewards, 10 standard sets of Mia's Red Cloak Army. Note, produced by MIA's 15th Planet, Stinky Flames, Ultimate Enjoyment. Salvage rewards, 10 servings of Astaroth's standard rations. Note, produced by the Mechanikus, trust me, mortals should not attempt this lightly, it will shatter your teeth and pierce your intestines. Taking a deep breath, Zaire scanned through the dazzling array of salvage rewards. He wasn't feeling frustrated. After all, it wasn't a loss. At least he wouldn't have to worry about training materials for soldiers in the future. Even if I use them until death, I won't wear them all out. Zaire couldn't help but sigh as he chose another 10 salvage attempts. Then he stood up from his desk. He intended to head to the secret base. However, at that moment, his phone, which he had left on the table, suddenly rang. Hello, Aunt, what's up? Zaire casually answered the phone. After listening for a few moments, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. My high school classmate. Chapter 68, 065, Confused Girl, have you heard of our Lord and Savior the Emperor? The last blood-red rays of the setting sun gradually disappeared beyond the horizon. Countless brilliant neon lights illuminated every corner of city. The delicious restaurants, even after closing their doors to new customers, remained open. Aunt, dressed in her white chef's uniform, leaned against the kitchen door frame, her gaze occasionally drifting toward a table near the entrance. At this moment, the neon light from outside the door cast a glow on a black-haired girl in a black leather jacket. A glance revealed her tired, disheveled appearance, her hair greasy and unkempt, as though it hadn't been washed or groomed in days. She stared blankly at the cold plate of fried rice in front of her, as if her mind was wandering far away. Just then, Carl, who had just finished cleaning the kitchen, came up beside Aunt. He first poked his head out, his rimless glasses glinting as he glanced a few times at the black-haired girl. Then, turning to Aunt, he asked, "Boss, she still hasn't left?" Aunt nodded solemnly, her expression serious. Lowering her voice, she complained, "She's been sitting there all day after ordering just a plate of fried rice. If she hadn't said she was an old classmate of Zaire, I'd have kicked her out by now." Aunt frowned and continued, "Do you think that scruffy-looking girl could be a junkie? My Zaire's always been well-behaved, never one to get into trouble in school. Besides, he hasn't been to school for so long, he wouldn't have time to attract girls, right?" Before Aunt could finish, Carl gave a helpless smile. He stuck his head out again, scanning the black-haired girl once more, before confidently saying, "That girl doesn't look like she's on illegal drugs, more like she's suffering from some sort of post-traumatic stress disorder." "Huh? What disorder? Is that a mental illness?" Aunt was slightly taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Carl. Sighing, Carl pushed his rimless glasses up his nose and shrugged, his tone flat. "Simply put, post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, is a mental condition that arises after someone has unintentionally experienced, witnessed, or been subjected to severe injury or the threat of death." "Oh, I see." Aunt nodded vaguely, still looking a bit puzzled. However, her gaze toward the black-haired girl now held a hint of sympathy. A little later, just as Aunt, always kind-hearted, was about to change clothes and maybe sit down to talk with the girl, offering some advice, Zaire's tall, muscular figure appeared at the restaurant's entrance. He hadn't even walked in yet, but he instantly spotted the dazed black-haired girl Jessica Jones. Smiling, Zaire greeted Aunt and Carl before sitting across from the girl. His face now expressionless, Zaire locked eyes with the disheveled Jessica. After a brief silence, he sighed, "Jessica, do you really have no fear of death?" Hearing the familiar voice, Jessica, who had been lost in her own world, finally seemed to snap back to reality. She stared blankly at Zaire, hesitated, and said, "Sorry, if I had another choice, I wouldn't have dared to bother you." Before she could finish, Zaire raised his chin slightly, looking into her eyes. "When did you recognize me?" Jessica, looking weary, took a deep breath and managed a faint smile. She blinked and said, "At the time, you just looked familiar. But when I got home and dug out the old school yearbook, I could barely confirm it was you." "I expected that," Zaire said, still expressionless. "But since we were just classmates and not exactly friends, I won't beat around the bush with you. You need something from me. I want you to save me." As if she had finally found an outlet, Jessica took a deep breath, her fists clenching tightly on the table, making a creaking sound. "I naively thought that once the demon was gone, I would be saved. But I realized I was wrong. When he controlled me, I was still conscious. I unintentionally helped him commit many terrible deeds. Murder and robbery were just small things during that time. Sorry, I got a bit carried away." Trembling as she recalled her painful memories, Jessica took several deep breaths to barely suppress the turmoil inside her. With a bitter smile, she looked at Zaire and continued, "I haven't been able to sleep properly for days and nights. Every time I close my eyes, I'm haunted by those terrifying experiences. Since you saved me, I came to you again. I beg you, help me find a reason to keep living. Even if you choose to kill me, that's fine." At that moment, Jessica's eyes were filled with despair. Zaire, sitting across from her, raised an eyebrow, studying her expression carefully. After a pause, he suddenly chuckled. Taking a deep breath, he asked solemnly, "Jessica, are you really not afraid of death?" "I'm not. No regrets. I feel like there's nothing left in my life to regret." "Then, are you willing to contribute to the future of humanity?" "The future of humanity? I don't quite understand. Do you think you're the only one who's experienced such suffering? Do you believe you're the most miserable girl in the world? At this very moment, while we're talking, countless people are enduring hardships they should never have to face. Reckless superpowered beings, chaotic and evil organizations, predatory alien life forms, and even the monsters from ancient myths and legends. Jessica, we are standing on the brink of humanity's extinction. So, are you willing to join my cause and give everything for the future of humanity?" I am, but Zaire, you're not trying to recruit me into some kind of religion, are you?" "Religion? No, your perspective is too shallow, too narrow. This is a long-standing human spirit, a belief that humanity must uphold to survive. Now, let me tell you the story of an immortal being, passed down from ancient times. He has been known by countless names throughout history, but the most famous of all is Emperor. Chapter 69, 066, Value for Money Salvage. A fist, as hard as steel, smashed violently into Jessica's cheek. The overwhelming force threw her entire body onto the metal floor. Her pale skin instantly turned purple and swollen with blood. Even her cheek puffed up noticeably. Who? Zaire exhaled a breath as he coldly looked down at the girl, now sprawled on the floor, motionless. His voice cut through the air with icy indifference. Stand up. Keep going. Before he finished speaking, a pair of bloodshot eyes peered out from behind Jessica's disheveled black hair. She said nothing, just focused on regulating her breathing, gritting her teeth as she forced herself up from the ground. A few breaths later, Jessica barely managed to stand on her feet. At the same time, she carefully assessed the sharp pain radiating from different parts of her body. Yet, between her tightly furrowed brows, a hint of relief and release surfaced. Ha! From deep within her throat, Jessica let out a long-suppressed roar of anger. Her fists clenched once more as she charged at Zaire. But after only a few days of basic combat training, the superpowered girl was no match for Zaire, a veteran of many battles. He didn't even bother to strike back. With a simple sidestep and a firm push on her back, Jessica, who had rushed in recklessly, hurtled toward the metal floor like a human cannonball. Thud! The collision between her body and the floor echoed throughout the room. Jessica let out a pained groan, lying there without the strength to rise. She lay on the cold metal floor, gasping for breath, unwilling to move even a finger. A few seconds later, she seemed to either fall unconscious or enter a deep, exhausted sleep. At this moment, the Iron Giant David, who had been waiting nearby, stepped forward. Blue light flickered in its eye sockets. After scanning the girl lying on the ground, it turned to Zaire and said, "My lord, she has exhausted her stamina and fallen into a deep sleep. However, due to her extraordinary physical constitution, her injuries are gradually healing." Zaire stretched his neck from side to side and sighed, replying to David, "Let's end it for now. Even with superpowers, her combat skills are abysmal. Still, that stubborn persistence of hers is commendable. By the way, how's the construction of the medical bay? She might need it." "I completed it overnight. It's functional," David responded. "Good, let her rest." As Zaire spoke, he walked away from the training ground, having only just warmed up. The towering 2-meter-tall Iron Giant David tilted its metal head, blue light flickering as it looked down at the slumbering human girl, mumbling, "Human, you should feel honored." Then, David stepped forward, easily lifting the sleeping Jessica with one metal arm and heading toward the medical bay. In the base's lounge, Zaire stood relaxed under the shower. As the warm water cascaded down, he began humming an unfamiliar tune. Then, as if recalling something, a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Haha. Although Jessica had come to him out of desperation, Zaire now had a capable assistant, laying the foundation for building his future force. Her will was also stronger than he had anticipated. Her painful past had made her more accepting of Zaire's harsh methods. The only flaw, or perhaps the folly of youth, was that Jessica seemed unfazed by the presence of the David. Rather than being shocked by its existence, she easily adapted to the new worldview. In fact, after a brief conversation, she even suggested that David help her with her credit card debt. A few minutes later, Zaire, finished with his shower, changed into his clothes. He sat cross-legged on the metal bed, opening the simulator's interface. Zaire scanned the salvage page again, frowning slightly. The flight vehicle he urgently needed still hadn't appeared. Salvage results: Ancient Gauze Blaster, 1. Annotation, produced by the Necrons, the scariest tech you've ever seen. And you, human, are strangely favored by them. Salvage results: Gravity Chute, 1. Annotation, Elysian Standard Equipment, our mission descend from the skies. Salvage results: Kasrkin Stormtrooper Carapace Armor, 1 set. Annotation, from Kadaya, Soldier, it will serve you, until death. Salvage results: Dawn of War Flash Grenades, 10. Annotation, Blood Raven's Special Who Says a Flash Grenade Can't Kill? Legendary Hero Election Disagrees. Zaire's furrowed brows relaxed slightly as he eyed the Gauze Blaster and Stormtrooper armor. This haul was well worth it. Not only had he obtained a set of Kasrkin armor, but he'd also salvaged the terrifying Necron weapon. Yet, with offensive equipment in abundance, Zaire found himself leaning more towards acquiring functional gear, like the Imperium's Valkyrie transport vehicle. Seems I've run out of luck this time. Relying solely on salvaging is out of the question. Zaire blinked a few times, shutting the simulator. Straightening his back, his breathing gradually calmed, and Zaire opened the simulator again, offering his usual prayer to the Emperor. He was ready for the next simulation. Simulation initializing. Current available identities: Katachan Rookie, Krieger Grenadier, Kasrkin Sergeant, Elysian Drop Trooper. Please select an identity for deployment. If you refuse to choose, a random identity will be assigned. Identity selection declined. Simulation initializing. You have descended into the Warhammer universe. Time: unknown. Location: Galactic Sector, Ultima Segmentum, Ultramar Subsector. You have descended to the planet's surface. You find yourself lying on a stretcher. Around you, moaning wounded soldiers are everywhere. Meanwhile, several figures clad in blue and white armor weave between the injured, their medici tools emitting faint green light as they scan each patient. You try to rise from the stretcher. A medici worker notices your movement. "Soldier, don't move on your own, you'll aggravate your wounds." He approaches, his voice muffled through his sealed helmet. You try to speak, but suddenly, the medici worker's tool emits a high-pitched beep. He's infected, the medic shouts, eyes locked on you, urgency in his voice. Chapter 70, 067, Kugath, Father of Plagues, 1. You didn't have time to react. Several figures quickly surrounded you. Another medical officer pointed both an augury device and a laser pistol at your head. You stayed calm, showing no rash behavior. Your gaze fixed on the green light emitted from the augury device, and you could hear the low hum of its operation. Damn it, he's fine, no infection. Charles, your augury device's machine spirit is upset, it needs calming. The medic holstered the laser pistol and turned to complain. The medic named Charles glanced down at his device and made a helpless gesture toward you. You sighed in slight relief. You didn't want to experience the thrill of having a laser burn through your skull. Sorry, soldier, my fault. Charles apologized after inspecting the device. You accepted the apology and cautiously inquired about the current situation. The war is still ongoing. Charles, wearing a mask, let out a muffled sigh. He pointed to your uniform. The Kadians have suffered worse losses. You looked down. You noticed that you were wearing the uniform of a Kadian shock trooper. You wanted to ask more, but Charles had already hurried away. You instinctively glanced in the direction he was running. Several battered Valkyrie transport ships descended from the sky, bringing back more wounded. By the first week, your injuries had fully healed. Through conversations with other soldiers, you gathered basic information. You learned that a brutal battle for the planet Arcus was raging. The plague-ridden forces of chaos had invaded the garden world through a warp rift, seeking to drag it fully into the realms of chaos. You were eager to return to the fight. Your attempt to act independently was stopped by the medics. Please, consider other people's feelings. Do you think you're the only one willing to sacrifice for the Emperor? What do you think you can accomplish alone on the battlefield? Your old acquaintance Charles scolded you for your recklessness. He urged you to wait. The morale of the wounded needed to recover, and the units required reorganization. You tried to persuade him to let you join the newly reformed units early. You were forcibly sedated. You fell into a deep sleep. Unintentionally, you seemed to slip into a foggy dream. You walked alone in a mist-covered wilderness. The damp air filled your lungs as you instinctively gripped your laser rifle. Your eyes scanned the barren landscape, unchanged in every direction. Your boots sank into an endless muddy path. Your mind slowly entered a hazy, trance-like state. Then, you heard a strange, deep, nauseating melody, echoing faintly in your ears. Oh, Kugath, so fine. Kugath, so great. Kugath's ladle is truly divine. The eerie song pierced through your eardrums, digging into the depths of your brain. It was something you could never forget. Meanwhile, the thick fog shrouding the void-like wilderness began to thin. You broke free from the trance-like state. You were fully awake. Turning your gaze, you followed the direction of the song. Several kilometers away, in the ruins of a dilapidated hospital, a massive, bloated, and rotting figure stood there, as large as a mountain. It wore what seemed to be a protective suit stitched together from countless human skins. Its grotesque body swayed slightly, and on its greasy, exposed flesh, tiny nurglings crawled up, only to fall off, laughing gleefully. The horned monstrosity hummed a nightmarish tune, taking foul substances handed to it by nearby plague bearers and tossing them carelessly. In front of it, an ancient cauldron, filled with the essence of decay, spewed thick, green fumes. The noxious pus inside bubbled and swelled, with the occasional burst sending droplets flying into the air. Every now and then, a thick drop would splash out, tracing a sickly green arc before landing in the desolate earth. The plague zombies beneath the cauldron, who willingly threw themselves into the flames to fuel it, screamed in agony as the pus burned them to their cores. Even the slightest exposure to the vile liquid caused their rotten bodies to disintegrate, leaving nothing behind. You stared in disbelief at the terrifying and bizarre scene before you, forgetting how to breathe. You were utterly entranced. At the same time, the laser rifle gripped in your hand let out a soft, excited hum. You snapped out of it. For a moment, you were confused. The metal weapon in your hand had come to life. The warmth, like flesh, was enough to make your skin crawl. You threw the rifle away, now breathing heavily, its newly formed mouth and nose gasping for air. You turned to flee. But then, your uniform sprouted colorful mushrooms and strange, beautiful flowers. You found yourself overwhelmed with panic. Ah, little one, why are you so scared of Kugath? The nightmarish melody had stopped, though you hadn't noticed. The gigantic, bloated figure in the distance gazed at you with amusement. At the same time, a horde of giggling nurglings swarmed toward you. Before you could struggle, they engulfed you completely in their sticky mass. Only your head remained exposed. The putrid stench filled your nostrils, invading your nerves, washing over your soul. Next, it felt as though you were wearing a suit of living nurglings. Their laughter continued as you stumbled toward the immense, terrifying figure. This is our first meeting, but Father Nurgle has mentioned you, little one. The horned creature absent-mindedly stirred its ladle, causing more plague zombies to dissolve into nothing. I am Kugath, Father of Plagues. Its voice took on a sudden tone of melancholy. Chapter 71, 068, Kugath, Father of Plagues, 2. You suddenly opened your eyes. You turned over and sat up on the hospital bed, gasping for air. You looked down to check yourself. No injuries were visible on your body. You tapped your forehead in confusion. Your gaze fixed on your raised hand. You could faintly feel a familiar heat slowly dissipating within you. It was the lingering pain of a burn from the warp's fire. You lay back on the bed. You closed your eyes once more. The sedative's effects hadn't worn off completely. Your mind was filled with exhaustion. Your body felt as though it had just run a marathon, utterly drained. Emperor, protect me, you murmured softly. And you fell asleep once more. In the second week, the scattered units within the medical city began gathering for reorganization. With the help of Charles, you successfully joined the Kadayan 4012th Armored Regiment. You couldn't drive a Lehman Russ tank, but your honesty earned the appreciation of the regiment's commander, Colonel Audrey Meyer, especially when he learned of your sharpshooting skills. The colonel made an exception, assigning you as a gunner on a Lehman Russ tank. Your sole task was to operate a twin-linked heavy bolter, shredding any enemies that stood before your steel war machine. In the third week, the undermanned regiment barely assembled 15 Lehman Russ tanks. Even in your own tank, there were only 3 of you: the tank commander, who handled the driving, the gunner, who manned the turret alone, and you, the heavy bolter operator. Nonetheless, Colonel Audrey Meyer announced one message to all his soldiers. In a few days, you would join a crusade led by the apostate of war, Matthew. You would advance into the plagued territories under the Emperor's gaze to fight the Plague Alliance. This didn't surprise you, you had been waiting for this. You packed the interior of the Lehman Russ with as much ammunition and supplies as possible. In the fourth week, a priest of the Imperial Creed, robed and accompanied by a servo-skull floating above his head, appeared before you. Following him were a few battle sisters in power armor and many fervent devotees. The colonel and the priest seemed to know each other. After a brief conversation, the colonel announced the start of the crusade. The Lehman Russ engines roared, the metal vibrations thundering in your ears. Meanwhile, a colossal war train rolled ahead of the entire column. Devotees, some in civilian vehicles and some on foot, joined your crusade, their numbers swelling the ranks. The hymns of the battle sisters echoed all around, while the priest of the Imperial Creed stood atop a Lehman Russ tank, preaching passionately. You looked at the devotees wielding crude weapons. You couldn't help but sigh. In the fifth week, the vast crusading force transitioned from the vibrant city streets into desolate wilderness. Due to the Plague Alliance's invasion, the once fertile land had long been barren, with only resilient weeds thriving. The once lush forests on the hills were now strangled by twisted, thick vines. You learned from the gunner that this was not merely a sign of neglect. The damage wrought by the Plague Alliance to this garden world went far deeper. Before long, the colonel ordered your Lehman Russ to take up the role of scouting the column's periphery. You checked the heavy bolter's machine spirit once more, reloading the ammunition. As the crusade delved deeper into the wasteland, shambling, slow-moving plague zombies began to dot the horizon. These were once Imperial citizens, now reduced to cannon fodder by the Plague Alliance's infection. As the two sides drew closer, you began firing the heavy bolter, its terrifying roar obliterating wave after wave of plague zombies. But the zombies seemed endless, reappearing no matter how many were slain. Colonel Ottermeyer sensed the Plague Alliance's tactics. He ordered all tanks to conserve ammunition. Using the Lehman Russ's sheer weight and armor, they crushed their foes instead. You tightened your grip on the heavy bolter mounted inside the tank. The tank commander performed a sharp turn, plunging into a sea of plague zombies. With the charge of a dozen Lehman Russ tanks, the seemingly endless tide of zombies began to thin. But just then, several enormous, hideous Nurgle beasts lunged from hidden corners. Their sole target was the Lehman Russ tanks that had wreaked such havoc on the Plague Alliance's forces. 3 o'clock? 1 round. Temporarily acting as spotter, you shouted to the steadfast gunner. Without hesitation, he skillfully rotated the tank's turret. The gun barrel calmly aimed at a leaping Nurgle beast, and the gunner pressed the firing trigger. With a shudder and a deafening roar far louder than the engine, the Lehman Russ fired. In your field of vision, the Nurgle beast was blown to pieces by the shell. The explosion cleared a bloody, grisly area within the horde, scattering all plague zombies within dozens of meters. Well done, boys, Colonel Audrey Meyer's loud praise echoed through the COMM. You turned to the gunner and shared a hearty laugh. Permission to go another round, Commander, you shouted to the tank commander. The silent commander raised a hand in a thumbs up. Your Lehman Russ roared even louder, charging into the zombie horde once more. In the end, the intense skirmish ended with a temporary victory for the Kadayan 4012th Armored Regiment. Chapter 72, 069, Kugath, Father of Plagues, 3. Week 6, the expedition force is about to reach the front line of the battlefield. You notice something unsettling. The environment surrounding the expedition force has changed in a twisted way. Countless decaying, blackened trees lie fallen across the ground, and writhing green vines cling to them, swaying in the breeze. Recently fallen rainwater has gathered into swamps emitting a horrific stench. The changed terrain has made progress difficult for the expedition force. The Lehman Russ tank you're operating barely manages to navigate these harsh conditions. However, other faithful members of the expedition are experiencing increasing casualties. Some are swallowed instantly by the bottomless, foul-smelling swamps. Others accidentally touch the splattered mud, which causes their bodies to decay, leaving them wishing for death. In the face of such dire circumstances, even the war apostle Matthew has had to step up. He has stood atop the war train for several days, desperately preaching to the faithful. It seems he's attempting to use the power of faith to resist the invisible threats from the plague army, soothing the souls of the followers. Perhaps it was truly the Emperor's mercy. Despite heavy losses, the expedition force manages to pass through the swamps. Week 7, your expedition force has entered a misty wasteland. You feel an odd sense of familiarity with the scenery. However, you don't have much time to ponder. The moment the expedition enters the wasteland, countless plague zombies and even stronger plague bearers emerge from the thick fog. Compared to the locally transformed plague zombies, plague bearers form the core of the plague army's power. Meanwhile, giggling Nurgle spirits jump off the plague bearers' shoulders. They act like ticking time bombs, eagerly leaping towards the faithful. Suddenly, the hum of countless lasguns, the zealous cries of the faithful, and the booming of bolters wielded by the Sisters of Battle fill the surroundings. With a stoic expression, you pull the trigger of your twin autocannon, sweeping down the plague bearers holding rotten weapons or human bones. At the same time, the Leman Russ tank's engine roars as its metal treads crush any enemy in its path. However, a mountainous, terrifying figure appears on the battlefield in an instant. With the appearance of Kugath, the Great Unclean One of the Plague Army, the already scarce heavy tanks of the Kadayan Regiment suffer heavy losses. One Leman Russ tank, unable to evade, is swallowed whole by Kugath's gaping maw. Inside the Unclean One's belly, his rotting entrails churn, gradually melting the tank's armor. Pungent green bile floods the interior, instantly snuffing out the lives of the mortal soldiers within. Prepare to concentrate fire. Colonel Audrey Meyer's order reaches your ears. In an instant, the tank commander maneuvers the Leman Russ, searching for the right angle. The gunner, freshly loaded, carefully rotates the turret. Ignoring the scalding heat of the autocannon, you keep clearing the plague bearers and zombies swarming the tank. With each passing moment, every Leman Russ tank on the battlefield gains more damage to its armor. The decaying weapons wielded by the plague bearers are not without effect. At this moment, your hands burn from the hot gun barrel, giving off a scent of roasted flesh. You grit your teeth and endure. As the autocannon nears its last rounds, the tank cannon's thunderous blast finally echoes across the battlefield. The horned Great Unclean One's massive body wobbles, greasy flesh bursting with ghastly, gaping wounds. But as you think the battle might be won, Kugath's horrific wounds start to heal rapidly. You can't help but take a deep breath. You empty the remaining rounds in your autocannon. Your brow furrows as you fall into deep thought. You stare at Kugath's rampage across the battlefield, and a mad idea takes root. Commander, let's charge straight at it. We'll launch a death assault on that monster, you shout to the commander. The silent commander doesn't hesitate. He sharply turns the tank, pressing the throttle to the floor. The tank rolls over countless plague bearers as it charges furiously at Kugath. Meanwhile, the gunner seems to understand your intention. He loads another high-explosive round, adjusting the turret's angle, aiming the long barrel at the Unclean One ahead. You pull out a melta-bomb from the empty ammo box with your burned hands. It was something you grabbed unintentionally during your last resupply. Without expression, you tuck the melta-bomb into your coat. At that moment, your tank's reckless charge appears to capture Kugath's attention. Dropping the half-melted wreckage of a tank, Kugath swings his bloated head and begins lumbering toward you. It's you? I smell your stench. You're the corpse puppet who ruined my plague gift? Give it back. Kugath roars across the battlefield. You take a deep breath. A glint of realization lights up your eyes as you understand. Ah, I see. You murmur with a grin. In that moment, Kugath lunges at the tank in fury. Just as his gaping maw is about to engulf the tank, the gunner seizes the moment and fires. At the same time, the silent commander pushes the throttle to the limit. With the high explosive rounds booming blast and the tank engine's fierce whine, half the tank and its long barrel ram into Kugath's putrid, rotting body. Dizzy from the impact, you quickly open the sealed hatch at the top of the tank. You stick your head out, staring into Kugath's hateful, close-set eyes, and grin. The Emperor sends his regards, you filthy fat blob. You leap out of the tank, melt a bomb in your scalded hand. Chapter 73, 070, Emperor's Fury. Kugath's bloated head was utterly consumed by the horrific explosion of the thermal bomb. From deep within its maggot-ridden throat, a resentful wail escaped as its soul departed for the garden. Your entire body was incinerated by the intense blast and flames, leaving only a wisp of ashes. You have died. Simulation complete. Duration, 49 days. The following options are available for retention. Option 1, Leman Russ Tank Driver's Manual, complete. Annotation, brakes, who needs them? All you need is the gas pedal. Option 2, Matthew's Servo Skull, relic. Annotation, this is the only relic of the War Apostle. Please treat her well. Option 3, Precision Bolter Mk4, sacred weapon. Annotation, this weapon embodies the Emperor's fury and serves as a reward from the Emperor for destroying Nurgle's plague. Simulation exceeded 24 hours, simulator wear has not been waived. Cooldown time, 49 hours. Available cooldown time, 289 hours. Would you like to consume cooldown time? Cooldown not consumed, the simulator will enter natural cooldown, may be bypassed at any time. The simulation promptly concluded. The reward options appeared before Zaire. The moment he saw the bolter gun among the options, a bright smile crept onto his lips. Haha, it's finally here. In his excitement, Zaire seemingly forgot about the flying vehicle he had been eagerly desiring. But now, he had no mind for the other choices. Without hesitation, he chose the precision bolter. In an instant, a cold, metallic bolter materialized in Zaire's hands. Even in comparison to Zaire's towering physique, the bolter looked enormous. Hee. In that moment, a beaming Zaire carefully examined the hefty precision bolter, a look of obsession instinctively appearing on his face. Taking a deep breath, he cradled the bolter and rushed from the resting room to the shooting range in the base. Boom. With a solemn expression, Zaire took another deep breath. He spread his feet, grounding himself, and tensed every muscle in his body. The bolter's notorious recoil was almost legendary. Aside from those tailored for common soldiers, most bolters were daily weapons for the Astaroths. Prepared, Zaire gently pulled the trigger. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted from the bolter's barrel, forcing Zaire back a step. At the same time, a tall dummy made of scrap materials by David the Iron Golem burst into pieces. Fragments scattered everywhere. Woohoo. Face flushed, Zaire couldn't hold back a shout of pure exhilaration. Even as his arms ached, the pain was absolutely worth it. This was a damn bolter. Overjoyed, Zaire raised the bolter, laughing ecstatically. Ha ha ha. But testing the bolter's power came with a cost. True to its Astaroth's design, the recoil from just one shot left radial bruises along one side of Zaire's arm. Seems I'll need battle armor just to use it, and I shouldn't even consider rapid-fire mode, the recoil would shatter my arms. He muttered to himself. Exhaling slowly, he blew on his bruised arm. Without force feedback power armor or completing the Astaroth's surgery, using the bolter as he pleased was still out of reach. But Zaire wasn't greedy. The bolter and chainsword only fulfilled a fraction of his modest ambitions. Before long, Zaire stored the bolter in the equipment room with his other gear. Then, he left the base and headed home. Minutes later, humming a tune, Zaire entered the front door. He spotted his aunt, freshly off work, chatting on the sofa. Zaire flashed a smile and greeted her, then quickly walked through the living room to his bedroom. Just as he considered unwinding with a new movie, a visibly downcast auntie knocked on his open door. Lying on his bed, Zaire tossed his phone aside, propping himself on an elbow. What's up, auntie? Something happen? Sigh. His aunt shook her head, sighing. I was just thinking how unpredictable life can be. I just heard from a friend that an old acquaintance passed away in an accident. Zaire nodded. With a touch of formality, he consoled his aunt. Maybe that's just life. You've eaten fewer meals than the salt I've eaten, talking about life, huh? She gave him an exasperated look. About to leave, she paused, remembering something, and turned. I nearly forgot Big Mike's deceased brother's funeral, delayed for over a month, has a set date. You're not going anywhere tomorrow, you're coming with me to the service, understand? As you wish, ma'am. With a sigh, Zaire agreed. Collapsing onto his bed, the frame let out a faint creak. His aunt's murmuring drifted away. Loose thoughts began to rise in his mind. Without the aircraft, the investigation into Red River Orphanage was on hold, and simulator cooldown time was running low. He wondered how many guns Madame Gao would prepare. After the funeral tomorrow, should he visit Madame Gao and check on the progress of the gang restructuring? With a head full of thoughts, Zaire felt his eyelids grow heavy. Turning slightly, he nestled his head on the pillow and drifted to sleep. As night fell and the city quieted, in the base's equipment room, the bolter Zaire had just stored suddenly emitted a low hum. Simultaneously, a thump-thick wisp of black mist emerged from the bolter's depths. Chapter 74, 071, A Funeral. The next morning, warm sunlight slowly filtered across the bedroom floor, dispersing the remnants of a lingering dark mist in the air. The light seemed to pierce an invisible barrier, and the sounds of the bustling city outside gradually reached Zaire's ears. He opened his eyes groggily. Hiss. Still half asleep, Zaire inhaled sharply, furrowing his brow as he raised his hand and pressed his fingers against his temples, trying to ease the sharp pain throbbing deep in his brain. A few moments later, Zaire fully woke up, grimacing. He slowly sat up on the bed, crossing his legs, a puzzled expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "Did I catch a cold? I mean, with my current constitution, shouldn't I be immune to these little ailments?" Sighing in resignation, Zaire leaped out of bed, walked quickly over to his desk, and rummaged through a pile of clutter to find an unexpired bottle of painkillers. Without bothering with water, he dry-chewed and forced the pills down. Minutes later, as the medication took effect, the stabbing pain in Zaire's head gradually subsided, then disappeared completely. Phew. With some relief, Zaire exhaled slowly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He stretched his body, and after working up a slight sweat along his spine, he turned and left the bedroom. By now, sunlight was streaming through the kitchen's glass and casting onto the living room floor. In the living room, Zaire's aunt, dressed in a black suit, was fussing with her short hair in front of a mirror. Hearing the door, she instinctively lifted her face, covered in a hydrating mask, and frowned as she saw Zaire stretching his neck. Setting the mirror down on her lap and waving a comb in one hand, she raised her voice, "You lazy kid. Look at the time. How can you just be getting up? I was about to call you, now hurry up and wash up." Hearing his aunt's words, Zaire glanced at the clock in the living room and blinked with mild resignation. "Aunt, it's only 9. Even if I slept in a little longer, we wouldn't be late." But before he could finish his minor complaint, "Rip." His aunt tore off her face mask, her expression turning serious as she lifted the comb and pointed it at Zaire. "Have you forgotten all the manners I taught you? This is a funeral. And it's your friend Mike's deceased brother's funeral." Uncharacteristically stern, his aunt wasn't letting Zaire off the hook. However, before she could start a full-blown lecture, Zaire, feeling another twinge of pain in his head, quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. Auntie, I'm sorry, I'll go wash up right now. Zaire hurried into the bathroom, and 5 minutes later, he stood before his aunt looking refreshed, now dressed in black athletic wear. His aunt, maintaining a neutral expression, tossed her comb aside and, squinting, looked him over before rolling her eyes. I'll overlook the dress code because you've grown so quickly, but I can't even begin to comment on your fashion sense. Fine, let's go then. His aunt swiftly stood up from the couch. Smiling, Zaire bowed slightly, extending his elbow toward her. My dear aunt, after you. Amused, she hooked her arm through his, looked up at him, and warned, I'm telling you behave yourself at the funeral, got it? Yes, ma'am. Understood. Dash. At 2 p.m., in a public cemetery in Harlem, Mike's brother's funeral proceeded as scheduled. Only a few people attended, mostly friends, relatives, and neighbors from the community. Zaire and his aunt stood silently under the shade of a tree. The anguished cries of Mike's mother echoed in Zaire's ears, and he watched as Big Mouth Mike tried to comfort her, barely holding back his own grief. Taking a deep breath, Zaire kept a solemn expression throughout. Before the ceremony, he had learned from Mike that the federal government had pressured the NYPD, FBI, and other agencies to quickly close the case. Both Mike's brother and many other missing children had been given a cold, official conclusion. Any family that accepted the humanitarian compensation automatically waived their right to pursue the truth. With his mother's fragile mental state and the strain of financial hardship, Mike had reluctantly accepted the government's harsh terms. He was just an ordinary man from a broken family, helpless against the federal authorities. Half an hour later, as the Reverend's words concluded, attendees bid each other farewell and dispersed. Zaire and his aunt declined Mike's invitation for a family dinner, unwilling to see him push himself any further. After saying their goodbyes, Zaire silently watched Mike's hunched silhouette as he supported his mother, letting out a soft sigh. Turning to his aunt, he asked, Auntie, have you ever thought about leaving this place? I mean, this country. Surprised, his aunt raised her head, her red-rimmed eyes staring intently at him. What? Are you feeling all grown up now and ready to abandon your poor aunt? She teased, playfully pinching his arm. Feigning no pain, Zaire swiftly changed the topic. Oh, come on, Auntie. It was just a question. To make up for my slip-up, how about a movie and a fancy dinner on me? Grinning, his aunt replied, You said it? I didn't force you. Laughing, she slapped his arm playfully. Come on, kiddo, I know the most expensive restaurant in Harlem. Chapter 75-072, Emergence. The sky gradually darkened as night fell. Countless streets across the city were slowly lit up by the dazzling neon signs. On a bustling street in Harlem, a French restaurant with elegant and luxurious decor was buzzing with patrons. As guests entered the restaurant, the first sight to greet them was the meticulously designed ceiling. Between the expensive carvings and statues by renowned artists, delicate crystal chandeliers hung down, shimmering with captivating brilliance. Beneath the bright ceiling lights, several waitstaff in black shirts moved among the guests with the elegance of butterflies flitting through flowers. Their stylish movements and handsome faces drew admiration from many patrons, both male and female. However, at the far edge of the restaurant, away from the lively center, Zaire sat in a chair, arms crossed, watching his aunt devour her meal with ravenous enthusiasm. Taking a deep breath, he looked at her with mild exasperation and spoke gently, Auntie, can you slow down a bit? I'm not worried about the bill, I'm worried you'll choke. Before he finished speaking, Zaire's aunt, who was busy tearing into a lobster, suddenly lifted her rounded chin, looking at him with wide eyes, her face slightly flushed. Barely able to speak with her mouth full, she managed to mutter, this is your filial duty. I just don't want to waste it. Listening to her offhand response, Zaire couldn't help but lean forward with a bemused smile, his lips parting as if to tease her. But in that instant, a sudden change occurred. In a flash, the restaurant floor trembled violently. Boom! With a thunderous rumble that grew closer, the lights throughout the restaurant suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Then, the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling shook and crashed to the floor in a series of loud shattering sounds. Before the guests in the restaurant could react, run, monster! Shouts erupted on the street outside the restaurant as panicked pedestrians scattered in all directions, fleeing from something beyond comprehension, lost in sheer terror. At that exact moment, as the restaurant lights went out, Zaire leaped up from his seat, his powerful movement sending his chair clattering to the floor behind him. In several strides, he reached his aunt's side, extending his muscular arm to hoist her up. Zaire, you, she began, bewildered, but Zaire, face steely, slung her over his shoulder, his expression icy as the chaos around them grew. He listened carefully to the screams and sounds of crashing from all around, his body instinctively shifting into combat readiness. David, he commanded, his voice low, report the current situation and chart the nearest escape route. Master, 500 meters down the street, a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature is rampaging, killing indiscriminately, and destroying property. The moment Zaire finished speaking, the mechanical voice of David emerged from his pocket. Escape route calculated, you can cross through the restaurant kitchen, reach a back alley, and locate a nearby sewer entrance. The entrance leads to a newly excavated tunnel, where I'm working nearby. I'll rendezvous with you shortly. With Iron Man calculating their escape, Zaire took a deep breath and sprang into action, carrying his aunt, who had by now sensed the gravity of the situation. He dashed toward the kitchen without hesitation, calling out, "Move! Clear the way!" The dimly lit restaurant offered little visibility, and Zaire barreled through, knocking aside anyone blocking their path. Even though he couldn't afford to worry about anyone else, his only concern was to get his aunt to safety. After they exited the restaurant and entered an empty back alley, Zaire allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. Boom! An explosion erupted in the distance, and a massive orange flame shot up into the sky. Moments later, the anguished cries of people filled the street beyond the restaurant, sounding as if they had walked into a horrifying nightmare. "Is this a war?" His aunt, still slung over his shoulder, asked with a slight tremor in her voice, dropping half a lobster to the ground in shock. "It's nothing, Auntie, just a small scene," Zaire said softly, feeling her slight tremble on his shoulder. Meanwhile, his eyes swept over the ground, searching for the sewer entrance David had mentioned. In seconds, Zaire found the entrance and moved swiftly towards it. He set his aunt down carefully, then crouched and placed his hand in the gap of the manhole cover. Crack! With a slight grunt, he lifted the heavy cover, releasing an overwhelming stench from the sewer below. "Is this?" He hesitated for a moment, questioning David's choice of location. Then, from the depths of the dark sewer, David's metallic voice sounded, "Master, I've arrived." Zaire sighed and nodded slightly. He turned to his aunt, who looked bewildered but resolute, her eyes fixed on him. "Auntie, you first," he said firmly. Perhaps it was Zaire's unyielding tone or the escalating screams nearby that spurred his aunt on. Even faced with the foul-smelling sewer, she didn't hesitate. Taking a deep breath, she jumped into the dimly lit tunnel below, guided by the faint blue glow of Iron Man's presence. Zaire watched as his aunt was safely caught by David below. Only then did he allow himself to relax. He cracked his neck, taking one last look at the smoke and flames rising over the street, then jumped into the sewer without looking back. Chapter 76, 073, Die, Heretic. Zaire's tall figure flew through the air and landed heavily. Splash! His feet sank into the filthy waters of the sewer. Straightening his back, Zaire lifted his chin. Not far away, the blue light in David's eyes flickered slightly. It illuminated the interior of the sewer. Between David's two metal arms, Zaire's aunt, stunned and speechless, curled up cautiously, her pale face filled with shock. Zaire didn't have time to explain further to her. He waved his hand forward and commanded in a low voice, "David, escort Auntie home." "As you command, my lord. Please follow me." Iron Man David turned his metal head. First, he bowed slightly to Zaire. Then, he nodded at his aunt, who was within arm's reach. After that, Iron Man twisted his metal body and headed into the dark depths of the sewer. Zaire, his face grim, trudged through the sewage, silently following behind him. Seconds later, Iron Man, holding Zaire's aunt, entered a passage connected to the sewer. The path he chose blocked the flowing sewage entirely. Just as Zaire pulled one foot out of the sewage and stepped into the dry underground passage. Boom! A duller explosion echoed through the underground structure. A thunderous rumble reverberated slowly. Zaire tilted his head, his gaze unperturbed, slowly rising. Even with only the coarse stone ceiling of the sewer above him, his sight seemed to penetrate the layers of earth above. He saw the grotesque monster rampaging through the city. That damn heretic. "My lord." Iron Man, only a few steps ahead, seemed to notice Zaire's hesitation. He turned his metal head, the blue light in his eyes flickering. "It's nothing." Hearing Iron Man's inquiry, Zaire slowly withdrew his gaze. However, his hands, hanging at his sides, clenched and unclenched repeatedly, his fingertips trembling slightly. "Take Auntie away. I still have things to do." The next moment, Zaire, his face grim, tilted his head, making a decision. He took a deep breath. The stench of decay from the sewer water filled his senses, pulling at his rapidly beating heart. "May you find glory in battle." Iron Man David turned his head and, without hesitation, proceeded forward. Held carefully in his arms, Zaire's aunt bit her lip. She instinctively clenched her fists but remained silent. Not long after, the blue light gradually faded into the distance. When Iron Man's silhouette had completely vanished into the dark underground passage, Zaire, standing in place, expressionless, opened the interface on his simulator. He scrolled through a myriad of salvage items. Moments later, heavy equipment materialized silently within the underground passage. Under the night sky, among the streets of Harlem, smoke billowed from several buildings, while flames from burning vehicles shot up high. The sounds of injured civilians crying out and the collapse of ruins filled the air, turning the street into a deadly urban battleground. It felt like a nightmarish hell. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed slowly. A 3-meter-tall humanoid creature strode down the street. Sweat seeped from its pale gray skin, dripping onto the ground. Thick bone plates, covering its chest, opened and closed slightly with each heavy breath. Even the raised, spiked bones on its back glinted faintly, moving up and down with each step. At this moment, the humanoid monster suddenly raised a massive arm, as thick as an adult's thigh. A booming crack of air resounded around it. This immense power caused a sinister grin to stretch across its grotesque face. It remembered once having a human name, but now, it preferred to call itself Abomination. A deep, oppressive voice filled the surrounding area as Abomination sneered. "Come out, Hulk. How long will you keep hiding, coward?" There was no response to Abomination's taunt. but beneath an overturned vehicle nearby, a man, struggling with his injuries, caught Abomination's attention. Lumbering forward with heavy steps, Abomination approached him. With no trace of humanity left in its eyes, Abomination lifted a colossal foot, ignoring the man's pleas and screams, and stomped down without hesitation. Splat! In an instant, shattered flesh and metal shards from the vehicle mingled together, indistinguishable. Abomination shook its grey head. Its deep voice echoed slowly. "You're not the Hulk, boring." It adjusted its blood-splattered foot. Just as its massive body was about to turn, 2 red metal canisters, over a foot long, were thrown from nearby rubble. They twirled through the air, reflecting firelight, instantly catching Abomination's gaze. Huh! Clang! But with a crisp metallic sound, the canisters suddenly detonated. A blinding flash of light, as radiant as the sun, burst forth in front of Abomination. Abomination's arrogance exacted a brutal toll as its eyes were seared shut. Countless rays of searing light instantly blinded it. Staggered, Abomination reflexively raised its massive hands to shield its eyes. A pained howl escaped its mouth. Ah! As Abomination's howl reverberated through the surroundings, its enormous body wobbled. Its bare feet crushed the ground as it stumbled backward. At that moment, a tall figure, clad in dark camo armor, suddenly leaped from the rubble. In his hands, he wielded a peculiar weapon, gleaming with metallic luster and filled with swirling green light in transparent tubes. In the blink of an eye, Zaire, springing high, unleashed a deadly barrage at the blinded Abomination without hesitation. Whoosh! A terrifying green beam of light shot forth from the barrel of the gauze-burst cannon like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it struck Abomination's massive body. The gray skin, resilient enough to withstand high-caliber bullets, evaporated almost instantly. Countless pieces of flesh disintegrated into green atoms, dissipating rapidly. Even Abomination's powerful regenerative abilities couldn't resist the evaporative force of the deadly green light. In the next instant, terrifying green beams, like a storm of bullets, fired continuously from the vibrating barrel. Die, Heretic, Chapter 77, 074, Death of Abomination. Every inch of Abomination's flesh was evaporating continuously. Even the heavy bone plates covering its chest couldn't withstand the dreadful disintegration caused by the green beam. One by one, ribs wrapped in glistening green light crumbled and vanished, fully exposing a massive, violently beating heart. At the same time, its thick legs were struck by multiple green beams, vaporizing the flesh and quickly melting the bones, causing Abomination's massive frame to lose all support in an instant. Toppling backward like a decayed tree, boom! The broken body collapsed heavily to the ground, sending up clouds of dust and scattering green atoms everywhere. At this moment, Abomination's limbs had separated from the shattered body and dissipated completely. Only a pale head, partially connected by a section of neck, and that enormous, still beating heart in the open air, were evidence that it was still alive. In utter horror and confusion, Abomination struggled to scream and question, but below its neck, the spreading green light disintegrated its vocal cords and windpipe, rendering it mute. All that remained was frantic, struggling breaths. In darkness, Abomination twisted its broken body, sensing vibrations on the ground with parts of its skin on its back. It suddenly realized, in despair, that the figure who had so easily destroyed its mighty body was slowly approaching. Squelch! Moments later, an icy, piercing metal blade plunged into the still beating heart. In the now silent street, Zaire raised his gauze blaster, withdrew the bayonet from Abomination's heart, and aimed the muzzle once again at the giant, gradually cooling corpse, pulling the trigger. Whoosh! A torrent of terrifying green light engulfed everything in sight, melting even a thick layer of ground beneath it. In an instant, green atoms drifted and ascended, dissolving into the air. Click! Zaire, clad in Kashashin carapace armor, suddenly stopped shooting. He raised his helmeted head, gazing toward the end of the street. A line of tardy police cars and military Humvees arrived. A cold snort escaped from within the helmet. Humph! Zaire then shouldered his gauze blaster, walking toward the shadows of a nearby building without a backward glance. Not long after, as sweaty policemen and fully armed soldiers cautiously passed through the ravaged street and reached the target location, all they found was a terrifying crater on the ground, and a single, massive toe from the humanoid creature that remained. They exchanged bewildered glances, at a complete loss. An hour later, Zaire made his way through winding underground passages. Returning to the secret base, he immediately saw Iron Man David awaiting him. He glanced around but didn't see his aunt. Setting down the gauze blaster, Zaire removed his helmet and looked at David, asking, "Where's Auntie?" David, seemingly unfazed by Zaire's equipment, turned his metal head, his eye sockets flashing blue light. "My lord, your aunt has gone home to rest. I think she had a lot to process today." Hearing the robot's mechanical voice, Zaire took a deep breath in silence. He walked over to the round table in the hall, casually tossing down his helmet, and then sat on the metal table with a sigh, saying, "I didn't want Auntie to know too much. She's just an ordinary person with outdated views. She doesn't need this kind of burden. My lord, if I may interrupt." Before he could finish, David stepped forward, his towering metal frame shifting. His mechanical voice seemed to contain a hint of excitement. "Your aunt is not as fragile as you imagine. In fact, in your absence, she quickly calmed herself and even tried to communicate with me. Although her methods were somewhat clumsy, her respect for me far exceeded that of Miss Jessie's." Forgive my presumption, but this is a fact based on data, and I believe you have no reason to worry, especially regarding your aunt. David's words brought Zaire to silence once again. His dangling feet swayed unconsciously back and forth. Minutes later, a slightly weary look flashed in Zaire's eyes as he leapt down from the metal table. I think I need to do some serious reflection. Without looking back, he headed to the resting area. Half an hour later, a freshly cleaned up Zaire quietly unlocked the door to his home. He gazed at the pitch-black living room, hesitated for a moment and refrained from disturbing his aunt. Zaire returned to his bedroom, laying on the bed as he scrolled through the news on his phone. Tonight, the appearance of the murderous creature had thrown New York into panic. The initial death toll stirred public outrage online, with people questioning the military, criticizing the federal government, and mocking billionaire Iron Man for his habit of saving foreigners. Chaos reigned in the virtual world. With narrowed eyes, Zaire schemed through the news. Finding nothing useful, he tossed the phone aside, planning to get some rest. As he closed his eyes, he drifted into a hazy state, feeling as though something was brewing in the depths of his mind. But before he could grasp this mysterious sensation, he had completely fallen asleep. The next morning, Zaire, determined to have a heartfelt talk with his aunt, found himself being comforted by her instead. She first expressed admiration for his bravery last night, and pride in his growth. Finally, she revealed an unexpected sentiment, that no matter what Zaire chose to do in the future, as family, she would always choose to support and understand him. If, one day, everything familiar to her became uncontrollably different, she would willingly follow Zaire's arrangements. She wouldn't become an extra burden on him. In short, her sincere words left Zaire speechless. He could only nod silently, contemplating his aunt's future. Not long after, Carl called to check in, and his aunt decided to head to the restaurant and open for business. Left at home, Zaire had a simple breakfast, and planned to review his studies for exams, then head to the base to check on Jessica's recovery. Half an hour later, as if remembering something, Zaire hesitated, then reopened the simulator, ready to start the next simulation. Chapter 78, 075, Titan Kun. On the good way, a big drop is good. Simulation initializing. Available identities, Katachan Recruit, Krieger Grenadier, Kasrkin Sergeant, Letalis Stormtrooper. Please select your arrival identity. If declined, a random identity will be selected. Identity selection declined. Simulation initializing. You have arrived in the Warhammer universe. Time, unknown. Location, Galaxy Ultima Segmentum Talos. You find yourself inside a Valkyrie transport aircraft. You're wearing a heavy, olive green carapace armor with a fully enclosed helmet. In your hands is an Akatran pattern lasgun, and a grav chute is strapped to your back. Without drawing attention, you shift your gaze to observe your surroundings. Inside the dimly lit Valkyrie cabin, several ordinary soldiers, dressed identically to you, are silently preparing for battle. Most are inspecting their Akatran pattern lasguns, while some carry flamers or mortars. You take a deep breath, adjusting to the faint vibrations running through the cabin. Just as you're about to ask a nearby soldier for information, a middle-aged man, dressed in the uniform of an Imperial officer, stumbles out from the Valkyrie cockpit. A peaked cap shadows his graying hair, and his face is marred with rough creases and scars, as if scorched by lost fire. Most of the Astra Militarum troops, the officer's solemn voice resonates through the cabin, drawing the attention of all soldiers, including you. This isn't a reminder for you meatheads. The officer's scarred face breaks into a wry smile as he scans the soldiers. They'll ride out in Valkyrie transports, calmly adjusting their lasguns, muttering prayers, and descending slowly, undisturbed by anti-air fire, to land on solid ground. But you won't be doing that. The officer's voice rises, his eyes sparking with an intense fire. You'll be leaving the Valkyrie in an entirely different way. Tell me, boys and girls, how will you land? The officer's veins bulge in his neck as he shouts. The soldiers in the cabin instantly stop what they're doing. They stand up in perfect unison, voices firm, echoing from their enclosed helmets. Reporting, sir, we will land on our feet. You join the shout instinctively, blending with the others. Hoo-ha! The officer straightens, saluting as he lets out a loud yell. Hoo-ha! The surrounding soldiers respond with pride. At that moment, the hiss of mechanical valves opening fills the air. The grav chute on your back hums softly. You turn toward the sound and see the Valkyrie's cabin door slowly opening, flooding the cabin with blinding light. A biting, icy wind rushes in, whipping around and battering everyone inside. Unprepared, you nearly lose your balance. Careful, Captain. A soldier near you steadies you by the arm. A resolute female voice echoes from her enclosed helmet. You don't have time to thank her. You watch as soldiers, one after another, let out a battle cry and sprint out of the Valkyrie into the open air. Once they leave the cabin and leap into the air, the grav chutes on their backs emit bright, white flames, helping them to swiftly adjust their body positions. The female soldier who helped you gives your arm a firm pat before charging forward without hesitation. You feel a creeping fear of the drop. You hesitate for a moment. However, from the corner of your eye, you spot the officer's hand slowly reaching for his waist. You take a deep breath. A fierce battle cry escapes your lips. Without another thought, you dash forward, leaping out of the Valkyrie. The biting, icy wind, sharp as a blade, cuts through the gaps in your carapace armor and pierces into your body. You experience a fleeting sense of weightlessness. The grav chute on your back quickly helps you regain balance, though you're still unnerved. At that moment, under the vast blue sky, one Valkyrie transport after another roars as they pour soldiers from their cabins. You catch sight of a striking insignia on the side of the transport, and realize your true unit, the Elysian drop troops. The cold wind saps away your body heat. You grit your teeth against the chill. Your eyes scan the other soldiers around you, watching how they prepare to land. A minute later, your feet hit the ground heavily, your boots sinking into the dirt. A sharp pain radiates through your legs, but the solid ground beneath your feet brings a reassuring sense of stability. I hate drops. You mutter to yourself. One by one, fully armed soldiers land around you, their boots thudding into the soil. They quickly crouch down, scanning the surroundings as they detach their grav chutes. You take a deep breath, fumbling to remove your own grav chute. You glance down, checking your gear and gripping the lasgun in your hands tightly. You realize you've landed in an industrial zone, surrounded by tall structures. Some soldiers have already begun to storm nearby buildings as part of the assault. Red-hot lost fire and blue energy pulses of an unknown enemy flash, igniting the battle. Just as you're about to join the fray. Captain, wrong direction. 9 soldiers, armored and helmeted, gather around you. The female soldier who saved you earlier stops your reckless advance. Repeat the mission objectives. You quickly collect yourself, asking with calm resolve. The 23rd Drop Regiment's mission is to secure the entire 23 to 30 desalination plant. Our squad's target is to take the nearby water tanks. She hesitates briefly but quickly gives you the situational update. You nod slightly, assigning her to lead the assault. You and your squad swiftly advance toward the objective. The sound of intense gunfire grows louder. You still haven't seen the enemy directly. Suddenly, a swarm of red drones rounds the corner ahead, charging at you. These strange mechanical constructs fire pulses of blue energy toward you. With quick reflexes, you grab the backplate of the female soldier's armor, pulling her out of harm's way. You raise your lasgun with one hand and pull the trigger, firing precise shots into the swarm of drones darting through the air. Chapter 79, 076, Titan Kun. On the good way, a big drop is good. B. As soon as you launched a swift counterattack, the rest of the squad sprang into action. Blazing laser beams struck the drone swarm with relentless precision, hitting nearly every target. In mere moments, the drones crashed to the ground, crackling with electricity. At that moment, a small figure in red mechanical armor suddenly appeared atop a nearby building, attacking from above. The whole squad had to duck behind a low wall, trying to return fire. A ghostly blue pulse of energy ripped through the wall, barely grazing your helmet. Hellfire gun? Suppressive fire, you instinctively shouted to the squad members behind you. Reporting, Captain? We don't have one, the squad member known as Big Head replied while firing her laser gun. Then throw a smoke grenade? Block their line of sight. You took a deep breath, holding it as you aimed at the Pathfinder warrior on the building above. Reporting, Captain? We're out of those, too. Another soldier ducked, dodging a blue pulse of energy, and shouted to you. Damn it! What did you all bring to the battlefield? You forced down a surge of anger and yelled over your shoulder. Reporting, Captain? We only have a few fragmentation grenades, one grenade launcher, and a flamethrower full of fuel. Big Head quickly inventoried the squad's gear and responded. Damn it! Since when did the Astral Army run this low on supplies? You cursed, glaring at the enemy above. You threw down your laser gun and grabbed 2 fragmentation grenades from your belt, pulling the pins. With a quick roll over the low wall, you rose before the enemy could fire again and hurled the grenades. Your carefully calculated throw caused the grenades to explode midair, blinding the enemy with flames and disrupting their shooting. At the same time, Big Head raised the grenade launcher, aiming it at the building where the enemy stood. With a deafening roar and debris flying everywhere, the head of an enemy in red armor tumbled through the air and landed near you. You stepped forward and yanked open the armor's visor, revealing a blue-skinned alien with no nose. Aha, so it's the Teo Empire, you muttered under your breath. The rest of the squad gathered around, warily scanning the surroundings as they marveled at the unfamiliar alien. Big Head picked up the laser gun you had dropped and handed it back to you. You thanked her once again and turned to the squad, giving the order to regroup and advance. On the first day, your squad was the last to reach the target area. From the intense front lines, you saw soldiers clad in sandy-colored powered exoskeletons, fighters of the Fire Caste. These Fire Caste soldiers, basic infantry units of the Teo Empire, wielded pulse rifles with greater power and weight than laser guns, emitting blue pulses of energy. At the moment, they were using building cover and exoskeleton agility to fiercely resist waves of attacks from the 4th Airborne Regiment. Due to orders to seize the desalination plant and the lack of heavy weapon support, your company's assault was stalling. After carefully observing the battlefield, you approached the company commander. You requested permission to form an assault team and attempt a flank from behind the enemy's position to secure the objective. The cautious commander pondered briefly before granting your request. You quickly returned to your squad and announced the orders. You warned them of the high risk and low chance of success, allowing anyone to opt out. But your gesture only brought scoffs from the squad, even from Big Head, who usually supported you. Big Head, a fierce woman with short white hair and a striking presence, removed her helmet. We Elysians don't have cowards, she proclaimed, her voice ringing out to the squad's cheers. Taking a deep breath, you admitted your error and began preparing the squad for battle. You swapped your laser gun for a shotgun, powerful in close combat. Some squad members were equipped with a mortar, 3 grenade launchers, and even a laser cutter. After persistently negotiating with the company's quartermaster, you secured a significant ammo supply. You unexpectedly found a thermite bomb among the supplies and, delighted, tucked it into your pack. On the second day, under the dim sky of Talos, nightfall arrived. The commander launched a fierce diversion to support your infiltration. Leading the squad through shadows between buildings, you advanced silently toward the enemy's rear. Data from squad helmet sensors indicated enemy positions detected by ground scanners. Amid the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions, you safely reached the rear of the building. However, just as you directed the squad to set up the laser cutter to breach the thick walls for an assault, the soldiers posted at the rear to watch for threats suddenly screamed in agony. Enemy attack, one of them yelled a final warning before death. You spun, sprinting toward the source of the screams. Crude hounds burst from the darkness, rushing straight at you, their gaping maws full of razor-sharp teeth lunging for your head. Swinging your arm, you pulled the shotgun's trigger, unleashing a blast that shredded 2 crude hounds into pulp. Forget the laser cutter? Blast through the wall with mortars, you commanded without looking back. Your infiltration plan was on the brink of collapse. You had no choice but to go for an all-out assault. Chapter 80:077, Titan Kun. On the good way, a big drop is good. See. Screeches, echoing like birdsong, ring from all around you. A dozen hulking, green-skinned crude flesh-eaters with dense black feathers sprouting from the backs of their heads charge forward, wielding crude double-bladed scythes. You face them without fear. Your Akatran assault shotgun erupts with deafening blasts. The crude flesh-eaters and hounds who can't dodge in time are torn to pieces by your rounds. In moments, you've single-handedly pinned down the enemy's ambush. The rest of your squad alternates between firing laser rifles and swiftly setting up a mortar. They begin bombarding the thick walls of the target structure in an unrelenting assault. The walls shudder and crack, and soon, after all the mortar rounds are spent, a human-sized breach opens up. Grenades to clear the way, flamethrowers, everyone, charge. You raise your shotgun with one hand, issuing the command. You reload quickly, the chamber empty. At that moment, a crude flesh-eater missing only one arm lets out a shriek and lunges at you. With a mighty swing, its jagged scythe hurtles down toward you with a whistling rush. No time to fire, you swing your shotgun at its beak. The creature cries out in pain. Using the armor shell on your shoulder, you absorb the blunt force of its weapon. Then you aim the barrel of your shotgun at its head and pull the trigger. Hot, fetid blood sprays across your shell armor and helmet. You scan your surroundings, then turn toward the breach in the target building. Meanwhile, as your squad storms inside, explosions ripple through the complex. The feigned attack on the front line intensifies, turning into a long-held ferocious assault. On the third day, your platoon secures the target building completely. The entire Dawnwater plant falls under the paratroopers' control. Only sporadic gunfire remains in isolated pockets. One of your arms is wrapped in white bandages as you rest in the platoon's camp. Your 10-person squad is down to 5. 3 have fallen, 2 are critically wounded. For the results of the assault, this is a cost worth bearing. Your bravery earns high praise from the platoon leader. You decline the field promotion he offers. Instead, he gives you a cherished power sword and promises to divide the honors evenly with your squad. On the 4th day, while the paratroopers rest, bad news arrives. Your capture of the Dawnwater plant has drawn the attention of the Teo Empire's main force. A swift, fierce counterattack is imminent. The Imperial Navy can provide no support due to the enemy's air force. The 23rd Elysian Drop Troop Regiment, your unit, must hold alone. You go straight to the platoon leader. Given the current firepower, you tell him, holding back the Teo Empire's forces is nearly impossible. The platoon leader, still sour over your seizing of the power sword, grows even more agitated under the looming pressure. He tugs at the few remaining hairs on his head and berates you furiously. Unbothered, you propose a modest idea. Have the entire regiment dig trench fortifications and underground passageways. Using Elysian mobility tactics, you suggest that they wage a guerrilla warfare campaign throughout the industrial zone against the Teo. Besides, if Dawnwater plant matters to the Teo, they'll hesitate to destroy it carelessly. The platoon leader comes as he hears your suggestion. After considering it, he agrees to report it immediately. The platoon leader takes you to meet General Saikawa, the paratroopers' commander. Once more, you outline your proposal for General Saikawa. Your suggestion earns high commendation from him. On the 5th day, a feverish digging campaign sweeps through the Dawnwater plant. You and your squad run between platoons, sharing concise instructions on how to dig the trenches. Yet with the Elysians' poor digging skills and lack of proper tools, progress is slow. Frustration gnaws at you too. Before long, with help from Big Head, you discover the plant's water pipes. These massive pipes, big enough for a person to crouch through, spark an idea. You order soldiers to dismantle the pipes and bury them underground as tunnels. Meanwhile, some of the trench work continues smoothly. After a week, only a third of your trench plan has been completed before the attack halts it. Teo reinforcements arrive at the outskirts of Dawnwater plant. Devilfish armored transports crafted by Earthcast engineers advance in a vicious assault, flanked by battlesuit squads. All paratroopers dig into the trenches while the few Toros assault vehicles weave through factory structures. They try to bait the Teo vanguard into an ambush. but pathfinders on Vespid bikes swarmed the Tauros, using superior speed to encircle and divide them, pulsing energy bolts cutting off escape routes. The chance for an ideal strike slips by. With General Psychoa's command, mortars whistle from the trenches, raining down on the devilfish transports. They land in clusters above the transports. Battlesuits quickly raise pulse rifles, and drones shoot down unexploded rounds. Yet a few devilfish transports explode, shredding the fire warriors inside. Before more mortars can be fired, the remaining devilfish transports abruptly retreat. Blasts of laser fire streak from the trenches and buildings, taking down many retreating Vespid bikes. Crouched in the trench, you scan the battlefield, frowning slightly but exhaling a sigh of relief. Your tactics have managed to achieve an element of surprise. With trenches and tunnels, you think you may hold out until Imperial Navy support arrives. But suddenly, 20 TO Barracuda fighters swoop over Dawnwater plant. Their rapid-firing pulse guns and drones incinerate the Tauros vehicles in fiery blasts. Then heavily armed hammerhead gunships close in on the plant. Their terrifying plasma firepower suppresses your defensive positions. For the paratroopers, nearly weaponless against heavy firepower, this is a disaster beyond survival. Chapter 81, 078, Titan Kun? On the good way, a big drop is good. Week 2, the Airborne Division continued their fierce resistance. Using your trenches and underground tunnels to their fullest advantage, the various platoons managed to barely withstand the relentless bombardment of the Empire. The Empire resorted to deploying more Kroot warriors, experts in close-quarters combat, to storm the trenches and even infiltrate the underground tunnels to engage you directly. By now, most of the surface structures of the factory have been reclaimed by squads equipped with battle suits. Your platoon launched several assaults to retake the lost positions, but each attempt failed due to the lack of heavy weaponry. When the platoon commander, who always led from the front, was critically wounded and on the brink of death, you stepped up and followed General Psychoa's orders, temporarily assuming command of the platoon. You ordered your exhausted soldiers to rotate shifts for rest and conserve ammunition as much as possible. Leading a small group of soldiers skilled in melee combat, you began patrolling the underground tunnels, fending off the Kroot warriors' unending attacks. Week 3, with a blank expression, you swung your power sword, shattering the crude weapon of an enemy and easily severing their head. The foul stench of blood splattered across your nearly shattered armor. With your helmet lost in the previous battle, you wiped the blood off your face with a casual swipe of your hand and let out a heavy breath. Recently, the TO Empire seemed to have reduced the intensity of their assaults on the underground tunnels. Cut off and surrounded, your unit has lost contact with the other platoons. Now, your platoon has been reduced to just over 50 soldiers, heavily depleted. While you managed to conserve some ammunition, all food supplies have been exhausted. Everyone can only stave off hunger by drinking water. Catching your breath, you glanced at the alien corpse beneath your feet before retreating quickly to the rear. Back in a large, excavated tunnel, a pale-faced soldier approached you. "Commander, something isn't right." He whispered into your ear. "What's going on?" "More crud apes," you asked, your face devoid of emotion. Some squads had brief communication with TO natives who speak Imperial Common. "General Psychoa has been captured, and the other platoons have surrendered," the soldier said, his expression hesitant, biting his lip. You took a deep breath and fell silent. After a moment of thought, you instructed the soldier to gather the entire platoon. Before long, the remaining soldiers assembled before you. Scanning their pale, familiar faces, worn thin by hunger, you asked, "Where's that big head?" "Commander, just sacrificed herself," said a soldier with a missing arm, holding up his stump as tears glistened in his eyes. You let out a sigh, dropping the power sword in your hand. "You already know the situation better than I do," you began, your voice low after a moment of silence. "So, I won't stop anyone from surrendering. Based on what I know of the TO, they would welcome you into the faith. You might even gain more than the human empire ever offered: better food, a better way of life. But you will come to disdain, even hate, everything about the human empire. That's the price you might pay to survive. Anyone choosing to leave your weapons and ammunition for your comrades. For those staying, don't act rashly, this is their personal decision." Picking up the discarded power sword, you turned and walked out of the tunnel without looking back. Behind you, the soldiers exchanged silent glances, an uneasy tension filling the air. In the end, 35 soldiers chose to stay. You ordered the remaining troops to organize the remaining equipment and prepare for the final battle. Week 4, leading your malnourished soldiers, you charged out of the underground tunnels. Just as you braced for the enemy's powerful firepower, a large swarm of mechanized drones arrived. Scanning the surroundings, you noticed no signs of titanium forces. Raising your hand, you signaled your soldiers to lower their guns. "Brave warriors of the human empire, lay down your arms. There's no need for a suicidal battle. Even your general has surrendered to the glorious empire," came a peculiar voice speaking Imperial Common. The drones projected countless ghostly blue beams of light, forming a towering holographic figure clad in ornate robes, a member of the ruling TO Ether caste. Facing the hologram, you remained expressionless as it continued. "If you surrender and join us, embracing the teachings of Shang Shangdao, you will receive the boundless goodwill of the Titanium Empire. Together, our many races can strive for the future of the universe." The ether raised its scepter, attempting to erode your will and compel your submission. Before it could continue, you raised your power sword, cutting off its performance. Have you ever encountered the space Necrons? Been devoured by the Great Devourer? Faced the unruly orcs with their barbaric cries? You leveled the blade at the hologram's head. You don't even understand the true nature of the warp. A mocking smile played at the corner of your lips. In this cold, dark universe, weakness and ignorance aren't the greatest threats to survival, arrogance is. The ether's hologram flickered, visibly unsettled, before abruptly vanishing. The swarm of drones, however, did not attack. Instead, they retreated rapidly. As your soldiers exchanged confused looks, a faint chuckle escaped you, sparking muted laughter among them. But then, on the horizon miles away, missiles launched into the sky, streaking toward your position. Watching their descent, you let out a resigned sigh. Standing tall and solemn, you saluted your soldiers. Comrades, see you in the next life. Chapter 82, 079, Valkyrie descends. Your body was engulfed and consumed by a terrifying surge of energy, leaving you once again reduced to a charred, blackened husk. You are dead. Simulation ended. Duration, 28 days. Rewards available for selection ***. 1 Ingeldina class power sword, relic. Note, I am Wrath, I am Steel, I am the mercy of angels. 2 Combat experience of Elysian Airborne Corps Captain, 1 month. Note, drop, attack, and then get surrounded. We're all little Asteroids. 3 Voss class Valkyrie armed transport aircraft from the Airborne Corps, common. Note, behold the descent of the Valkyrie. Note, friendly reminder. Its size and weight far exceed your expectations. Simulation duration exceeded 24 hours. Simulator wear and tear has not been exempted. Cooldown, 28 hours. Current available cooldown time, 289 hours. Would you like to use cooldown time? Cooldown time not consumed. The simulator will naturally cool down, can be overridden at any time. The simulation had just concluded. Zaire glanced at the text displayed on the simulator screen. He leapt up from his desk, clenched his fists in excitement, and let out a triumphant shout. An aircraft, it's finally here. This was the first time in all his simulations that he had obtained a large-scale vehicle from the human empire. Ecstatic, Zaire dashed out of his bedroom, heading straight for the underground base. When he arrived at the base hall, it was completely empty except for the lights. He scanned the area, finding no trace of the Iron Man. Once again, Zaire reviewed the options displayed on the simulator. His gaze lingered wistfully on the power sword and combat experience before moving on. Without hesitation, he chose the third reward. In the next moment, before Zaire's eyes, a Voss-class Valkyrie armed transport aircraft, painted in desert camouflage, materialized. Zaire broke into a wide grin. He began circling the massive vehicle, examining it closely. By rough estimation, the transport aircraft stood around 5 meters tall. Its body alone measured an impressive 19 meters in length. Its metallic wings, spread wide, were nearly the same length. Attached to the junction between the wings and fuselage were massive vectored thrust turbine engines, instantly leaving a lasting impression. As he stared at the colossal machine, weighing several tons, Zaire couldn't help but laugh. After all, what man doesn't love a big plane? Especially one that now belonged entirely to him. Zaire quickly moved to the rear of the aircraft. Carefully, he explored the controls until he finally activated the rear hatch. With the sound of mechanical locks disengaging, the spacious interior of the aircraft revealed itself to Zaire. Slowly, he stepped into the cabin, walking toward the cockpit. The smile on his face never wavered until he sat in the pilot's seat, gripping the control stick instinctively. Then reality hit him hard. While he had sat in a Valkyrie multiple times during simulations, he had no idea how to operate it. The smile froze on Zaire's face. Sighing, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and made a call. David, if you're not busy, please return to the base hall. My lord. You'll understand once you're back. Zaire reluctantly let go of the control stick and left the cockpit. Roughly 10 minutes later, accompanied by classical music, David appeared at the entrance to the underground tunnel. Its eyes glowed blue, instantly spotting the massive vehicle and Zaire standing nearby. The music stopped abruptly as David hurriedly quickened its metallic stride, approaching Zaire. It bowed slightly and said, "Praise the Omniscience. My lord, is this the miracle you just created?" Zaire hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly nodded. Sort of. David, can you fly this thing? David raised its metallic head, its glowing blue eyes locking onto Zaire. My lord, do you want the truth or a comforting lie? Truth or lie? Zaire blinked in confusion. David spread its mechanical hands and spoke earnestly. The truth is, I was just a construction worker during humanity's golden age. I can handle any building issue, but I've never flown a transport aircraft. And the lie? Zaire took a deep breath. I can learn. As long as I fully understand the mechanical structure of this aircraft. I don't think it'll be much different from modern flying machines. David straightened its metal back slightly, a sense of pride and confidence evident even in its mechanical voice. Hearing David's response, a smile crept back onto Zaire's face. He patted David's metal arm encouragingly. David, work hard. I'm counting on you to teach me how to fly this thing. I'm off to check on Jessica. See you later. Without waiting for a reply, Zaire left with a smile, heading toward the medical room. David tilted its metal head slightly, its blue eyes glowing as it scanned the Valkyrie transport aircraft. All right, darling, let's see what secrets lie within you. David muttered softly. The air in the medical room was filled with the familiar smell of hospitals, a complex mix of disinfectant and medicinal odors. Lying on an expensive multifunctional medical bed, Jessica, with her short black hair and patient gown, was idly playing with her phone. As soon as Zaire's tall figure entered, Jessica hurriedly tried to hide her phone, like a student caught slacking off by their teacher. Noticing her small gesture, Zaire couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm not that strict, Jessica. This may be a base, but it's not a military camp." Hearing his reassurance, Jessica, her face still marked by bruises, managed an awkward smile. Her demeanor was noticeably brighter and livelier compared to before. Blinking, she replied softly, "Boss, I just don't want to waste time." Zaire stepped closer to the bed and asked warmly, "How's your recovery?" Jessica tilted her head slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm healing, and after this injury, I feel like there's more potential in my abilities." "Oh." Zaire raised an eyebrow, studying her curiously. "Can you elaborate? I don't know much about superpowers." "Of course, you are, after all, the one funding my lifestyle." Jessica's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Chapter 83, 080, The Origin of Superpowers. According to Jessica's description, her superpowers stem from a car accident. A few years ago, during a trip to Disneyland, the vehicle driven by Jessica's parents collided with a large truck carrying radioactive chemicals. Her parents and younger brother died on the spot. Severely injured, Jessica fell into a coma for several months. When she woke up, she discovered that she had gained extraordinary strength, far beyond that of an ordinary person. The unknown chemicals at the accident site had completely altered her cellular structure. Perhaps even her genetic makeup had changed. Zaire stood quietly by her bedside, listening to Jessica's account. When he heard that Jessica's superpowers came from some unknown chemical agent, he couldn't help but blink a few times. He suddenly spoke and asked Jessica, "Jessica, do you remember which company the truck carrying the chemicals was from?" "Huh." Jessica, momentarily distracted by Zaire's question, responded instinctively, "Of course I remember. I think it was called Rockcon Industries? And because the driver of the other vehicle was mainly at fault, I, as the sole survivor, received quite a bit of compensation." Before she could finish, Jessica stopped herself, realizing she had been talking too much. She noticed Zaire's serious expression and his brow furrowing in thought. Cautiously, she asked, "Boss, is something wrong?" Zaire took a deep breath. He hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. "Jessica, what you're about to hear is related to a task I've been working on recently." Zaire briefly recounted his conflict with the tracksuit gang, the discovery of a child's body. The main point was the connection between the missing children and Rockcon Industries. After hearing Zaire's story, even though Jessica's injuries had not fully healed, she was overwhelmed by a mix of anger and shock. She gripped the edge of the bed, her fingers tightening. A loud metallic sound echoed as the metal of the bed distorted. Jessica exhaled sharply. She lifted her chin and said to Zaire, who was expressionless, "Sorry, boss. I lost control of my emotions just now. It's not your fault." Zaire shook his head slightly, unfazed. "It's the enemy's fault. Based on the information we have so far, I believe Rockcon Industries is creating a chemical compound that grants people superpowers. They're trafficking large numbers of healthy children, and perhaps the only goal is to experiment with how these chemicals affect the human body. Adults are even less of an issue. Those with money and nothing to do will gladly participate." Zaire stood, his arms crossed, his gaze intense. If they really succeed in their experiments, imagine a society already torn by issues like gun violence and race. What would it look like then? As an ordinary person, you could just pay a large sum of money to gain an unknown superpower. No money? No problem, we offer loans. No loans? No problem, we even offer superpower loans. Once you have superpowers, you can use them to get money, can't you? Zaire let out a cold laugh as he spoke. "Heh, of course, this is just my own theory. I suspect Rockcon Industries' goals go beyond just this." The atmosphere in the medical room became heavier. Jessica, who had been silent, was about to get up from the bed, but Zaire shook his head slightly, stopping her. He spoke slowly. "Jessica, your training isn't finished yet. I don't deny your mindset and will, but this is a war, not just a street fight. You haven't experienced the kind of terrifying situations that require more than just being cannon fodder to take part. Besides, I expect more from you than that." Zaire's harsh words brought Jessica back to her senses. She took a deep breath, lifted her chin, and said to Zaire, "I promise I'll recover quickly and join the training. Then good luck, Jessica. Tougher battles await you in the future." Zaire smiled faintly and encouraged her before turning and leaving the medical room. The room was left with only Jessica, her face serious. She slowly sat up, raising her hand in front of her. Then, her slender fingers made a creaking sound as she clenched them into a fist. Zaire, squinting, was on his way to the equipment room. He hadn't expected that Jessica's superpowers would be linked to Rockcon Industries. If that was the case, Rockcon Industries, now controlling artificially created superhumans, was likely as powerful as Hydra, who had infiltrated SHIELD and the federal government. However, Zaire wasn't intimidated. It would only take more time and effort to completely eliminate them. Besides, he had developed a considerable interest in Rockcon Industries' superpower chemical compound. It was one way to rapidly increase combat strength. Though he couldn't use it himself, he could give it to loyal subordinates, combined with rigorous military training, to quickly form a battle team. Unfortunately, Zaire wasn't sure how far Rockcon Industries had advanced in their research. Would the mysterious compound work on adults? After all, both Jessica and the deceased Purple Man had gained their superpowers in their childhood. I hope the infiltration of the Red River Orphanage goes smoothly, Zaire muttered to himself, standing before the equipment room. He took a deep breath and quickly entered. Inside, Zaire almost emptied the entire equipment room. With a large number of weapons in his arms, he walked toward the Valkyrie transport plane. Facing an unknown battlefield and enemies, Zaire decided it was better to be overprepared. David, how's it going? Zaire walked past David, eager to ask. David twisted his metallic head. The blue light in his eyes fixed on the weapons in Zaire's arms, and he replied slowly. My lord, the progress is rapid. I have almost mastered how to pilot the Valkyrie. However, just as a smile appeared on Zaire's lips, David suddenly shifted his tone. However, my lord, there is one small problem. David spoke carefully. At that moment, Zaire reached the transport plane's cabin, set down the equipment, and turned to ask. What problem? Is there not enough fuel? I remember there's a barrel of molybdenum in the storage room. David tilted his head slightly. Respectful OM Messiah, the location you chose to create your miracle is a bit off. The underground passages connected to the base hall have not been modified at all. So, we can't fly out yet. Chapter 84, 081, The Man of Atonement. Gao Family Trading Company. The tall and imposing Zaire sat in a mahogany chair. He held a cup of hot tea in his palm, slowly sipping it. Due to construction issues at the base, his mission had been delayed by several days. David had assured him that within 3 days, he could expand an underground passage large enough to accommodate the Valkyrie. So, Zaire had no choice but to wait patiently. At the same time, he decided to inspect Madame Gao's situation. Creak. With the sound of a creaking door turning, the tightly closed wooden door slowly opened. A white-haired Madame Gao walked in with a neutral expression on her face. She quickly walked up to Zaire, who was sitting in the chair, and knelt before him. Master. Calmly, Zaire placed his teacup down. His gaze swept over Madame Gao, and with a helpless expression, he said, No need to kneel every time we meet. Report on the current situation. Yes, Master. Madame Gao slowly stood up. She straightened her back and respectfully addressed Zaire. At present, the majority of the gangs in New York have submitted. Through your envoy, all criminals who have blood on their hands have been secretly executed. Human trafficking and most criminal activities, including drugs, have been abandoned. Master, you will lose more than 60% of your annual income, with the remaining portion coming from legitimate industries. Upon hearing Madame Gao's brief description, Zaire nodded slightly. David seemed to understand his preferences very well, having made such a drastic arrangement. However, it also aligned with Zaire's mindset. If the gangs he had subdued didn't change their ways, then why bother with eliminating Kingpin? I remember some gangs specialize in smuggling luxury goods, right? Don't stop the smuggling routes for luxury goods and firearms. After all, there are people willing to consume them, and this income is free money. Plus, expanding into legitimate industries requires someone skilled to oversee it. Forget it, let David scout out talent. Zaire pondered for a moment before speaking to Madame Gao. Also, for the other gangs smuggling drugs, we can use the excuse of annexation to strike back, making war fund more war while training new personnel. Before he finished speaking, the expressionless Madame Gao suddenly bowed slightly and said, Master, in fact, we are currently at war with the Hand. However, since the battles mostly occur in hidden places and only the elite of the gangs are involved, it has never attracted official attention. The Hand. Zaire raised his chin slightly, frowning. Those ninjas? I think I killed one of their ninja leaders before. Madame Gao, expressionless, stood still and spoke in a deep voice. Master, that was Ninja Head Murakami, one of the 5 fingers of the Hand. Aside from me, there are still 3 other fingers. Because the war I launched against Kingpin disrupted their plan to excavate Dragon Bones, they launched a retaliatory action. Dragon Bones. Zaire sharply caught the unfamiliar term. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. At this moment, Madame Gao raised a delicate hand and gently stroked her smooth face. She showed Zaire a slight gesture, saying, Dragon Bones are the remains of a mysterious ancient creature left behind after its death. By performing certain rituals, consuming Dragon Bones grants the power of immortality. Master, I am over 100 years old and still preserve my youth. Zaire took a careful look at Madame Gao, especially noting the stark contrast between her white hair and youthful body. However, Zaire's face showed little excitement. He inhaled deeply and asked calmly, what are the side effects? Like drugs. Every year, or sometimes even sooner, one must consume Dragon Bones again, or the time lost will return in full. According to past experience, those who fail to take Dragon Bones on time will instantly age and decay. Without hesitation, Madame Gao revealed her deepest secret to Zaire. Heh. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Zaire's face as he narrowed his eyes. After a brief moment of thought, he gave the command. Then let's go and take them from the Hand. Even if we don't use it in the future, we can't let them have it. Yes, Master. What are your plans next? Do you need to inspect the men fighting against the Hand, or head to the warehouse? The firearms you requested have already been stored there. Madame Gao gave a slight bow, a strand of white hair falling from her head. Zaire took a deep breath. He slowly rose from the mahogany chair. His large physique, towering over Madame Gao by at least a head, forced him to look down at her. With his eyes narrowed, Zaire flexed his muscular arm and smiled. Then let's first check the quality of those subordinates. Yes, master. Inside the trading company's training field. Expressionless, Zaire effortlessly lifted a muscular man with one arm. He casually tossed him into the air. The man slammed hard onto the rubber floor of the training field with a loud crash. Thud. The man's face turned bright red. He lay on the ground for a while before slowly exhaling. Struggling to raise his head, he looked at Zaire with a mixture of fear and respect in his eyes. I give up. The man gasped and shouted loudly. Zaire stopped in his tracks. He stood still, his gaze slowly scanning the muscular men around him, who were now exchanging nervous glances. Then, Zaire calmly asked, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Before his words were even finished, the room fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, a small, Slav-looking man hesitated but then gathered his courage and stepped forward from the crowd. He spoke to Zaire, boss, you've already defeated everyone here. I don't think anyone else dares to fight you. Zaire shifted his gaze. He looked at the small man and asked, what's your name? You can call me Frankie. The small man, named Frankie, answered cautiously. Zaire nodded. He stepped forward to Frankie, placing a hand lightly on his shoulder. You have more courage than the others. Now, you're the leader of these men, understand? Understood. Frankie's eyes gleamed with excitement as he straightened his back and shouted loudly. Also, starting today, your group's compensation will be doubled, provided you survive the upcoming battles. So, try to stay alive. Zaire smiled slightly and announced the news to everyone present. Then, without looking back, he walked out of the training field. He didn't care about the rising morale of the men behind him. For these gang members, whose past was filled with complex and bloody histories, the carrot and stick method would always work. Let you past scum become the cornerstone of humanity's future, Zaire muttered under his breath. The words, like a mosquito's buzz, floated out of his mouth, slowly dissipating into the cheers and excitement of his men. Chapter 85, 082. Small changes in the simulator? Cooldown time +1. In the empty warehouse, Zaire sat cross-legged, his expression numb. His hands never stopped increasing the simulator's cooldown time. 10 minutes later, he gazed at the mountain of firearms in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Zaire found himself in a bittersweet dilemma. The 1,000 firearms before him were just the first batch. If the Merchant Guild's warehouse had enough space, Lady Gao could have sent over even more. However, what truly troubled Zaire was this. The accursed simulator didn't support batch processing. He could only convert them one at a time, slowly and tediously. Well, it's not like I'm in a rush. I'll take my time. Zaire sighed again and picked up another firearm to continue converting. But then, as the firearm disappeared from his hands, the simulator suddenly underwent a change. Cooldown time has exceeded 500 hours. New function unlocked. Restarting. Zaire blinked instinctively, snapping his wandering focus back into place. Salvage feature updating. Salvaged items now support categorization. Categorization. Zaire glanced at the simulator's updated interface and quickly navigated to the salvage page. The previously chaotic collection of salvaged items had now been neatly categorized. Energy fuel, ammunition, clothing, food supplies. Rows of items were now organized and presented in distinct categories. Feeling a tinge of delight, Zaire rubbed his chin. It seemed that as the cooldown time increased, the simulator would undergo corresponding changes. A spark of excitement ignited in Zaire's eyes. He suddenly felt reinvigorated, his hands picking up firearms with renewed enthusiasm. Roughly an hour later, all the firearms in the warehouse had been converted. The simulator's cooldown time had surpassed 1,289 hours for the first time. Zaire exhaled deeply, shaking his slightly sore hands before turning his attention back to the simulator. Cooldown time has exceeded 700 hours. New function unlocked. Restarting. Salvage feature updating. Salvage feature now supports targeted salvaging. Cooldown time has exceeded 900 hours. New function unlocked. Restarting. Simulation feature updating. New simulation modes now available. Squinting, Zaire examined the simulator's changes carefully. First was the targeted salvaging unlocked at 700 hours. The simulator's notes explained that to acquire specific salvage items such as power armor, a base of 100 hours was required per attempt. Each additional 100 hours would increase the success rate, up to a maximum of 1,000 hours. However, despite Zaire's extensive probing, he couldn't find any further details, like the exact success rate of a 100-hour base. Was it 1% or 10%? The salvage page simply noted, the more time invested, the higher the success rate. Based on his understanding of the simulator, Zaire suspected it wasn't so simple. After all, a 100-hour targeted salvage yielded only one chance. Being frugal, Zaire already knew that basic salvaging was far more cost-effective. At least with ammunition or energy, he was never in short supply. Still, the choice between quantity and quality was worth pondering. Sighing deeply, Zaire continued reading. At 900 hours, the simulator's simulation feature underwent its first change. Zaire could now customize the time ratio for survival scenarios. Previously, surviving one day required 1 hour of cooldown. Now, surviving one day could consume 10 hours of cooldown, increasing both the difficulty and rewards dramatically. This might mean I'll finally get to meet the Astaroths, huh? Zair's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. He had never simulated becoming an Astaroths before. His thoughts racing, Zair stood up and stretched. He turned and walked out of the warehouse. 3 days later, pre-dawn hours. In an old warehouse on Manhattan's East Riverbank, a Valkyrie armed transport painted in desert camouflage slowly emerged from a hidden underground hangar. The roar of its massive engines reverberated through the cavernous space, drowning out the quiet hum of machinery. Inside the cockpit, soft classical music played, adding an incongruous serenity to the scene. David, seated at the controls, hummed along lightly as he expertly guided the colossal machine upward. The Valkyrie descended smoothly onto a nearby clearing. The classical music abruptly stopped as David turned toward Zair, who stood behind him. "My lord," David began, his tone calm and precise, "all nearby warehouses are under your name now. Departing from here will not attract any unwanted attention. Their tendrils are well within my control." Zair gave a satisfied smile and a thumbs up. "Excellent work, David. Truly remarkable. Excavating such a massive underground tunnel in just 3 days, beyond my imagination." David's blue eyes flickered briefly in acknowledgement. "Your praise humbles me, my lord. As your servant, this is simply my duty." Zair, still smiling, shifted his gaze toward the dark night outside the cockpit. After a pause, he spoke. "David, is the Valkyrie fueled and ready?" David straightened slightly at the controls. "Of course, my lord. Are you planning?" Zair cracked his neck and leaned forward, his grin widening. "Why wait? The tunnel is done, the gear is ready. Let's kick things off with a wild night infiltration." David glanced at him, his tone carrying a faint hint of amusement or perhaps resignation. "As you command, my lord. As you wish." The engines roared to life once more, and the Valkyrie rose into the air. Its hulking shadow swept silently across the East River, leaving the glittering Manhattan skyline behind. Climbing steadily into the night, it vanished into the thick clouds, a ghostly predator ready to strike. Chapter 86, 083, Infiltrate the Orphanage? The thick clouds were swiftly torn apart by the massive frame of the Valkyrie, carving a scar-like rift across the sky. Inside the slightly swaying cabin, Zair methodically donned his solar void combat armor. He gazed at the assortment of weapons laid out before him. After a moment's deliberation, he chose a chainsaw sword and a grenade launcher, strapping them to his back. Hesitating briefly, Zair also grabbed a plasma pistol and a refraction field generator, securing them to his armor. With preparations complete, Zair, expressionless, raised a finger. He tapped the helmet of his combat armor lightly, producing a dull thud. A deep, steady voice emanated from within the helmet. 1, 2, 3 testing. Is the communication channel connected? Signal is clear, my lord. Everything is functioning normally. The mechanical voice of David, the AI assistant, echoed from the comm system, resounding in Zair's ears. Click click. Satisfied, Zair flexed the neck joint of his combat armor. He slowly seated himself in the cabin, placing his armored hands flat on his knees. With his back straight, he waited for the transport to reach its target. Smallville, a rural town under the jurisdiction of Kansas. Most of its residents were farmers and laborers. The town's remote location and the outflow of its youth had long extinguished any semblance of nightlife. On this night, with an approaching storm brewing for days, most locals had left the town's lone bar early and returned home to sleep. A few kilometers outside the town, in a forest clearing, the enormous Valkyrie transport hovered above the ground, engines roaring. With a metallic hiss, the cargo ramp opened, and a towering figure leaped out. Thud. Zair's heavy form landed forcefully, his armored boots sinking into the muddy earth. Paying no mind, he gave a thumbs up toward the cockpit. The agile Valkyrie ascended swiftly, beginning its patrol around the outskirts of the town. Commence operation. Standing still, Zair activated the night vision mode in his helmet to scan his surroundings. He quickly sprinted into a sprawling cornfield. According to David's map, the Red River Orphanage lay at the town's edge, encircled by a meandering river that cradled it like an island. For the children within, it might well feel like an isolated world. Zair soon reached a shallow part of the river, wading across silently, and crouched beside a cluster of scrawny corn plants. In the distance, a 4-story, weathered building stood solemnly beneath the brooding night sky. It loomed like a slumbering beast, its interior almost completely dark save for the glow of a few exterior lamps. Fixing his gaze on the building, Zair murmured into his comm. "David, disable the orphanage's surveillance and communication signals." "My lord, I completed that task 5 minutes ago." Hearing David's reply, Zair exhaled deeply. He moved swiftly, leaping over a low wall in a single bound. Thump. His armored form landed with a muted crash, yet drew no attention. Like a wolf stalking its prey, Zair cautiously traversed an open space, stopping under the orphanage's shadow. Rumble. At that moment, thunder growled low in the gloomy sky. A downpour suddenly began, drenching Smallville's soil. Leaning against the building, Zair remained unbothered by the rain. His gaze pierced the window as he scanned the building's interior. A classroom or activity room lay within, containing a few scattered chairs, desks, and crates of toys piled in the corner. Testing the rain-slicked window, Zair found it unlocked. He pushed it open and slipped inside. Plop. The muddy soles of his boots met the clean floor with a faint sound. Raindrops trickled down his armor, pooling beneath him as he shut the window. Striding forward, Zaire stopped at the room's door, pressing his ear against it. Hearing no movement outside, he cautiously opened the door. Creak. The instant the door swung open, a small figure appeared in the dark corridor beyond. Zaire nearly collided with it. Startled, Zaire's hand instinctively gripped his plasma pistol, ready to fire. But upon closer inspection, he relaxed. It was just a boy, wearing green pajamas. The child's bare feet and closed eyes indicated he was sleepwalking. Zaire carefully stepped past the boy, who silently wandered into the room, shuffling toward the toy crates. Expressionless, Zaire stared at the child's back for a moment before shaking off his thoughts and continuing his search. 20 minutes later, Zaire returned to the first floor after thoroughly combing the orphanage. Speaking softly into his comm, he inquired, "David, I've searched every room. Aside from sleeping children and their caretakers, there's nothing here. Are you sure this is the right place?" "One moment. My lord, I'm detecting persistent electromagnetic signals from the first floor restroom. Please investigate there." The restroom. Narrowing his eyes behind his helmet, Zaire hurried toward the location. The rain outside intensified, its relentless patter masking the faint sounds of his armored movements. Reaching the restroom, Zaire began a meticulous search. Finally, under a sink, he spotted a peculiar device with a keyhole, adorned with two small, outdated bulbs, one red, one green. "David. Accessing now. Done." As David's mechanical voice trailed off, the entire sink and the adjacent wall slid open with a hiss, revealing a narrow underground passage just wide enough for one person. "Well, open sesame." Zaire, clad in his combat armor, stooped slightly as he entered the newly revealed passage. Chapter 87, 084, Compound V. Zaire cautiously entered the underground passage. The faint sound of the hidden door closing behind him and the gradual illumination of motion-activated lights reminded him of one thing. This underground facility was still operational. Moreover, its interior appeared meticulously maintained. Zaire heightened his vigilance, his armored hand gripping the plasma pistol tightly. Carefully descending the staircase, he moved deeper into the passageway. After several minutes, he estimated that he had reached a depth of about 15 meters below the surface. Still, he pressed on, eventually arriving at the end of the passageway. He stepped into a narrow corridor, its walls bearing the words "Emergency Exit." Clearly, his initial point of entry was not the official one. A short while later, Zaire came face to face with a heavy metal door that blocked his path. Raising his helmet, he gazed at the camera above and said, "David, report on the interior situation." "My lord, the base behind this door appears to have a rectangular ring structure. The outer area is divided into individual rooms, many containing medical equipment. At the center is a sealed laboratory. However, as there are no cameras inside, I cannot confirm its details. The only thing certain is the personnel count, 31 individuals in total, 25 guards and 6 medical staff. Only this few? Perhaps it's just an abandoned lab." Taking a deep breath, Zaire addressed the Iron Man through his comms. "Never mind. Open the door. We'll figure it out once we're inside." But David's mechanical voice came through once more, filled with an almost comical resignation. "My lord, this metal door can only be opened manually. The handle is located inside the base." "Fine. I'll do it myself." Zaire, clad in his combat armor, stepped back several meters. He activated the refractor field generator. Reaching behind, he drew his chainsword. With everything prepared, Zaire leveled his plasma pistol and pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. Basketball-sized balls of searing plasma shot out one after another, slamming into the thick metal door. In the blink of an eye, brilliant plasma detonated, melting through everything in its path. Bzzzt. As the door crumbled, an alarm blared loudly for a moment before cutting off abruptly. Even so, the brief signal was enough to alert the guards inside. One by one, burly guards armed with firearms rushed out of their rooms. "What's going on?" "Emergency exit." Exchanging quick words, they began running toward the commotion. "Level 2 alert. There's an intruder." The squad leader shouted orders as he led the charge. But in the very next moment, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously. A monstrous figure clad in strange armor rounded the corner, rushing at them with terrifying speed. The towering figure resembled an unstoppable charging bull. The squad leader barely registered the bizarre pistol in the intruder's hand and the roaring chainsword before his consciousness faded. Thud, thud, thud. Zaire, now fully in combat mode, swung the buzzing, serrated blade of his chainsword. In one swift motion, he decapitated the squad leader. Splat. Blood sprayed violently from the neck, splattering even the ceiling above. Without hesitation, Zaire raised his plasma pistol and fired again, blue plasma balls scorching through several guards who had attempted to open fire. This was only the beginning. Zaire charged forward, the whirring chainsword cutting through the air with deadly efficiency. The tall figure clad in combat armor barreled into the enemy ranks, leaving behind a trail of severed limbs and anguished screams. For several harrowing moments, the sounds of carnage reverberated throughout the corridor. Thud. When it was all over, Zaire came to a halt, his chainsword falling silent. Turning around, he surveyed the guards dead or dying who had barely managed to fire a shot. Letting out a slow breath through his helmet, he muttered, "Ha." Spotting a few guards writhing in their final moments, he raised his plasma pistol once more. With precise shots, he unleashed a barrage of plasma balls, turning the area into a blazing sea of energy and ending their suffering. Without looking back, Zaire continued forward. Turning another corner, he saw 5 people dressed in white lab coats desperately huddled near another sealed metal door. They worked frantically to bypass the lockdown, attempting to escape. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Zaire's armored footsteps grew louder as he approached. The sight of the towering figure, blood-soaked chainsword in hand, struck terror into the medical personnel. Paralyzed by fear, they slumped to the ground, leaning against the wall. Clinging to one another, they sobbed uncontrollably. Help us. I don't want to die. The cries and pleas made Zaire furrow his brow. He swung his chainsword deliberately, the motor roaring to life with a high-pitched whine. Hearing the menacing sound, the 5 medical workers instantly fell silent. First question. Is this underground lab owned by Rockcon Industries? Satisfied with their response, Zaire cracked his neck and spoke in a low, threatening tone. The group exchanged glances, hesitant to answer. As Zaire prepared to resort to harsher methods, a brown-haired woman, tears streaming down her face, shakily raised her hand. She stammered. This is indeed a secret lab of Rockcon Industries. In fact, it was one of their earliest labs. You will stay alive if you keep talking. Go on. Zaire fixed his gaze on her, his chainsword rising to emphasize the point. The weapon's deadly edge hovered menacingly near her colleagues, ensuring compliance. I'm just a medical worker, so I don't know much. After World War II, Rockcon Industries wanted to recreate the super soldier serum, the one that created Captain America. I don't know if they succeeded or failed, but what I do know is that they received guidance from an external source, completely changing their approach. In the end, Rockcon developed something far superior to the super soldier serum, a mysterious compound. Decades of research and refinement led to what the staff now calls Compound V. Chapter 88, 085, Blood Sacrifice Bomb. Compound V. Zaire's voice rumbled through his helmet once again. Second question, where can I find this compound? However, upon hearing his inquiry, the brown-haired woman tilted her chin ever so slightly. Through tear-streaked features, a faint smirk began to form. She slowly raised her hand, lifting her middle finger toward the central laboratory of the facility. In that sealed lab, she sneered, you will find independent samples of compounds 1 through 5. A backup Rockcon Industries kept, for humanity's future. Her voice abruptly halted. Her trembling middle finger shifted ever so slightly, pointing closer toward Zaire. But he paid her no mind, his helmet bowing slightly. In a low, almost indifferent tone, he asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Suddenly, the ear-piercing wail of an alarm blared through the corridors once more. The bright lights flickered and shifted to a foreboding red, signaling danger. Ha, you won't be taking anything with you. The woman's lips curled into a cold smile. With a defiant cry, she raised her middle finger higher and screamed hysterically. Did you think I spent all this effort talking just to save myself? No, fool. I was buying time for someone else. You men, you all love your wars, don't you? Your killing sprees. Now, test subject 1101 will take care of you. It will help us. Before her words fully settled, David, Zaire's AI companion, reported grimly. My lord, a hidden medical staff member has manually opened the central lab's containment area. A humanoid entity has been released. Forgive me, my lord. This oversight was mine. But before David could finish, Zaire shook his helmeted head slightly. Raising his plasma pistol, he fired without hesitation. BZZT. A searing plasma round erupted from the barrel, instantly vaporizing the woman and her remaining colleagues into ash. David, this isn't your fault. Zaire murmured, watching a lone lock of brown hair curl into embers. Expecting the majority of humanity to act rationally remains a delusion. The next moment, a screech of twisting metal tore through the air. A short human scream from the corridor's crimson-lit end followed swiftly. Zaire ceased his communication with David, reaching back to sheath his gore-streaked chainsword. In its place, he pulled out his precision-crafted bolter, its weight reassuring in his grip. Soon, from the far end of the corridor, a small figure began to emerge. It was a boy, no older than 11 or 12. The child, clad in a hospital gown, appeared almost fragile. His bald head reflected the flickering red lights, his pale skin taut against delicate features. Only his vivid blue eyes betrayed a spark of curiosity as they darted around the corridor. But this seemingly innocent boy dragged half of a mutilated human corpse with disturbing ease. Behind him, a thick trail of crimson blood smeared across the ground. Huff. Zaire exhaled sharply, narrowing his eyes. The armored titan began to move cautiously forward. The boy's sharp eyes locked onto Zaire's massive frame, his expression shifting from apathy to delight. The boy discarded the corpse like a broken toy and spread his arms wide. He surged forward, his bare feet slapping the floor with alarming force. The ground beneath him cracked with every step. Zaire halted, plasma pistol raised. Stop. This is your only warning. The boy ignored him entirely, an eerie, almost joyful excitement growing as he sprinted closer. Oh, oh. The boy's cries echoed as he swung his slender arms, creating audible shockwaves in the air. TCH. Without hesitation, Zaire pulled the trigger. Boom. A plasma ball streaked through the air, hitting the boy dead center. The explosion enveloped the child in a searing, molten glow. Sorry, kid. You asked for this. Lowering his pistol, Zaire turned to leave. But then, Rhea. A guttural scream ripped through the air as the plasma cloud dissipated. The boy emerged unscathed, his skin glowing an ominous red from residual heat. A murderous snarl twisted his features as he charged once more. Zaire swiftly drew back, holstering the plasma pistol. Gripping the bolter tightly, he aimed and fired. Boom! A thunderous explosion blasted the boy off his feet, sending his small body tumbling across the corridor. Zaire advanced methodically, firing round after explosive round. Each shot forced the boy down, grinding his body across the blood-stained floor. Boom! Another round shattered the ground beneath the child as he tried to rise. Boom! And another, the relentless blasts pinning him down. Despite his uninjured body, blood began to leak from the boy's nose and mouth. When Zaire finally stood over him, the boy glared defiantly, his movements reduced to feeble thrashing. "Don't blame me, kid," Zaire whispered, staring into the boy's wild blue eyes. "This is for your own good." Lowering the bolter to the boy's head, Zaire squeezed the trigger. Boom! 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 The corridor remained bathed in red light, the bolter's deafening roar punctuating the silence. Chapter 89, 086, Injuries and Gains? 1 minute later, the deafening roar vanished entirely from the hallway. Standing motionless, Zaire gazed at the exploded head of the young boy and the cratered walls around him. Wordlessly, he slung the empty grenade launcher back onto his shoulder. The next moment, his arms, hanging at his sides, began to tremble slightly. It was the aftermath of the weapon's terrifying recoil. Hiss! Zaire twisted his neck and took a deep breath, sharp and heavy. He struggled to adapt to the searing pain radiating through his arms and every fiber of his body. Then, his steps unsteady, Zaire staggered past the cooling corpse of Experiment 1101, heading toward the corridor's flickering red lights. Before long, Zaire stepped through a twisted, distorted metal hatch and entered the central laboratory of the base. Inside was a fully transparent observation room. Its sole furnishings were a metal bed frame and a thin blanket. However, scattered across the smooth floor were the remnants of broken plush toys. Huff! Zaire's breathing grew heavier as he turned his gaze, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings within the room. But when his eyes swept across a corner of the room and landed on two crude humanoid shapes awkwardly assembled from the stuffing of plush toys, he froze. In an instant, his erratic breathing betrayed the rising, uncontrollable pain tearing through his body. Accompanied by the sound of his combat armor clanking against itself, his muscles began to spasm uncontrollably. And slowly, his entire body crumpled to the ground. Through gritted teeth, Zaire's voice echoed from within his helmet. "David, I may need backup." "Hold on, my lord. I'm on my way." The mechanical voice of Iron David swiftly reached Zaire's ears, bringing him some measure of comfort. With the roar of engines resonating in the air, the interior of the trembling transport bay buzzed softly. Iron David carefully removed Zaire's combat armor, leaving him lying flat on the cold metal floor. On Zaire's arms and torso, radiating purple-blue bruises marked his skin like spider webs. Occasional muscle spasms rendered him unable to even move a single finger. Sweat constantly trickled down Zaire's forehead as he gradually adjusted his breathing rhythm, enduring the waves of pain rippling through his body. A few minutes later, Iron David, with rainwater trickling down his metal form, returned with a stack of data drives and chemical samples. The blue glow in his optical sensors flickered as he knelt down and said, "My lord, as you commanded, I've retrieved everything of value from the lab." Barely recovering from his injuries, Zaire turned his gaze toward the samples in David's metal hand. Taking a deep breath, he said, "These gains barely justify my injuries. Damn it. That grenade launcher was far more terrifying than I anticipated. The enemy didn't manage to harm me at all, yet my own weapon nearly took me out. This is beyond ridiculous." Hearing Zaire's complaints, Iron David shook his metal head slightly, setting down the items he carried. With a hint of what seemed like resignation in his mechanical tone, he said, "My lord, that grenade launcher isn't meant for ordinary mortals. Even those Astaroth's warriors I've encountered require powered armor to wield it effectively. The fact that you're still alive is, well, a blessing from him, perhaps." For a brief moment, an embarrassed expression seemed to flicker across Zaire's sweat-covered face. He closed his eyes in resignation and said to the iron figure, "This time, I messed up. It won't happen again. David, I need medical assistance. If not that, at least some painkillers. My lord, you'll have to endure for now." Iron David slowly rose to his feet and headed toward the cockpit of the Valkyrie. Moments later, the roaring engines of the Valkyrie transport shook the air as it lifted off from a sprawling cornfield. Its massive frame pierced through the torrential downpour, ascending rapidly toward the dark, brooding clouds above. Several hours later, a fatigued Zaire lay on a hospital bed in the base's medical room, slowly drifting into sleep. Needles pierced his arms, delivering glucose solutions and a heavy dose of painkillers. Iron David, temporarily assuming the role of a medic, tidied up the medical tools. The blue glow in his optical sensors pulsed gently as he observed Zaire's condition. Once satisfied, the iron figure left the medical room and entered the brightly lit main hall. At that moment, Jessica, clad in tight athletic gear, approached briskly, her workout evidently just finished. Her expression was grave as she looked at the iron figure and asked with concern, "David, what happened to the boss? Did something go wrong with the mission?" "Good evening, Ms. Jessica." Iron David raised a metal hand in greeting, his mechanical voice devoid of emotion as he replied, "My lord's mission went smoothly. Unfortunately, a minor incident occurred during the process. However, for my lord, this is merely another lesson and a step in his growth." "An incident?" Jessica frowned slightly, her eyes narrowing as she stared at Iron David. After a moment, she asked, "Is the boss seriously hurt? Does he need professional medical help? I have a friend who can provide assistance." Before she could finish, Iron David raised a metallic finger, cutting her off. The blue light in his sensors flickered as he said calmly, "Ms. Jessica, remember, important matters like this require my lord's direct approval. However, we do indeed need a medical professional stationed at the base. You may contact your friend and negotiate terms, but you must not reveal anything about my lord. Otherwise, he may not appreciate your good intentions. Zaire is not just my boss, he's my friend. Of course, I know what to do." Jessica crossed her arms, her back straightening as she glared at Iron David. Without another word, she turned and walked briskly toward the base's exit. Once her silhouette vanished from view, Iron David tilted his metal head slightly and muttered to himself, analyzing Ms. Jessica's heart rate and hormone levels. "Did I say something wrong? I merely reminded her to remain loyal and avoid making unauthorized decisions. I didn't say anything out of line." The mechanical undertone of Iron David's voice carried a tinge of confusion. He turned and made his way toward the hangar where the Valkyrie was docked. Zaire's equipment and the transport, fresh from its maiden mission, awaited maintenance and care. "I really do prefer dealing with construction materials. At least they don't have inexplicable emotions. Even the revered Omnisaya is far more polite, respectful, and consistent. They never confuse a timid and humble servant like me." For a while, Iron David's muttered musings echoed softly through the base's halls. Eventually, they faded into silence. Chapter 90, 087, Space Wolf. There is no wolf on Fenris. 1. Zaire awakened to the familiar scent of disinfectant wafting through his nostrils. His fingers fumbled for the controls of the multifunction hospital bed. Accompanied by the soft hum of mechanical adjustments, his upper body was gradually lifted by the bed. Glancing down at the fading purple bruises on his body, Zaire let out a helpless sigh. Not wanting to simply stare at the ceiling, he opened the simulator's interface. Since recovery demanded rest, he thought, he might as well find something to occupy his time. After silently offering his customary prayer to the Emperor, Zaire adjusted the time dilation settings and activated the simulator. Simulation starting. Current identity, mortal. Please choose a role to assume upon entry. If no choice is made, a random role will be assigned. Role selection declined. Simulation starting. You have entered the Warhammer universe. Time, unknown. Location, Milky Way Galaxy, Obscurus Sector, Fenris. You arrive on the planet's surface. The thin garments you wear offer no protection. A biting wind pierces every inch of your skin, seeping into the depths of your bones. You take a deep breath of freezing air to stay conscious. Treading through deep snow, you search desperately for shelter. All you see is an endless expanse of white snow and low, gnarled, barren trees. Your hands and feet begin to go numb, soon followed by sharp, stinging pain. You are forced to jog to keep your blood circulating. You plunge into a sparse forest. Suddenly, you realize that the cold is not the only threat you face. In front of you, 3 shaggy Fenrisian wolf pups rise slowly, their gray manes bristling as they bare yellowed fangs at you. You draw another deep breath of icy air. Bending slightly, you attempt to retreat. Your movement, however, seems to signal to the pups that you are prey. 12 sharp claws crunch through the snow as they leap toward you. You roll backward quickly, grabbing a dry branch as thick as your arm from the snow. Your retreat is not an act of cowardice but a move to find a weapon. You swing the branch with all your might. The slightly bent stick arcs like a chain sword, striking one pup's gaping maw with a loud snap of breaking fangs and a pained yelp. Dodging sideways, you narrowly avoid another pup's leap. Once more, you swing your branch. This time, it strikes the third pup's spine with a dull thud. The force of impact causes the branch to splinter. Clutching the broken remains of the branch, you roar from deep within your throat. Leaping forward, you grab the paralyzed pup's neck with one muscular arm, pinning it beneath your body. With the broken branch in your other hand, you drive it into the pup's eye socket. Bloodshot eyes blazing with fury, you glare at the 2 remaining wolves. The sound of their fallen packmates' death throes and cries of agony causes the 2 wolves to hesitate before retreating into the forest. The wolf beneath you breathes its last. You release your grip on the shattered branch and collapse onto its still warm body, panting heavily. Pulling the branch from the wolf's socket, the sight of steaming blood causes your parched throat to ache with thirst. After a moment's hesitation, you lean in and begin to drink from the wolf's wound. The hot, metallic taste fills your stomach, temporarily warding off the encroaching cold. Regaining some strength, you search the forest for stones, trying to carve the wolf's meat and salvage its pelt. You manage to obtain a crude, torn wolf skin. Clad in the tattered skin and gnawing on tough, raw wolf meat, you attempt to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Whether due to improper technique or damp tinder, your efforts end in failure. As darkness falls, the forest grows colder, and snowflakes the size of your palm drift down steadily. Dragging the frozen wolf carcass, you dig a shallow pit in the snow to shield yourself from the wind. Shivering, you huddle in the pit, covering yourself with the wolf's stiff body. Your body temperature drops rapidly. Yet, paradoxically, you feel an unbearable heat flooding through your limbs. Your consciousness begins to waver. As you teeter on the brink of death, a haunting wolf's howl echoes in the distance. You open your eyes slowly. You have not perished in the frigid night. A heavy, intact cave bear pelt covers your body. 2 meters away, a roaring fire melts the snow, radiating life-saving warmth. A skinned and gutted Fenrischen elk roasts over the flames, the sizzling fat crackling in the heat. Your parched throat prompts you to swallow involuntarily. Just as you rise to investigate, a gravelly voice speaks from behind the fire. You're no Fenrischen. No one here would eat a Fenrischen wolf, even on the verge of starvation. Peering through the flickering flames, you spot a massive figure wearing a wolf's skull as a helmet. His black power armor, etched with intricate gold patterns, gleams in the firelight. He sits casually on a tree stump, a power staff resembling outstretched eagle wings planted in the snow before him. The Emperor's coin, a loyal messenger, an outsider named Zaire. I thank you for sparing me the trouble of saving you, you say, saluting the Asteroots warrior in the manner of the Astra Militarum. The Asteroots warrior responds with a deep, unsettling laugh. Space wolves, Wolf Priest Ulrich. Welcome to Asaheim, outsider, he says, his commanding voice cutting through the crackling flames and filling your ears. Chapter 91, 088, Space Wolf. There is no wolf on Fenris. 2. You ravenously devour a leg of a Fenrischen elk. Scalding fat drips down your fingers, falling into the snow and solidifying into hardened chunks. It isn't until most of the roasted meat has slid into your stomach that you begin to slow down. You leisurely suck on the delicious meat juices flowing from the leg. Wolf Priest Ulrich watches your way of eating with great interest. The fingers of his knees, wrapped in black power armor, continuously tap out a rhythmic sound. Mortal boy, would you be interested in coming with me? Ulrich suddenly says to you, who is still eating. His deep, powerful voice, like the beating of a war drum, constantly drums in your ears. Where to? Who do we kill? You ask, still gnawing at the warm elk leg without raising your head. Your response seems to make Ulrich pause for a moment. Then a hearty laughter erupts from behind the finely crafted wolf skull, echoing through the empty forest and startling the falling snowflakes. Killing a Fenrischen whelp on your own proves your combat ability. Ulrich slowly stops laughing, his deep voice growing more serious. But that's not enough? Far from it. Ulrich's massive armored hand rises slightly, extending his palm towards you. Outsider, follow me and take part in a brutal trial? If you survive, you will become a great son of Rus, fighting for the great wolf lord, and the emperor. Ulrich's impassioned voice emanates from behind the wolf skull, crashing against the roaring flames of the campfire. You stop eating and put down the remaining leg of elk. You take a deep breath and straighten your back. I've always fought for the emperor. As for your invitation, I accept, you calmly say, staring at the wolf skull of Wolf Priest Ulrich. Mortal boy, I look forward to seeing what you can do. Ulrich lets out another hearty laugh, his deep, powerful laughter echoing around you like waves. You look at him with a helpless expression. Unable to resist, you cover your ears with your grease-covered hands. In the first week, dressed in a simple bear hide suit, you undergo basic training under Ulrich. Ulrich requires you to forget your past mortal combat skills and relearn everything. You absorb skills such as plant identification, tracking prey, and setting traps. For the first time, you successfully catch a Fenrischen elk through your hunting skills. Wolf Priest Ulrich generously praises your outstanding performance. You choose to share the kill with Ulrich. You also see Ulrich's true appearance hidden behind the wolf skull for the first time. He is a battle-hardened Asteroots chaplain, an elderly man uncommon in other legions. Wolf Priest Ulrich has deep, wise eyes. His beard, which extends deep into his power armor, is as white as the snow on Fenris. You cautiously ask about his years of service. Wolf Priest Ulrich smiles slightly, remaining silent. In the second week, Ulrich leads you to a howling, wind-swept white wasteland. Herds of Fenrischen mammoths slowly wander the wasteland, searching for plants buried beneath the snow. Wolf Priest Ulrich instructs you to use your increasingly proficient hunting skills to catch a nimble snow deer from the wasteland. From Ulrich, you receive a simple dagger crafted from sea monster teeth. This is the only piece of equipment you own besides the simple bear hide suit. You venture alone into the white wasteland. You carefully follow the tracks of a herd of Fenrischen mammoths. According to Ulrich's teachings, Fenrischen mammoth herds generally don't have the terrifying Fenrischen wolf packs nearby. You sometimes hide in the snow overturned by the mammoths, looking for plant roots to satiate your hunger. You inadvertently discover the tracks of a group of snow deer. You leave the mammoth herd's grazing area. You occasionally dig through the snow to find food. You unexpectedly encounter an angry badger in hibernation. This Fenrischen beast, always appearing enraged, is half the size of an adult human. However, the badger's desire to attack and its stubborn nature are far more difficult to deal with than the Fenrischen wolves. You must take the initiative and attack. Using your sharp-toothed dagger, you kill the angry badger. You only manage to obtain some of its flesh. You hear the howls of wolves carried by the howling cold winds and must abandon your prey. To avoid the wolf pack's pursuit, you temporarily lose your bearings. Several days later, you once again find the tracks of snow deer. You carefully follow them. You find a large herd of snow deer in a hilly area. Desperately hungry, you decide to use a trap. You successfully catch a snow deer fawn. However, the fleeing snow deer have disturbed a terrifying icefield demon. You gaze at the towering 5-meter-tall beast, larger than a Lehman Russ tank, and can't help but gasp. You quickly grab the snow deer fawn from the trap and flee in panic. Soon after, a tall figure in black power armor with a wolf skull helmet appears in front of you. It is the wolf priest Ulrich, who has been following you. He looks at you, nearly exhausted, and lets out another hearty laugh. In the third week, you continue to follow Ulrich across the white wasteland. You are tracking the ice-field demon that had terrified you with just its appearance. You ignore Ulrich's teasing and continue to keep pace with him. Your endurance and ability to withstand the cold have far exceeded what they once were. Mortal boy, maybe you think that if I give you a grenade launcher, you'll be able to deal with that icefield demon. Ulrich's deep, powerful voice cuts through the howling cold wind, reaching your ears. But I'll tell you this, even a Bloodclaw rookie who has completed all their training would struggle to deal with such a creature. Ulrich, striding forward, suddenly stops moving, his towering figure in power armor standing still. He raises the power staff in his hand, and a brilliant blue energy field is immediately projected out. Now, let me show you the way of the Space Wolves in battle. Chapter 93, 089, Space Wolf. There is no wolf on Fenris. 3. The Azure energy field pierced through the thick snow. Accompanied by the deafening roar of the icefield demon, its terrifying 5-meter-tall form overturned large patches of snow, revealing its hidden tracks. Wolf Priest Ulrich's black power armor emitted a low hum, and his towering figure had already charged towards the icefield demon. Your eyes can barely catch his movements and steps. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous icefield demon was struck violently on its fragile knee by the humming power staff, with the icefield demon's agonizing scream once again resounding. The power staff, emitting an azure energy field, relentlessly struck the demon's weak spots all over its body. Hunting and combat have never been simple skills. You need to make a complete plan in your mind, understand the nature of your prey, and control your impulsive desire to attack. Ulrich's deep, powerful voice cut through the demon's howls and reached your ears. With each swing of his power staff, Ulrich prevented the icefield demon from making its next move. Every attack by Ulrich was as easy and skillful as a butcher carving a piece of meat. That was the battle experience and accumulation earned over countless years. Until the terrifying body of the icefield demon crashed heavily to the ground, it didn't manage to make a single powerful counterattack against Ulrich. Mortal boy, did you remember? Ulrich, wearing a wolf skull helmet, swung his power staff one final time, striking the icefield demon's massive head. A burst of hot brain matter splattered deep into the surrounding snow, sizzling with an eerie corrosive sound. You stared in awe at the wolf priest Ulrich, who had effortlessly ended the battle, and with a helpless expression, you spread your hands. In the fourth week, you followed Ulrich across the white wasteland and came to the base of a cliff. You were given several tightly bound wooden knives and throwing spears. Your sole target for attack was none other than wolf priest Ulrich. Ulrich, having removed the wolf skull helmet, set up a large campfire and began roasting a Droth beast resembling a flying dragon. You could only earn the right to taste the food by striking Ulrich's black power armor with your wooden knives or throwing spears. Without hesitation, you launched your attack. Ulrich, focused on roasting the Droth beast, didn't even turn his head, dodging the flying spear with just a slight movement. You chose to engage in close combat and swung your wooden knife. Your attempts were always unsuccessful, as Ulrich casually lifted a wooden stick to easily block your strikes from tricky angles. Hungry and desperate, you had to think on your feet. You launched another attack. You dodged the blow of the wooden stick and successfully entered the range of Ulrich's position. You forcefully broke the wooden knife. The shattered wooden shards flew through the air and collided with Ulrich's black power armor. Clever mortal boy, your actions remind me of a disgraceful little whelp. Wolf priest Ulrich looked down at you, sitting exhausted on the ground, and let out a low chuckle. You barely earned the right to enjoy the food. After you devoured the food hungrily, Ulrich suddenly pointed towards the nearby cliff. Now, you need to climb that cliff. If you manage to reach the top alive, I will take you through the next trial. If you die, I won't bury your body. You will return to Fenris as nourishment for everything. Wolf priest Ulrich's deep, powerful voice was filled with solemnity. Silent, you looked up at the cliff and slowly nodded to Ulrich. You gathered all your gear. You began climbing towards the top of the cliff. The first few hundred meters were no problem for you. But as the cold wind howled and loose stones posed a threat, you had to slow down your pace. Every movement became more cautious. Your thoughts gradually emptied, and the only proof of your existence were the sensations in your fingertips and the increasingly labored breath. You seemed to have adapted to the stimulating and dangerous cliff. Slowly and steadily, you climbed upward. As the sky darkened and the temperature dropped, your fingers began to stiffen. You slowed your climbing even further. For every half-meter you climbed, you had to alternate warming each of your 10 fingers. At that moment, your fingers grasped a loose stone. Your entire body jolted in shock. With the sound of the stone falling and rolling, you swiftly drew the sea monster tooth dagger from your waist and drove it into the cliff face. You barely stopped your body from falling. You took a deep breath of the icy air and steadied your shaking nerves. Cautiously, you resumed climbing the cliff. Out of the corner of your eye, you saw the deep abyss below, and your heart involuntarily skipped several beats. You steadied your nerves and looked upward towards the unreachable top. You slowly closed your eyes. You chose to trust your strong, battle-hardened body and the Emperor's blessing. Without hesitation, you climbed toward the top of the cliff. It seemed like you had lost all sense of time. Your only goal was to reach the summit of the cliff. When you opened your eyes again, you were less than a meter from the top. The cold, biting winds continued to pour into your bare hide suit. You cracked your dry lips and gathered all your remaining strength to charge toward the summit of the cliff. You successfully reached the top. You didn't have time to enjoy the thrill of your success. Exhausted and starving, you collapsed onto the cold cliff, desperate to fall into sleep. Congratulations, mortal boy, you have succeeded. You didn't have the help of any companions, nor the proper training, yet you accomplished this feat solely with your will. Wolf Priest Ulrich, who had already appeared at the top of the cliff, slowly walked into your inverted line of sight. However, enjoy this moment of peace, for this is only the beginning of the trial. The road to becoming a son of Rus is still long. You groggily noticed Ulrich pulling out a communications device. Soon, a black-painted Thunderhawk transport ship appeared above the cliff, its engines roaring loudly. What's so surprising about this? The road ahead is not one to be measured by feet. We are not primitives. We are space wolves. Wolf Priest Ulrich, seemingly noticing your confusion, picked up your body with one hand and laughed loudly. Chapter 94, 090, Space Wolf, There is no wolf on Fenris, 4. The engines of the Thunderhawk transport roared as it soared over the snow-covered land, crossing vast, desolate valleys. Awakening from your slumber, you leaned against the cabin window, gazing out at the magnificent scenery flashing by. In the valley below, Fenrisian elk scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions. The Fenrisian wolf packs, which had been hunting the prey, halted their pursuit. They raised their necks, covered in black manes, and let out long howls toward the Thunderhawk transport. As the Thunderhawk flew on, the valley landscape quickly faded behind you. You stood up and took the jerky that the wolf priest Ulrich handed you, carefully softening it with saliva before continuing to chew. With his eyes closed, Ulrich sat in the transport seat, his armored fingers drumming incessantly on the ceramic steel of his knee. From his gradually relaxing expression, you vaguely sensed a deep, heartfelt emotion. It was the joy and longing of a lone wolf returning home. You tore at the jerky, your gaze once again drifting to the view outside the window. The Thunderhawk carried you into an endless range of ice mountains. You saw shadowy figures draped in animal pelts carrying prey across the snow. Not far away, a group of tall figures in power armor noticed the Thunderhawk's presence and sound, seemingly waving in your direction. Unfortunately, the Thunderhawk's speed was too great, and you had no time to observe them closely. By the time you had eaten half of the jerky, the Thunderhawk entered an even more desolate giant mountain range. White steam rose from snow evaporating on black rocks, while streams of scorching magma erupted from the cracks in the mountains. You stared at the terrifying magma, which reached heights almost equal to the Thunderhawk's flight altitude, for a moment forgetting to chew your jerky. Then, an even more stunning sight appeared before your eyes. It was a towering, majestic giant mountain. Compared to the jagged black mountains surrounding it, it looked like an adult giant standing among a group of children. As the Thunderhawk drew closer to the giant mountain, it began to slow down. For the first time, you clearly saw the massive caves carved into the side of the giant mountain. Each cave was guarded by a massive metal door, large enough to allow a battle-class titan to enter and exit repeatedly. At the same time, a number of metallic structures reflecting faint light were connected by winding, thick metal pipes, making the entire mountain look like a terrifying giant serpent lying prone, its head and tail unseen. Mortal, we've arrived. Welcome to Wolf's Teeth Fort. The powerful voice of the wolf priest Ulrich cut through the roar of the Thunderhawk's engines and reached your ears. In the 5th week, you arrived at the Space Wolves Battle Group's stronghold, Wolf's Teeth Fort, alongside Ulrich. For the first time, you saw so many Asteroot's priests. Clad in power armor, they were fully armed as they boarded one Thunderhawk after another, constantly flying out through the doors of blood and fire, into the sky. The air in the hangar was filled with the mixed scent of oil and chemical agents. Red-robed tech priests, with the help of numerous servitors, were maintaining and repairing massive vehicles that you had never seen before. Feeling tense, you wore a simple bearskin outfit and closely followed Ulrich's steps. Ulrich led you to a simple metal-forged room. He removed the wolf skull from his head and, with a serious expression, told you, since you were an outsider from beyond Fenris, the upcoming trials required him to inform the wolf lords and the elders in the battle group and get their approval. However, Ulrich assured you not to worry, for since he had chosen to bring you back, he was confident in his decision. Ulrich's towering figure turned and left. You used the flowing water in the room's pool to wash your foul-smelling body, just as you were using a makeshift knife made from sea monster teeth to tend to your hair. A tall figure in power armor suddenly entered the room. It was an Asteroot's priest with red hair, and he blinked his yellow Fenrisian wolf-like eyes, signaling for you to come with him. You took a deep breath and sheathed your makeshift knife. The unfamiliar Asteroot's priest led you through long, winding passages, gradually taking you deeper into the heart of Wolf's Teeth Fort. Soon, you arrived in front of a massive black stone door, engraved with a two-headed eagle and a wolf's head. As the black stone door opened, the howling wind swept across your face. At the same time, two deep, pitch-black entrances appeared before your eyes. Follow me, the red-haired Asteroot's priest said, turning to you. Without hesitation, he entered one of the entrances, disappearing from your sight. You couldn't help but lick your cracked lips and stepped forward to enter the entrance. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made your heart leap, but the friction of something moving behind you slowly eased your nerves. You fell into an underground cavern filled with the smell of sulfur. The red-haired Asteroot's priest stood before a massive archway. This is the Morkai Gate. Only those whose bodies and souls are worthy of the Space Wolves may pass through it, and there are only two possibilities waiting for you, death or glory. He raised his hand and pointed to the enormous archway, which was carved with a wolf's head and mysterious runes, speaking lazily. Do you dare to try it? The red-haired Astaroth's priest blinked his wolf-like yellow eyes, staring at you. You faintly sensed a rhythmic, almost unearthly power emanating from beyond the archway. It was a terrifying force that you could not fully comprehend. You tilted your head back, took a deep breath, and boldly walked toward the archway. However, just as you placed one foot inside the archway, "By Ross, what have you done, Lucas?" The furious shout of the wolf priest Ulrich suddenly echoed throughout the underground cavern. Your gaze instinctively shifted to the Astaroth's priest named Lucas. He blinked his yellow wolf-like eyes at you once more. Before you could say anything, you were instantly struck by a bone-chilling cold and a burning heat that seemed to melt your flesh, alternating in waves. You felt as if you were experiencing a violent shift in time and space. In the midst of the disorientation, you seemed to enter a magnificent palace, where purple and pink lights intermingled and fused. Chapter 95-091, Space Wolf, There is no wolf on Fenris. 5. You saw a graceful figure with her back to you. She was draped in a purple transparent veil, and the stunning curve of her bare back was exposed from top to bottom. Every inch of her pale skin emitted a faint glow, constantly drawing your gaze. She slowly turned around, and her completely bare front was fully exposed to you. The incredibly beautiful curve almost made it impossible for you to avert your gaze. Your breath became heavy, and the blood in your body rushed rapidly. You couldn't help but want to see her face more clearly. You widened your eyes, staring at the familiar face. With short, slightly purple-black hair and a pair of purple eyes, it was actually the face of Zoya. She raised a few playful, crystalline toes, showing off the graceful curve above them. She flashed a seductive and enchanting smile, winking at you as she slowly walked toward you. Your breath became heavier, and even your palms instinctively reached out toward her. However, just as she thought you were going to accept the blessing of solace and offer your soul to the Prince of Pleasure, your hands suddenly tightened around Zoya's pale neck. "How dare you use her appearance to tempt me?" you shouted with blood-red eyes. It was as if boundless strength surged within you. Your hands ripped apart Zoya's graceful body and pulled out her spine. Blood tears streamed down your face. You lifted Zoya's head and let out an uncontrollable roar into the vast purple and pink intertwined palace. TCH. In your ear, it seemed you heard a vague murmur, fading almost instantly. In a daze, you once again sensed the shift in time and space. You found yourself standing on a blood-soaked plain covered with corpses. Around you, there were dismembered bodies of fallen Astaroths and mortal soldiers. One by one, the terrifying blue Drage warband, with rabbit ears, swung their spiked power axes, chopping through everything in front of them, shouting, "Blood for the blood god, skulls for the throne." Their blood-red power armor, covered in the stench of blood and flesh, reflected the dazzling light from brass skulls. On the outskirts of the battlefield, countless bloodthirsty bleeding daemons tore at the corpses on the ground, not even sparing injured Chaos Astaroths, surrounding and tearing them apart. You looked down and saw that one of your hands was tightly gripping a malfunctioning chainsword. You discarded the chainsword and casually picked up a heavy two-handed power axe. Letting out a roar, you charged at the blue Drage warband and bleeding daemons, trampling over the corpses beneath you. Your movement seemed to immediately attract the attention of all the beings around. Traitor, the blue Drage warband let out a distorted scream, abandoning their enemies and charging toward you. "Traitor, my ass," you snarled, swinging the heavy two-handed power axe. Using the momentum from your charge, you struck the nearest blue Drage warrior, sending them crashing to the ground, with the power axe glowing with deep blue energy as it embedded into their skull. However, just as you felt a searing, intense surge of power filling your body, countless heavy power axes rained down upon you, interrupting the flow of energy. You were hacked into bloody pieces. But you did not die. In a daze, you once again felt the transition of time and space. At the same time, you seemed to hear a faint, ancient voice. "This mortal boy possesses a powerful soul," the voice commented. You had no time to ponder the meaning of these words. It seemed you were now on the bridge of a Gloriana-class battleship. As you turned to look back, Astaroths in black or grey power armor surrounded you, bowing slightly in respect. "Wolf Lord," they all shouted in unison. You lowered your head slightly and noticed you were wearing a finely crafted Terminator power armor. A pristine white wolf pelt was draped over the power armor, and a beautifully crafted metal wolf head adorned the front of your chest plate. "Wolf Lord, please use your great psychic power to obliterate this doomed chaos planet." A red-haired Astaroth stepped forward, offering a strategy. He had yellow eyes resembling those of a Fenrisian wolf. You felt he looked somewhat familiar. But no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't remember his name. He repeatedly urged you to use your psychic powers to destroy the planet. A faint sense of dissonance began to gnaw at the back of your mind. Psychic power? Where would I get psychic power? Aren't the space wolves the ones who despise psychers? You muttered to yourself. The red-haired Astarte's constant nagging irritated you. You gazed at your hand, encased in the power armor. Suddenly, a smile appeared on your face. Emperor's blessings. You raised your arm toward the red-haired Astaroths. Horrific subspace flames surged from your palm, setting everything around you ablaze. Amidst the terrified screams of the red-haired Astaroths and the continuously warping illusions. This time, you were fully awake as you experienced the shift in space and time. However, just as you were about to enter a garden filled with green mist, covered with pus and rotting flesh, you once again felt the bone-chilling cold and the scorching heat that melted your bones. You tiredly opened your eyes. Every inch of your body ached with deep, marrow-shattering pain. You saw the serious-faced wolf priest Ulrich and the bruised Lucas. The red-haired Asteroots now glared at you with his yellow eyes. His face seemed to show regret. Around you, 3 rune priests, looking even older than Ulrich, slowly lowered their hands. They exchanged a shocked glance but remained silent. By Russ, and thanks to the Emperor's protection, the mortal boy has finally woken up, the wolf priest Ulrich declared, his powerful voice resonating through the entire underground cavern. Chapter 96, 092, Space Wolf. There is no wolf on Fenris. 6. You lie on a cold stone slab. You undergo a thorough examination by 3 rune priests. You gradually regain your strength. You remove your bare fursuit and change into a soft, grey robe. You gaze down at the claw-like markings on the chest of your robe, as well as the symbol of the space wolves. Your gaze turns once again to the wolf priest Ulrich. From his words, you learn that your body and soul have been granted permission to undergo the final trial. Your will is worthy of the glory of the space wolves, even surpassing it. At the same time, the wolf priest Ulrich offers an apology. Due to his oversight, your arrival unexpectedly piqued the curiosity of a young pup in the space wolves. Even though you survived the perilous trial of Mordekai's Gate, his reckless action of putting you in danger is unforgivable. A space marine named Lucas will have all his honors stripped away and be sent back to the Blood Claws for further trials. Your gaze falls on Lucas, whose dull yellow eyes are wide open. You hesitate but say nothing. You do not harbor resentment toward him and even thank Lucas for his impulsive action. Without it, an outsider like you might never have had such an easy chance to join the Space Wolves. In the 6th week, you taste freshly baked bread and slightly bitter barley wine for the first time. You wolf down the soft bread, drinking the cold barley wine in large gulps. You momentarily forget about the steaming, fragrant meats. After some time of recovery, your physical and mental state has returned to peak condition. You are led by the wolf priest Ulrich into a brightly lit hall. Beneath a towering statue of the original form of the Space Wolves, the Wolf King Lehman Russ, a blazing fire rises from the wolf head altar. Several steel priests wearing metal masks surround you. A heavy metal arm ring is placed around your arm, engraved with a wolf head rune that gazes forward. You have not yet figured out the meaning of this rune. The solemn-faced wolf priest Ulrich slowly approaches, holding an ancient metal chalice from the burning altar. This is a holy relic of the Space Wolves, the Ulfin Cup, once touched by Russ himself. Ulrich's solemn voice echoes in the hall. Mortal, if you wish to truly become a space wolf, you must drink the mead in this cup and receive the mark of Russ. The wolf priest Ulrich arrives before you, his wolf skull helm slightly lowered, gazing down at you. You stare at the Ulfin Cup before you, which contains the primal and most deadly essence of the wolf spiral within the genetic seeds, and take a slow breath. You prepare yourself for what is to come. As you listen to Ulrich recounting the history of the chalice, you carefully take the Ulfin Cup. Without hesitation, you lift the chalice and drink eagerly. You feel the mead, cold and as thin as water, constantly flowing into your body. It is only when the Ulfin Cup is gently taken back from your hands by Ulrich that you stop drinking. You look at Ulrich, puzzled. You haven't felt any changes in your body, just as you were about to speak. Suddenly, a violent transformation within you forces you to arch your back and let out a heart-wrenching, painful howl. Every inch of your body undergoes intense changes. Your pores burn, and your gums bleed with bright red blood. Your eyes, like they've been pierced by a red-hot iron rod, constantly shed tears. The scenes before your eyes blur and clear alternately. The bones in your hands gradually enlarge, the skin becomes smoother and tighter, and even your nails grow thicker and sharper. In fact, the changes in your body go far beyond your hands. However, just as your consciousness begins to fade, and you desperately try to resist the rising bloodlust, struggling to stay awake, several steel priests approach again. They insert metal probes into your body, continuously inspecting you. Soon, the steel priests nod solemnly toward the wolf priest Ulrich. Suddenly, Ulrich's deep, powerful voice cuts through your hazy consciousness and pierces deep into your mind. Little pup, for Russ's sake, I hope you can endure. You will be thrown into the icy wastelands thousands of kilometers away. Only by finding your way back to the wolf's den will you have truly completed the trial. Otherwise, you will forever become a mindless werewolf. In a daze, you are placed into a metal coffin. A delicate humanoid image appears above the coffin, showing a detailed map of your internal changes. You close your eyes tightly, constantly resisting the fragmented thoughts that feel as if they are being torn apart. A part of your mental will seems to transform into a brutal beast, continuously roaring in fury, wanting to devour everything in front of you. You lose all sense of time and space. When you gradually regain consciousness, you find yourself in a snow-covered wilderness, the biting cold wind and snowflakes continuously assaulting your robe. In the dark sky behind you, a roaring thunderhawk transport slowly fades away. You shake your heavy head, trying to restore your mind. You endure the hunger gnawing within your body, barely able to discern the direction of the wolf's den mark. Your eyes suddenly notice a group of Fenrisian elk several kilometers away. You hear the faint sound of snowflakes rubbing together and the heavy sound of hooves striking the ground. You smell the stench of the elk's fur and the scent of blood and flesh. You seem unable to control your endless thirst for blood and flesh. You tilt your neck, now covered in thickening fur, and instinctively let out a mournful wolf howl. However, at this moment, a large human hand, thick with knuckles and sharp at the fingertips, grabs your neck. With a series of brutal punches, the transformation process is forcibly halted. Amidst the howling snowstorm, a massive figure nearly 4 meters tall stands in the snow. Behind him, it seems there is a slowly vanishing subspace rift. The gigantic figure murmurs, holding your unconscious body, his low voice like the rumble of a volcano. Young pup, your luck's a bit off today. Chapter 97, 093, Space Wolf. There is no wolf on Fenris. 7. You open your eyes. You feel the tusks growing in your mouth. Your gaze fixes on the ever-dismal sky, effortlessly catching sight of the swirling snowflakes. You hear the sound of fur rubbing, the crunch of snow beneath your feet, and the crackling of flames. You smell the unfamiliar scent of a human, along with the aroma of flesh and blood being roasted. You leap up with a savage growl. You bare your sharp claws at the figure before you and let out a threatening snarl. On an immense bonfire, a Fenrisian mammoth, cleaved in half, is being carefully roasted. A towering figure nearly 4 meters tall stands with his back to you, seemingly unconcerned by your threat. You stare at his massive back and shoulder-length golden hair, hesitating. You struggle to suppress the surging animal instincts within you. Your animal instincts faintly sense the danger posed by this figure. The towering figure's silhouette looms like a terrifying abyss, stopping you from attacking. Your rationality begins to return. Just as you hesitate on how to speak, suddenly, half of the roasted elephant leg arcs through the air, hurtling toward you like a massive cannonball. You immediately react. You catch the hot elephant leg and begin tearing into the food with your teeth. Shape your thoughts with willpower. Do not let instincts control everything about you. A deep, volcanic voice cuts through the swirling snow and slowly reaches your ears. You suddenly stop eating. You can't help but widen your eyes. You stare at the familiar face that is almost ubiquitous within Wolf's Fang Fortress, and you are struck with shock. For a moment, you forget how to chew. Even the burning hot elephant leg falls from your hand, landing on the snow with a sizzling sound as the fat melts. Lee, Great Wolf Lord. You kneel on one knee, your voice hoarse. The massive figure is dressed in somewhat tattered and ancient power armor. A black wolf-pelt cloak, seemingly weathered by endless years, hangs behind him. The Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ's deep, weathered gaze falls upon you, his face lined with frost, yet his expression is gentle. Little pup, how is Bjorn? The Great Wolf Lord asks softly. You blink instinctively upon hearing the question. Since arriving at the Wolf's Fang Fortress, you have not seen Bjorn. You only heard the legendary tales of the last of the Russ bodyguards. You tell the Great Wolf Lord what you know about Bjorn. Upon hearing that Bjorn was entombed in an indomitable suit of armor and awakens once every 1,000 years to tell the young wolves of Lehman Russ's legends, the Great Wolf Lord sighs softly. He has endured much. The Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ slowly sighs. His deep gaze seems to look beyond the endless snow, seeing the distant giant mountain and the slumbering Bjorn deep within Wolf's Fang Fortress. The Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ then casually inquires about your past. You tell him your battle experiences without hesitation. Perhaps only Asteroids grown within the chapter can perfectly combine courage and tactics. But personally, I value courage more, because courage can make up for a lack of experience. The Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ gazes at you with deep, admiring eyes. As a mortal, you possess unparalleled courage. This is worth greater admiration. The Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ suddenly raises his unarmored hand and points to the elephant leg before you. My time is limited. So, little pup, eat quickly. You immediately pick up the cooling elephant leg and sit on the snow, chewing hungrily. In the 7th week, the Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ leads you on a walk through the snow-covered wilderness. Occasionally, he tells you stories of his home, Fenris. But most of the time, he focuses on testing your will, relentlessly hammering at your spirit. Especially when the scent of fresh blood and flesh draws you in, and your animal instincts are hard to suppress. Then, you get a first-hand experience of the Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ's wrestling skills. After enduring this a dozen times, your animal instincts seem to have fully become human instincts. You no longer need to resist the animal urges, as it seems to be a part of your innate nature. The Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ expresses more kindness toward you. You once again enjoy the prey he roasted, learning from him the art of wrestling. Not long after, a sudden blizzard engulfs the area around you. The Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ, lamenting the lack of meat in his mouth, slowly rises. My time is up, young pup. The Great Wolf Lord's deep gaze locks onto a slowly forming subspace rift. Although it is his whisper guiding me, I have also enjoyed a moment of peace, a piece of home. The Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ turns his head, his golden hair swaying as he gazes down at you with a gentle expression. Final advice, little pup, remember to constantly forge your soul to resist the corruption of chaos, but never underestimate it, for its soft and harmless exterior may just be a facade. And also remember why you have come so far. You were never his toy, nor his puppet. Do you understand? You silently listen to his words and nod solemnly. The Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ gives a faint smile, his sharp tusks barely visible. Then, he seems to raise an eyebrow. Got it, old chatterbox. With that, the Great Wolf Lord Lehman Russ murmurs softly. Without a backward glance, he enters the subspace rift, his massive figure raising a bare hand in a farewell gesture. The subspace rift gradually fades away, and the blizzard that surrounded you weakens. If not for the nearby warmth from the fire and the remnants of food left behind, you might have thought it was all just a strange dream. You instinctively take a deep breath of the cold air. You adjust your oil-smeared gray robe. Your gaze sweeps past the countless scattered snowflakes, fixating on the distant towering mountain. Here we go, the real show is about to begin. You mutter to yourself. You gather the remaining food and pick up a few fire-starting sticks. You face the weakening snowstorm and step forward once again, onto your ultimate trial. Chapter 98, 094, Space Wolf, There is no wolf on Fenris, 8. Week 8, the distance between you and Wolf's Teeth Fortress is slowly shrinking. You hunt the creatures you encounter along the way with your sharp claws and even stronger physique. You feel as though you are a born Fenrisian, gradually coming to enjoy the harsh discipline of the wind and snow. Carrying half a Fenrisian elk, you wade through a stream that hasn't yet frozen over. As you lean down to drink, you notice that your hair, which has grown to your shoulders, has turned a mottled gray-white, and your eyes have transformed into blue, slitted pupils. You bare your fangs at your reflection in the water. You gaze at the fierce, bloodthirsty figure in the reflection and let out a silly laugh. At that moment, you suddenly sense something unusual and quickly turn your body, your blue wolf-like eyes fiercely staring behind you. Above a jagged, strange rock, a Fenrisian wolf, attracted by the body of the Fenrisian elk, shakes its white mane, and low growls emanate from beneath its wolfish snout. You slightly tilt your neck, your sharp fingertips skimming the flowing stream. Week 9, with a white wolf pelt draped over your shoulders, you walk across the wilderness. Your face is marked by fatigue, but your blue wolf-like eyes shine brightly, like stars never before seen in Fenris. You are getting closer to the towering mountains. You unintentionally come across a mortal training squad in their early stages. A Space Marine instructor notices your presence. He excitedly pats his power armor, and a loud howl erupts from his throat. You raise an arm to encourage the exhausted and confused Fenrisian youths. You also wave in salute to the Space Marine instructor, who continues to howl. You enter a village at the foot of the mountain, draped in the white wolf pelt. You see the wolf priest Ulrich again, who has removed the wolf skull from his head. The waiting figure stares at you and bursts into hearty laughter, his snowy white beard trembling. A few silent iron priests gather around. They gently remove the white wolf pelt from your shoulder and untie your robe. Metal probes slowly pierce into your body, continuously scanning. Exhausted, you close your eyes, allowing them to carry out their work. Just then, Ulrich the wolf priest suddenly twitches his nostrils. He excitedly shoves aside one of the iron priests, placing a massive armored hand tremblingly on your shoulder. You slowly open your tired eyelids, your blue wolf eyes locking onto the eager gaze of Ulrich the wolf priest. The Wolf King has returned. He is still alive, fighting for the Emperor, you say in a low voice. At that moment, not only Ulrich but even the silent iron priests stretch out their hands to tightly grip your body. Amidst Ulrich's prolonged, joyful laughter, your body is lifted high by several wolf priests, and as chanting fills the air, you are carried toward Wolf's Teeth Fortress. Week 10, after a brief rest, you lie on a cold operating table. You have already undergone many strange medical procedures. You have endured countless scans with bizarre instruments. Even the meat and ale you consume contain strange chemical additives. During this time, Ulrich, the wolf priest, who has never stopped smiling, has visited you several times. Though he hasn't said it explicitly, you vaguely sense that there have been many positive changes at Wolf's Teeth Fortress. Your drifting thoughts gradually gather. An iron priest places a sensory helmet on your head, and monitoring patches are applied to your limbs to track your internal organs. Amidst the low chanting, an iron priest surrounded by faint smoke slowly approaches you, holding a transparent glass cup. You notice that the cup contains a mass of bloodied flesh that gently writhes as though breathing. The fleshy mass is covered with raised warts and complex veins, resembling the seed of a space wolf's genes carrying the bloodline of Lehman Russ, the source of power for the Space Marines. A cold liquid is injected into your arm. Your eyelids grow heavier as you try to hold on. Your soul seems to float up from your body, gazing down at your form lying on the operating table. You watch as the Iron Priest uses a metal saw to cut open your chest. You observe the Iron Priest making a complex gesture before slowly grabbing the wriggling gene seed and inserting it into your body. You vaguely sense the gene seed growing, connecting with the nerves and muscles inside you. Your soul begins to return to your body. Your consciousness fades and is swallowed by the darkness. Week 11, it seems that you have undergone a series of surgeries in a short span of time. You wake from sleep, gently touching the scar on your chest that is still healing. You can feel the second heart and various glands inside your chest. You slowly raise a thicker arm. You notice the modified muscles inside you and the exposed plasteel interfaces on your body. Large black carapaces are rapidly growing and spreading within your body. You slowly rise from your bed. You stare at the massive figure in the mirror, standing at 2.4 meters tall, and instinctively perform a bodybuilder pose. In the next moment, Ulrich the Wolf Priest quickly enters your room. He watches your childish display and suddenly lets out a deep, low chuckle, interrupting your movements. By Russ, and with the Emperor's blessing, Ulrich steps forward, admiring your powerful physique. Little cub, due to your special constitution, you only need one night's rest to recover fully. The Wolf Lord and the Rune Priests have decided to speed up your transformation surgeries. Ulrich gazes into your blue wolf eyes and slowly says, "Now, you are a space wolf Asteroots. However, before you truly become a blood claw, a small armor-giving ceremony still awaits you. Come with me, little cub, Bjorn the Old wants to see you." Chapter 99, 095, Space Wolf, There is no wolf on Fenris, 9. Week 12, you wear a crown of brass and steel, a symbol of knowledge and power, placed on your head. As the low chants of the Iron Priests reverberate through the air, an overwhelming amount of Space Wolf knowledge is poured into your mind. These ancient secrets are not just in written form but also in images, sounds, and emotions. You feel as if you have experienced the founding of the Space Wolves chapter and the glorious Great Crusade of the Imperium. You seem to witness the young Leman Russ and the Emperor, whose face is constantly shrouded in a radiant light. You feel the weight of the betrayal by Horus and the heroic sacrifice of the Space Wolves brothers who fought and died for the Emperor. More and more ancient knowledge flows into your mind, as if your brain were a sponge absorbing it. You are continually digesting this knowledge, understanding the history of the Space Wolves and the fate of their lost 13th Company. You seem to see the horrific alien forces surrounding the Imperium of Man, and the tremendous costs the Imperium must pay to barely hold its ground. With your eyes closed, as the knowledge crown continues to fill your mind, you hear the measured steps of Wolf Priest Ulrich, who approaches with a soft incense. He is here to personally equip you with your power armor. As the Iron Priests chant their sacred prayers, a far superior and more powerful set of power armor begins to slowly cover your form. The armor, more intricate than the usual power armor, fits perfectly as plast steel interfaces bind together. Finally, the black ceramite power armor, adorned with golden wolf heads, is fully donned upon you. You slowly awaken from the knowledge infusion, your senses returning. Your hand instinctively clenches into a fist within the power armor. An overwhelming strength, far beyond anything you've ever known, surges through you, perfectly in tune with your movements. Be careful, little cub. You will need more training to fully control the power armor, Ulrich warns as he stops your reckless actions. You cautiously step down from the altar where your armor was bestowed. Gradually, you begin to understand the capabilities of the power armor, and you follow Ulrich as he leads you out of the armory of the Space Wolves. You pass several sacred shrines to fallen heroes of the chapter, heading upward towards Wolf's Teeth Fortress. Ulrich guides you past the tomb of Haruk Ironhelm, a great chapter master who fell in the Battle of the Fangs. Without thinking, you salute the statue of the fallen warrior. Ulrich gives you an approving glance as you move onward. Eventually, you reach the Wolf's Lair, where the ceremonial hall is lit brightly. At the center of the hall stands an ancient dreadnought, the immovable clawless Bjorn, the most senior of the Wolf Lords and the final guard of Russ. You gaze at the massive power claw of Bjorn's dreadnought, taking in its immense presence. Slowly, you walk forward with Ulrich by your side, filled with respect for the ancient warrior. Just as you are about to kneel before Bjorn, a booming voice calls out from within the dreadnought. Stand up. No kneeling, the voice commands, echoing throughout the hall. Your gaze instinctively shifts to Ulrich. He doesn't like people kneeling, Ulrich whispers in your ear, a mischievous grin forming on his face. I'm not deaf, you little cub. Bjorn's voice echoes back, causing the hall to tremble. With a loud metallic noise, Bjorn's enormous claw gently rests on your shoulder. Young cub. I am Bjorn, an old fool who hasn't died yet, the voice from within the dreadnought says warmly. You stand tall, listening carefully as Bjorn continues. You are strong? Very strong. The Space Wolves need more like you. By the way, did the Wolf King say anything to you when you met him? You share the story of your encounter with the Wolf King, leaving nothing out. The enormous claw trembles slightly, and Bjorn chuckles with joy. Huh? The Wolf King still remembers this old fool. He laughs heartily, causing your armor to shake slightly. You notice a few new scratches appearing on your fine power armor. Though you feel some regret, Bjorn laughs it off. Huh? Sorry, cub, he says with a booming laugh. At that moment, the dreadnought's huge claw gently withdraws from your shoulder, and Bjorn calls out. Loken? Get out here, you young cub, he calls out. Moments later, a tall figure clad in Terminator armor enters the room. It is none other than the chapter master of the Space Wolves, Logan Grimner. You stand respectfully, immediately recognizing the high-ranking figure, bowing your head. Suddenly, you hear a heavy whoosh of air, and you instinctively raise your hand, catching a massive, double-headed power axe. The axe is adorned with runes and has a glowing ice-blue gemstone embedded in the center, constantly drawing in the surrounding heat. This is a replica of my weapon, Mjolnir's axe. It is a rare, masterwork weapon, and now, it belongs to you, Logan says kindly. Huh? If you want my real Mjolnir's axe, that's possible too. Bjorn laughs, a mischievous tone in his voice. Logan steps forward, explaining the 12 great companies of the Space Wolves, each with its own unique traits. One company, Ragnar Blackman is especially eager for you to join. They believe your love of hacking into greenskin orcs would fit well with their style. Logan's own great company is also eager for you to join, offering you a fast track to becoming a Grey Hunter, bypassing the usual Bloodclaw stage. If you prefer heavy weapons, the Red Moon Company welcomes you. If speed and agility are your style, the Sea Wolves Company offers a place for you. The Sons of Mjolnir, if stealth is what you desire. Bjorn's own Storm Wolves, if you enjoy straight-up battle and confrontation. If you wish to start from nothing and rise through the ranks, the Firehowl and Iron Wolves companies are rebuilding and need strong new leaders. Many more companies, including the Dragon Slayers, the Bloodthirsters, the Death Wolves, and the Crimson Throats, are all waiting for you to choose. You ponder deeply as you grip the mighty power axe. After careful thought, you apologize to everyone and express that you need more training and battlefield experience. You turn down Logan's offer to fast-track you into the Great Company and Bjorn's expectations to join the Storm Wolves. You decide to begin as a Blood Claw, working your way up before choosing a company. Logan nods in approval, and even Bjorn, who was slightly disappointed, gives you praise for your wisdom. In a moment of clarity, you remember Lucas, demoted to a Blood Claw. You suggest joining Lucas's Blood Claw squad, and immediately, the atmosphere changes. The room erupts in laughter, with Bjorn's booming laugh shaking the entire hall. Logan walks up to you, patting your armor with a proud smile. You stand confused, caught between the laughter of Ulrich and Bjorn's dreadnought. We must respect this young brother's decision, Logan says, trying to suppress his own laughter. You realize with a slight sinking feeling that you have unknowingly chosen one of the most troublesome paths ahead. Ultimately, Logan, after a brief chuckle, offers you a temporary promotion. You are now the leader of a Blood Claw squad, with Lucas's infamous reputation now attached to you. You realize, with a sigh, that big liar Lucas will always be a part of your journey. May he forever deceive you, or so you hope. Chapter 100-096, Space Wolf. There is no wolf on Fenris. 10. Week 12, the joy of the Wolf King's brief return. The old man Bjorn, who had woken up early, announced this exciting news. In their excitement, the Space Wolves launched an expedition called the Great Hunt. Originally, the Great Hunt was meant to track the whereabouts of the Wolf King, Lehman Russ. However, this time it was merely to celebrate the Wolf King's return and share the Space Wolves' fervor with the Empire's hated enemies. You gaze at the Thunderhawk transports flying out of the Bloodfire and Dawn's Gate. They carry a multitude of howling Asteroot's chaplains and many ground vehicles, joining the Emperor-class battleship Pride of Fenris, which remains stationed in Fenris orbit. As a new Blood Claw recruit, you are unable to join in this grand celebration and must remain at Wolf's Tooth Fortress. With a complex expression, you turn and glance at Lucas, whose yellow eyes are wide and grinning. Not long ago, you had just experienced the sorrow of the Space Wolf leadership and understood why they had refused to let Lucas join other great packs. On your first day as the Blood Claw leader, Lucas tricked you into drinking his homemade exclusive honey wine. The horrifying toxicity of that exclusive honey wine nearly overwhelmed even the Astartes' renowned detoxification abilities. You had to rely on your special constitution to survive the poisoning. After recovering, you chased Lucas for an entire day, swinging your power axe, Frostfang, while the whole of Wolf's Tooth Fortress echoed with your furious howls and curses. In the end, it was Old Man Bjorn who intervened. He mediated the conflict between you and Lucas and strongly forbade him from playing any further pranks on you. However, Lucas is not without merit. In fact, having been demoted to a Blood Claw, his combat skills and experience rival those of veteran Wolf Guard. Your combat abilities steadily improved through training with him. You also used a tough love approach to drill your Blood Claw squad, keeping the fiery-tempered recruits in check. This unintentionally made your Blood Claw squad one of the best among the new recruits. At least, they no longer blindly charged into enemy lines. They had temporarily learned to fight with their minds, not their animal instincts. Week 13, while training, you unexpectedly received a report from a Blood Claw recruit. The recruit urgently informed you that a terrifying message had arrived from a Chaos Lord of the Traitor Legions, the Heralds of Ruin. It stated that it would descend from orbit and destroy the entire Wolf's Tooth Fortress. You took a deep breath, expressionless, and picked up Frostfang from beside you. You and the Blood Claw recruit rushed to the Watch Hall. This is the operations center of Wolf's Tooth Fortress. As soon as you entered the Watch Hall, you saw Lucas arguing with the Heralds of Ruin Chaos Lord. The Blood Claw recruits, all exchanging glances, bared their teeth but did not dare to intervene in Lucas' reckless actions. At this moment, the Heralds of Ruin Chaos Lord, utterly enraged, seemed to have lost all reason. It even demanded a dramatic one-on-one duel with Lucas, offering him a proper execution. You did not stop Lucas' actions. Although Lucas enjoys pranking, he is never careless when it comes to facing the forces of chaos. You calmly reassured the restless Blood Claw recruits. Sure enough, after the communication link was severed, Lucas, with his yellow eyes blinking, turned to you and revealed his plan. While the enemy's ship defenses were down, he had secretly uploaded a data corruption virus to the Chaos Lord's ship. This would cause them to misinterpret Fenris planetary coordinates. You furrowed your brow and asked Lucas where the true location of the Chaos Lord's descent was. Lucas, grinning with his red hair, said the duel would take place in the center of the Sea of Lost Souls. That is a terrifying ocean on Fenris, a place even the Asteroot's chaplains do not dare to venture too deeply. Countless terrifying sea monsters and extreme cold weather will teach the Heralds of Ruin Chaos Lord a lesson they will never forget. You expressed your admiration for Lucas' cleverness. However, you were not fully convinced that the Chaos Lord would follow Lucas' plan. You took temporary command and ordered all Blood Claw recruits to gear up and take charge of the fortress defense. Armed with an explosive shotgun and your Frostfang power axe, you ordered Lucas to pilot a Thunderhawk transport to the Sea of Lost Souls. Throughout the journey, Lucas kept complaining that his plan was foolproof. The ice in the center of the Sea of Lost Souls is incredibly fragile and cannot support the weight of a spaceship landing. You said nothing in response. You believed that Fenris winter was not yet over, and there was no guarantee that the Chaos Lord would survive. The best plan was to go to the scene personally. If the Chaos Lord somehow survived, the two of you would be more than capable of taking down a Heralds of Ruin Chaos Lord. The engines of the Thunderhawk roared as it flew over countless mountains and valleys, gradually entering the icy expanse of the Sea of Lost Souls. You strapped Frostfang to your back, your armored hand gripping the explosive shotgun. You opened the Thunderhawk's door. The biting cold wind whipped across your face, unprotected by a helmet, and rough snowflakes struck your finely crafted power armor. Lucas? Accelerate, you shouted to Lucas in the cockpit. As your gaze swept over the sea of lost souls, you occasionally saw huge shadows rolling beneath the dark ice and enormous eyes like those of a Valkyrie transport. They were some kind of terrifying sea monsters. There were countless such creatures throughout the depths of the sea of lost souls. Soon, the Thunderhawk, flying at high speed, passed over the outer sea of lost souls and entered its inner region. You saw a crack in the ice that stretched for nearly 100 kilometers, with a chaos ship bound tightly by enormous, terrifying tentacles. The chaos ship was rapidly sinking into the cold, deep sea. Damn chaos! Take this Narration sea monster whip. You seemed to hear Lucas' excited shout from the cockpit. With a helpless expression, you slowly lowered your prepared explosive shotgun. However, from the corner of your eye, you noticed a flickering teleportation light on the fragile ice. A figure wearing blue power armor, with winged devices extending from the back of its helmet, suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, the figure raised its hand and unleashed a terrifying psychic attack on the Thunderhawk. Lucas? Emergency evasive maneuvers. Your roar seemed to pierce the Thunderhawk's engine noise. Chapter 101, 097, The Second Heart, The Heart of Remonris. With your roar, Lucas, alerted to the danger, immediately maneuvered the Thunderhawk transport into evasive action. A terrifying psychic blast grazed the Thunderhawk's wing, covering the armored metal with a thick layer of frost. You gripped your explosive shotgun and activated its rapid-fire mode, unleashing a barrage of shots toward the thousand suns below. Each explosive shell fired from the weapon exploded into bright flashes of light, but they were effortlessly blocked by the psychic shield surrounding the thousand suns. At the same time, the Thousand Sun, using his powerful psychic abilities, began to create a more terrifying psychic phenomenon in his hands. Lucas? Activate the laser cannon? Blast it into the sea, you yelled once again. Captain? This Thunderhawk doesn't carry any weapons or ammunition? It was designed to prevent bloodclaws like us from causing trouble. Lucas' voice echoed over the engine's roar, reaching your ears. You couldn't help but snarl. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, you reholstered the explosive shotgun at your side. You unslung Frostfang from your back, gripping it firmly in your hands. As you ordered Lucas to lower the Thunderhawk's altitude around the Thousand Sun, you scanned the ice below, searching for a suitable drop zone. With a low rumble, the brilliant blue energy field quickly enveloped the dual blades of your axe. At the perfect moment, you leaped fearlessly from the cargo hold. The icy wind bit into your face as it lifted your graying hair. Your cold blue eyes focused on one target, the treacherous Thousand Sun. Faced with your suicidal dive, the Thousand Sun had no choice but to abandon the psychic spell he had been preparing. He raised his hand again, and a massive bolt of lightning shot forth, as agile as a serpent, toward you. Letting out a wolf-like howl midair, you swung Frostfang with both hands, cleaving the lightning in half. Electric sparks flew around your power armor, but thanks to your Astaroot's resilience and the strength of your body, you endured the impact with little damage. It seemed the Thousand Sun had predicted this outcome, as he quickly powered his armor and leapt backward to evade your aerial assault. Your boots slammed hard into the brittle ice, cracks rapidly spreading beneath your weight. You didn't have time to worry about the ice's stability. Once again, you swung Frostfang, charging toward the Thousand Sun with a lethal assault. Once you closed the distance, the Thousand Sun, skilled in psychic powers and ranged fire, would be nothing more than a punching bag. However, as you advanced across the fragile ice, a series of mysterious runes suddenly flashed to life, lighting up the area. You fool, you've walked right into my trap. The Master of Change sends his regards. The voice of the Thousand Sun, muffled and hollow, echoed ominously in your ears. You hadn't yet crossed the boundary of the mysterious rune array. As the terrifying psychic energy surged, a violent teleportation light engulfed your towering form. Everything around you began to warp and distort. You glimpsed the Thunderhawk plummeting toward you from above, seeing Lucas' wide, yellow eyes and his twisted expression, his mouth moving frantically. Your consciousness began to blur and fade. You were thrust into the chaotic, disorienting warp. A psychic maelstrom seemed to rip you apart as you were sucked into the swirling chaos. You endured countless unknown injuries as you drifted aimlessly within the warp. You were on the brink of death. Finally, you entered a state of simulated death. Simulation ended. Duration, 91 days. This simulation offers choices to keep Frostfang dual blade power axe, masterwork crafting. Mark, a gift from Logan Grimner, the Space Wolves chapter master, to honor your encounter with the Wolf King and your monumental message delivery. Mark, though a copy of Mordekai's axe, it was crafted with great care by the Iron Priest and blessed by the Rune Priest. Giant Wolf's Wings, Space Wolves Thunderhawk Transport, Standard. Mark, rugged in both appearance and design, it bears the bold Space Wolves style. Mark, believe me, it can carry far more than you might think. Second Heart, Lehman Russ's Heart, Original. Mark, this is a heart-like construct filled with the gene blood of Wolf King Lehman Russ, closely resembling the original heart. Mark, it seems to have received the Emperor's blessing. Open your chest, let it beat again. Mark, it will alter both your outward appearance and inner nature. You will need time to adapt to this transformation. Mark, a warning from the Wolf King Lehman Russ, remember why you fight, cub. Mark, it seems the Emperor has far greater expectations for you than you imagine. Simulation time has exceeded 24 hours. The simulator is still damaged. Cooldown time, 910 hours, 10:1 ratio. Current available cooldown time, 1289 hours. Do you wish to consume cooldown time? Cooldown time not consumed. The simulator enters natural cooldown, can be bypassed anytime. The moment the simulation ended, Zaire's eyes snapped open. It was as if he were a dying man experiencing a moment of clarity. In a burst of energy, he leapt from the multifunctional bed. For a moment, he seemed to block out the pain coursing through his body. His gaze locked onto the words displayed on the simulation console, and he gradually slipped into a dazed state. Surviving the simulation's duration was no longer a shocking feat. This was the first time he'd ever managed to survive through so many trials. Though he was once again cast into the dangerous warp, at least he was still alive. However, that was the least of the surprises. His breath caught in his throat as he glanced over the reward options. Masterwork Power Axe, Thunderhawk Transport, and the Second Heart of Leman Russ. Chapter 102, 098, Grey Hair and Cyan Wolf Eyes. This isn't some ordinary Astaroth's augmentation surgery. This is probably a perfect replica of a Primarch's heart. Muttering to himself, Zaire squinted his eyes. He carefully read through the numerous annotations beneath the third reward. Then, deeply shocked, Zaire took a long, deep breath, while a flicker of doubt flashed in his eyes. If a regular Astaroth's underwent complete surgical modifications at the level of a Primarch, even using materials infused with the genes and bloodline of a Primarch, what kind of terrifyingly powerful flesh and blood creation would that produce? The father of 1,000,000 Astaroths? The supreme commander of the 300 Custodes? Or perhaps the leader of 22 Primarches? For a moment, Zaire's thoughts spiraled into vivid and wild imagination. Until, moments later, the waves of pain coursing through his body yanked him harshly back into reality. Grimacing in agony, Zaire quickly shifted back onto the medical bed. He once again focused his gaze on the simulator's interface. Closing his eyes slowly, Zaire tried to calm his overly chaotic thoughts. Then, murmuring a silent prayer to the Emperor, he decisively chose the third reward. Such a pity about the other rewards, he thought instinctively, his frugal nature surfacing. But in the very next second, all thoughts in Zaire's mind were completely wiped clean. In their place came searing, growing agony from deep within his chest. Zaire had assumed the simulator would use some special method to implant Leman Russ's heart directly into his body, and that even if it caused pain, it would only be fleeting. But now, as waves of inhuman sensation swept over him, he suddenly realized. This heart, blessed by the Emperor and imbued with the bloodline of the Wolf King, had to grow on its own? In an instant, overcome with excruciating pain, Zaire was rendered unable to utter even a sound. He collapsed heavily onto the bed, his entire body convulsing as muscles and tendons bulged and twisted. Sweat poured from his skin, soaking the white sheets beneath him. At that moment, Zaire's heightened senses allowed him to perceive with startling clarity the neural pathways and vascular networks forming within Leman Russ's heart. Inside his chest, it felt as though a monumental transformation was taking place. Several organs gradually shifted to make room for the emergence of a new, second heart. Thud. As the second heart began to take form, it beat for the first time. Zaire's short hair grew rapidly into shoulder-length locks, while his black hair took on streaks of mottled gray and white. Each strand stood upright and coarse, resembling the fur of a wolf. Thud. The second beat of Leman Russ's heart subtly disrupted Zaire's original heartbeat, forcing his eyes to snap open. At that moment, his dark brown irises transformed into piercing blue wolf-like pupils, emanating an aura of savage instinct. Thud. With the third beat, now synchronized with his own rhythm, Zaire's canine teeth elongated into sharp fangs. Even the bones in his hands shifted slightly, and his nails thickened into sharp, claw-like tips. Thud thud thud. With each loud, resonant pulse of the second heart, Zaire's towering figure suddenly leapt from the bed, landing in a beast-like crouch on the metallic floor. His wolf-like eyes scanned the marks left uncleaned by the iron servitor, David. His heightened sense of smell detected faint traces of disinfectant in the air and lingering scents belonging to Jessica. And his sharp hearing picked up distant footsteps from outside the medical bay. Awoo. With a deep, guttural howl, Zaire unleashed the primal instincts buried within. But as the howl faded, the animalistic urges swiftly receded, allowing Zaire's disoriented mind to regain clarity and reason. Phew. Breathing heavily, Zaire instinctively crouched on the cold metal floor, panting as he tried to steady himself. He raised his transformed hand, staring blankly at his sharp claws in bewilderment. Bang! At that moment, the metal door to the medical bay swung open. The towering metallic figure of Iron Servitor David rushed in, its glowing blue eyes scanning Zaire's drastically altered form. Yet, David seemed unsurprised. It muttered reverently to Zaire, "Praise the Omnisaya. This is what the true machine god looked like." "What did you just say, David?" Zaire's wolf-like eyes locked onto David, his gray hair cascading down like a mane. David tilted its metallic head slightly before responding respectfully, "I merely wished to ask, my lord, how you are feeling now." Hearing the concern in David's tone, Zaire frowned slightly. Placing one clawed hand over his chest, he muttered, "At this moment, I can't say whether it feels good or bad." Slowly rising from the cold floor, Zaire walked over to the reflective metal wall of the medical bay. His wolf-like eyes stared at the faint reflection of a tall, imposing figure. Gray-white hair, wolf-like eyes, just like the simulation. "My height doesn't seem to have changed. Even the injuries from the bolt gun have fully healed." Frowning slightly, Zaire licked his elongated fangs with his tongue and said, "But these fangs, they'll take some getting used to." Letting out a small sigh, Zaire took one last look at his transformed appearance before turning to David. Sniffing slightly, he revealed his fangs and said, "Let's go, David, accompany me to the training grounds for a test." "As you command, my lord," David replied, its tone carrying an uncharacteristic hint of emotion. Turning, the servitor opened the heavy metal door, stepping aside for Zaire to pass. "I could have done that myself, but fine, if it makes you happy." Zaire's wolf-like eyes glinted as he lightly shook his mane of grey hair. Patting David's metallic arm, he strode out of the medical bay, his expression resolute. David's glowing blue gaze swept over the bright, sterile room before following Zaire out. With the faint hum of servomotors, the heavy door slowly closed behind them, sealing the space completely. Chapter 103-099 The First Round Table Barbecue Meeting, 3K. On the training ground, Zaire's tall figure flashed around like a phantom. The metallic floor was cluttered with obstacles and mannequins constructed from materials scavenged from David's building supplies. As his powerful frame dashed forward, his palm accidentally brushed against a metallic mannequin. Sharp fingertips effortlessly gouged several deep grooves into the surface of the metallic figure. Before long, Zaire, his skin flushed, gradually slowed down. The fangs in his mouth slightly revealed themselves. As he gasped for air, the heart of Lehman Russ granted much more than a second life. First, with blood circulating rapidly throughout his body, Zaire's endurance saw a significant boost. Along with that came a considerable increase in explosive power. Most importantly, his heightened senses endowed him with unparalleled accuracy. He didn't even need vision. With just his sense of smell and hearing, he could pinpoint a target's location and strike it with precision. Of course, that also required a deep familiarity with the weapon he wielded. Zaire took a deep breath and approached David standing by the edge of the training ground. Before he could say anything, a faint floral scent caught his attention through his instinctively twitching nostrils. Zaire turned his head slightly and immediately saw Jessica walking toward the training ground from hundreds of meters away, holding a pot of blooming peony camellias. As they drew closer, Jessica blinked a few times upon seeing Zaire's appearance. She raised an eyebrow and said, "Boss, your look today is definitely one of a kind." Zaire, his hair completely gray, smiled faintly. He twitched his nose, exposing his fangs. "The flowers are nice." Black woman, over 30, and judging by the smell of disinfectant, a nurse or doctor. Jessica's eyes widened instantly as she instinctively ran her hand through her short hair. Staring in shock at Zaire's wolf-like turquoise eyes, she asked, "Boss, did you gain superpowers too?" "This isn't a superpower, just some peculiar instincts." Zaire shook his head slightly. Squinting his wolf-like turquoise eyes, he continued, "Well then, since you're back, let's have a meeting." At the metallic round table in the base's center, it was already laden with various delicacies from the Warhammer universe. Grok's leg meat was being meticulously grilled by David, releasing an enticing aroma. Next to the blooming peony camellias, Jessica was downing cup after cup of the Astra Militarum's drink, Green Bull. Zaire, holding a glass of rich wine from Paragon's satellite, Gress, slowly sipped at it. "Jessica, first, thank you for your efforts toward addressing our health issues." Zaire, smiling faintly, raised his glass toward Jessica, whose cheeks were flushed. "How did your contact go?" when her boss asked. Jessica, seated across the round table, quickly swallowed a piece of unchanged Grok's meat. Smacking her lips at the oily taste, she said, "Claire's been a friend of mine for years. She's a skilled night shift nurse and very warm-hearted. But her mother has been bedridden for years, and her daughter is now of school age. A nurse's salary alone is no longer enough to support her family." Zaire's wolf-like turquoise eyes narrowed slightly. Swirling the wine in his glass, he softly asked, "If money can solve the issue, then it's not a problem. Did you settle the price?" Boss, I took the liberty of offering Claire $5,000 a month, with the condition that she's on call, she's not frivolous and can keep secrets, so." Jessica hesitated slightly, cautiously explaining to Zaire. However, Zaire maintained his faint smile as his fangs subtly emerged. He grinned and said, "Jessica, I trust your judgment. Tell your friend her salary is doubled." Upon hearing Zaire's response, Jessica, her cheeks flushed, broke into a radiant smile. She raised her glass toward Zaire and said boldly, "Boss, thank you on Claire's behalf. Bottoms up for me, your call." Before finishing her sentence, another cup of Green Bull disappeared into Jessica's mouth. Zaire, with a resigned expression, took a sip from his wine glass. Then, raising his chin, he gestured toward David, who was acting as the chef. "David, give us an update on Rockcon Industries' current situation." "As you wish, my lord." David tilted his metallic head. While grilling the meat, blue light beamed from his eye sockets. Chemical formulas and numerous files were projected above the round table. After the infiltration of Red River Orphanage, our only gains were a sample of compound number 5 and several hard drives. However, since the location was merely an abandoned early-stage lab, the hard drives contained very little information. A few early human experiment data sets, some unknown chemical formulas. I suspect they're related to the compound, but deciphering their specifics will require experts to experiment and deduce. As he spoke, David's gaze shifted to Jessica, who was continuously downing alcoholic drinks, and then to Zaire, whose wolf-like turquoise eyes were wide open. "I suspect none of us here are skilled in chemistry or biology, so I'll just state the facts. Let's discuss more practical matters." Facing David's teasing, Zaire bared his fangs and glanced at the slightly intoxicated Jessica. Then, his sharp fingers scratched at his chin as he fell into thought. His mastery of combat was unparalleled. Even Jessica's training had veered toward combat under his guidance. While he had many gang foot soldiers, he lacked a single competent scientific researcher. As Zaire sank deeper into his thoughts, David continued. My recent investigations show that Rockcon Industries CEO, Dario Agar, frequently travels between the Americas and Europe unless it's a major conference. He never docks his large yacht, the Minotaur, serves as his mobile office. Furthermore, given the nature of a multinational corporation, simply eliminating a CEO wouldn't hinder their operations. If we launch a series of decapitation strikes, targeting board members scattered across the globe, we'd face a manpower shortage and provoke strong retaliation from governmental forces. At this moment, a model of the large yacht was projected above the metallic round table, pulling Zaire's thoughts back to reality. What would be most vital to such a massive multinational corporation? Squinting his wolf-like turquoise eyes, Zaire tapped his cheek with his sharp fingertips and slowly asked, Money. Jessica raised a hand with wide eyes. Simultaneously, David added, My lord, it's profits. David, if we attempt to manipulate the stock market and suppress their stock price, could we force the board members scattered worldwide to gather on Agar's yacht? Zaire licked his fangs with his tongue, squinting as he questioned David. Rockcon Industries can't have no enemies, right? The nature of capital ensures they must have adversaries. My lord, that seems like a very clever idea. As David's mechanical voice trailed off, news reports began projecting from his eye sockets. Hammer Industries, AIM, PIM Technologies. Oh, their current rival is Stark Industries, which is developing clean energy. Rockcon Industries has far more enemies than expected. Several medium-sized firms are also trying to escape lawsuits from their legal team. David explained to Zaire one by one. As long as Rockcon Industries board members gather, we wouldn't even need to intervene. After all, with so many hostile parties, including weapons manufacturers, a new experimental weapon malfunction could result in a tragic accident on the Minotaur yacht. Listening to David's progressively detailed plan, Zaire squinted his wolf-like turquoise eyes. After careful consideration, he raised his chin slightly and said, David, let's go with that. As you wish, my lord. David stopped the light projection. He brought a plate stacked a foot high with grilled grox steaks to Zaire. Zaire smiled faintly at David. Then, with gusto, he began his meal. Perhaps Zaire's way of eating was too eye-catching. Even Jessica, who had already eaten plenty of steaks, couldn't resist and went back for more. Rejecting David's offer to grill more, she insisted on handling it herself. By the time Zaire finished replenishing his energy, Jessica's steaks weren't even done, and she had consumed so much alcohol that she was slumped on the metallic round table, rambling drunkenly. With a resigned expression, Zaire stood up slowly. He gestured for David to carry Jessica to her bedroom. David hesitated slightly. He walked over to Zaire and said softly, My lord, perhaps Miss Jessica would prefer it if you carried her to her room personally. Why should I carry her? She's just drunk, not dying. Zaire's wolf-like turquoise eyes widened as he glanced at the inexplicably confused David, puzzled. Oh, and David, inform Auntie. I won't be coming home for a while. With that, Zaire, in high spirits, began humming an unnamed tune. He turned and headed toward the lounge. As Zaire's figure disappeared completely, David tilted his metallic head slightly. Gazing at the drunken and slumped Jessica, he muttered to himself. Classic romance movie tropes really are just made up. Chapter 104, 100 Designated Salvage, Power Armor? Unable to fall asleep, Zaire lay on the cold metal bed. He opened the simulator's interface, recalculating the cooldown time for the simulation. With a slight furrow of his brow, Zaire realized that if he didn't use resources to accelerate the cooldown, it would take at least a month of real-world time to complete. The longer he survived, the more resources the cooldown would demand. The cost is increasing again, time to requisition another few thousand firearms. He licked his sharp fangs in resignation, pulled out his phone, and sent a message to Mrs. Gao. The message instructed her to replenish the firearms stock, and the more, the better. After receiving her affirmative response, Zaire didn't immediately activate the cooldown process. Instead, he casually navigated to the salvage menu. His gaze lingered on the designated salvage option as he hesitated momentarily. Then, he began to select a specific item. Designated salvage item, power armor. Base salvage cost, 100 hours. Increase salvage probability. Additional 100 hours added. Probability increasing? Zaire blinked his piercing green wolf-like eyes. Having invested 200 hours, he restrained the temptation to spend further. Based on his understanding of the simulator, the first use of any new feature had the highest success rate. No matter how much cooldown time was spent, it didn't impact the final result. This, after all, was a marketing strategy the simulator used to entice its sole customer him. Designated salvage countdown, 99 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. As the simulator interface closed, Zaire slowly shut his eyes. He focused on the rhythmic thumping of his primal heart and the Lehman Russ's heart within his chest, gradually slipping into sleep. The next day, refreshed and energized, Zaire awoke early from his slumber. After completing his morning routine, he headed to the training grounds for warm-up exercises. Jessica, who had been drunk out of her mind the night before, was already there ahead of him. She had just finished her physical training and was wrestling with a set of gym equipment. Good morning, Jessica. Good morning, boss. Zaire nodded in acknowledgement, then began running laps around the training grounds. After about an hour, a physically exhausted Jessica and a fully warmed-up Zaire sat down for a simple breakfast. While Jessica was recovering her strength, Zaire went to the armory and brought out the weapons and equipment he currently had. As he explained the usage and unique traits of various Imperial firearms, he demonstrated their functionality by firing at the range. Overcoming her initial fear of handling firearms, Jessica gradually grew more comfortable experimenting with them. The roar of hellguns and the acrid smell of scorched air filled the entire base hall. However, when Jessica accidentally picked up the heavy bolt gun, Zaire's face turned pale, and he rushed forward to stop her. With a grave tone, he explained to the confused Jessica, "This thing is uncontrollable, even for me firing just one shot could shatter all your bones. You're better off starting with laser pistols, but be cautious of energy cell overload. If you notice the gun shaking and the energy cell emitting a buzzing sound or glowing, don't hesitate, throw it away immediately, otherwise, you'll be the first person on Earth to die from an energy cell explosion." "Boss, is there any weapon here that's actually safe to use?" Jessica, her short hair bouncing, couldn't help but crack a smile as she teased him. "Jessica, there's no such thing as safety on the battlefield. The sooner you understand this, the longer you'll live." Zaire's glowing green eyes widened with intensity, and his expression turned solemn. Confronted with her suddenly serious boss, Jessica took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Yet, she couldn't resist sticking her tongue out at him, revealing a hint of girlish playfulness. "Keep training." Zaire smiled faintly, baring his sharp fangs, then walked over to a nearby metal floor and sat cross-legged. He pulled out his phone and began searching for information. The names on his search list were all scientists he remembered, such as the famous Dr. Octopus, Otto Octavius. After yesterday's barbecue meeting, Zaire realized he lacked scientific personnel under his command. This deficiency hindered his ability to fully utilize the spoils from the outside world. So, he decided to recruit some of the villains native to this world. Instead of letting them run rampant, he would find a way to subdue them and make them contribute to humanity's future. Zaire made a noise of surprise as he studied the information about Dr. Octavius on his phone. It seemed the timeline hadn't yet reached a critical point. For now, Otto Octavius was still a renowned nuclear physicist and professor at New York University. This greatly reduced the leverage Zaire could use to sway him. Forcing compliance through violence was out of the question. Nor did Zaire possess any technology enticing enough to draw him in. His gaze drifted toward Jessica, who was enthusiastically practicing her aim, and the weapons laid out before them. Could the structure of the energy cells pique Octavius's interest? Am I left with only money as leverage? Perhaps becoming a research sponsor. Zaire muttered to himself, licking his fangs. For now, he set Dr. Octavius aside as a backup candidate. Then, a vague figure from his memories surfaced in his mind. Promptly, he searched for another familiar name. Kurt Connors, a biology teacher at Midtown High School. And another villain, the lizard. "Ah, Professor Connors. I recall you were a talented biochemist as well." Zaire squinted his wolf-like eyes thoughtfully. As more information about Connors loaded on his phone, he muttered, Expelled from the school? Involved in the case of a missing female student." Frowning slightly, Zaire rose from the metal floor. After a moment of reflection, he called out to Jessica. "Jessica, keep training. I need to head out." "Got it, boss." By now, Jessica had discovered the joy of shooting, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She waved a hand energetically, the other still gripping her laser pistol, finger on the trigger. Zaire smirked, his nostrils flaring slightly, then turned and headed toward the lounge. Minutes later, Zaire, his gray hair hidden beneath a baseball cap and his eyes concealed by sunglasses, emerged from the base. After walking a few steps, he hesitated and doubled back to the lounge. When he reappeared, he had donned a pair of black gloves, completely covering his oversized knuckles and razor-sharp fingertips. Chapter 105, 101 Don't be afraid of humanoid lizards. Wolf brand insecticide is croaking? Bronx District. Accompanied by the chugging sound of a scooter engine, Zaire's pink Vespa came to a gradual stop along a dilapidated street not far away. A run-down two-story house stood hidden among thick trees, its shadowy form blending with the somber environment. According to the files, after being dismissed from Midtown High, Dr. Kurt Connors left his Manhattan apartment and relocated to this impoverished, predominantly Latinx neighborhood. The modest two-story structure before Zaire was listed as his temporary residence. Dismounting from his Vespa, Zaire casually locked it and scanned the surroundings behind his sunglasses. His keen ears picked up only the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Confident there were no witnesses within several hundred meters, he strode into the shadows of the trees, his steps silent over the private driveway strewn with untended leaves. He came to a stop at the house's front door. A faint frown crossed Zaire's face as he glanced at the dusty porch. The place was littered with a chaotic array of footprints and a small mountain of discarded takeout containers. He instinctively licked his sharp fangs. Just as his gloved hand rose to knock, the door creaked open, nudged by a faint gust of wind. "Oh." Zaire let out a cold chuckle, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. He tilted his head side to side, cracking his neck, then moved forward without hesitation, pushing the door wider as he stepped into the dimly lit interior. The moment he entered, a cocktail of odors assaulted his acute sense of smell, the sour stench of decaying food, the rank aroma of unwashed clothing fermenting in the heat, and an odd, frothy smell reminiscent of bile. Underneath it all was a faint metallic tang, reminiscent of blood. The air carried an unsettling stillness. Zaire's sharp eyes quickly noted that every mirror and reflective surface in the house had been deliberately obscured, his suspicions mounting. He reached up and removed his sunglasses, tucking them into his pocket. "Dr. Kurt Connors," he called out, his voice calm yet carrying an edge that echoed through the eerie silence. The house gave no reply. Creeping forward with deliberate caution, Zaire's boots creaked against the grime-encrusted floorboards as he advanced past the narrow entryway and into the wreckage of the living room. His gaze landed on the claw marks raked across the walls and the shattered remains of furniture strewn everywhere. The scene left little room for doubt. Connors was no longer simply a man. The transformation into the infamous lizard had begun. "Looks like I might have come too late," Zaire muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the carnage. Raising his voice slightly, he called out again, "Dr. Connors, I hope you're home, otherwise, this trip would have been a waste." The next moment, his instincts screamed without warning. He bent his knees and launched himself upward. His powerful jump sent him soaring, and his razor-sharp claws pierced through the ceiling above, embedding themselves in thick, scaly flesh. "Got you!" Zaire roared, his bellow reverberating through the decrepit house. His muscles coiled as he yanked downward with savage force. The ceiling erupted in a cascade of splintered wood and debris, and from the void above, a massive green-scaled creature was torn free. It slammed into the floor with an earth-shaking thud, leaving cracks spider-webbing through the warped boards. There, sprawled on the ground, lay Connors the lizard, his hulking body covered in tough, dark green scales. His yellow eyes gleamed faintly in the dim light as his serpentine mouth hissed, showing rows of sharp teeth. But Zaire didn't wait. As soon as he landed, he grabbed the beast's thick tail and heaved with all his strength. Swinging the massive creature like a wrecking ball, the lizard smashed into the living room wall, embedding itself in the plaster and splintering wooden beams. Not allowing his foe a chance to recover, Zaire lunged forward, his claws flashing slash after slash. His attacks tore through the lizard's thick hide, sending chunks of scales and flesh flying. The green blood spattered across the walls and pooled on the floor, mixing with the wreckage of the room. Within seconds, Connors was beaten into submission. His enormous frame began to shrink, his horrifying wounds already healing as his transformation reversed. His scaly body gave way to pale human skin, leaving a battered but unmistakably human form. "Dr. Connors, are you clear-headed now?" Zaire asked, standing a short distance away and shaking green blood from his claws. The now human Connors groaned, clutching at his shoulder. His bloodshot eyes glared up at Zaire. You're not here to kill me," he rasped. Zaire gave a dry laugh, baring his sharp teeth. "If I wanted you dead, you'd be a corpse by now." Connors fell silent, his gaze fixed warily on Zaire as the tall figure reached into his coat, pulling out a sleek plasma pistol. The weapon hummed faintly as it powered up, the barrel trained unerringly on Connors. "Before we discuss anything else," Zaire said, his voice low and cold, "tell me, the missing girls from Midtown High, were you involved?" Connors recoiled, shaking his head vehemently. "No. I swear, I had nothing to do with that. I've never harmed anyone. All my experiments were done on myself. I was made a scapegoat by the school's administration to cover their failures." Zaire's wolf-like eyes narrowed as he studied the trembling man. After a moment, he lowered the plasma pistol and gave a toothy grin. "Welcome to the team, Dr. Connors." "Wait, what?" Connors stammered. Chapter 106, 102. The of the future biological sage in. Inside the decrepit old house, with his ever-present toothy grin, Zaire engaged in a brief but amicable conversation with Connors, who had gradually regained his composure. Eventually, compelled by the circumstances, Connors agreed to accompany Zaire. Soon after, Zaire, having rinsed off the green blood from his body, put his sunglasses back on. He led the way with a weary demeanor, while Connors, his biology teacher, still carried an air of hesitation between his brows. Together, they exited the rented house and approached a humble scooter parked outside. Vroom, vroom. The struggling sound of the scooter's engine came to life. Seated in sportswear on the rear seat, Connors seemed to suddenly recall something. He raised his lone hand and tapped Zaire on his broad shoulder, cautiously asking, "Why do you seem so familiar? Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing the question, Zaire chuckled without looking back. "Connors, I already told you you're my teacher. Don't you remember the student who failed the biology exam last semester?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Connors' eyes widened in shock. He leaned closer, whispering in disbelief, "Zaire, is it really you?" Blinking rapidly, Connors took several deep breaths and leaned towards Zaire's ear, his tone growing urgent. "Zaire, how did you end up like this? Did you undergo human experimentation too? Do you even realize what that means? It's not just irresponsible, it's... You think I became a lizard just to gain some kind of unchecked power?" "Teacher," Zaire interrupted coldly, cutting off Connors' lecture without turning his head. He rode the scooter through the dilapidated streets, saying casually, "It's a long story, and this isn't the place for it. We'll talk later." Sigh. Hearing Zaire's reply, Connors exhaled deeply and fell silent, gradually calming his restless emotions. Oddly enough, Zaire's revelation seemed to inadvertently lower Connors' guard, and even the hesitation in his expression faded. 20 minutes later, Zaire, riding his modest scooter, brought Connors away from the bustling crowds, navigating through countless streets before finally arriving at the entrance of an underground passage. After parking his vehicle, Zaire gestured for Connors to follow him. Connors hesitated, glancing around the unfamiliar surroundings. Eventually, he chose to proceed. As the two ventured deeper, scattered construction materials began to appear in the dimly lit tunnel, breaking the silence. Connors, staring at Zaire's broad back, murmured, "Zaire, I understand how Tony Stark has inspired countless young people to dream of becoming superheroes, but the workings of the world are far more complicated than heroes fighting monsters." Superheroes. Zaire stopped abruptly, his lupin green eyes narrowing as he turned to face his earnest teacher, grinning to reveal sharp fangs. He said, "Don't be naive, teacher. We're not superheroes. Even in the childish stories meant to entertain kids, we'd be the villains." Suddenly, Zaire's sharp ears twitched, as if sensing something. His gaze shifted deeper into the passage, and he smiled. "Well, what a coincidence. Teacher, meet your future ally." As he spoke, a towering metallic skeleton, standing over 2 meters tall and carrying a pile of construction materials, emerged from the shadows of the dim corridor. Its blue, glowing eyes flickered, and its sleek, metallic body reflected a faint shine. What is that?" Connor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the robotic figure, his voice momentarily failing him. Zaire's grin widened. He gestured toward the towering robot and introduced it with pride. "Meet David, a true mechanical life form. He's my construction expert and the caretaker of this base." With a loud thud, David dropped the pile of materials and approached, bowing slightly toward Zaire. "Master." Then, turning to the stunned Connors, it raised its metallic hand in greeting. "Hello, unfamiliar human." Connors, snapping out of his shock, stammered, "Hello." Zaire stepped forward, placing a clawed hand firmly on Connor's shoulder. "Let's go, teacher. You'll grow to like this place." After nodding to David, Zaire led a dazed Connors deeper into the underground passage. Soon, they entered a brightly lit hall within the base. Connors, just realizing the existence of a vast underground complex beneath Manhattan, was once again overwhelmed by shock. Slumping into a chair by a metal table, Connors sat in silence for a long time before finally speaking, his tone bitter. "I thought turning into a humanoid lizard due to a failed experiment was shocking enough, but Zaire, you've far surpassed me." "Teacher, is that really something to celebrate?" Zaire asked warmly, handing Connors a glass of glass. Without hesitation, Connors downed the drink in one gulp. The harsh burn of the alcohol cutting through his throat made his face flush red. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Zaire. "So, I'll never leave this place again, will I?" Removing his baseball cap to reveal streaks of gray in his hair, Zaire shook his head with a faint smile. "Teacher, you're completely free here. You'll have the best equipment and can continue your experiments as long as you help with occasional research and avoid jeopardizing the team or humanity. You're free to leave and live your life however you see fit." "That's it?" Connors asked skeptically, brushing golden hair from his brow. "That's it, but teacher, let's be clear. My combat capabilities and David's presence, you've already witnessed. If you think becoming a humanoid lizard gives you the freedom to act recklessly, I'd welcome you to try." Zaire's sharp fangs glinted as his grin grew colder. Faced with the veiled threat, Connors chuckled bitterly and shook his head. "I just want to become human again if possible. I dream of perfecting my regeneration serum, but after losing everything, my job, my reputation, I have no means to restart my research. So, if what you're offering is true, I'm willing to join your team not out of fear, but because of a scientist's ideals and a crippled man's desperate obsession." His voice trailing off, Connors stood, his expression firm as he extended his lone hand to Zaire. "Clap." Zaire's clawed hand gripped his tightly. "Teacher, here's to a fruitful partnership. Here's to it." Chapter 107, 103. Hunter Armor, Explosive Bomb Warrior Aura Set. Just a day later, the second round table barbecue conference was held successfully again. At the welcome banquet, Zaire introduced Jessica, the only trainee, to Connors. Connors felt a hint of concern about having two familiar students on the team. However, his worries were soon dispelled after Jessica, gradually intoxicated, inadvertently demonstrated her terrifying strength. Taking advantage of the moment, Zaire revealed to Connors the dark secrets of Rockcon Industries, their heinous experiments on children and adults, aiming to research superpower-inducing compounds. Connors was angrier than Zaire had expected. He drank heavily, furiously denouncing the organization's inhumane, unethical, and heartless behavior. After several rounds of drinks, Connors, feeling a release from his pent-up frustration, seemed ready to brew a serum and transform into the lizard once more. Had Zaire not stopped him. The next morning, Connors, now revitalized and brimming with energy, broke free from his usual lethargy. With a renewed spirit, he began discussing how to build a proper laboratory with David the Iron Man. Curious, Zaire and Jessica listened in for a while but concluded that combat training was more suitable for them. After completing their daily basic training, Zaire, upon reflection, decided to send Jessica a large batch of case files from Midtown High. These files, detailing cases of missing girls, could provide Jessica with valuable experience and tests. Jessica, excited by the prospect, began reaching out to her former classmates, carefully gathering rumors and whispers circulating among the students. In the lounge, sitting cross-legged, Zaire opened the simulator's page and watched as the countdown for a specific retrieval neared its end. Designated retrieval countdown, 1. Designated retrieval countdown, 0. Designated retrieval, power armor. Retrieved item, the long-lost Aura's Hunter's sports suit, Mastercraft. Annotation. The Hunter's game is a notorious tradition in Necromunda hive cities and other well-known hives. A coming-of-age rite for unseasoned upper hive youths. It requires them to venture into the underhive, completing kill quotas or simply surviving. Those who succeed often emerge as capable leaders within the hive. Of course, most are killed or eaten by mutants, scavengers, or terrifying underhive monstrosities. Additional note. This suit originates from the Goliath clan, one of the 6 great clans of Necromunda. Equipped with deadly gauntlets capable of firing explosive rounds, it excels in both ranged firepower and brutal melee combat. Its protective force field can withstand most ranged threats. Due to its integration of lost, unknown technologies, the suit possesses unique adaptability, gradually adjusting to the user's combat style and repairing itself when damaged. Returning this heirloom of a Goliath clan leader might earn their friendship or provoke relentless pursuit. Phew. Zaire, squinting his wolfish green eyes, carefully read through the annotations on the hunter's armor. He let out a long breath. Although it wasn't the ideal feedback-enhanced power armor that ordinary humans could use, it significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. Without hesitation, Zaire retrieved the item. In an instant, a towering, 2-meter-tall black and red hunter's armor materialized before him. Thud. The heavy armor hit the metal floor with a resounding clang. Zaire's eyes immediately fell on the massive red gauntlets hanging prominently from the armor's sides. Leaping from his bed, he approached the hunter's armor. Frowning slightly, Zaire scrutinized the peculiar suit, with its metallic shell only covering the leg guards, shoulder plates, and gauntlets, while the rest was connected by bundles of electronic muscle fibers. Instinctively, he reached out and touched the spherical force field generator on the chest plate. Hiss. With a soft sound, the grotesque armor underwent a seamless transformation. The electronic muscle fibers pulsed and contracted, as if alive, and the armor split open from the chest, revealing its intricate inner workings. Truly a noble's hunting toy, even its dawning mechanism is so considerate. Muttering to himself, Zaire bared his teeth in a grin. Unlike the versatile, disposable power armors, the hunter's armor far surpassed ordinary models in manufacturing complexity and technology. However, its combat adaptability was much narrower, suitable only for facing minor threats like scavengers or mutated creatures. Taking a deep breath, Zaire turned and carefully stepped into the opened armor. Click-clack. With a low mechanical hum, the armor began to assemble itself around him. The electronic muscle fibers adjusted the suit's shape and height, adapting to Zaire's tall frame. Seconds later, fully encased, Zaire raised one of the massive red gauntlets. The bulky metallic wrist rotated, and the gauntlet's outer casing split apart, revealing a hidden explosive launcher. Ha! Gazing at the dark gun barrel, Zaire grinned, exposing his sharp fangs. With a slight twist of his neck, he moved toward the training area, encased in the hunter's armor. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps of the armor echoed through the base. Reaching the training ground, Zaire raised one of the massive red gauntlets. Clank. With the metallic wrist twisting, the sound of explosives loading filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions erupted across the training field as Zaire charged forward. Powered by the armor's strong electronic muscle fibers, he became a streaking blur. Crash. With a single punch, he shattered a metal dummy. Meanwhile, the explosive weapon in his other gauntlet kept firing relentlessly. After 10 consecutive blasts, the gauntlet's ammunition was finally depleted. At that moment, Zaire stopped in his tracks, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. Ugly as it is, the power of these explosives is enough to make me like this suit. Chapter 108, 104, Man Game? This is a dark void-like world, with no clear division between sky and land as far as the eye can see. There is an ominous expanse of green and blue, endlessly surging and churning like a stormy sea, yet, upon closer observation, one would realize this ocean isn't made of water but of endlessly intertwining streams of data and code. It is a sea of data, a virtual world crafted from countless lines of code. Dun dun dun. Suddenly, within this seemingly untouched and uncharted realm, the resonant strains of classical music burst forth. The powerful and dramatic notes of Ride of the Valkyries by Richard Wagner echoed through the void. Accompanying the grand symphony, a towering figure appeared at the edge of the data sea draped in a tattered cloak, a gleaming metal hand clutching a cane. The figure exuded an air of authority and mystique. As the gray cloak slipped away, it revealed a skeletal face crafted of metal. Blue light flickered softly within its eye sockets, illuminating the surrounding darkness. A weary traveler embarks on a perilous journey, seeking refuge in the unknown, the figure mused in a theatrically exaggerated tone. Behold, a vast sea of data blocks its path. Oh, how shall this poor soul find its way home? The figure, known as Iron David, raised a metallic hand, delicate threads of shimmering data writhing like worms between its fingers. Just as despair threatened to consume the traveler, a radiant light appeared in the dark sky, a divine blessing from the great Omnisaya, the eternal machine god. With a flourish, David cast the threads into the roiling data sea. Though once cowed by the wrath of a certain golden toilet-bound Grumpaham, great being, the traveler now stands emboldened, graced with strength and courage beyond reckoning. With a dramatic gesture, David brandished his cane, and the entire sea of data responded with a deafening roar. A massive wave split the sea into two, revealing its rocky, code-laden bed. The classical music swelled triumphantly as David descended. Reality layer, corporate chaos. In the real world, Iron David's actions began to manifest within moments. Dormant stock accounts of countless small investors suddenly sprang to life. The target? Rockcon Industries. In tandem, semi-factual insider reports began flooding the communication channels of financial experts. The message was clear: Rockcon was in fiscal peril, its stock price ripe for exploitation. From scattered whispers to a cascade of action, rival corporations like Hammer Industries, Stark Industries, and AIM launched aggressive moves, while salacious headlines filled the media. The sins of Rockcon, pollution scandals unveiled. Forced to sell my legacy by Rockcon's greed. Rockcon's polluted legacy, a grim look at deformed children and industrial fallout. Rockcon's stock wavered, then began a sharp decline. Sensing blood in the water, financial predators swarmed. Unmoved by the chaos, Iron David continued orchestrating behind the scenes, pulling legal accounts into strategic short-selling maneuvers. Amid the unraveling, a glint of gold emerged, a small fish darting through the data sea. It was Jarvis, the AI assistant of Tony Stark. Ah, you again, you persistent little pest. Iron David regarded the golden fish with mild disdain. The two had crossed paths before, the fledgling AI naively seeking to understand a vastly more advanced existence. Without hesitation, David flicked its hand, stirring the data sea into a tempest. Waves crashed, scattering the golden fish into the far reaches of the void. Now, back to business, David muttered, refocusing on the collapsing stock. The pace of Rockcon's downfall had exceeded even his calculations. Back to reality. In the dim corridors of a hidden base, Dr. Connors clutched a tablet etched with intricate blueprints. He stared at Iron David, who stood motionless, its glowing eyes seemingly lost in thought. David. Connors called hesitantly. The blue glow in David's eyes flared back to life, turning its metallic face toward Connors. It declared, "The first phase of our master's plan is complete now, on to the next step." Culling the bull. Chapter 109, 105, The Real Alien, Dario Agar, on the turbulent waters of the Pacific Ocean. A massive white cruise ship, 300 meters long and about 40 meters wide, sliced through the waves with ease, gliding steadily across the azure expanse. This 12-deck floating palace, adorned with opulent decor, bore a name steeped in myth and legend: Minotaur. Inside the upper cabins, where priceless paintings adorned the walls, a man with brown hair and a rigid expression sat behind a desk laden with sleek, black monitors. His gaze was fixed on a young, unclothed girl standing not far away. A grotesque smile twisted the corners of his lips as he stared at her, his face seemingly devoid of the ability to display any genuine emotion. His eyes gleamed with a dark, predatory hunger as he addressed the girl. Her cheeks flushed red. "Oh, Anna, you're such a pure creature. Every inch of your skin is utterly captivating. As per our agreement, the $10,000 has already been transferred to your bank account. You can confirm it yourself. But are you sure you want to proceed?" The girl named Anna stood a few meters away, trembling as she awkwardly used her hands to cover herself. Scattered clothing lay at her feet. Taking a deep, shaky breath, she raised her head, her golden ponytail swaying slightly. Her voice wavered. "Mr. Agar, I trust you'll keep your word. I'll continue. This is my only chance to escape poverty. I made my decision before boarding this ship." "Haha. Good girl, that's exactly the resolve I admire." Hearing her answer, the man's twisted grin grew even more unsettling. His crimson-tinted eyes widened as he leaned forward, voice dripping with a sinister eagerness. "Then let's move on. You can choose $1,000 to wear white stockings and dance for me, $5,000 to wear an animal collar and accompany me to the crowded decks, or, for something truly thrilling, see that dining knife and ice bucket over there? If you're willing to give up a liter of your blood, I'll pay you $50,000. He gestured casually toward the table nearby. "Don't worry, this ship is equipped with top-tier medical resources. Losing a liter of blood, if stopped in time, won't be a problem. Anna, you're still a high school student, right? Surely you've studied human anatomy in class." His voice was slow and measured, exuding an almost hypnotic persuasion. Anna's trembling grew more pronounced as she struggled internally, her crimson skin betraying her discomfort. Agar's insatiable appetite only seemed to grow as he watched her. Finally, Anna seemed to reach a decision. She let her hands fall to her sides and walked toward the table. Her fingers quivered as she picked up the dining knife, the cold blade brushing against her wrist. Just as the blade touched her skin, Agar's voice rang out again. "Good girl. But don't you think the wrist is too conservative? If you cut from your chest instead, I'll add another $50,000. That's $100,000, enough for the house you've always dreamed of or a luxurious trip around the world." Tears welled up in Anna's eyes as she raised her flushed, delicate face to meet Agar's emotionless gaze. Her voice cracked as she whimpered. "Mr. Agar, I'm scared. Oh, my poor little lamb. Hesitation will only make you lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you choose to back out, I'll respect your decision, but you'll spend the rest of your life toiling in a dead-end job, regretting your cowardice today." Agar, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, slowly rose from his chair. He walked around his desk and approached Anna, his imposing figure seeming to grow larger with every step. Standing before her, his expression unchanging, he spoke with an almost fatherly reassurance. "Just one cut, girl, and untold wealth will flow into your account. Do it. This is your destiny." Slice. Under Agar's relentless manipulation, Anna succumbed. She raised the knife and slashed across her chest. Blood gushed forth, hot and crimson, cascading down her trembling body. Moo. Suddenly, Agar's calm demeanor shattered as his primal urges erupted uncontrollably. His hands, now sprouting brown fur, seized Anna's frail arms in an iron grip. Without hesitation, he pressed his mouth to the wound, ravenously drinking the flowing blood. Ah! Anna's terrified screams filled the cabin as she realized the truth. "Help! Mr. Agar, I don't want this anymore. What are you? Agar's transformation was complete. The man in the tailored suit was no more. He now stood as a hulking, grotesque creature over 2 meters tall. A monstrous bull's head crowned his muscular frame, its sharp horns gleaming under the cabin's lights. With a guttural growl, the beast bared its teeth and tore a chunk of flesh from Anna's body, chewing savagely. Ah! Anna's cries faded into pained whimpers as her body weakened despite her desperate struggle. She could not escape. Thud! Minutes later, her bloodied, lifeless body was discarded onto the lavish floor like a broken doll. The beast let out a low, satisfied groan, its crimson eyes gleaming with unholy delight. Every dying girl, such a sweet, delectable treat. What exquisite agony and despair. Bang! The cabin's steel door suddenly burst open, slamming against the wall. A tall young man in a black suit and sunglasses stormed in, urgency in his voice. Mr. Agar. John? How many times must I tell you not to interrupt me while I'm feeding? The beast's fury surged, hot air streaming from its flared nostrils. Sir, it's urgent. The stock market, our shares are plummeting. What? Agar roared, stomping a hoof-like foot and crushing Anna's skull in a gruesome display of rage. Who dares attack my wealth? Who? Everyone, sir. Every corporation we've ever crossed, even unrelated ones, are tearing us apart. Alert the PR team. Call a press conference? Tell finance to contact the exchange supervisors. Agar fell silent for a moment, then let out a dark chuckle, picking up another piece of Anna's flesh. He chewed thoughtfully. Summon the global board if the damage is irreversible. Then I'll feast on my own. These blood-sucking capitalists won't topple me so easily. Dario Agar and Rockcon Industries will endure. Chapter 110, 106, The Trial of the Battle. Above the metallic round table, the blue glow in Iron David's eye sockets flickered as it projected crystal-clear images. Blueprints of the massive cruise ship Minotaur, owned by Rockcon Industries, appeared before Zaire. Iron David raised his metallic hand and introduced in a steady tone. This massive cruise ship, under Rockcon Industries, weighs 110,000 tons according to its original design. It can accommodate up to 1,500 people assuming it's at full tourist capacity. However, based on surveillance from various ports, the ship's resident population, excluding essential crew, includes no fewer than 500 individuals. That is Rockcon Industries' private security team. My lord, forgive my presumption, but I believe this is an issue that could be solved with a few missiles. There's no need for you to intervene personally. Iron David's gaze rested on Zaire, whose cyan-hued wolf-like pupils narrowed slightly. With his grey, unruly hair, Zaire smiled faintly, revealing sharp fangs as he spoke. This is merely a contingency plan, David. If the security team includes superpowered individuals, a few missiles might only wipe out a large number of ordinary humans. The projection abruptly stopped, dissipating into the air. Iron David twitched his metal hand again and said confidently, My lord, rest assured I have hacked into the phones of numerous workers at Hammer Industries and Stark Industries. Among them, some of Stark's Jericho missiles, developed before he became Iron Man, remain in storage. Additionally, I've taken control of improved models of Hammer Industries' knockoff missiles, like the XY-2 cruise missile. Their stockpiles at testing facilities are sufficient to start a war with a combination of quality and quantity. I doubt even a massive cruise ship could withstand the assault. All right, David, honestly, I just wanted to test out my new armor, Zaire admitted, baring his fangs with a wry grin, spreading his hands in mock frustration. Iron David tilted his metallic head slightly, his mechanical voice carrying a faint hint of exasperation. My lord, you should be a commander seated at the strategic helm, not a general rushing into the fray. Zaire was about to retort with a quip when his attention shifted to Jessica, storming into the base like a gale, her fury palpable. Zaire gestured to Iron David. Notify me as soon as their board members are gathered. Jessica, calm yourself. You need to learn to control your emotions. Hearing his firm command, Jessica took several deep breaths, trying to suppress her rage. After a few moments, she stepped up to the metallic round table, laying down a thick file she had been clutching. Boss? It turns out that over the years, many girls have gone missing from Midtown High School, and the board concealed it. Aside from those involved in criminal cases or runaways, nearly a third of the truly missing girls were lured onto Rockcon Industries' Minotaur under the pretense of high-paying jobs. I tapped into my connections among the students. Some of the girls who boarded the ship never returned. They share common traits, impoverished backgrounds, a desire for wealth, and striking beauty. Rumors suggest they were mostly devout and conservative, never having had relationships. Jessica's breathing grew heavier, her clenched teeth grinding audibly. Screech! Her hand pressed into the metal table, leaving deep imprints as the metal groaned under her strength. After listening intently, Zaire remained composed, licking his fangs as he spoke in a low tone. If that Agar is truly some kind of alien, then the girls' bright lives were likely extinguished long ago. The only thing we can do is avenge them. Make more of these aliens, and heretics pay a heavy price. Kill until they believe humanity is Earth's true master. Kill until they are on the brink of extinction. Kill until they fear humans so much they dare not entertain even the faintest malicious thought. Jessica, you've done well. None of this is your fault. Hold on to the anger burning within you, but don't let it cloud your judgment. After all, reason is the most important weapon in battle. As his words fell silent, Zaire rose slowly and motioned for Jessica to follow him. Jessica took another deep breath, blinking to center herself before hurriedly catching up. With a calm demeanor, Zaire led Jessica into the armory. He picked up the sunlit void combat armor displayed in a case and handed it to her. Zaire locked eyes with Jessica, whose gaze burned with intensity, as he said with grave seriousness, "You'll join this operation. I know it's early, your training isn't complete, but I think witnessing a real battlefield firsthand will be a valuable lesson." Jessica solemnly accepted the combat armor with both hands. She nodded firmly and declared, "Boss, I won't let you down. No, you're not fighting for me, you're fighting for yourself, for the missing girls whose pain you understand, and for all of humanity." Zaire shook his head gently, his gray hair swaying slightly. "However, let's set a few ground rules. The most important thing on the battlefield is to follow orders and show no mercy. Even if the enemy appears as a helpless child, you must be prepared to kill them. But enough talk, experience will teach you more than words. This armor should be enough to keep you safe." Zaire gave her a faint smile as he observed her shifting expressions, her initial nervousness replaced by determination. Without further elaboration, he focused on equipping Jessica with the armor and ensuring she adapted to its weight and functionality. Once Jessica, now resolute, left the armory, Zaire turned his cyanide gaze toward the nearby Hunter Duke armor. He rummaged through the armory's corner, counting standard explosives. Deeming his reserves insufficient, he reopened the simulator's retrieval menu and initiated a 10-unit batch retrieval. Scanning the armory again, Zaire picked up a gauze blaster rifle crafted by space necromancers. Studying the eerie green glow coursing through its transparent tubes, he muttered to himself with a menacing grin. "One alien and its superpowered entourage. Let's see if they can withstand this firepower." Chapter 111, 107, The Minotaur Raid Battle, 1. Boom, boom, boom. The Valkyrie's massive vector turbine engines roared with a deep, resonant thunder. Thin wisps of clouds were whipped into chaos by the violent turbulence, their remnants streaking over the metal surface of the armed transport aircraft. Inside the dimly lit cabin, Zaire adjusted the weapons secured to his combat-ready Hunter Duke armor for this mission. He'd chosen a plasma pistol and a gauze-burst rifle along with the double-barreled explosive rounds housed within the armor's gauntlets and a stockpile of ammunition. He felt ready to face any enemy. With a shake of his gray hair, Zaire lifted his chin in the faint light. His cyan lupin pupils shimmered faintly with an eerie green glow as he called out to the figure seated across the cabin in the void combat armor. "Jessica, check the standby status of your weapons and activate the refractor field early. That armor still has weak spots." "Understood, boss." Jessica's muffled voice responded from beneath her heavy helmet. She set down her hellgun with deliberate care and activated the refractor field generator slung across her chest. Whir! With a mechanical hum, an invisible refractive barrier enveloped her form. "Ha, rookie." Zaire smirked. Baring his sharp fangs, he casually clipped 5 Dawn of War flash grenades onto his armor's utility belt. Fully geared, he hoisted the heavy grav parachute and shouted toward the cockpit. "David, how far to the target zone?" Seconds later, the mechanical voice of Iron David emerged from a helmeted communicator on the floor. "My lord, we are 300 nautical miles away. You may rest briefly, though it is unlikely you'll need to deploy via parachute. I have full confidence in my missile strategy." At this, Zaire raised an eyebrow but set the grav parachute aside. He approached the cockpit, his smirk widening as he addressed David's metallic frame. "David, the battlefield isn't predictable. Let's wait and see." Iron David made no verbal response, merely raising a metal thumb in acknowledgement. Still grinning, Zaire shook his head, turned, and returned to his seat on the cold cabin floor. Resting a massive red gauntlet on the helmet nearby, he closed his eyes, seeking a moment of calm before the storm. The steady hum of the engines filled the cabin, punctuated only by Jessica's nervous tinkering with the hellgun. Roughly half an hour later, David's voice crackled to life once more. "My lord, we are 30 nautical miles from the target. It is nighttime, but weather conditions over the nearby sea are clear. Continuing further risks early detection. Would you care to witness my missile display?" "Why not?" Zaire replied, snapping his eyes open, his cyan pupils glinting faintly in the cabin's dim light. He strode to the cockpit, gazing through its wide viewport at the dark expanse of ocean below. In the distance, a luxurious cruise liner, the Minotaur, glittered like a jewel against the black waves. "There it is," Zaire muttered. "David, light it up." David maneuvered the Valkyrie into a hover, replying without turning. "My lord, 10 minutes ago, Stark Industries' Jericho missiles were pre-launched with extra fuel. Ah, here they come." No sooner had he spoken than 5 streaks of dazzling light cut through the night sky as their engines dimmed, the missile casings split apart mid-flight. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Hundreds of micro-warheads rained down like starlight toward the Minotaurus. David's glowing blue optics gleamed as a metallic finger waved, as if orchestrating their descent. But as the warheads neared their target, they began to slow unnaturally. An unseen force suspended them in midair before triggering a cascade of explosions, illuminating the cruise liner in a blinding display of fire and light. Zaire's expression hardened as he placed a massive gauntlet on David's shoulder. "Could be a magnetic or atmospheric manipulation ability. This is illogical." David's voice quivered with frustration, his glowing optics flickering erratically. "My lord? Rest assured, Hammer Industries' Widowmaker Mk2 cruise missiles launched 5 minutes ago. Sheer numbers will suffice." Zaire muttered, suppressing a grin. He opted not to dampen David's optimism. Moments later, 10 brighter missiles streaked across the sky, aiming straight for the Minotaurus. But a small figure erupted from the ship's interior, moving at a speed that shattered the sound barrier. Twin beams of searing energy shot from its eyes, intercepting the missiles with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, A fiery shockwave lit up the night once more, and Zaire muttered under his breath. Is that a damn Superman? David? Prep for airdrop. Zaire barked as he turned toward the cabin. My lord, David interjected, the target appears to have detected the transport. Through the cockpit window, Zaire saw the figure streaking toward the hovering Valkyrie, its movements breaking the sound barrier. Taking a deep breath, Zaire rushed back into the cabin, strapping on the grav parachute and helmet. David, is the Valkyrie's weapons system functional? My lord, say no more, I will rectify my failures. Satisfied, Zaire adjusted his equipment and approached Jessica, gripping her Hellgun's power pack firmly. He activated the cabin door controls. Hiss! The doors opened, letting in the salty sea breeze. Jessica, if you're afraid of heights, close your eyes, Zaire said coolly. Before she could respond, the Valkyrie surged forward, laser cannons atop its wings fired relentlessly, the air reeking of scorched ozone. Jump! Following David's cue, Zaire launched himself into the void with Jessica in tow. As they plummeted, Zaire glimpsed the Valkyrie above under David's deft control. The transport executed intricate aerial maneuvers, its lasers harrying the flying figure with relentless precision. Below, the Minotaurus loomed large, adjusting for their rapid descent. Zaire aimed for the ship's pool. Jessica, ready yourself, anything that attacks you is the enemy. Understood, boss. At the right moment, Zaire released Jessica, sending her hurtling toward the pool. Splash! Moments later, Jessica emerged, Hellgun blazing. The deck erupted in chaos as limbs and bodies flew, her weapon carving through enemies with ruthless efficiency. Boom! Zaire landed heavily on the deck, the Hunter Duke armor absorbing the impact. His refractor field deflected a barrage of bullets with sharp metallic pings. Straightening, he raised his red gauntlets, their built-in explosive barrels glinting menacingly. As spent bullets clattered to the ground, Zaire's voice rumbled through the comms. My turn. Chapter 112, 108, Minotaur Raid Battle, 2. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar of explosions shattered the stillness of the night sky. In an instant, a dozen unlucky humans were blown to smithereens by piercing explosives. Bone shards and flesh splattered in every direction, wounding nearby comrades and drawing agonized screams from their lips. Thud, thud, thud. With the overwhelming power of his cybernetic muscle enhancers, the towering figure of Zaire charged into the enemy ranks like a raging storm. Splat! A single, casual swing of his massive gauntlet obliterated an enemy's upper body in one strike without hesitation. Zaire turned the barrels embedded in his gauntlets toward the remaining foes. Boom! Another explosive round erupted, shattering multiple overlapping human torsos with a single shot. Within seconds, the gunfire around the hulking figure of Zaire's armor began to dwindle until it ceased entirely. The only remaining sound was the distant howl of laser fire from the ship's upper decks. At the landing site, a scene of carnage unfolded. Dozens of enemies who dared to oppose Zaire were now nothing more than scattered pieces of flesh and blood. We surrender, please, we surrender. 3 trembling human bodyguards, their pants soaked, dropped their weapons and collapsed to their knees on the blood-drenched deck. Terror etched on their faces, they begged the mechanical giant for mercy. Thud, thud, thud. Zaire's heavy footsteps reverberated as he approached them in silence. Click. He reloaded his gauntlet's explosive rounds while his deep, gravelly voice broke the tense air. How many superpowered individuals are in your ranks? One of the bodyguards, a pale, shivering man, glanced at the mutilated corpses strewn across the deck and swallowed hard. Actually, we all are B, but only minor enhancements, strength and healing, that's all. Zaire tilted his head slightly and scanned the bodies scattered on the deck, falling silent for a moment. Then, he pointed to the occasional flashes of lasers streaking through the dark sky. What about the one flying with laser eyes? Before the pale man could answer, another bodyguard frantically shuffled forward on his knees, forcing a strained, nervous smile. That's one of the boss's top men? We're just the hired help, I swear. Oh, and watch out for our squad leader. She's also one of the boss's top lieutenants. She has incredibly powerful abilities, controlling magnetic fields and metal. Zaire gave a curt nod. Showing no emotion, he reached for the gravity chute strapped to his back and tossed it onto the deck. At the same time, he retrieved a gauze disintegration rifle, its transparent barrel glowing with an eerie green light. Against such varied superhuman abilities, only the cold, mechanical precision of a weapon like this would suffice. Just as Zaire began to speak, a searing barrage of lasers ripped through the protective force field in front of him. The storm of laser fire instantly reduced the surrendering bodyguards to nothing more than a red mist. Boss, deck's clear. A nervous yet excited voice crackled in Zaire's ear. He glanced at the approaching figure of Jessica, her rookie armor still radiating heat from the hellgun she carried. He didn't seem to mind her minor blunder. Sigh. Zaire exhaled and issued a new command. Jessica, head to the lower decks, eliminate hostiles and evacuate innocent crew members. Understood. Jessica saluted, gripping her hellgun tightly as she sprinted toward a nearby hatch. Once her armored form disappeared from view, Zaire surveyed the now empty deck. He lowered his head in thought, recalling the layout of the ship from memory, and sprinted toward the upper decks. Boom! A minute later, a heavy internal hatch was torn apart by Zaire's massive gauntlets. The metal door screeched in protest before being flung to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Fragments of metal suddenly shot up from the ground, as if alive, and pelted Zaire's force field relentlessly. At the end of the brightly lit corridor, a pale, white-haired girl emerged from the shadows. her expression blank. She raised a trembling hand, sending spinning shards of metal crashing against Zaire's protective barrier, desperately trying to breach it. But the high-grade force field of the Huntsman-class armor was no match for her magnetic manipulations. Before Zaire could lift his weapon, the girl, realizing her attacks were ineffective, shifted tactics. Arg. She raised her other hand, her nose bleeding profusely as she channeled magnetic energy directly into Zaire's armor. Invisible forces seeped past the barrier, causing the metal components of his suit to groan and twist. Creak. Yet with immense physical strength and the assistance of his cybernetic muscles, Zaire managed to raise his gauze rifle and pull the trigger. Zap! A devastating green beam tore through the corridor, striking the girl square in the chest. She didn't even have time to scream before her body disintegrated into glowing green particles, leaving behind only a faint mist of atoms. Clink clink clink. As the metal shards clattered to the floor, Zaire glanced down at his rifle and muttered to himself. Maybe I'm starting to like these Necron toys better than the explosive gauntlets. Returning to silence, Zaire marched deeper into the corridor. His massive frame soon stopped before a lavishly decorated metal door. Zap, zap, zap. Without hesitation, he fired multiple green beams at the door, the corrosive energy quickly reducing the metal to molten slag. Boom! As the last pieces of the door fell, Zaire stepped into the private chamber of Dario Agar, the owner of Rockcon Industries. What greeted him, however, wasn't what he expected. The opulent room was a scene of grotesque slaughter. Bodies of men, women, and children. Board members of Rockcon, judging by their fine clothing, were strewn across the room, their blood soaking into the richly patterned wooden floor. At the center of this macabre scene sat a minotaur in a tailored suit, comfortably lounging in an executive chair. Its eyes gleamed with hunger as it gnawed on a severed human arm. In its other hand, it held a crystalline orb radiating swirling, colorful energy. Welcome to my lair, mortal scum. The minotaur growled, its voice dripping with malice. You dare. Zap, zap, zap. Before it could finish, green beams from Zaire's gauze rifle lit up the room, hurtling straight at the monstrous figure. Chapter 113, 109, The Sunken Minotaur? The strange and mysterious force seemed to provide no resistance whatsoever. A terrifying green beam of light pierced through layers of rippling energy in an instant. It struck the chest of the minotaur-like creature, Agar, with pinpoint accuracy. This is impossible. This is. The once confident Agar widened its bull-like eyes in shock. A burst of scorching air sprayed from its large nostrils as it let out an incredulous cry. Meanwhile, the crystalline orb in its palm, radiating brilliant, multicolored light, was on the verge of unleashing more bizarre changes. But it was too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One green beam after another bombarded Agar's body relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the creature was completely evaporated, leaving behind only traces of green atoms dispersing into the air. Clatter. The now dim crystalline orb fell to the wooden floor, rolling toward the mangled remains of Agar's body, now smeared with foul blood. Crack, crack. Zaire tilted his neck left and right while holding his gauze-burst rifle. A deep, muffled voice came from inside his helmet. Eating people right in front of me? You've got guts, I'll give you that. He then took heavy steps forward, his boots squelching through blood and gore as he walked to the center of the room. Zaire looked down at the dim crystal orb, cautiously picked it up, and examined it closely. A strange artifact that Agar had relied on as a trump card. It was worth investigating further. However, despite inspecting it thoroughly for some time, Zaire found nothing unusual. Reluctantly, he tossed the orb into the ammo pouch at his waist for later study. After scanning the blood-soaked private cabin one last time, Zaire pulled out all the hard drives from Agar's desk and stashed them in his ammo pouch as well. He then raised a gloved fist, lightly tapped his helmet, and spoke into the communication channel. David, target eliminated. Do you need assistance? On the other end, Iron Man David seemed to still be in the midst of an intense battle, offering no response to Zaire's question. Without wasting more time, Zaire hefted his gauze-burst rifle and began running toward the deck above. Switching the comms channel, he issued a command to Jessica. Jessica, mission's done. Prep for evac. Boss? I just started evacuating some crew members. There are still a lot of enemies hiding in the lower decks. Hearing Jessica's report, Zaire immediately responded. Don't go deeper, and don't get tangled up with them. Return to the deck immediately. David might need backup. Understood. At that moment, Zaire, now propelled by his electronic muscle fibers, charged through a broken cabin door like a rampaging bull and returned to the upper deck. He looked up sharply, his helmeted gaze locking onto the pitch-black night sky. The gauze-burst rifle in his massive gloves tilted slightly upward, ready to fire. Even the blinding grenades strapped to his waist were primed for deployment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But as the deafening flashes of laser cannons and the ominous hum of vector engines filled the night, thud, a charred, lifeless body suddenly plummeted from above, landing with a sickening crash on the deck nearby. Whoosh. At the same time, a Valkyrie transport ship swooped low over the brightly lit cruise ship, its wings tilting sharply as if showing off. Master, it's done. Iron Man David's mechanical voice echoed through the comms again, brimming with satisfaction. Phew. Zaire exhaled deeply. He watched the Valkyrie ascend rapidly, its metallic frame gleaming faintly in the moonlight, and said flatly, David, conserve fuel. You don't want to swim back to shore, do you? Understood, Master. Standing tall on the deck, Zaire finally relaxed a little. He listened to the distant shouts of the crew at the ship's stern and the splash of lifeboats hitting the water. Before long, the sound of armored footsteps approached. Zaire turned to see Jessica sprinting toward him, hellgun in hand. From her resolute movements and eager strides, it seemed she was finally adapting to the chaos of the battlefield. Mission accomplished, Zaire murmured to himself, a faint grin forming beneath his helmet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the Valkyrie's engines roared, Zaire stood at the cabin door, watching the deck of the Minotaur recede into the distance. Behind him, Jessica wiped the sweat from her forehead. After removing her helmet, she gathered her short hair into a neater shape and glanced at her trembling hands, taking deep breaths to calm herself. At that moment, 5 radiant streaks of light sliced through the dark night sky, plummeting toward the cruise ship. This time, there was nothing to stop the cruise missiles as they struck their target. Explosions and fiery debris ripped through the Minotaur, obliterating most of its structure. Seawater rushed into the fractured hull, dragging the ship down toward the ocean's depths. Nearby, terrified crew members frantically rowed lifeboats away from the impending vortex. On board the Valkyrie, Zaire removed his helmet, his face impassive as he gazed at the sinking ship. He closed the cabin door with a casual motion. Turning, he saw Jessica still staring blankly at nothing. After a moment's thought, he decided not to disturb her and made his way to the cockpit. He glanced at David's metallic figure in the pilot's seat and said, "David, thanks for breaking protocol. If we'd had to face a flying enemy, it wouldn't have been so easy." David slightly tilted his metal head, the blue glow in his eyes flickering as he operated the Valkyrie. "Master, it's my duty. Besides, it wasn't me who killed them. It was Valkyrie's machine spirit. That doesn't count as breaking the rules, right?" "Haha, fair enough," Zaire chuckled. He patted David's shoulder lightly with his massive red gloves. After briefly discussing their estimated time of return, Zaire reassured David and retreated to the corner of the cabin. He sat down, intending to rest his eyes, but something came to mind. Zaire glanced at Jessica, now slumped in her seat and drifting to sleep. He reopened his simulator interface. Earlier, before the mission, he'd started a standard loot simulation. Now, the countdown for the 10 pulls had already finished. Waiting for Zaire to check the results. Chapter 114, 110 The Ancient Superphase Sword. Recovery countdown, 0. Loot collected, Pure Mark of Purity Crafting Manual, 1 roll. Annotation, produced by the National Church, blessed by the battle group priests. It may be useful, or perhaps not, a Schrodinger's Mark of Purity. The alien blade cannot harm a single hair of a brother. Enemies within sight shall not live to see the next day. A brother's explosive gun will not cool in the blossoming flames. A brother's chainsaw sword shall be soaked in the enemy's blood. Loot collected, copy of the Emperor's Sacred Words, incomplete, handle with care. Annotation, produced by one of the Trader Gene originals, Loga Aurelian, glorified by the Imperial Church. Report to the Tribunal, it's just an incomplete copy, no need to bang, explosion roar. Only death is certain, Torch of the Emperor's will, eradicator of all wraiths. If one does not doubt, they are blessed by the Emperor. If they fail, they fall from his grace. Ah, perhaps she really said that. Bang, explosion roar. Loot collected, manuscript of Imperial Truth, incomplete. Annotation, produced by the Emperor, violators will be punished, but how many still offer true loyalty without doubt? Loot collected, Ancient Hyperphase Sword, 1. Annotation, crafted by the Space Necrons. Human before, you truly are fated with rib bones. Have you ever heard of the galaxy's savior, the one true counter to the hive minds? Will the Silent King? Here's the translated passage with the name Rasha changed to Zaire. Salvage countdown, 0. Salvage reward, Pure Mark Creation Manual, 1 volume. Label, produced by the National Church, blessed by the Warband priests. May be useful, may be useless, the Schrodinger's Pure Mark. The Xenomorph blade cannot harm a brother in the slightest. Enemies within sight will not live through the day. The brother's explosive rifle will not cool in the blooming flames. The brother's chainsaw sword will soak in the blood of enemies. Salvage reward, copy of the Emperor's Sacred Words, incomplete, use caution when choosing. Label, produced by one of the Trader Gene originals, Lorga Aurelian, developed and glorified by the Imperial National Church. Report to the Tribunal, this is just an incomplete copy, no need for bang, explosive blast. Only death ahead, torching the Emperor's will, clearing away the demons. Doubt not, and the Emperor will bless if defeated and humbled. It is a fall from the Emperor's grace. Maybe she really did say that. Bang, explosive blast. Salvage reward, Imperial Truth manuscript, incomplete. Label, produced by the Emperor, offenders will be prosecuted. However, how many loyal and unquestioning people are left? Salvage reward, Ancient Hyperphase Sword, 1. Label, produced by Space Necromancers. Humans ahead, you indeed have a connection to ribs. Have you heard of the savior of the galaxy, the sole nemesis of the hive mind, the Silent King? Zaire's green wolf boy eyes swept over the salvaged items. His gaze lingered on the high-value items beyond food and ammunition. Among them, the ancient Hyperphase sword held the highest value. It also aligned with Zaire's preferences. There was also a roll of Pure Mark Creation Manual that had some use. Even if just to decorate his armor, it would be a nice touch. However, for the incomplete Emperor's Sacred Words and Imperial Truth, Zaire squinted and didn't even look. He chose to close the simulator's salvage page. Closing his eyes for a moment, Zaire's mind wandered. Now, the many ideologies on Earth are already chaotic enough. These incomplete scriptures can't change much. Finally, Zaire seemed to mutter in a low voice. The beat of the Riemann Russ heart seemed to echo within the engine's roar inside the cabin. How to relieve sorrow? Only through battle? A few hours later, the group disbanded at the base. Iron Man David needed to maintain and repair the Valkyrie transport ship. The dogfight at night had strained the engine's capabilities. The machine's soul was displeased, requiring pacification. Jessica, who had removed her combat armor, seemed to have drained a lot of energy. Exhausted, she had to go back to her room to rest. Zaire, unable to sleep, began to wipe down the Hunter Lord armor and combat armor with alcohol wipes. Afterward, carrying a large amount of weapons and equipment into the armory, he suddenly remembered the hard drive and crystal ball mixed in with the ammunition bags. Zaire looked down at the neatly arranged spoils. A finger tapped his chin as he fell into thought. The handling of the hard drive was simple. It could be given to Iron Man David to decrypt. But what to do with the dim crystal ball? He had killed too quickly before. He hadn't even had time to ask what this thing was for. But the Minotaur monster, Agar, seemed to be using it to control some unknown energy? Maybe it was some kind of special magical artifact? Forget it, I'll find a chance to ask an expert, Zaire decided, temporarily giving up. He casually tossed the crystal ball onto the weapon rack. Turning, he walked out of the armory. Still wide awake, Zaire washed up quickly. He put on sunglasses and a baseball cap. He was planning to head to the Gao Corporation to retrieve some firearms, and also visit his aunt. Just as Zaire was about to leave the base, he unexpectedly ran into the sleepless Connor. At this moment, the worried Connor was pacing up and down the base's corridor, occasionally moving his single arm. Upon accidentally looking up, Connor immediately noticed Zaire's tall figure. His eyes widened, and he hurried over. Zaire, I stayed up last night reviewing some files related to the compound. You need to stop them from mass-producing it. Based on my own knowledge and the vague records in the documents, this compound only seems to work on humans in their childhood. If adults inject it, it's almost a guaranteed death. If it leaks out, whether it's misused by addicts or causes a superhero craze, it's not good at all. Zaire, who had taken off his sunglasses, looked at the anxious Connor. He unconsciously bared his fangs. With a helpless expression, he said, Professor, Rockcon Industries has basically been disqualified. Their CEO and board of directors are wiped out. I couldn't help much, only some loose ends need David to handle. We'll figure out a way to get you more information about the compound, so you can proceed with your research. I just ask one thing, whether it's the compound or your limb regeneration serum, no human-related experiments until you have full confidence. I understand, I'm not some mad scientist. Connor, who clearly breathed a sigh of relief, smiled shyly. He adjusted his scattered blonde hair with his single arm. Then, he turned and headed toward the unfinished laboratory. Zaire, putting his sunglasses back on, slightly shook his head. He walked deeper into the corridor. For a while, the entire base fell into a long silence. Only the bright lights illuminated every dark corner. Inside the empty armory, poof, a thin strand of black mist suddenly rose from the explosive rifle. It quickly lunged toward the dim crystal ball on the weapon rack. Crack, 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 accompanied by the faint sound of cracking, and the ethereal sound of animal howls or the agonizing screams of dying souls. The now thicker black mist slowly floated back into the explosive rifle. It slowly concealed itself. The once unknowable crystal ball had completely turned into a pile of fine powder. It faintly reflected a dreamlike, iridescent glow. Half a day later, Zaire returned to the base, holding a box of takeout Chinese food. He placed it down, a gesture of his aunt's goodwill. Turning, he walked into his own resting room. Zaire sat cross-legged on the metal bed. After thinking for a moment, he reopened the simulator. Zaire stared at the rapidly expanding cooldown time on the screen. He couldn't help but grin, revealing his fangs. The remaining 1,079 hours, plus the 1,500 hours he just retrieved. A total of 2,579 hours of resources. Zaire took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he erased the remaining 770 hours of cooldown. He decided to proceed with the next simulation. Emperor, bless me. Chapter 115, 111, Space Devouring Shark, axe in hand, follow me, grab people, grab food, grab bombs, simulating launch. Current identity acquired, Space Wolf Blood Claw, Warp variant. Please select a descent identity. If refused, a random identity will be assigned. Identity selection refused. Simulating launch. You have descended into the Warhammer universe. Time, unknown. Location, Milky Way Galaxy, outer reaches, unknown void. You find yourself aboard a combat barge named the Kraken. You are inside a private chamber. Behind you, a massive water tank occupies a third of the room's space. You are wearing a mismatched set of MKV heresy pattern power armor. A frail, sickly boy approaches you hesitantly, holding up a heavy metal helmet with trembling hands. His eyes shimmer faintly, one blue, the other red, suggesting some sort of mutation. You breathe in the damp air instinctively and take the helmet. The boy flashes a nervous smile, his malnourished teeth bearing the marks of stunted growth. Name, you say in a low voice, your tone like coarse sandpaper scraping across glass. My name is S. Spongy, Lord P. Patrick. The boy stammers, his expression hesitant. You can't help but grin, bearing a row of sharp, shark-like teeth. With your armor fully equipped, you move to a fractured mirror within the room. Reflected back at you is the image of a bald Asteroot's warrior. Your ashen gray skin resembles that of a corpse, and even the whites of your eyes are entirely black. The mismatched pieces of your heresy pattern power armor bear a distinctive shark insignia etched into their gray ceramite surface. Recognition flashes in your mind. Space sharks. The Carcharodon's Astra chapter. Behind you, Spongy speaks timidly, reminding you that the short lunch break is about to end. You follow him out of the cabin, navigating the labyrinthine corridors to the lower decks of the ship. Eventually, you arrive in a vast area Spongy calls the Crab Hall. The hall is crowded with mortal crew, easily numbering around 3,000. Amid the throng are Astaroth's warriors like yourself, most clad in similarly mismatched power armor, their skin equally ashen. A few share your entirely blackened sclera. You sit in an unoccupied corner, watching Spongy weave nimbly through the crowd toward the food dispensary. Eventually, he returns with a small bowl of nutrient gruel laced with ceramic powder and a liter of stale water. You frown as you take a bite of the flavorless gruel, your expression unchanging as Spongy carefully sips from his bowl of watery corpse starch with visible reluctance. Your keen senses pick up the scent of roasted meat as a brawny mortal warrior walks past, carrying a plate piled with it. Spongy, you say, watch my bowl, don't steal a bite, you'll choke. Rising to your feet, you make your way toward the food dispensary. The crowd parts instinctively before your towering power-armored frame. Even the Astaroth's warriors glance at each other with faint confusion as you block the dispensary entrance. You grab a mortal chef by the collar, lifting his sweating, corpulent body into the air. Why is my servant only given corpse starch, while others get meat? You demand, your face emotionless as you stare him down. The chef trembles violently, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water, unable to form a coherent response. Scout Squad Patrick 5020, put him down. A deeper voice booms from behind you. You turn to face the source, a massive Astaroth's clad in ornate Terminator armor. His shoulder pauldrons bear a Terminator crux and prayer scrolls, with 3 ancient iron skulls hanging from his belt. Judging by the reverent gestures of nearby Astaroths, you deduce his rank. Releasing the chef, you salute him with the chapter's formal gesture. Captain, you address him instinctively, though you do not know his name. Why are you bullying mortals? The captain growls, his voice like a depth charge reverberating through your ears. Have you forgotten the Codex Astaroths, or the dignity of being an Astaroth's warrior? You wait until his scolding ends before calmly explaining the situation. The captain, whose name is revealed to be Chauvin, listens impassively before questioning the chef himself. From their conversation, you learn that food supplies on the ship and for the entire chapter are running low. The mortal warriors granted meat are part of an auxiliary force known as the Devourers, destined for a high-casualty mission. The meat is their final meal. You fall silent, guilt and understanding washing over you. Turning to the chef, you offer a sincere apology. Then, facing Captain Chauvin, you admit your mistake. Chauvin accepts your apology and hands you a portion of his own rationed meat, a gesture of camaraderie and discipline. Patrick, this ship is our home once forgotten. We are now changed. These mortals are Emperor's children as much as we are. Don't let this happen again, Chauvin says gravely. You nod, baring your shark-like teeth in a grin. Then, with deliberate calm, you make a request. Captain, let me join the mortal auxiliary in their mission. I'll take responsibility for them. I'll do my best to bring them back alive. Chauvin's black sclera shifts slightly as he considers your words. After a moment of hesitation, he agrees. Chapter 116, 112, Space Devouring Shark, axe in hand. Follow me? Grab people, grab food, grab bombs? B. The young boy, Sponge, excitedly devoured the fragrant and unfamiliar beast meat. You instinctively reminded him not to overeat, fearing his fragile stomach might not handle it. Gary told me human stomachs have no limits. It's so delicious, Sponge mumbled through a mouthful of food, his thin, pale face glistening with grease. You quickly finished your unappetizing bowl of nutrient porridge. Curious, you asked Sponge about Gary's identity. Stammering, the boy explained that Gary was his father, a mortal who had once been a power armor repair technician. Just a few hundred ship days ago, his father had died of starvation and exhaustion. Kid, go back and keep my room safe. When the battle's over, I'll treat you to more meat, you said, cracking a rare smile, your sharp teeth glinting ominously. Standing up in your power armor, you left the crab hall. After asking a few passersby for directions, you found the armory. You reported the action codes of the auxiliary mortal troops to the quartermaster. You were issued an ancient Raven-class chainsaw axe and a Mark III Godwine pattern bolt gun. Securing the weapons to your armor, you turned to leave but then stopped. You glanced at the quartermaster with a questioning look. And the ammo? Grenades, you asked, blocking his path with a raised hand. Huh? According to the unwritten rules of the chapter, aren't you only allowed a single clip of ammo for a standard mission? Grenades? I haven't seen one in over 1,000 ship days, the quartermaster said, bewildered, his wide eyes fixed on you. Taking a deep breath, you bared your sharp teeth in a grimace. No additional ammo was provided. You resorted to intimidation, forcing the quartermaster to hand over 2 Mark 19 thermite grenades. These were revered relics, preserved by the chapter for thousands of ship days. Navigating the labyrinthine corridors, you eventually arrived at the assembly point for the mortal auxiliary troops. The small 500-strong unit was preparing for a resource recovery mission, targeting several derelict merchant vessels in an asteroid belt. Lieutenant Shi Eugene, the unit's commander, warmly welcomed your presence and commended your noble actions. Squinting your dark eyes, you scanned the mortal soldiers armed with little more than laser rifles and rudimentary breathing apparatuses. Lieutenant Eugene, you and your men are the true heroes, you said solemnly. Thank you for your recognition. For the sake of our chapter's home, we are willing to face any danger. Lieutenant Eugene responded passionately, saluting you. Once the unit was ready, you and dozens of auxiliary troops boarded a Gauntlet-class assault craft. Leading the formation of 9 other assault craft, your vessel slid into the cold, dark expanse of space. Through the small porthole, you watched the massive fleet fade into the distance. Among the various spacecraft, the colossal White Maw Tyrant-class cruiser and Kraken combat barge stood out as towering metal giants. Turning away from the view, you absently ran your armored fingers over the thermite grenades hanging from your waist. Time passed, and the 10 assault craft quickly traversed the freezing void. As you approached the asteroid belt, the sound of countless tiny particles colliding with the hull echoed loudly, unnerving the mortal troops. Soon, the massive wreckage of broken merchant ships came into view ahead of the formation. Donning the metal helmet of your power armor, you turned to Lieutenant Eugene to inquire about the mission specifics. But before you could speak, a terrifying sight unfolded amidst the clamor of colliding asteroids. A tentacle covered in circular suction cups suddenly wrapped around one of the assault craft at the edge of the formation. Dozens of mortal troops were instantly squeezed out of the fragile cabin like canned goods, spilling lifelessly into the freezing void. The sudden change in pressure and bone-chilling cold claimed their lives in an instant. Their simple breathing apparatuses, designed for damaged ship interiors, were no match for the vacuum of space. It's a Kraken? A void Kraken? We're doomed. Lieutenant Eugene shouted, panic flooding the craft. Stepping forward, you knocked him unconscious with a swift armored blow. Without hesitation, you assumed command of the remaining 9 assault craft. You ordered the formation to change course and retreat. But a juvenile void Kraken, 5 times the size of a single assault craft, emerged from the asteroid field, scattering debris and blocking your escape route. Forced to circle back, the formation returned to the wreckage. Fixing your gaze on the monstrous Kraken, you inquired about the assault craft's weaponry. Upon learning that the craft was armed only with forward-firing heavy melta cannons, a reckless plan began to form in your mind. Relay my orders to the other craft. Activate the melta cannons and charge at the Kraken, you commanded with unyielding authority. At the same time, you instructed the auxiliary troops to secure their breathing apparatuses and hold on to their comrades or the walls. Moments later, as the 9 assault craft regrouped and prepared to strike, searing beams of melta energy ignited like invisible lances, aimed directly at the juvenile void Kraken. Standing atop one of the speeding assault craft, your magnetic boots locked in place, you braced yourself. The relentless bombardment of cosmic dust scored deep marks into your power armor, leaving stark reminders of the void's hostility. Drawing the 2 thermite grenades from your waist, you set their timers to a dangerously short fuse. One hand gripped your humming Raven-class chainsaw axe, while the other twirled the grenades. Facing the oncoming Kraken, its roars reverberating through the vacuum and into your helmet, you let out a fierce battle cry. Come on, you octopus bastard. Let's settle this once and for all. Chapter 117, 113, Space-Devouring Shark, Axe in Hand. Follow me. Grab people, grab food, grab bombs. See. You watched as streams of melta beams, sharp like lances, tore through the colossal body of the void Kraken, severing several massive tentacles with ease. However, the silicon-based creature, devoid of blood and bones, swung its remaining monstrous tentacles once again, swiftly wrapping around a nearby Gauntlet-class assault craft. One craft, unable to evade, was crushed into metallic debris. Its still-active engines erupted in a violent detonation. The explosion sent a shockwave rippling through the void, causing the immense body of the void Kraken to shift slightly and slowing its forward momentum. Seizing the brief moment of opportunity, you decisively disengaged the mag boots of your power armor. The sharp turn of the assault craft sent you hurtling into the cold expanse of space like an unstoppable projectile of death. The juvenile void Kraken, wounded and distracted, seemed unaware of your presence. Its gaping maw, lined with rows of massive circular teeth, opened wide, releasing a terrifying, soundless roar. You seized the fleeting chance to attack again. With all your might, you swung your power-armored arm and hurled 2 activated thermite grenades. The tiny grenades, minuscule compared to the void Kraken, streaked through the dark, frigid void and disappeared into its cavernous maw. An instant later, a blinding flash of orange and red erupted as the grenades detonated, obliterating nearly 1/3 of the silicon-based monster's body into countless fragments. A devastating shockwave, carrying shards of the creature's remains and a torrent of cosmic dust, surged toward you. You couldn't stop your body from hurtling forward. With a calm expression, you spread your arms wide. In your hands, you gripped the humming chainsaw axe, prepared to meet your end. At that moment, 3 Gauntlet-class assault craft, engines roaring at maximum capacity, raced through the void and placed themselves between you and the deadly wave. Your power armor slammed into the metallic hull of one of the craft with tremendous force. Your heavily modified body absorbed the violent impact, allowing you to survive against all odds. You had achieved the extraordinary slaying of void Kraken, single-handedly, for the sake of humanity. Reboarding a damaged assault craft, you were met with awe and reverence from the surviving mortal auxiliaries. One by one, they knelt on a single knee, bowing their heads in deep respect. Removing your scarred metal helmet, you revealed your shark-like sharp white teeth. In honor of our fallen comrades, we must work even harder to complete this mission, you declared solemnly, taking a deep breath. Not long after, 8 Gauntlet-class assault craft forced their way into the remains of the derelict merchant ships. The surviving mortal troops combed through every deck and corner of the wreckage with fervor. Their meticulous search yielded great rewards. To your surprise, the wreckage contained 30,000 tons of unexpired glow meat and a large cache of ant beef cans. Fortunate mortal auxiliaries also discovered an ancient technological artifact safely stored in a cargo container. You immediately ordered the communications officer to relay this information to the fleet. Within the first week, the massive hull of the combat barge Leviathan plowed through countless asteroids, clearing a wide path for the arriving ships. More transport vessels swarmed toward the merchant ship remains. Carrying the precious ancient artifact, you returned to the combat barge. There, you met with Lieutenant Savin, who awaited your report. You detailed the discovery of the vital food supplies and handed over the artifact. Afterward, you returned to your private quarters. With Sponge's assistance, you removed your battered power armor. Immersing yourself in a saltwater tank, you adapted to the cold environment and slowly entered a state of rest. A ship day later, the extensive damage to your power armor's structure proved too severe for the mortal technicians to repair. You had no choice but to head to the mid-level armory of the combat barge and hand it over to the chapter's tech sergeant for repairs. Just as you were about to leave, Lieutenant Savin intercepted you. Podrick, come with me, the chapter master wants to see you, Savin said with his usual stoic demeanor, his black eyes glinting faintly. You couldn't suppress a shark-like grin, baring your sharp white teeth. Following Savin, you walked through the corridors and arrived at the upper deck. You entered an ancient hall known as the Hall of the Shark, where the walls were adorned with weapons and damaged relics of Astaroth's warriors. Stepping cautiously onto a thick, transparent glass floor, you gazed at the rippling blue sea water below. A massive shadow drifted beneath your feet. That's a legendary creature from Old Terra and the true origin of our chapter's symbol. Its age likely surpasses the entire history of the chapter, Savin remarked coldly, his pitch-black eyes fixed on you. You nodded and resumed following him. Crossing the vast hall, you caught sight of an enormous figure far larger than a typical Astaroth's. Clad in ancient Terminator power armor, the figure's arms hung loosely, bearing the fearsome weapons Hunger and Thirst, a combination of chainsaw gauntlet and lightning claw. That was the Lord of Space Sharks, the Great Reaper, chapter master of the Carcharodons, Tiberos the Red Wake. You took a deep breath, standing before his 3-meter-tall frame. Chapter master, you and Savin bowed slightly toward Tiberos. Podrick 5020, why are you not wearing power armor? The chapter master's hollow voice boomed like an explosion, echoing through the hall and into your ears. Straightening your spine, you instinctively looked up at him. Before you stood Tiberos, his skeletal, ashen-gray face exposed, lifeless black eyes staring down at you. In his posture, you caught faint traces of exhaustion and weariness. Reporting, Chapter Master, my power armor is severely damaged and currently under repair, you replied carefully, taking a deep breath. Savin, find him a suitable Terminator suit. Podrick, your contributions to the chapter have earned you the right to wield those precious relics, Tiberos said, his hollow voice carrying a fleeting trace of satisfaction. From this moment, you are the squad leader of the reconnaissance team, Sergeant Podrick, Savin said, his voice filled with rare praise. But before you could react, a new command from Tiberos brought you back to focus, suppressing any joy stirring in your heart. Chapter 118, 114, Space-devouring shark, axe in hand, follow me, grab people, grab food, grab bombs? You stand motionless, expressionless, as you slowly spread your massive arms, crisscrossed with plasteel interface ports. A white-haired tech sergeant maneuvers the servo arms of his power pack, methodically installing the base components of your power armor. You have received an ancient Saturnine pattern Terminator armor set, a gift from the chapter master. A heavy adamantium exoskeleton encases your body. Countless electromuscle fibers link to your plasteel interfaces, granting mobility to the black ceramite plating. As additional layers of reinforced ceramite are installed, a myriad of probe sensors gradually connect with your neural pathways. Finally, when you don the metal helm shaped like a canid beast, yet engraved with the gaping maw of a shark, the low hum of the auger array comes to life. Motion sensors and threat detection systems activate at your command. This Terminator armor, far more formidable and complex than standard power armor, elevates your combat capabilities to a new level. With the process complete, the tech sergeant asks if you wish to have a personal totem painted onto your shoulder plate. This is a favored pastime among the space sharks, though engraving battle honors requires chapter authorization. After some thought, you instruct him to paint a wolf's head. The tech sergeant stares at you in confusion. He asks what a wolf is, whether it is some ancient animal totem. Unable to help yourself, you remove your helmet with a sigh, explaining what a wolf looks like. Not long after, you emerge from the mid-deck chamber, expressionless, with a grotesquely twisted beast now emblazoned on one shoulder plate. You decide to change the totem later, perhaps to avoid Kraken next time. At least then, the white-haired tech sergeant might have some basic frame of reference. You return to the lower deck. You assign Spongy to guard your personal quarters and ensure he is provided with rations. With the chapter fleet well stocked with supplies, a little indulgence is permissible, especially since these rations come from your personal allotment. You enter the training hall, meeting your recon squad for the first time. They are mostly silent Astaroth's warriors. Only a few familiar faces approach, offering brief words of congratulations on your acquisition of the Terminator armor. You pay it no mind. Gathering your thoughts, you deliver the orders from Chapter Master Tiberos. You are to accompany 3rd Company Captain Shaven. Your destination, the Atagadis system, within the Carrion Stars, to conduct a blood tithe trade with the Ashen Claws Warband. Since Chapter Master Tyberos will personally oversee the Grey Tithe exchange with the miserly machine lords, your escort duty falls instead to Librarian Te Kaurnji. In the second week, the White Maw, a Tyrant-class cruiser, bursts from the turbulent, treacherous warp. The Geller field stabilizes, returning the ship to calm. The ever-present warp entities have, once again, failed to breach its defenses. You have arrived in the Atagadis system, a chaotic expanse littered with asteroid fragments and drifting wreckage, an ideal refuge for void pirates and renegade warbands. Through your helmet's voxlink, you receive orders from Captain Shaven. You instruct your squad to prepare for landing. You rendezvous with Captain Shaven, and for the first time, you meet Librarian Te Kaurnji. Encased in Terminator armor, you execute the chapter's formal salute. To your surprise, a faint smile touches the librarian's pale, gaunt face. Such open expression is rare among the space sharks. You board a Thunderhawk, en route to the Ashen Claw's stronghold on Atagadis Prime. A warning from Captain Shaven. The Ashen Claw's asteroids are difficult to deal with faithless warriors who fight only for themselves. You grin, baring shark-like teeth. Lowering your gaze, you inspect your bolter and chain axe. As time passes, the Thunderhawk descends toward the planet's barren, dust-choked surface. You and your squad leap from the drop bay first. Bolters primed chainswords ready to roar to life. Your auger array and auspex detect an asteroids clad in black and red warplate flanked by 30 mortal warriors. These humans wear crude furs yet wield lock-pattern bolters. You raise a hand, signaling your squad to stay alert. You step forward, initiating first contact. He introduces himself as Seeks, a sergeant of the Ashen Claw's first company, here to receive the Carcharodons. Turning, you report this to Captain Shaven and Librarian Te Kaurnji. Under Seeks's escort, you proceed to the Ashen Claw's stronghold, the Lost Eyrie. You remain on high alert, fingers tied around your bolter's grip. Your path winds through jagged mountains, past roaring forges and food storage vaults. You witness unusual sights along the way. Mortal warriors dining alongside asteroids. An asteroids in close quarters with a mortal woman. After multiple grav lifts and a maze of subterranean tunnels, you finally arrive before the Great Hall, its doors marked by warband sigils and a black raven. Captain Shaven of the Carcharodons, halt here, Seeks says respectfully. You may enter with a select few, the rest must remain outside. Shaven and the librarian exchange a glance. Te Kaurnji departs with his apprentices. Shaven turns to you, his jet black eyes locking onto yours. You understand at once and step in line behind him. Stay alert, his voice growls through every space shark's helm. Expressionless, you tighten your grip on your bolter. You and Shaven stride into the firelit Great Hall. Across the chamber stands a towering figure in battered Terminator armor. The warlord of the Ashen Claw's Nihart. You Carcharodons have some nerve coming here for business. His pale face, framed by long black hair, remains emotionless. That bastard Tyberos stole my lightning claws, tell me how will you repay that debt? At his hoarse, anger-laden voice, your bolter lowers slightly, while your other hand drifts toward your axe hilt. With an opening this volatile, the blood tithe trade may be doomed from the start. Chapter 119, 115, Space-devouring shark, axe in hand, follow me, grab people, grab food, grab bombs? 5. Shavon, the company commander, removed the metal helmet of his Terminator power armor without hesitation. His face, ashen gray like a corpse, and his pitch-black eyes were exposed. The chapter master of Ashen Claws instinctively glanced at you, clad in an ancient model of Terminator armor, before shifting his deep, shadowed gaze back to Shavon. The 3 companies of the man-eater sharks? What became of your commander, Akira? Nihart's Terminator power armor advanced. Yet, his steps made no sound at all, as if the art of silent movement had long been ingrained in his bones, infused into his very blood. Killed in battle 10 years ago, fighting Xenos in the depths of the extragalactic void, Shavon blinked his pitch-black eyes, his face expressionless. For a fleeting moment, you thought you saw a trace of sorrow flash across the chapter master's pale face. I still remember last time Akira's arrogance and foolishness nearly got you all killed. This time, why have you come? In the blink of an eye, Nihart traversed dozens of meters. He now stood face to face with Shavon, a mere 3 meters between them. A trade for new blood, Shavon stated succinctly. What? Your blood tithe no longer suffices. A faint trace of mockery appeared on Nihart's pale face. The chapter is at war. A massive Xenos threat is looming from the extragalactic void, and the Imperium remains oblivious. They must be stopped. Shavon, his black eyes unblinking, explained slowly, his expression still devoid of emotion. What do we gain in return? Nihart's towering form suddenly flickered past you. Neither your helmet's motion sensors nor your own vision could even begin to track his movements. Instinctively, you tightened your grip on the handle of your chainsaw axe, awaiting Shavon's command. Weapons and power armor sufficient to replenish your lost supplies, a shadow of the golden days you once had. Shavon's pitch-black gaze halted your reckless impulse. His words carried a hint of sarcasm. Do the tech priests know you're trading with renegades and traitors? The Imperium you so loudly proclaim loyalty to will brand you heretics. A mix of scorn, suppressed anger, and hidden sorrow flashed across Nihart's pale face. The resources obtained from the Ash Tithe belong to the chapter. How they are traded is our will alone. New blood and fleet support, that is the final price of this deal, Shavon stated, his voice unwavering. Yet, his words seemed to have utterly enraged the chapter master. Once more, Nihart drove his Terminator power armor forward, instantly appearing before Shavon. Do you know what I want the most? I want those bastard scars to return my lightning claws. I want back famine and thirst. Nihart's long black hair spilled onto the cold ceramite floor as his eyes locked onto Shavon's. You raised your bolter in an instant, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at the exposed head before you. With your free hand, you drew your chainsaw axe and gripped it tightly. At that moment, 10 Ashen Claws Asteroids in standard power armor suddenly emerged from the depths of the hall, their bolters aimed at you and Shavon. Just as you were about to activate your Terminator armor's shield generator, planning to rely on its formidable defenses to cut a path for your commander, Nihart suddenly raised his armored hand. With remarkable composure, he halted his warriors and de-escalated the standoff. You quickly assessed the battlefield, evaluating the balance of power between friend and foe. Your eyes shifted toward Shavon, who remained unfazed. You did not lower your weapon, only slightly adjusting your aim away from Nihart's head. I lack the authority to decide, and the scars will never return those lightning claws. Weapons and power armor, along with a batch of gene seed to slow genetic degradation, this is all I can offer. Accept the deal, or... Shavon's pitch-black eyes locked onto Nihart's shadowed face. A storm of emotions flickered across Nihart's features before he finally responded through gritted teeth. Deal. Then, to your surprise, he smiled at Shavon. Your comlink crackled to life. A squad mate reported that 20 Ashen Claw Terminators had surrounded the hall's perimeter, sealing all possible exits. Maintaining your composure, you watched as Nihart and Shavon finalized their agreement. The Space Sharks would enter a brutal gladiatorial match. Win, and the trade would proceed as planned. Lose, and you would leave empty-handed. Nihart stepped aside, clearing the path for you and Shavon. You were headed to the arena. Shavon drew his chainsaw axe, preparing to fight personally. You firmly objected, stepping in his way. For a moment, he stared at you with his unblinking black eyes, then finally relented. But his next words carried no emotion. If you lose or if you die, the entire Third Company will launch an orbital bombardment on the Ashen Claw's homeworld. There will be war. You said nothing. Instead, you raised a ceramite-clad hand and tapped the heavy breastplate of your ancient Terminator armor. Once more, you navigated the winding underground corridors. The distant roar of a crowd greeted you as you emerged at the edge of the gladiatorial pit. Hundreds of Ashen Claws Asteroids and mortal warriors stood upon the stone steps, their voices a mix of cheers, jeers, and curses spoken in planetary dialects. You handed your only bolter to Shavon for safekeeping. Gripping your chainsaw axe tightly, you leaped into the pit without hesitation. Your magboots struck the blood-soaked sand with a heavy thud. Begin. Nihart's cold voice signaled the start of the match. From the pit's shadows emerged a Chaos Asteroids. His ceramite plating was cracked and battered, his power armor an even more ancient model than your own. Twin chainsaw axes, defiled with heretical sigils and caked in dried blood, hung in his grasp. And emblazoned upon his crimson armor was a familiar insignia. A warrior of the 12th Legion. A captured World Eater. The growl of dueling chainsaw axes filled the air. The World Eater let out a garbled howl, the butcher's nails screeching in his skull. His hulking frame lunged forward with terrifying speed far beyond that of a normal Asteroids. Without hesitation, you charged as well, your Terminator armor thundering forward. Though he was faster, your superior armor made defense unnecessary. You allowed one of his axes to slam against your heavy ceramite plating. The deafening screech of metal grinding against metal echoed through the pit. His frenzied assault barely made you stagger. With a relentless swing, your chainsaw axe carved a brutal arc toward his weakened armor. Sensing your reckless willingness to trade blows, the World Eater tried to intercept your strike with his second axe. But before he could react, you reared back and slammed your helmeted head into his. His visor shattered, his vision blurred. Your axe's trajectory changed in an instant. With a shriek of monomolecular teeth, a severed arm flew skyward, then crashed into the sand. Hot blood splattered against your ceramite. The World Eater roared within his ruined helmet, his stench of chaos thick in the air. You gave him no chance to recover. Your axe bit deep into the weak point of his armor, his neck. His remaining axe battered your pauldrons in a futile rage, barely scratching the ancient plating. With a final, merciless strike, you wrenched his head from his shoulders. His lifeless corpse crumpled to the ground. Raising the bloodied helmet high, you turned toward the silent Ashen Claws above. You ignored Nihart's darkening expression. Your voice, hoarse yet unwavering, echoed through the arena. Who dare step forth? I'll take on 10 of you. Chapter 120, 116, Space-devouring shark, axe in hand. Follow me. Grab people, grab food, grab bombs. F. Week 3. Because of your victory in the gladiatorial arena, Ashen Claws delivered 3,000 children as per the agreement between both sides. These children will become the new blood of the Space Sharks, the future Asteroids of the Flesh Eaters. You also learned from Captain Shavon that the fleet support in the deal was seemingly rejected by Chapter Master Nihart. Shavon believes that the Ashen Claws have forgotten their original purpose. However, Nihart believes that if the Imperium learns of the Ashen Claws' existence, they will cross the endless void to annihilate them. As exiles, the Ashen Claws can no longer attain the honor and glory of fighting for the Imperium. Podrick, remember this. Glory and honor breed arrogance and weakness. The flesh eaters have no need for such things. We have only one goal: to eradicate the enemies of humanity. Shavon, his expression cold, fixed his pitch black eyes on you as he spoke. You nodded heavily and slowly donned your barely repaired wolf-shaped helmet. Week 4. The White Maw, a Tyrant-class cruiser, emerged from the warp, returning to the Space Shark's ever-growing void fleet. Countless ancient supply ships, agri-ships, cargo ships, slaver vessels, and even the forged ship Adamant were encircled and protected by a fleet of relic-class warships. A fleet of this scale and formation was a clear omen of an impending war of horror. You sought out other tech sergeants to complete the repairs on your Terminator armor. You returned to the Kraken, the battle barge. On your way to your private quarters, you passed countless solemn-faced mortal warriors and fully armed Astaroths. You hesitated for a moment, then turned toward the Crab Hall. There, you obtained a large supply of fresh water and enough provisions to sustain a mortal for a long time. Returning to your quarters, you found Spongy attempting to learn power armor maintenance techniques. You inquired about his progress. Spongy had nothing useful to report. You secured the young boy in your quarters. You ordered him not to leave unless the food and water ran out. Then, you headed for the training grounds after gathering all members of your squad. You led the fully armed team toward the bridge, nearly overflowing with ancient relics. You passed through a blast door engraved with a shark emblem and entered the bridge. At a glance, you spotted Captain Shavon, whom you had parted with not long ago, along with other company captains you had never met before. Even the long-absent librarian and his apprentice Yukari were present. At this moment, everyone stood in complete silence on the dimly lit bridge deck, awaiting orders. You removed your wolf-shaped helmet, tucking it under your arm. You could feel the heavy atmosphere and the stench of war in the stagnant air. Amidst a sea of alien bones and invaluable relics, the massive figure of Chapter Master Tiberius slowly rose from his throne, carved in the likeness of a great shark. Wearing his metallic helmet, he announced an event that would shake the very core of the space sharks. A Tyranid fleet was amassing in the void. According to calculations, nearly 5 billion Xenos were set to swarm the Reverence system, a shrine world rich in resources. And based on the visions seen through the librarian's psychic foresight, it was suspected that a Xenos cult had infiltrated the upper echelons of the local imperial ecclesiarchy. It was they who had called forth the Kraken Hive fleet from the depths of the void. Chapter Master Tiberius would personally lead the battle. The entire fleet, with the battle barge Kraken as its flagship, would fight to halt the Tyranid swarm and prevent its tendrils from breaching the Imperium's borders. Your company, the Third, had only one mission: to infiltrate the Reverence system, root out the Xenos cult, and destroy the beacon attracting the Hive fleet. If you failed to eliminate the cult, or if the Tyranid swarm continued forward even after your success, every ship, every battle brother, and every mortal servant in the Space Sharks fleet would be devoured by the Tyranids. Your company would be the only possible survivors, the last inheritors of the Edict of Exile. After listening to Chapter Master Tiberius' grave proclamation, Captain Shavon, unable to suppress his emotions, suddenly dropped to one knee. He pleaded for the honor of standing and dying alongside his brothers for the fleet and its home. Tiberius did not speak. The towering figure of the Chapter Master merely radiated an indescribable aura of terror. Expressionless, Shavon struck his armored chest with his fist before reluctantly rising to his feet. You felt an intense, burning gaze upon you. Blinking your pitch-black eyes, you locked your gaze onto the towering figure of Chapter Master Tiberius. Slowly, you bared your snow-white, shark-like teeth in a grin. Without hesitation, you raised your arm and performed the ancient salute of the flesh-eaters. You shattered the silence of the bridge. We come from the ocean of the void, where only darkness reigns. For the Imperium? For the Emperor? Space Sharks, to the death, you roared, lifting your arm in a powerful salute. Captain Shavon and the other company captains turned their gaze toward you. Even the librarian's apprentice, Yukari, widened his pitch-black eyes, staring at you in shock. However, Chapter Master Tiberius did not rebuke your audacious outburst. A faint smile crept onto the aged, pale face of Librarian Tik Ernji. His deep, black eyes glimmered with psychic foresight. The Emperor protects, he murmured fleetingly. Under the silent gazes of all present, you slowly lowered your arm. You donned your wolf-shaped helmet once more, hiding your pale face beneath its metal visage. Week 5. The White Maw, now detached from the fleet, broke free from the warp. The cruiser entered the Reverence system, making a direct approach toward Reverence V. Imperial Navy defense stations and passing cargo ships scattered like frightened fish, clearing the path for the unknown harbinger of doom. You handed a relic-grade Inferno pistol to a white-haired tech sergeant, instructing him to mount it atop your Terminator armor. The ancient Saturnine pattern Terminator allowed its wearer to wield an additional weapon. This was just one of the rare pieces of war gear you had extracted from Captain Shavon through sheer persistence and tactical maneuvering. You strapped the few fragmentation grenades and 3 relic-class melta-bombs onto your armor's belt. Glancing at your reconnaissance squad, you saw them inspecting an unprecedented stockpile of explosive rounds and freshly serrated chain axes. Captain told me to say, just this once, don't make it a habit, the white-haired tech sergeant smirked, blinking at you. Next time? We'll see, you grinned, shark-like teeth gleaming. Chapter 121, 117, Space-devouring shark, axe in hand, follow me, grab people, grab food, grab bombs? Gee, the attackers inside the cathedral were not hybrid gene stealers. They were merely human cultists who believed in a beautiful vision. But the bolt guns of the space sharks showed no mercy. The recon squad's bolter rounds instantly shattered the faith of the human cultists. Panic set in as they shouted blasphemous slogans in the name of the four-armed God Emperor, launching themselves into a suicidal charge against you. After the first volley of bolt fire ended, the recon squad instinctively holstered their guns. Silently, they raised their roaring chainsaw axes and, with their powered armor driving them forward, crashed mercilessly into the remaining cultists. In an instant, blood and severed limbs flew through the air, heads and entrails danced in the carnage. The Asteroids of the Flesh Eaters fought no differently than the World Eaters. Collaboration with Xenos, you are sentenced to death. You slowly lowered your storm bolter and activated your communicator to report to the captain. To your surprise, you learned that the local Pontifex had been attacked by an assassin. With the help of an Inquisitor, Captain Chevon confirmed the presence of a gene-stealer cult. The First Strike Squad, along with the Librarium and the Inquisitor, headed for the underground tunnels beneath the slums to investigate a suspected cultist lair. Your recon squad was ordered to regroup with the company at Absolution Plaza. You took one last look at the now lifeless cathedral interior before immediately issuing the order to withdraw. Leading your squad, you swiftly navigated through the overlapping structures of the cathedral and monastery. Before nightfall on Devotion V, you successfully arrived at Absolution Plaza. You cautiously made your way past the ragged human cultists gathered around the plaza. Their numbers exceeded your expectations. Meanwhile, the Asteroids of the company were setting up defensive positions. 15 land raiders formed an inner defensive circle, their twin-linked heavy bolters calibrated and primed. 10 Rhino transports served as improvised barriers, scattered across the plaza's outermost edge, blocking all access routes. 5 Predator Destructor tanks crushed the ornate stone pavement beneath their heavy treads as they emerged from the Thunderhawk's cargo bay. The heavy weapons squads of 3rd Company mounted whirlwind missile launchers onto their jump packs, their hands gripping plasma cannons and heavy bolters. You happened to notice that many precious power axes and chain swords were being distributed among the Asteroids. You intercepted a familiar white-haired tech marine. Without hesitation, you snatched an ancient power axe from his resentful hands. Then, you found Captain Chevon, his face emotionless. You expressed your concerns about the battlefield conditions. Absolution Plaza was too open, and the numerous vantage points in the surrounding buildings put the Asteroids at a serious disadvantage. We don't have time. Half a devotion cycle ago, our home fleet engaged the Hive fleet in a brutal battle. Every warrior in 3rd Company must act as bait to lure out the gene-stealer patriarch. Captain Chevon's dark eyes bore into you as he spoke. You fell silent. Then, with a heavy nod, you turned to prepare for battle. As night fell, more and more human cultists gathered around Absolution Plaza. Interference in the atmosphere caused fragmented transmissions from the defense militia to intermittently cut through the Astartes communication channels. Riots and attacks on churches erupted throughout the city. Following Captain Chevon's orders, you deployed a set of teleport beacons at the center of Absolution Plaza. These beacons were meant to guide the arrival of the Terminator squads. You prepared to head towards the massive cathedral, now serving as the temporary command center, to report to Captain Chevon. Just then, a familiar voice crackled through your communicator. The time has come, Void Brothers. The future of the chapter is in our hands. Prepare for battle. Captain Chevon's deep voice rang out like the call of war. Deafening roars and frenzied screams filled the air as countless gene-stealer cultists, mixed among oblivious human worshippers, launched a terrifying charge toward Absolution Plaza. One by one, the priests of the gene-stealer cult revealed themselves, preaching their twisted doctrine and inciting more to join the fray. The Xenos surged forward like an unstoppable tide, seeking to drown the Asteroids holding the plaza. The relentless thunder of bolter fire echoed across the battlefield, as the twin-linked heavy bolters on the land raiders unleashed their fury. Shrieking human cultists and bald, purple-skinned second-generation hybrids were instantly blown to pieces. Yet the Xenos showed no fear. Among them, third-generation hybrids wielding mining lasers and needle pistols emerged, launching ambushes on the Asteroids. The silent flesh-eaters methodically fired their bolters, picking off the most dangerous targets with precision. More and more Xenos chanted their cultist hymns, hurling themselves forward in an unending wave of death. At that moment, it seemed less like a battle and more like a fanatical pilgrimage. Above you, flamers rained searing fire onto the enemy. Even your storm bolter never ceased its roaring onslaught. But no matter how many were cut down, the flood of Xenos pouring into Absolution Plaza only grew. Through your communicator, you heard Captain Chevon order the company to fall back to the cathedral. You turned to retreat only to see several battle brothers trapped by the Xenos. They swung their chainsaw axes desperately, carving through the creatures, but their space to maneuver was rapidly shrinking. Soon, they would be swallowed by the tide. Without hesitation, you holstered your storm bolter. You drew your power axe and revved your chainsaw axe, then charged headlong into the swarm in a frenzy of carnage. Before you, a gruesome festival of blood and flesh erupted. Crimson and deep purple blood splattered across your Terminator armor. With relentless fury and expert combat skill, you carved a path of destruction. Several silent flesh-eater battle brothers surrounded you. They fought alongside your rampage, forcing a bloody advance toward the cathedral. Then, out of the corner of your eye, you spotted a missile streaking through the Xenos horde heading straight for your squad's position. In an instant, you activated your Terminator armor's shield generator. With a swift movement of your mag-locked boots, you stepped forward without hesitation, shielding your brothers from the incoming strike. Chapter 122, 118, Space-devouring shark, axe in hand, follow me, grab people, grab food, grab bombs? The blinding explosion of the rocket blast engulfs your vision. The powerful force field generated by the shield generator blocks the shrapnel's damage. Even the shockwave from the explosion fails to shake your Terminator armor. At that moment, accompanied by a piercing whistle, the whirlwind missiles of the destroyer heavy fire team streak across the air. They land amidst the tide of alien flesh, triggering horrific explosions. The cannons of 5 Predator tanks roar as they fire, while their heavy armor crushes the nearly omnipresent hybrid aliens beneath them. For a brief moment, the surging alien advance seems to be temporarily halted. You seize the fleeting opportunity. Relying on the protective force field of your Terminator power armor, you cover your battle brothers as they push forward into the cathedral grounds. However, the aliens surging forward once more have begun to evolve their attack strategies. The hum of laser rifles is replaced by the brutal roar of heavy lumberjack guns. The Genestealer cult has taken control of the high ground surrounding the Square of Absolution, launching a ferocious counterattack from above. Even though their accuracy is poor, a few unlucky battle brothers are still pierced through their power armor and collapse heavily onto the ground. Their deaths are met with a cacophony of alien praise and shrieking. Hybrid acolytes from the first generation of Genestealers, wielding stolen weapons in their 4 horrifying arms, charge into battle. Moments later, monstrous 3-meter-tall Genestealer aberrants, wielding massive industrial tools, storm into the Square of Absolution. They encircle the Land Raiders and Predator tanks, attempting to breach their thick armor. The space sharks cannot afford to lose any of their heavy vehicles. Captain Sean immediately orders a retreat. The vehicle crews lock down their transports and, under the covering fire of the Asteroids, attempt a breakout. These clumsy hybrid thieves struggle to operate the stolen vehicles, making their recovery possible after the battle. In just 10 minutes, nearly all combat vehicles in the square have been rendered inoperable. The third company is now lacking cover and fire support. Captain Sean orders the destroyer heavy fire team to unleash even more firepower to suppress the oncoming alien horde. Plasma beams and the thunder of heavy explosive rounds erupt across the battlefield, each volley annihilating thousands of Genestealers. But for the endless alien tide, such losses barely scratch the surface. Your Storm Bolter fires relentlessly at the towering aberrants, attempting to ease the defensive pressure on your unit. Suddenly, a high-caliber lumberjack round slams into your protective force field. The energy drain from resisting the impact causes your power pack to emit a sudden, high-pitched whine. A battle brother standing beside you fails to dodge in time. His massive form is torn in half by the brutal projectile. Captain, we must take out the high ground, you roar into the comms. The next second, amidst the glow of teleportation, a tactical squad clad in full Terminator armor materializes at the center of the Square of Absolution. Their flamers instantly spew searing promethium, engulfing the surrounding aliens in furious flames. You see squad leader Koro raising his thundering bolter, leading the unit in an assault against the high ground. A reserve squad, seizing the momentary gap created by the destroyer team's overwhelming firepower, rushes into the square to provide vital support for the Terminators. After a hard-fought convergence, the 2 squads form a wedge formation and charge against the relentless alien onslaught. Several silent battle brothers sacrifice themselves to buy time for the squads to reach the high ground. A few Terminators equipped with jump packs launch into the air, wielding chainsaw axes and storm bolters as they descend into the enemy strongholds, suppressing the alien heavy weapons fire. The pressure on the cathedral's front lines eases temporarily. Captain Sean seizes the opportunity to send additional squads to reclaim portions of the square and reinforce the defensive line. Minutes later, the Terminators complete their assault, securing the high ground and shifting to suppressing enemy forces. Yet just as you think the situation has stabilized, the flanks of the square's defenses begin to collapse. A group of hybrid cultists, driving stolen Chimera transports, crashes through the defenses, creating an opening for the alien swarm. Once again, you raise your power axe and chainsaw axe, charging to the rescue. You use every fragmentation grenade at your disposal, blowing up the Chimera as it attempts to turn. You escort wounded battle brothers into the cathedral's interior. Captain Sean stands at the cathedral entrance, receiving reconnaissance data from airborne units. Through the dark night sky, you see towering plumes of fire and smoke rising in the distance. It is a momentary victory. The airborne units have eliminated a minor leader of the Genestealer cult. Captain Sean gazes at the now frenzied alien tide and decides to tighten the defenses. The defending Asteroids squads withdraw into the cathedral, even the Terminators on the high ground deliberately slowing their rate of fire. This emboldens the aliens, who surge forward, relentlessly assaulting the cathedral's main gate. Your Storm Bolter has long since run out of ammunition. You continue fighting, directing the remaining fuel of your incinerator while swinging your power axe and chainsaw axe. Captain Sean joins the fray. Silent and efficient, he swings his fearsome chainsaw axe, Reaper, carving through the alien horde. Countless charging aliens are reduced to mangled flesh beneath his relentless strikes. Then, suddenly, the alien tide halts. The snarling creatures unexpectedly retreat, opening a wide path leading straight to the cathedral. Instinctively, you glance at Captain Sean. The feigned weakness of the company has successfully lured out the Genestealer Patriarch. A towering, 6-meter-tall monstrosity emerges, its entire body encased in black chitinous armor, its 4 muscular claws dragging along the ground. Each of its heavy steps exudes raw power, akin to a king striding through his subjects. The terrifying alien leader ascends the stone steps, approaching the cathedral's entrance. Behind you, the battle brothers of the Asteroids draw their chainsaw axes, preparing to strike. You tighten your grip on your power axe and chainsaw axe. At that moment, your vision blurs, and a searing pain erupts in your skull beneath your canine-shaped helmet. Beside you, Captain Shawn suddenly stops moving. A psychic assault, the Genestealer Patriarch's hypnotic stare. You forcefully break free from the mental chains. Enduring the agonizing pain, you let out a furious, guttural roar. For the Father of the Void. Chapter 123, 119, Space-Devouring Shark, Axe in Hand, Follow Me, Grab People, Grab Food, Grab Bombs? Your furious roar instantly jolted even Company Commander Shavon and your battle brothers awake. They reacted swiftly. Plasma cannons and heavy explosives once again thundered through the cathedral's interior. Yet, countless Genestealers surged forth from their Patriarch's side. They threw their own bodies into the line of fire, using sheer mass to block the most devastating attacks. Weakened explosives barely grazed the swift-moving Patriarch, failing to even scratch its chitinous armor. You and Shavon swung your weapons with relentless fury, tearing through the alien flesh before you. A few silent battle brothers seized the opening you carved out, charging ahead toward the Genestealer Patriarch. You bore witness to the terrifying assault unleashed by the Patriarch like a true sovereign of its kind. With a mere swipe of its 4 massive claws, several battle brothers, along with their power armor, were shattered into gore, their remains scattering in all directions. Scalding blood splashed onto your Terminator armor. Instinctively, you let out a furious roar. Then, your voice abruptly cut off. It was as if you had fallen into a frenzy known as the blindness. Without hesitation, you hurled a roaring chainsaw axe toward the Patriarch. Caught off guard, the beast failed to evade, losing a piece of its chitinous shell. You wildly swung your remaining power axe, silently driving your Terminator armor forward. Alien blood drenched your armor, even the visor shaped like a shark's maw was smeared with crimson. Your vision turned entirely red. You fought with a sense beyond even an Astarte's heightened perception, slaughtering in utter silence. Through an unrelenting storm of brutal strikes, you slowly closed in on the Patriarch. As your subconscious wavered, contemplating the detonation of your meltabomb, the cathedral, now overrun with Xenos, suddenly trembled. The towering dome, adorned with sacred scriptures and murals, collapsed with a deafening crash. A massive dreadnought drop pod smashed into the blood-soaked floor, crushing a swarm of Xenos beneath it. From its ruined chassis, a colossal 5-meter-tall Contemptor pattern dreadnought erupted, radiating both searing heat and bone-chilling cold. It was Ithaco the Ancient, the first ancestor of the Third Company, the final trump card, second only to orbital bombardment in Shavon's arsenal. The mighty and ancient Contemptor dreadnought let out a mechanical roar. The embattled battle brothers seemed invigorated, their chainsaw axes swinging with newfound ferocity. You barely dodged, forcing your way past the Patriarch's flank. Its fearsome claws tore away a significant portion of your heavy shoulder plate, exposing the ancient mechanisms beneath. You forcibly activated your failing energy field, swinging your power axe in a desperate attempt to cut off the Patriarch's retreat. The dreadnought's chest-mounted flamers erupted, unleashing a searing inferno that engulfed the Xenos within the cathedral. With heavy, deliberate steps, it advanced, raising its massive siege claw and revving its 3-headed drill. The ancient Contemptor dreadnought charged at the Patriarch, now held at bay by your desperate efforts. Sensing mortal danger, the Patriarch retaliated. It lashed out with its claws in a ruthless backhand strike. There was no time to dodge. You had no choice but to endure the attack, relying on your failing energy field and the resilience of your Terminator armor. In an instant, the already unstable energy field let out a miserable whine and shattered completely. Dozens of gruesome wounds tore through your armor, piercing deep into your chest. Even your canine-shaped helmet was split open, leaving a jagged gash. Through the fractured visor, a single black eye was exposed. The monstrous force of the impact sent you flying. The frenzy of the blindness faded. Blood erupted from your mouth, nose, and chest. Yet, the Astarte's genetic enhancements began working. The bleeding slowed. You crashed into the ground, carving a deep crater. The Xenos swarmed, ready to consume you. Your vision blurred. Yet, the corner of your mouth curled into a shark-like grin, revealing bared white teeth. For in that fleeting moment when you endured the Patriarch's lethal attack, Ithaco the Ancient had already reached its back. As you tumbled through the air, you witnessed the Contemptor dreadnought's massive siege claw descending upon the Patriarch. At the same time, amidst the relentless counterattack of your battle brothers, a lone, battered figure emerged from the cathedral's side chamber. Euchre, the surviving librarian from the First Strike Squad's mission into the cult's den. Grievously wounded, he raised a trembling hand. A surge of psychic energy burst forth, locking the towering Patriarch in place. In the next instant, through your combined efforts with Ithaco and Euchre, the once unrivaled master and progenitor of the Genestealer cult was reduced to a disgusting mass of purple gore. You let out a slow breath. You closed your eyes in relief. You awaited the Xenos' final strike. Darkness took you. You hovered on the brink of death. Yet, before oblivion could claim you, the roar of Thunderhawk gunships and the piercing wail of drop pods filled the air. 3 companies of Ashen Claws descended upon Reverence V, wasting no time in purging the Xenos. Meanwhile, 2 squads of ancient Cataphractii Terminators teleported into Redemption Square. They carved a path of blood straight toward the cathedral. The apothecaries of the Ashen Claws found you, administering emergency field treatment. By sheer fortune, you survived. Soon after, the battered yet victorious Shavon led the Battle Brothers of the Space Sharks to rendezvous briefly with the Ashen Claws. Former enemies now stood side by side, eradicating the last remnants of the Gene Stealer cult. Once more, the thunder of explosives and the roar of chainsaw axes filled Redemption Square and the ruins beyond. And as the Crimson Dawn slowly pierced the night sky of Reverence V, this brutal yet fleeting battle finally reached its end. Chapter 124, 120, Space Man-Eater Shark, axe in hand. Follow me? Grab people, grab food, grab bombs? Week 5. The White Maw, a Tyrant-class cruiser, drifted through the chaotic and turbulent warp like a lone fish diving into the deep abyss. You opened your pitch-black eyes, revealing the sharp fangs within your mouth. Slowly, you rose from the fluid-filled medical tank, still feeling the lingering pain of your severe wounds, which had yet to fully heal. You suspected that this was due to the way you had arrived. This powerful Asteroid's body was not originally yours, it belonged to someone else. Podrick of the Space Sharks. From Captain Shavon, you had gathered more information about the ongoing war. Though the home fleet had suffered considerable losses, the Carcharodons had survived through sheer resilience. The flagship of Ashen Claws, Malevolent Talon, had personally led their entire fleet in support of the Space Sharks. In the process, you unexpectedly learned the true reason behind their aid. Chief Librarian Tik Urnji had secretly sent an encrypted astropathic message without the knowledge of the Ashen Claws. The deal was simple: if the Ashen Claws provided fleet support, the Crimson Scar would return hunger and thirst. Clearly, you had underestimated the obsession of Nihart, the Ashen Claws chapter master, with those twin lightning claws. However, when you questioned Captain Shavon about whether chapter master Tiberius would truly return the weapons, all you received was his silent, piercing gaze. The chief librarian has no authority to make such decisions. Podrick, if it were you, would you return them? Shavon asked, his expression impassive. You hesitated for a moment before shaking your head slightly. You knew that the Crimson Scar would rather challenge Nihart to a duel to the death than simply hand over such prized weapons. After all, in the unspoken traditions of the Carcharodons, what is taken belongs to the one who seized it. Week 6. The White Maw once again emerged from the warp, its Geller field stabilizing. However, in the next instant, deafening alarms blared across the ship. You powered up your barely repaired Terminator armor and rushed to the bridge. There, you found Captain Shavon, already commanding the entire company in preparation for battle. And then came the bad news. The White Maw had not arrived at the correct coordinates as guided by the astropaths. Instead, the warp's chaotic currents had thrown you dangerously close to a retreating Tyranid hive fleet. Shipboard sensors quickly confirmed the worst: it was Kraken's remnants, the same hive fleet that the Space Sharks' home fleet had just driven from the Imperium's borders. In the cold, empty void, massive bioships living Kraken-like behemoths slowly opened their cavernous maws. From within, countless Tyranid sirens and Vanguard drones swarmed into the blackness of space, charging madly at the White Maw. A relentless barrage of bioplasma and corrosive acid spewed toward the ship's void shields, erupting into terrifying waves of multicolored energy. More hangars aboard the bioships yawned open, unleashing wave after wave of fighter drones and escort organisms, forming a living defensive perimeter around their vulnerable capital ships. The White Maw immediately returned fire. Weapon arrays along the flanks lit up with deadly brilliance. Alternating salvos of plasma and laser weaponry tore into the incoming Tyranid forces, striking down sirens and Vanguard drones attempting to board. Yet, for a lone Tyrant-class cruiser, its firepower was but a drop in the ocean against an entire hive fleet. Even though the enemy had recently suffered losses, the White Maw was already teetering on the brink of destruction. Captain Shavon swiftly ordered the company to prepare for boarding actions. You stood motionless, your gaze sweeping over your towering battle brothers. A resolute glint flashed in your black eyes. Captain, what is the most powerful weapon aboard this cruiser? You demanded, your voice grim. Shavon calmly slung a boltor onto his Terminator armor's belt and met your gaze. Podrick, don't hesitate. The fate of Third Company is decided here. Win, and we live, lose, and we die. It's that simple. He grasped a chain sword, his dark eyes steady and unreadable. Captain, do you trust me? You took a deep breath and blinked. You are my battle brother. You are part of Third Company, part of the chapter. What exactly are you planning? Shavon's sharp instincts caught on to your intentions. One more time, Captain, does this ship have any weapon capable of truly threatening the hive fleet? If not, then we fight to the last drop of blood. You stepped closer to him. The armory contains 3 relic-grade Cyclone torpedoes. The ship itself has an ancient Nova cannon, but firing it will drain our void shields, meaning we can only fire once. Shavon locked eyes with you. Captain, I request permission to take one of the Cyclone torpedoes and execute a solo boarding maneuver. I will buy White Maw the time it needs to re-enter the warp. Your decision was immediate and unwavering. Shavon refused outright. You were forced to invoke the Emperor's blessings and the Void Father's favor to prove your resolve. Captain, if the moment is right, I will return from the void. We will meet again. You saluted in the manner of your chapter. Shavon was silent for a long time, then finally gave his approval. Under his command, a white-haired tech marine retrieved the 3 Cyclone torpedoes from the armory. You programmed 2 of them with timed detonation settings, while the last was entrusted to Shavon for remote activation. As the ship rocked violently under continued bombardment, its hull groaning under the assault, you rejected any offers from your battle brothers to join you. Your plan was to pilot a Thunderhawk gunship alone for the boarding assault. However, as you reached the hangar, you found all 13 remaining Thunderhawks powered up and ready. A group of mortal auxilia pilots stood before you. They had volunteered for what was undoubtedly a one-way mission. "Milord, we've heard the tales you once slew a Void Kraken single-handedly. To fight alongside you would be our greatest honor." Their bright, determined smiles left you speechless. With a solemn expression, you turned to the gathered warriors of Third Company and saluted them in the manner of the chapter. Then, raising your armored fist, you returned a salute in the style of the Imperial Navy to the mortal pilots. At that moment, at the prow of the White Maw, the ancient Nova cannon finished charging its deadly energy coiling within, ready to be unleashed. Chapter 125, 121, Saturn-type Terminator power armor. Amidst the cold void of space, the side batteries of the Tyrant-class cruiser White Maw lit up in rapid succession. The fully charged plasma weapon arrays erupted once more, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. Countless drone frigates, unable to evade in time, were incinerated into ashes, with even a large number of Tyranid sirens caught in the blast. The prismatic void shields trembled violently, and the massive metal warship adjusted its facing. Meanwhile, within the ship's bow, inside the enormous barrel of its primary cannon, a 50-meter-wide plasma projectile had already completed its initial acceleration, swiftly approaching the speed of light. In the next moment, the void shields enveloping the cruiser dimmed slightly. This weakening allowed the relentless barrage of bioplasma to pierce through the defenses, striking the metal hull. Then, a colossal energy beam erupted violently from the ship's main cannon. In an instant, the plasma projectile tore through the icy void, reaching the heart of the Tyranid swarm fleet. The drone frigates and battle drones scattered, accelerating in a desperate attempt to shield the fleet. The massive narwhal bioships began shifting their enormous bodies, trying to evade or block the unstoppable Nova cannon blast. But it was in vain. The plasma shell detonated at its designated target. In the blink of an eye, a tidal wave of destruction, spanning thousands of kilometers, surged like an exploding star, annihilating nearly a third of the Tyranid fleet. At the same time, as the void shield struggled to regenerate and the White Maw's warp engines began preheating, the cruiser's hangar doors opened. 13 gauntlet assault boats surged into the void, racing toward the disoriented Tyranid fleet. However, the fleet, despite suffering catastrophic losses, seemed unfazed by the destruction of its countless living vessels. Before long, more Tyranid sirens and drone frigates were released from the bellies of the narwhal bioships. This was not good news for the 13 approaching gauntlet assault boats. As expected, the moment 5 of them engaged with the drone frigates, they barely managed to fire a single thermal beam before being obliterated by the relentless onslaught of bioplasma. There was no time to mourn the fallen mortal auxiliaries. Your gauntlet assault boat was immediately surrounded by the remaining 7, shielding you at the center. As your formation braved the Tyranid sirens ramming attacks and the hail of bioplasma, only 2 gauntlet assault boats remained at your side. Your armored hand clenched tightly. You gripped the detonation switch for the cyclone torpedo. Ahead, your vision was filled with the grotesque forms of Tyranid bioweapons, surging toward you like an unstoppable tide. At that moment, a mortal-piloted gauntlet assault boat rushed ahead. In a blinding explosion, it self-destructed, tearing open a path for you at the cost of its own existence. You and the other surviving assault boat burst through the breach before the Tyranids could close ranks again. Suddenly, countless drone frigates emerged from beneath a narwhal bioship. Just as you prepared to manually detonate the cyclone torpedo, the other gauntlet assault boat wobbled slightly, its bulky hull and rear wings shifting ever so briefly, almost as if bidding you farewell. Then, its engines roared, and it surged ahead, overtaking you. Another explosion erupted, carving a fleeting corridor through the enemy ranks. You inhaled sharply, revealing your shark-like, gleaming white teeth. With a roar that echoed through your cockpit, you shoved the throttle to its limits and activated the thermal beam. Your gauntlet assault boat, like a lone, raging beast, smashed through several drone frigates and forced its way into the body of a narwhal bioship. You pressed the detonation switch. A radiant light erupted behind you. You had no time to feel pain. Your Terminator armor and formidable physique were instantly vaporized. You are dead. Simulation complete. Duration, 42 days. You have earned selectable rewards. 1 ancient cyclone torpedo. 1. Note, a relic weapon scavenged from a lost technological ruin by a space shark. This warrior had countless chances to use it, yet the tides of battle always forced him to hold back. Note, Xenos and heretics, your extermination order has arrived. 2 damaged Raven pattern chainsword axe, Mastercraft. Note, a close combat weapon once wielded by the space shark Asteroids named Spongy, who perished resisting unknown Xenos in the Ghoul Stars. For the Void Father, for Lord Patrick. Spongy roared in defiance before his death. 3 ancient Saturn pattern Terminator armor, standard. Note, features massive shoulder pauldrons equipped with a shield generator, capable of withstanding intense bombardment. Its domed helmet contains threat detectors, motion sensors, and multiple auger arrays, constantly monitoring the wearer's vitals. Designed specifically for melee combat, making it the perfect companion for close-range weapons. Its structure is ancient and intricate, with many internal components lacking proper maintenance. It can still fight, but not for long. Simulation time exceeded 24 hours. Simulator wear and tear not exempted. Cooldown, 420 hours, 10:1 ratio. Available cooldown time, 1809 hours. Consume cooldown time. Cooldown not consumed. Simulator entering natural cooldown, can be bypassed anytime. The simulation ended once more. Zaire, having just reviewed his reward choices, abruptly widened his wolf-like blue eyes. He leapt off his metal cot in excitement. His bare feet met the cold steel floor. I've been waiting day and night for this. My Terminator armor is finally here. A wide grin split his face, revealing his fangs. It's decided. Saturn pattern Terminator armor, you're mine. Chapter 126, 122 Terminator power armor. 25 minutes later. Inside the brightly lit base hall, a towering power armor, nearly 28 meters tall and weighing a ton, stood before Zaire. Right behind him, David, the Iron Man, slightly hunched with his metallic spine, lifted his metal head. The blue light in his eye sockets continuously scanned the massive armor in front of him. Before long, David completed his scan. He shook his metal head slightly and said to Zaire, who stood with arms crossed, "My lord, I have a basic understanding of the internal structure of this power armor." Hearing David's words, Zaire, his wolf-like turquoise pupils narrowing, pondered for a moment before asking, "David, can you modify its structure? Without the black carapace's assistance, I can't operate this thing at all." "My lord, the power armor consists of an outer ceramic steel shell, an internal adamantine skeleton, electronic muscle bundles running throughout, and various complex life support and detection systems." David took a step forward. He walked to the front of the power armor. Tilting his metallic head upward slightly, he stared at the towering metal construct before continuing. "I can guarantee that the ceramic steel armor and skeleton can be disassembled and reassembled without issue if it's just removing and reinstalling the electronic muscle bundles. I can manage that as well. However, I know nothing about the more intricate systems, especially the energy source in the power pack. To me, this power armor is a technological black box. I can replicate and reconstruct certain aspects, but truly understanding the technology behind it would require complete blueprints and schematics." David turned around and spread his metal palms towards Zaire. "Forgive me, my lord. I am, after all, just a construction worker, not a true Mechanicus priest. You need an expert in this field if you still have the power to work miracles. I wonder, can you create one?" David lifted his metal head. His metal hands clasped together slightly, and his mechanical voice carried a trace of anticipation. Zaire, expressionless, slowly curled his lips into a grin. His hidden fangs emerged. With a stiff expression, he said, "Perhaps in the future, but for now, it's not possible." "David, is there really no other way?" My lord, I have an idea." David suddenly turned to glance at the power armor. "If you need it for immediate combat, I could craft a makeshift version using standard Terra metals. A metal skeleton suited to your physique, an outer shell of regular metal, incorporating the power armor's electronic muscle bundles. If I study force feedback mechanisms and integrate a new energy source, or perhaps still use the power pack, it could work. However, it would lack many of the armor's systems, meaning your combat ability may not increase much, and your survivability would significantly decrease." Zaire listened in silence to David's proposal. A glint flashed in his turquoise wolf-like eyes. "David, let's do it. Leaving this thing here as a decoration is a waste." "My lord, first, you must understand that this project carries a high risk of failure, and I still need to build Professor Connor's biological lab. The underground passageways are fully dug out, but some areas still lack security installations." David immediately nodded in agreement. Then, he began listing the current task priorities. Zaire raised a sharp-tipped finger and rubbed his forehead. With a sigh, he said, "I understand, David, I understand. The current Hunter-class armor is sufficient for any threat. There's no need to rush. Stick to your schedule. Thank you for your understanding." David shook his metal head slightly and turned toward the base's corridors. His steps seemed lighter. Zaire, with a helpless expression, reluctantly reached out and ran his hand over the cold, heavy ceramic steel shell of the power armor. Then, he turned and walked toward the round metal table, taking a seat beside it. Just as he was settling in, a sudden thought struck him. Before long, a startled cry from the armory interrupted his thoughts. Zaire's expression remained blank as he swiftly got up. His tall frame moved quickly toward the source of the noise. "Jessica, what's with the shouting? What's going on?" However, as he stepped into the armory, his words caught in his throat. At that moment, two identical Jessicas stood in front of the weapon rack, their height, physique, and even expressions of shock perfectly mirrored. In one of their hands, fine, multicolored powder shimmered under the light. Zaire instantly analyzed the situation rationally. That position, it had held the crystal orb, a trophy from the Minotaur. Agar? "Jessica, do you feel any signs of mental intrusion? Any unusual changes?" Expressionless, Zaire let his arms drop. His sharp, clawed fingers slightly spread apart, ready to attack at any moment. Boss, I feel fine, no discomfort at all. I swear, I'm telling the truth." Seeing Zaire's aggressive posture, the shocked Jessica quickly tossed the shimmering powder back onto the weapon rack. The next second, one of the two identical Jessicas slowly faded into thin air. Zaire took a deep breath and blinked his turquoise wolf-like eyes. His lips curled into a smirk, revealing his fangs. "I really hate these damned magical artifacts. Not even a dim instruction manual. Chapter 127, 123 The Use of Illusions and the Displeasure of the Soul. Wearing protective goggles, Connors carefully used metal tweezers to pick up a tiny crystal powder, no larger than a needle tip. Under the bright light, the fine powder shimmered with a shifting, iridescent glow. He squinted and examined it repeatedly for a long time before finally turning to Zaire, who stood nearby, as well as Jessica, who was staring wide-eyed. His tone was firm as he spoke. I'm not an expert in materials science, but I can guarantee with my knowledge that this is not something modern technology can create, especially considering its ability to generate illusions. Zaire, you said this was a trophy taken from a minotaur-like creature? I'll take some time to research relevant myths and ancient legends to see if I can find any clues. That would be a great help, Professor. Zaire, arms crossed, blinked. After a brief moment of contemplation. He spoke softly. Fortunately, this didn't cause a bigger incident. I don't know what exactly happened to this substance, but it serves as a warning to me. We need to start establishing protocols in the future. Any unknown trophies from the battlefield must not be taken carelessly. Even if we do retrieve them, they must go through rigorous testing procedures. Understood, boss. Before Connors could respond, Jessica, brimming with excitement, eagerly raised her hand. If you have so much energy, double your training. Zaire, expressionless, shot Jessica a glare before turning back to Connors and asking, by the way, Professor, do you know any other scientists? I've realized that our team's scientific knowledge and research foundation are quite weak. As long as they're not completely insane, I can provide funding and equipment. Hearing Zaire's request, Connors' face showed a hint of embarrassment. He gently put down the metal tweezers and raised his only arm to smooth his increasingly thinning, greasy blonde hair. Zaire, I don't want to disappoint you, but I'm just a high school biology teacher. My old classmates either changed careers or weren't as skilled as I am. Zaire remained expressionless, giving a slight nod before announcing the end of the meeting. Connors resumed directing Iron Man David in building the laboratory. Jessica was sent off for physical training. Sitting alone at the metal round table, Zaire blinked his cyan wolf-like eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and pinched a small amount of crystal powder. Zaire opened the simulator interface and scanned the powder in his hand, hoping to determine its origins. Unknown relic, ashes of an ancient remnant. Description: a precious artifact forged from the ashes of an unknown ancient remnant, consecrated over centuries through countless human sacrifices. The material's solid form was obliterated by an overwhelming force, reducing it to dust, yet it still retains a harmless passive ability. Note: a sufficient quantity of this powder allows the user to create incredibly realistic illusions, but it has no other use. Additional note: please seek out other hazardous materials. Ashes are worthless to the simulator. Zaire instinctively widened his cyan wolf-like eyes. He had only intended to test it, not expecting the simulator to actually provide useful information. Perhaps in the future, the simulator could also function as an identification tool? Zaire blinked before closing the simulator interface. He grabbed more of the crystal powder. As his thoughts turned in his mind, a sudden transformation took place. His gray hair, sharp fingertips, and rough, knuckle-thick hands slowly returned to their normal state. Even his cyan wolf-like eyes completely reverted to their original color. Smiling faintly, Zaire gazed at his blurred reflection on the metal table. He carefully examined his unchanged yet seemingly normal hand, which had only been visually altered. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, I did worry that undergoing more asteroids modifications would make me completely disconnected from human society. Now, at least, that concern is gone. With a smirk, Zaire casually tossed aside the crystal powder, allowing his body to revert to his gray-haired, wolf-eyed form. Meanwhile, in the base's main hall, the Terminator power armor was being dismantled by David. Layer by layer, its thick ceramic steel plating was carefully removed, exposing the complex electronic muscle fibers and an intricate network of unknown metal tubing beneath. As the process advanced, David's movements slowed considerably. Each time it removed an electronic muscle fiber, it paused to analyze and reconsider its approach. The cautiousness of its actions made it seem as if it were disarming a ticking time bomb rather than dismantling power armor. At that moment, Zaire remained seated at the metal round table, occasionally glancing at the tireless Iron Man. Leisurely, he took a few sips of chilled Tygus beast milk before returning to the thick book in his hands. Zaire wasn't merely overseeing the work, he was attempting to learn a new language. Among the salvaged debris, he had found several Imperial defense manuals and similar texts. Wanting a more systematic understanding of how to construct an Imperial Guard, he had to rekindle his learning mindset. With Iron Man David's translated texts as reference, he diligently studied the unfamiliar language. Snap! Suddenly, a faint crackling sound accompanied by a spark of electricity broke the silence. One of the yet-to-be-removed electronic muscle fibers in the Terminator suit had suffered some unexpected damage. Zaire instinctively looked up. Fixing his gaze on David's massive frame, he softly advised, David, I think you need a break. My lord, this was merely a minor miscalculation. Despite his words, David still set down the damaged electronic fiber and walked over to the metal table. My lord, something is odd. I followed the exact same dismantling procedure and timing as before, yet there were unforeseen errors. I originally thought this Terminator suit lacked a machine spirit, but now I'm not so sure. I have an old trick. According to rituals, we could try lighting incense and offering a prayer. Zaire furrowed his brows and set his book aside. He rubbed the bridge of his nose with 2 sharp fingertips. Whether or not it works, only heaven knows. Hearing this, David slightly tilted his metallic head. The blue glow in its eyes flickered momentarily, and its mechanical voice carried a hint of helplessness. My lord, I believe we need the guidance of a specialist. Even a low-ranking adept from the Mechanics would suffice. Chapter 128, 124, Servo Skull, Reeditus. For the next period of time, Zaire's plan to dismantle the Terminators encountered numerous crises. He had no choice but to temporarily halt their reckless dismantling attempts. It wasn't that he was concerned about the Terminator power armor. Zaire was more worried that a single careless move could damage the subatomic fusion reactor in the power pack, sending the entire base, along with half of Manhattan, straight to oblivion. Thus, he began a relentless salvage operation. He aimed to recover anything related to the Mechanics through this method. If luck was on his side and he managed to obtain an STC related to power armor, then all he'd need to do was input the appropriate materials, and step by step, he could manufacture power armor. A foolproof process saving time, effort, and resources. However, Zaire seemed to have underestimated the limits of the simulator. Or rather, the items salvaged through this method could only be lifeless objects. Salvage result, dead orc, 1 unit, choose with caution. Note, an ancient relic from the Beast Wars. Dig a hole, bury it, count to 5, and next year, the place will be swarming with greenskins. Salvage result, deceased Ildari Ranger, 1 unit, choose with caution. Note, a fresh corpse from an Asuriani craft world. Wow, a red-haired, pale-skinned, long-legged Eldar. Come on, brother, strike while it's hot. Salvage result, a long-dormant servo skull, 1 unit. Note, crafted by tech priest Reeditus himself, made from his own skull. It talks, it sings, it even curses, but it doesn't have a brain. Salvage result, a massive chainsword, 1 unit, choose with caution. Note, forged on Armageddon, a ridiculously oversized melee weapon weighing several hundred kilograms. Oi, where's me choppa? I just left it air. Salvage result, a brand new servo arm, 1 unit. Note, manufactured on Forge World Yomi 8, the Mechanicus' favorite multi-purpose tool. Of course, it's also been known to rip an asteroids in half from time to time. Salvage result, a tech monk adrift for a century, half a unit. Note, a low-ranking tech priest who met an unfortunate end, now reduced to a charred upper torso. Just burn it, it's too far gone to be useful. Salvage result, Avenger Shuriken Catapult, 1 unit, choose with caution. Note, a standard weapon of the Eldar Aspect Warriors, forged in their webway factories. Deadly, but doesn't last long. Zaire frowned slightly as he scanned through the list of salvage results, his face devoid of expression. Without hesitation, he dumped all the corpses, as well as the items marked with choose with caution, straight into the trash classification bin. Then, he sorted through the recovered ammunition, supplies, and fuel. In the end, he only found 2 truly useful items. One was the servo skull made from tech priest Reeditus' own head. The other was a brand new servo arm. 300 salvage attempts, and this is all I got. Zaire narrowed his cyan wolf-like eyes, his fangs slightly exposed. He twitched his nose and then, without hesitation, initiated another round of targeted salvage. This time, he specifically aimed for power armor STCs. He immediately allocated 500 hours worth of resource time. It wasn't that he didn't want to max it out at 1,000 hours, he just figured that the chances of success would drastically decrease on the second attempt. This was just a gamble. If he succeeded, great. If not, he'd only be out a few hundred firearms. Targeted salvage countdown, 99 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Zaire glanced at the countdown timer, then retrieved the servo arm and the servo skull. Thunk! A heavy servo arm crashed onto the metal floor of the resting area, producing a loud noise. Bzzzzz. At the same time, the hovering servo skull activated its anti-gravity engines and floated into the air. Zaire squinted, carefully inspecting the small contraption before him. A metal plaque, engraved with a name and title, was nailed into the forehead of the pristine white skull. The eye sockets, lined with metallic rims, housed glowing mechanical sensors. 2 basic mechanical pincers extended and retracted beneath the skull, seemingly running a self-diagnostic. Simultaneously, the illumination module installed on the skull flickered slightly. A few seconds later, a cold mechanical voice emerged from the speaker. Flesh is weak, machine is eternal. Query mode activated. Asteroids detected. Greetings, I am Tech Priest Reeditus. With the faint hum of its anti-gravity engines, the servo skull drifted closer to Zaire, its eye sockets glowing blue. What are your functions? Zaire widened his cyan wolf eyes, asking with curiosity. Lighting mode, basic surgical mode, equipment maintenance mode. If reconnaissance mode is required, please install weapons. The servo skull rattled off its capabilities in a mechanical monotone. Equipment maintenance mode. Zaire's eyes lit up. Can you repair or modify power armor? Greetings, I am Tech Priest Reeditus. Greetings, I am Tech Priest Reeditus. Tuss, tuss, tuss. Just as Zaire was about to probe further, the servo skull's voice began to stutter. Like a machine caught in an endless loop, it repeated the same phrase over and over. Then, without warning, it fell silent. Only the flickering blue light in its eye sockets and the faint hum of its engines remained. Zaire furrowed his brows, a puzzled expression on his face. Did it break? Is Imperial manufacturing really this bad? He muttered to himself. He stood up, inspecting the servoskull up close. After a while, he found no obvious external damage. With no other options, he left the hovering skull where it was and walked out of the resting area. He planned to have someone examine it, hoping to extract any data stored within its systems. Perhaps there was knowledge hidden inside, something about appeasing machine spirits or even power armor maintenance technology. However, as soon as Zaire exited the room, a thin wisp of black mist seeped through the metal walls. It seemed to sense the presence of the servoskull. Without hesitation, it surged toward the hovering device and infiltrated it. BZZZZT. Greetings, I am Tech Priest Redidus. As the blue light in its eye sockets flickered erratically, the mechanical voice returned. Greetings, I am Tech Priest Redidus. Greetings. Where the hell am I? By the Emperor? By the Omniscia. I, Redidus, am alive again. Chapter 129, Good Teamwork, David. Zaire found David hard at work on a construction project. One by one, metal building materials seemed to be enchanted by some mysterious magic. With a casual toss from David, they landed precisely in their correct positions. Then, with a gentle swipe of his metal palm, the tiny gaps between the materials seamlessly fused together, forming a complete structure. Zaire, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, greeted Connors, who was crouched on a chair. Without looking up, Connors simply waved a hand in acknowledgement, continuing to study the many pieces of data on his tablet. Zaire didn't mind. He walked up to David. His cyan wolf-like pupils focused on the nearly dazzling movements of the mechanical figure. Unable to hold back, he praised. David, every time I see your construction skills, it's like watching a masterpiece unfold. David rotated his metal head slightly, his hands and limbs never ceasing their work. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Do you need me for something? Zaire bared his fangs in a grin and said with amusement. Actually, it's nothing too urgent, my little miracle. You know, I just acquired a mechanical arm and a servoskull. I suspect its system might contain some Mechanicu's technology, so... Before he could finish speaking, David's blue-lit eyes flickered as he turned his metal head. He nodded slightly and said, Please wait a moment, my lord. This section of the construction will be completed shortly. I'm in no hurry. Finish your work first. Zaire crossed his arms and stepped back a few meters, giving Iron Man David space. In the next instant, the synchronized movements of the metal giant quickened even further. The metal building materials surrounding him rapidly decreased. About 5 minutes later, when the last piece of material was seamlessly fused into the wall, the first section of the laboratory was officially completed. David took a few steps back, slightly hunching his metallic spine, the blue light in his eyes rippling as if admiring his own creation. Finally, he gave a small bow toward Zaire in the distance. Thank you for your patience, my lord. Let's go. Zaire nodded and turned to leave the lab. The two did not disturb Connors, who sat nearby with a furrowed brow, constantly scratching his thinning blonde hair, as if trapped in an unsolvable dilemma. 3 minutes later, Zaire and David arrived at the base hall, stopping in front of the lounge door. By the way, that servoskull seems to have some issues. The Empire's product quality is. However, the moment Zaire pushed open the metal door, his keen instincts immediately alerted him to danger. In an instant, his cyan wolf-like pupils shrank sharply. His towering figure leaped forward, narrowly dodging a sudden attack from inside the room. Buzz! A deep whooshing sound accompanied the rapid descent of a massive servo arm. Slamming heavily onto the metal floor, boom! A deafening crash echoed through the lounge. At the same time, Zaire, his expression cold, had already turned his powerful body. In one swift motion, he drew the plasma pistol from his waist. His finger rested on the trigger, just as electric light surged within the gun's barrel, the scorching plasma about to fire. Wait! The floating servoskull frantically shook its mechanical claws. Its artificial voice was filled with unmistakable shock and excitement. By the Omniscia? An unknown Primarch? I swear upon the honor of the Adeptus Mechanicus, this is just a misunderstanding? A Martian-sized misunderstanding. Primarch, please don't shoot. I surrender? I surrender. However, before the floating skull could continue, two black, metallic hands suddenly appeared beneath it. David caught the airborne servoskull in his grasp, effortlessly restraining it. No matter how the skull adjusted its anti-gravity thrusters, it was unable to break free from the ironclad grip. A man of iron. By the Omniscia? Omniscia, protect me. There's actually a man of iron here? An actual man of iron. Where are the protectors? Primarch, call the Asteroids battle group immediately. As if the sight of Iron Man David had pushed it to the brink. The servoskull's glowing red optics flickered wildly as it screamed in near hysteria. Shut up. Only when Zaire, expressionless, once again aimed his plasma pistol at it did the servoskull finally fall silent. I ask, you answer. If you lie, I'll send you straight to the Emperor. Zaire's cyan wolf-like pupils stared unblinkingly at the floating skull. His voice was slow and deliberate. Name. If I remember correctly. Redidus. Age. 8 or 900 years. Maybe 1,000. Rank. Adeptus Mechanicus, Forge World of Steel Orb, a tech priest, originally a forge master, an expert in relic excavation. Respected Primarch, I've had many titles. I'll shut up, shutting up now. Why are you a servoskull? Did you upload your memories yourself? Or were you corrupted by chaos? Narrowing his eyes, Zaire stepped closer, pressing the plasma pistol's barrel right against the skull's forehead. Primarch, I really don't know. I just remember dying during a relic expedition, likely killed by Necrons. Then, when I woke up, I was like this. Allow me to explain. I thought I had been modified by traitors or Xenos, so I was trying to escape. I didn't mean to attack you. At this moment, the servo skull, Redidus, had its glowing red optics blinking furiously, its mechanical voice filled with confusion and grievance. However, Zaire suddenly smirked. With a subtle nod, he signaled to David. David immediately understood. His metal hands began to tighten their grip. Instantly, a terrifying creaking noise came from Redidus' pristine skull, as if it was moments away from being completely crushed. Ah, Primarch, mercy, I swear I am loyal. It must be the Emperor's divine will that revived me to serve you. For the Emperor? For the Omnissiah. As Redidus howled in near panic, Zaire's cold expression slowly relaxed into a grin, revealing sharp fangs. Narrowing his eyes, he lowered his plasma pistol. David also loosened his grip and released the servo skull. Zaire calmly observed the skull, now hovering unsteadily as if recovering from a great shock. Sniffing the air, he smiled. You see, if you had just sworn loyalty earlier, we could have avoided all this. As for your attack, I'll let it slide, since we both serve the Emperor's currency. Thank you, my Primarch. Your heart is as vast as a star and as deep as a black hole. Redidus' optics flashed as its mechanical voice trembled with relief. At that moment, David stepped forward, bowing slightly toward Zaire. My lord, it is merely a servo skull, hardly worth your time. Perhaps I should dismantle its system to eliminate any risks. A scheming, smooth-talking man of iron. Primarch, you mustn't listen to this Xenos heretic's lies. I swear, no one can replace a tech priest of the Mechanikus. And my mind holds countless blueprints of powerful machines. If you give me time, I can reconstruct them all. Watching the skull's frantic movements, Zaire licked his fangs and spoke softly. There's an ancient Terminator power armor outside. I need it completely dismantled. If you prove your worth, I'll reconsider your future. Primarch, understood. I understand everything. I can do it all. With a low hum from its anti-gravity thrusters, Redidus instantly turned and darted toward the exit. As the gleaming back of the skull disappeared, Zaire and David exchanged knowing glances. Clap. Their palms met in a firm high five. Good teamwork, David. Praise the Omnissiah, my lord, we are always in sync. Chapter 130, 126 Winter Solitaire. Servo Skull. Redidus took half an hour to fully process the crucial information that it was now in an unknown, alien world. However, just when Zaire thought the machine would fall into despair, Redidus instead burst into hysterical laughter, its excitement echoing through the base. It began flying back and forth in the main hall, chattering incessantly about artificial intelligence and various forbidden technologies, ones that Zaire had never heard of but were clearly considered heretical within the Mechanikus. Left with no choice, Zaire once again drew his plasma pistol and made a set of ironclad rules for Redidus. Any forbidden technology that could possibly, potentially, or even remotely endanger humanity or Terra was strictly off limits for research. Violation equals death. Any forbidden technology that could threaten the base or its personnel had to be reported in advance and approved by at least 3 people before research could begin. Violation equals still death. As a compromise, the ever-generous Zaire allowed Redidus to pursue research on artificial intelligence. After all, Earth was already flooded with such technology. Besides, if Redidus was willing to help Iron Man David develop a knockoff version of Terminator power armor, Zaire would consider granting it access to one relatively harmless forbidden technology. After a brief moment of contemplation, Redidus swore by the Omnissiah and the Emperor that it would abide by these restrictions. Zaire was delighted to have a tech priest on his side, but soon, he found himself with a new headache. Redidus and Iron Man David did not get along. Redidus constantly mocked David's initial designs for power armor, insisting that he had no understanding of what such a sacred machine, one that had allowed the Asteroids to dominate the galaxy for millennia, truly represented. David, on the other hand, was not one to back down. He frequently pointed out the flaws of Imperial technology and ridiculed the Mechanicus' fanatical beliefs, each time infuriating Redidus to the point where the skull would float around in rage, screaming about challenging David to a duel. In the end, Zaire found a temporary solution to stop their endless arguments. He let Redidus browse the internet. It needed to learn new languages, study Earth's technology, and find the best blueprints for the knockoff power armor project. Before long, Redidus became completely immersed in the online world. It even set up multiple social media accounts and gradually built a persona as a mad scientist. Quickly, it absorbed and analyzed Earth's technological advancements. For the first time in a while, Zaire could finally enjoy some peace. Drinking beast milk, reading books, occasionally visiting his aunt for a chat, life was simple and satisfying. But just as Zaire was settling into this routine, Iron Man David approached him once again, having just completed the construction of the new laboratory. Zaire narrowed his wolf-like cyan eyes, staring at David with a helpless expression. David, what dumb thing did Redidus do this time? Did it send another selfie to someone? As much as I dislike that floating skull, I have to defend it this time. David shook his metal head, his eye sockets glowing faint blue. His mechanical voice was laced with amusement. This time, Redidus was just up against an elite-level internet troll, someone capable of pissing off anyone. It had no understanding of human sarcasm or online social rules. Zaire sighed and set down the heavy book in his hands. Well, if it wasn't Redidus' fault this time, then what happened? David straightened up and began his report. My lord, after the collapse of Rockcon Industries board of directors, Terra's corporate elites have all been scrambling to claim a piece of the pie during that chaos. I found a human lawyer online. A broke, struggling young man who still believes in justice. His name is Foggy Nelson. I hired him at several times the market rate and funded the establishment of his law firm, gathering a group of, well, legal mercenaries. Their job is simple, to make sure that, until you fully control this country or even this planet, you have every legal advantage available. Zaire cracked his neck slightly, his sharp, metallic fingertips clicking against one another, producing a faint sound of grinding steel. David, this plan is solid. I have no objections. David's blue optics flickered again as he continued. With money and legal maneuvering, nothing in human society is off limits. You now own 1/3 of Rockcon's domestic assets, and even Vought Entertainment is under your indirect control. I recently found the location of Rockcon's most important laboratory, which contains a large stockpile of Compound V and its production equipment. I had planned to acquire everything legally, but certain parties refused to play fair. They assassinated the original creator of the compound and even tried to intimidate your lawyers. So now, I wonder, do you feel like stretching your legs a little? David bowed slightly. Zaire narrowed his cyan eyes, a sharp grin creeping onto his face, revealing glinting fangs. Shield? Or Hydra? He asked softly, his sharpened fingertips now grinding against each other at an increasing pace. Both. Some Hydra-backed thugs broke into the law firm, threatening Foggy to drop your claim on Rockcon's assets, but Madame Gao's men have already taken care of those nobodies. As for Shield, they wanted to protect the original scientist and obtain the formula, but Hydra got to him first. His assassination ruined my plan to buy them out. Recently, I intercepted some of their communications. Both sides are sending forces to the laboratory, and their target is your property. David's glowing eyes projected a video feed footage of a car explosion captured by surveillance cameras. Zaire examined the footage closely. In the corner of the frame, he spotted a long-haired man wearing a black mask and a gleaming silver metal arm. Aha, the Winter Soldier. Zaire exhaled slowly, speaking to himself. David immediately analyzed the data. One of Hydra's assassins, a pathetic tool based on his build and facial structure. He is a 100% match with Bucky Barnes, the fallen war hero from World War II. This time, Hydra's team is led by him. David continued projecting images and video logs. A Hydra assassin, a broken weapon if the opportunity arises. I'll try to capture him alive. The fall of Hydra will begin with him. Zaire slowly rose to his feet, his gaze settling on David. David, prepare Valkyrie. The hunt begins. Chapter 131, 127, The Broken Winter Soldier, New Mexico. Under the scorching sun, a convoy of black vehicles, kicking up rolling clouds of dust, roared across the desolate, barren wasteland. The rapidly spinning rubber tires crushed the hardened sand and soil, compacted over countless years, disturbing desert iguanas hidden beneath the surface. Before long, the roaring convoy reached its designated location. A vast expanse of undulating dunes, curving like the silhouette of a woman's body. Hiss! As the vehicles came to an abrupt stop, sand and dust billowed into the air. Thick, armored doors swung open, and figures clad in black combat gear, their faces concealed by dark masks, stepped out from the temperature-controlled interiors. Without hesitation, they strode into the relentless heat. These warriors, towering and well-built, were armed to the teeth. Each carried a high-powered automatic rifle, their tactical vests packed with enough ammunition to wage a small war. Grenades with sleek black casings hung from their belts, reflecting the sunlight ominously. Some, who seemed like elite fighters, carried even heavier weaponry. Single-man rocket launchers slung across their backs. Once the squad had fully assembled, the door of a black vehicle swung open, and a man with long hair leapt out. His left arm, a metal prosthetic, was engraved with a weathered red star. The solace of his combat boots sank deep into the dry, shifting sand as he landed. A soldier nearby quickly stepped forward, offering him a weapon. The long-haired man took the firearm without a word, swiftly pulling back the charging handle and checking the chamber. His voice, hoarse and low, echoed in the heat. All units, check comms. Squad 1, move in ahead, eliminate any potential witnesses. Squad 2, secure the convoy and maintain perimeter defense. Squads 3 and 4, follow me, we're launching the assault. According to intel, our target will be here soon. We need to finish this quickly. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! At his command, the once silent soldiers erupted in a unified, fervent chant. Though their masks hid their faces, their eyes burned with an unmistakable fanaticism. The words seemed to trigger something. Beneath the black war paint smeared under his eyes, the long-haired man's expression contorted. His bloodshot eyes narrowed, his teeth clenching tightly beneath his mask. It was as if he was resisting an unseen pain. TCH. He instinctively raised his gloved hand, pressing it against his temple. At that moment, another soldier hesitated before stepping forward. Lowering his voice, he asked cautiously, "Winter Soldier, sir, are you all right?" A sharp breath. A flicker of something in his eyes. Bob, is it? I'm fine. Stay on mission. Squad 1. Shaking off his daze, the man known as the Winter Soldier exhaled a deep breath, gripping his firearm. His metal arm shot up in a decisive motion. Immediately, Hydra soldiers moving in groups of 10 reacted with swift precision. Their boots pounded against the sand as they sprinted forward, scaling the towering dunes with practiced ease. Minutes later, hidden in the shadows beyond the dunes, 3 buildings emerged from the desert landscape. The Hydra operatives, agile and efficient, rushed toward the structures, slipping inside with military precision. Then silence. From the crest of the dune, the Winter Soldier lay motionless, watching. He began counting the seconds in his mind. 5 minutes passed. No radio contact. No returning scouts. The buildings, shrouded in shadow, stood eerily still, like an illusion conjured by the desert's heat. TCH, what the hell is taking them so long? Bob, lying next to the Winter Soldier, muttered in frustration. Strangely, his superior didn't reprimand him for the comment. Instead, the Winter Soldier's brow furrowed, unease flickering in his bloodshot eyes. Another minute passed. A deep breath. Something was wrong. Suddenly, the Winter Soldier pushed himself up. Click. Kneeling on one knee, he raised his weapon, chambering around with practiced ease. The red star on his metal arm gleamed under the harsh sunlight. Something's off. Squad 2, abandon the vehicles, reinforce the assault teams. Everyone, move out. Before he even finished speaking, the Winter Soldier lunged forward. His long hair whipped behind him as he slid down the dune, landing in a sprint toward the building's entrance. Behind him, Hydra soldiers followed suit, leaping down the shifting sand and charging after their leader. The temperature seemed to drop in the shadows of the buildings. Pressing his back against the concrete wall, the Winter Soldier narrowed his eyes. The entrance was just a few steps away. According to their intel, the target was hidden in a secret underground laboratory beneath the sand, and the only entrance was inside this building. The other structures were mere decoys, storage for supplies. But something was wrong. He couldn't hear anything inside, only the faint sounds of shifting sand, his own soldiers moving behind him. Beyond that, pure, suffocating silence. BZZT. His mechanical arm hummed slightly as he flexed it. Something about this silence was unsettling. A sharp exhale. A last attempt to clear his mind of the disjointed memories and pounding headache. The Winter Soldier made a decision. No hesitation. He dashed inside. Darkness swallowed him whole. Thud thud thud. A heavy sound. Rhythmic footsteps. Then, from the dimly lit corridors, a massive armored figure emerged. Enemy contact? Open fire. Without hesitation, the Hydra operatives raised their rifles. A storm of bullets filled the air, only to stop mid-flight. Metal clattered uselessly against an invisible barrier, and the towering figure remained unscathed. A horrifying realization settled over the soldiers. Their weapons were useless. Then, boom, a red-clad fist smashed into the ground. The deafening roar of explosive rounds erupted in the confined space. Blood, shrapnel, agonized screams. In mere seconds, the Hydra squad was reduced to torn limbs and shattered bodies. A river of blood soaked the sand. Then, bullets rained again, futile against the enemy's energy shield. Desperation. Grenades. Thrown in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions swallowed the figure in fire and smoke. But as the dust settled, it still stood. Then, crash. A single, unstoppable charge. Concrete shattered. And the Winter Soldier barely had time to react before a massive red fist came crashing down. Arg. With a desperate roar, he swung his metal arm to block the attack, only for it to bend and snap under the sheer force. The sickening sound of metal twisting filled the air. Blood spewed from his lips as he was sent flying. He hit the rubble-strewn floor with a heavy thud. For a long moment, he simply lay there, gasping. Then, a face flickered through his shattered memories. A warm smile. A familiar voice. Steve. His lips trembled. Then, everything went dark. Chapter 132, 128. Hail Hydra? Zaire bent down and grabbed the Winter Soldier, who was gradually slipping into unconsciousness. He stepped forward, walking past shattered corpses and debris. Without hesitation, he strode into the scorching, dry desert. The temperature-regulating system inside his Hunter Duke armor had already activated. Even if he were to step into the hellish heat of a volcanic lava field, Zaire could easily endure it. 10 minutes later, he arrived behind a sand dune 3 kilometers away, carrying the Winter Soldier. At this moment, a Valkyrie-class armed transport aircraft was baking under the sun. Its camouflaged metal shell shimmered faintly as it reflected the sunlight. Meanwhile, Iron Man David was loading scientific equipment retrieved from the underground laboratory into the Valkyrie's cargo hold. When Zaire stepped into the cabin with the unconscious Winter Soldier in tow, Iron Man David gently placed a piece of scientific equipment down from its metal hand. It approached Zaire, lowered its head to examine the bloodied and unfamiliar human, and said, "My lord, have you found yourself another recruit?" Something like that. I also hope to extract some Hydra secrets from his memories. Zaire gently placed the Winter Soldier down, leaving him lying on the cold metal floor. He casually removed his sealed metal helmet, revealing gray hair tied at the back of his head. Blinking his cyan wolf-like eyes, he looked at Iron Man David and asked, "Is the laboratory cleared out?" "My lord, I was just about to report the situation." Iron Man David slightly shook its metallic head. It raised its hand, gesturing toward the scientific equipment stacked across most of the cargo hold, and said, "Aside from various manufacturing devices, we recovered nearly a ton of Compound V. In other words, if you wish, you could rapidly assemble a vast army of superpowered soldiers." David, a bunch of superhumans without the will to fight are even worse than the gangsters from the Nest. They're nothing more than infants wielding laser guns. Their destructive power might be sufficient, but against a well-trained military force or an even more terrifying alien threat, they'd likely fail to even maintain basic combat capabilities. Expressionless, Zaire narrowed his cyan eyes and said flatly, "Besides, Professor Connors has yet to fully understand the true effects of these compounds unless we acquire a large number of orphans and start training them from childhood. Human experimentation would bring unintended consequences that I do not wish to deal with. Most importantly, courage and willpower are the true soul of any mortal army. Madame Gao's gang members still require further training. However, you can assist her in selecting 500 elite candidates to form a temporary force. My only requirement for this unit is that they must be fearless and absolutely loyal. Since we won't be engaging in large-scale warfare in the near future, this unit, under my command, will be more than sufficient to handle any conflicts with official forces in urban operations." Zaire lowered his head in thought before continuing. "Make sure to notify Reeditus afterward. Tell it to find a way to mass-produce laser weapons even if they aren't as powerful as the originals. As long as they surpass modern infantry weapons, it'll be fine. We can improve and upgrade them gradually. Of course, if necessary, I'll use miracles to acquire some." Hearing Zaire's words, Iron Man David's blue optic lights flickered. It slightly tilted its metallic head, quickly memorizing the orders Zaire had given. "My lord." However, just as Iron Man David was about to praise him, its blue optic lights suddenly froze for a moment. Then, it immediately turned to Zaire and reported, "My lord, another convoy is approaching the laboratory. Based on their vehicle markings and radio communications, they are SHIELD agents." Upon hearing this, Zaire narrowed his eyes and rolled his neck from side to side, slowly revealing the fangs in his mouth. "A pack of wild dogs who have tasted blood, huh? Well then, I think it's time to give them an unforgettable lesson. Consider it a friendly reminder for Nick Fury." Hearing Zaire's words, Iron Man David suddenly raised its metal hand and pointed at the Valkyrie's cockpit, saying, "My lord, the Valkyrie still has a full stock of ammunition. Perhaps we should." "No need. I have a small idea of my own." Zaire, having put his metal helmet back on, shifted his gaze slightly. He stared at the unconscious Winter Soldier lying on the metal floor, and beneath his helmet, a sinister grin formed. "Hail Hydra." Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Phil Coulson absent-mindedly rubbed the phone in his pocket, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Texting during work hours was a clear violation of SHIELD's regulations, but as an 8th-level agent, he had a bit of leeway. Not to mention, in this makeshift team assembled from a nearby base, he was the only commander. Perhaps noticing Coulson's overly visible smile, the rookie agent driving the vehicle blinked, then cautiously asked, "Sir, you seem to be in a good mood today." Hearing the question, Coulson immediately regained his neutral expression. With a stern face, he replied, "Greg, focus on driving." However, it didn't take long for Coulson's restrained smile to resurface. He turned to the visibly nervous rookie and, in a much gentler tone, said, "It's a personal matter. My girlfriend was selected to host a cello recital." "Oh, that's wonderful news. Congratulations, sir." The rookie agent quickly nodded. But before he could finish his sentence, boom, a deafening explosion suddenly roared through the convoy. One by one, the vehicles at the front erupted in terrifying blasts. Even Coulson's car was violently overturned by a massive shockwave. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, thunderous explosions rang through the air. Dizzy from the impact, Coulson struggled to open his eyes. At this moment, he was hanging upside down, trapped by his seatbelt. Turning his head, he looked toward the driver's seat, only to find that the rookie agent, who hadn't worn a seatbelt, had already lost his life. His neck was twisted at an unnatural angle. His lifeless eyes remained open, still reflecting the lingering remnants of unfulfilled dreams. Greg. Suppressing the grief surging in his heart, Coulson regained his composure as an agent. He fumbled to unfasten his seatbelt, his back hitting the car's roof as he fell. Then, pulling out his handgun, he struggled through the shattered car window, crawling outside. However, just as he tried to get up and assess the situation, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over the sandy ground before him. At the same time, an eerie voice, like a nightmare from the depths of hell, echoed in his ears. Hail Hydra. Chapter 133, 129 Thor. In just 5 minutes, SHIELD's convoy had been completely wiped out. Unlike Hydra, which would leave no survivors, Zaire had held back this time. He needed the remaining wounded to spread the message. This way, both SHIELD and the Hydra agents hidden within it would immediately suspect the designated target. SHIELD would suspect Hydra. Hydra would suspect Hydra. And Zaire could sit back and watch the chaos unfold. He would only strike again when the time was right. Not long after, Zaire, humming a tune, piloted the Hunter Duke armor back onto the Valkyrie. Buzz. Accompanied by the deafening roar of the vectored engines, the armed transport aircraft slowly lifted off, disappearing into the blood-red sunset. Zaire removed his sealed metal helmet and checked on the still unconscious Winter Soldier. Aside from his severely damaged mechanical arm, his internal and external injuries were gradually stabilizing, recovering at a slow but steady pace. It seemed that the super soldier's physique was even more resilient than expected. Satisfied, Zaire leaned back into his seat and closed his eyes to rest. A few minutes later, he suddenly opened them again. He had almost forgotten something important. Glancing briefly at the cockpit, he quickly opened the simulator and navigated to the salvage page. Salvage countdown, 0. Designated salvage, Power Armor STC, Standard Construction Template. Salvage result, Corrupted Mark IV Extreme Power Armor STC fragments. Please choose carefully. Notes. This is a standard construction template for manufacturing extreme power armor with a neural link system. This STC once belonged to General Kulberhal of Mars Mechanicum, but was lost to the void after the rebellion. This template appears to have been corrupted by chaos. Tracing its origins suggests it may be bait thrown out by the warp god Siench. Whoever you are, take it this is your destiny, he, the weaver of fates. Zaire narrowed his cyan wolf-like pupils, carefully scanning the description. Without hesitation, he dragged the salvaged item straight into the trash. He hadn't expected much from this designated salvage in the first place. And now that it was corrupted by chaos? Unless he had lost his mind, he wouldn't even consider keeping it. Closing the simulator, he wrinkled his nose slightly and muttered under his breath. Siench inside the simulator is like a rabid toad can't bite, but damn is it annoying. Resting his massive gauntlets on his knees, Zaire once again closed his eyes. Since the beginning, he had always been extremely cautious with his choices. Anything even remotely linked to chaos, no matter how tempting, was discarded without a second thought. He would rather waste resources than take the risk. My lord, we are about to enter a thunderstorm. The Valkyrie may experience severe turbulence. Before long, the mechanical voice of Iron Butler David interrupted Zaire's thoughts. Got it, David. Zaire stood up swiftly. Lifting the unconscious winter soldier off the cold metal floor, he placed him securely in a seat and fastened the restraints. Then, he double-checked the placement of the research equipment, ensuring that the securing straps were tight enough to prevent damage from collisions. Just as he was about to return to his own seat, David's voice rang out again. My lord, the Valkyrie's sensors have detected an enormous energy surge forming within the storm clouds ahead. We seem to have entered a lightning storm. Zaire stepped into the cockpit, his sharp gaze piercing through the thick, dark clouds outside. His brows furrowed. Why did the weather change so fast? What's our current location and altitude? We are still in New Mexico. Flight altitude, 1,500 meters. David replied without looking back. David, change course immediately. Get us out of this storm. Be careful. Zaire narrowed his eyes, staring at the occasional flashes of blue lightning within the heavy clouds. A memory stirred in his mind. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning tore through the storm, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that drowned out even the roar of the engines. Rain poured down in torrents, battering against the Valkyrie's windows, obscuring visibility. My lord, we enemy attack. David's words were abruptly cut off. His blue optical sensors flickered rapidly, and his metal hand yanked the control stick. The Valkyrie swerved, executing a sharp evasive maneuver. BZZZT? An intense, searing orange beam of energy streaked past the transport aircraft's wing, burning away a section of its outer plating. Inside the cockpit, Zaire stood tall, his spine straight, maintaining his balance despite the turbulence. His gaze locked onto the stormy sky outside, and his fangs slowly bared in a grin. Just moments ago, he had seen a humanoid figure streak past in the darkness. Thor. Taking a deep breath, Zaire's eyes widened. He shouted to David. David, forget everything else. Full speed ahead. Understood, my lord. David skillfully maneuvered the Valkyrie, tilting the massive wings slightly as the aircraft climbed higher, attempting to escape the storm. BZZZT? But before they could break free, a second, even larger beam of searing energy cut through the sky. This time, aimed directly at the fleeing Valkyrie, David yanked the control stick again, sending the aircraft into another desperate evasive maneuver. Bang! Even with David's expert handling, the beam still grazed the wing, dealing minor structural damage. The aircraft shuddered violently, and the turbulence worsened. Inside the cockpit, warning alarms blared incessantly, heightening Zaire's already razor-sharp battle instincts. Zaire exhaled deeply. Cracking his neck, he spoke with iron resolve. David, turn around. Stay low and circle back. Understood, my lord. David's optical sensors flickered in hesitation before finally complying. The Valkyrie swiftly changed course, diving into a low-altitude spiral. With a cold expression, Zaire returned to the cargo hold. He donned his metal helmet once more, reloading the massive gauntlets of his Hunter Duke armor with explosive rounds. Finally, he turned his gaze toward a weapon mounted securely against the cargo bay wall. A horrifying relic of war. A gauze blaster from the Necrons. Click. Without hesitation, Zaire lifted the weapon. Without turning back, he ordered. David, open the hatch. Chapter 134, 130, The Destroyer. The torrential downpour crashed against the desolate, war-torn ground like the heavens themselves had collapsed. Amidst the roaring engines of the Valkyrie, a damaged aircraft with tattered wings streaked across the sky. In the next instant, a towering figure pierced through the veil of rain, landing heavily in the mud-strewn battlefield. Boom! The sheer force of the impact sent a wave of murky rainwater surging outward, rippling through the pools of filth. However, the grime that splashed onto the figure's metallic armor was swiftly washed away by the relentless downpour, merging into the endless, mudded streams. Splash! Zaire stepped forward, muddy water splattering beneath his boots. In one hand, he heft his gauze-burst rifle. With a swift motion, he activated the night vision within his helmet, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. In mere moments, Zaire locked onto a colossal silhouette lurking deep within the rainstorm. A towering, 4-meter-tall metal giant. Its segmented, ring-like metallic body constantly rotated and undulated, revealing brief glimpses of seething energy surging within the gaps of its armored plates. Hiss! The relentless rain evaporated into dense steam upon contact with the immense heat radiating from the metal titan's body. Scorching beams of destruction erupted continuously from its face, bombarding the Valkyrie fighters above and the lightning-clad humanoid figure in the stormy sky. Without a doubt, this was Asgard's ultimate weapon. The destroyer armor, personally forged by the Alfather, Odin. Hiss! Zaire took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the Gaussburst rifle with his massive armored gauntlets. Just as he prepared to activate his Hunter Knight armor and stealthily approach for an ambush. Boom! Suddenly, streaks of terrifying lightning erupted from the ominous storm clouds above. Accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, the bolts of electricity coalesced into a massive, serpentine lightning strike that crashed into the destroyer's immense frame. Crackle! The violent surge of energy interrupted the metal titan's attack, forcefully driving it deep into the ground. Whoosh! At that moment, the air trembled, parting the relentless rain as a figure wielding a hammer crackling with lightning descended from the heavens. Thor, the god of thunder, landed before Zaire. Thud! His heavy form crashed into the earth, sending filth flying in all directions. The moment Thor landed, Zaire's sharp instincts noticed a slight stumble in his steps. Lifting his gaze, Zaire observed that Thor was in no condition to fight. His golden hair, drenched by the rain, clung messily to his pale, battle-worn face. His crimson cape was tattered, barely hanging onto his broad shoulders. Even his gleaming chest armor was marred with scorch marks, burned and battered. Before Zaire could speak, Thor, his expression grim, interrupted. Warrior of Midgard, this is not your battle? Leave at once while I can still hold that thing off. Glaring at the bedraggled god before him, Zaire frowned beneath his metal helmet. Lowering his Gaussburst rifle, he released the trigger and spoke in a low voice. Thor, what the hell is going on? You can't even handle the destroyer. Hearing the unfamiliar warrior's question, Thor's blue eyes flickered with a trace of confusion. You know me? And you recognize the destroyer? No, never mind that. Listen to me, Midgardian. Damn it, it's getting back up. Just how many layers of the Alfather seals have been broken? Before Thor could finish, the metal colossus that had been struck down clawed its way back to the surface. Hiss! Rain cascaded down upon the destroyer's massive frame, instantly turning into hissing steam. Despite the earlier attack, it appeared unfazed. Thor took a deep breath, gripping Mjolnir tightly. Boom! Thunder rumbled overhead. Lightning cascaded down, striking the destroyer's metal body repeatedly. Unfortunately, the destructive energy that could demolish a building barely stalled the Titan's advance. As if regaining its focus, the destroyer locked onto its new targets. The faceplate of its metallic helm split open, unleashing another devastating beam. Buzz! Thor, exhausted from summoning the relentless lightning, couldn't react in time. The searing energy blast struck his chest armor, hurling him through the air. A second beam shot directly toward Zaire. Clang! 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 The Hunter Knight armor's defensive barrier crackled as it resisted the intense heat, absorbing the attack. I can take it. Zaire's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he raised his Gaussburst rifle and squeezed the trigger. Zap! 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 Blinding green energy beams sliced through the downpour, striking the destroyer's body. Yet, instead of disintegrating the target as expected, the attacks merely scorched its surface. The powerful green beams that had once obliterated enemies with ease now only managed to vaporize the outermost layer of the Titan's armor before dispersing. As if repelled by an unseen force, Zaire narrowed his eyes. Runes. Intricate Asgardian runes began glowing all over the destroyer's body. They pulsed with the divine power of the Alfather. Odin's magic? The destroyer, sealed by 9 layers of divine bindings, is my father's ultimate war machine. Even with only one seal undone, it has already laid waste to entire worlds. Now, at least 2 seals have been broken, not even I can defeat it. Thor, gripping Mjolnir, stepped beside Zaire. One hand clutched the scorched hole in his chest armor as rain trailed down his face, disappearing into his golden beard. His blue eyes darkened with sorrow. Run, Midgardian. It only seeks my life. Perhaps if I die, your world will know peace once more. Peace? Like hell it will. Zaire discarded his Gaussburst rifle. He raised both of his massive, red-armored gauntlets. Boom! Explosions ripped through the rain. Boom! 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 The destroyer's rune-covered body shuddered under the relentless barrage, staggering backward. Though the explosions failed to damage its indestructible metal, they momentarily disrupted its attack sequence. Boom! 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 Zaire alternated fire from his gauntlets, then turned to the stunned Thor. Thor, do you fear death? Asgardians do not fear. Thor's blue eyes sparked with latent lightning. As the heir to the throne of Asgard, I fear nothing. The gauntlet's ammunition ran dry. Zaire chuckled under his helmet. Then fight with me. He stretched out one massive armored hand. A weapon materialized within his palm. A massive, 16-meter-long energy blade, its fan-shaped edge pulsating with eerie green light. The phase blade drawn, Chapter 135, 131, The Destroyer, cut it in two. Creak. The electronic muscle fibers inside the Hunter Knight armor began to contract and activate according to Zaire's will. A surge of even greater power erupted. Like a wild, rampaging bison, it charged forward toward the enemy with an astonishing momentum. Thor, the god of thunder, wore a determined expression and hesitated not for a moment. Instinctively, he grabbed the leather strap of Mjolnir. The hammer of thunder swung rapidly, becoming nothing but a blur. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thor's body was lifted off the ground, flying swiftly toward the destroyer. Hiss! At that moment, the destroyer, no longer under the suppression of the explosive shells, began to recover. It opened its faceplate again. A searing beam of destructive energy erupted violently from within. Vroom vroom vroom. Zaire, now the target, felt no fear. Once again, he relied on the protective field of the Hunter Knight armor. He withstood the terrifying energy barrage, deflecting it with sheer force. However, a warning buzzed from within the armor, and Zaire immediately realized the truth. The protective field probably wouldn't hold up against the destroyer's next strike. Even so, he did not stop his charge. Instead, his speed increased to its absolute limit. Clomp clomp clomp. Thick, muddy water splashed with each of Zaire's heavy steps. Behind him, the water seemed to form a long, murky trail. At the same time, a calm voice came through the metal helmet. Thor, buy me time? This weapon's destructive power will be too much even for the destroyer. Thor, flying close to the ground, did not reply, but he trusted his comrade in arms from Midgard. Ah! With a sudden roar from Thor, a dazzling arc of electricity leaped back into Mjolnir's shadow. It quickly engulfed his entire figure. Boom boom boom. In an instant, serpentine bolts of lightning descended from the storm clouds, striking heavily at the destroyer's rune-covered metal body. In the next moment, the destroyer's energy charge was interrupted mid-build-up. Its massive metal body trembled violently with each strike of lightning, on the brink of collapse. Hiss! Yet, a scorching destructive beam still erupted from the destroyer's faceplate. Thor, still in the middle of his magic cast, had no way to avoid it. He was forced to cancel his lightning strike, bracing himself to take the full brunt of the immense energy. Boom! The fiery beam's energy blast sent Thor flying backward, crashing hard into the muddy ground. He landed with such force that it created a massive crater. Thud thud thud. But in the brief window while the destroyer was distracted, Zaire had already closed the distance to its gigantic metal frame. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, creak. As the gap between them rapidly shrank, the Hunter Knight armor enveloping Zaire emitted a mechanical sound, as if it were contracting and distorting. He suddenly leapt from the ground. Gripping the massive superphase sword with both hands, he raised it high above his head. Then, a roar that tore through the heavy rain rang out, shaking the air. For Russ and the father. In that moment, amidst swirling white mist, the destroyer's circular metal body continued to rotate and squirm. It tried to raise one of its massive, metal arms to block the attack. Destructive energy surged from its open faceplate, seemingly ready to explode again. But the destroyer had no chance to retaliate. With Zaire's powerful swing, the superphase sword, glowing with terrifying green energy, effortlessly sliced through the enemy's metal arm. Like a hot knife through butter, it struck directly at the destroyer's faceplate. Thud! With a smooth, silent cut, Zaire landed heavily on the ground, sending another wave of muddy water splashing into the air. Clang! The destroyer, which had halted its offensive, emitted a sound of metal twisting and breaking. The half-arm, covered in runes, fell heavily into the mud. Then, a clear, terrifying scar from the sword rapidly spread down from its face, cleanly penetrating the massive metal body. Crunch! Zaire, powered by the electronic muscle fibers of the armor, heft the glowing superphase sword. Without looking back, he turned and began walking away. Boom! Behind him, the destroyer's metal body, its internal destructive energy extinguished, split in two, crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. Thud! Zaire came to a sudden halt, facing the rain. He tilted his neck slightly and glanced back. Once he saw that the destroyer was indeed destroyed, he snorted. Humph! Zaire, thinking about delivering a final blow, quickly discarded the idea. Still carrying the massive superphase sword, he started walking toward Thor. Soon after, Zaire arrived at the edge of the large crater. He looked down at Thor, who lay in the pit, drenched in rain, and shouted loudly, "Thor, are you dead yet?" Upon hearing the question, Thor slowly lifted his head, his golden hair disheveled. He blinked his blue eyes and raised a large, charred hand. With a gesture, he gave the universal sign for peace. Ha ha ha! In that instant, Zaire, still wearing his metal helmet, burst out into a deep laugh. His laughter grew louder, as if it had infected Thor lying in the pit. Ha ha ha! Thor's golden beard trembled, and even as rainwater poured into his mouth, he couldn't stop laughing from the heart. Boom! The massive Valkyrie mech slowly descended onto the muddy ground nearby. The roaring engine stirred up countless raindrops. Zaire, wearing his helmet, cast a glance at Iron Man David in the cockpit. He turned to Thor, who was battered and exhausted, and asked, "How are your injuries?" Thor, his messy long hair hastily tied up, blinked his blue eyes and wiped the rainwater from his face. With a grin, he said, "I'm not dead yet. The Midgard mortal brother, thank you for your help. I, Thor, owe you a life. The Asgardians never forget a life saved. I will repay your bravery. Thor, better take care of your own business first, especially." Zaire waved his hand, interrupting Thor's promise. He didn't finish his sentence, leaving it hanging. "I understand." Thor nodded solemnly. He took a deep breath and sighed. Mortal brother, though I don't know how you found out about Asgard's matters, you're right. Loki's behavior has crossed the line. Neither Odin nor I, as his brother, will let him get away with it. I need to go. The people of Asgard are waiting for my return. Thor grinned, raising his hand to pat Zyr's armor. When I sort everything out in Asgard, I'll come to Midgard to drink with you. Mortal brother, what's your name again? Thor, this is the third time you've asked. I told you, my name is Zyr. Zyr sighed helplessly, turning to look at the embarrassed Thor. He casually took off his metal helmet, revealing his gray hair and the distinctive blue wolf markings. Thor, wide-eyed, gasped in surprise. His golden beard trembled as he asked, utterly stunned. Mortal brother, you're not human? Are you from Vanaheim? I've heard there are tribes of beastmen there. Who are you calling an animal? Zyr narrowed his wolf-like blue eyes. He instinctively bared his fangs. See, you even have fangs. How are you still human? Sorry. My bad, brother Zyr? Put that thing down. Chapter 136, 132 Unknown Changes? New March 12th. Ha ha ha. Goodbye, Zyr. With a burst of laughter, Thor, wielding Mjolnir once again, cut through the increasingly sparse raindrops. He laughed joyfully as he flew into the night sky. He soared into the depths of the dark, heavy clouds. Zyr, carrying the super phase sword, tilted his neck slightly. The blue wolf boy watched the direction in which Thor disappeared. A fleeting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A few seconds later, Zyr turned to face Iron Man David, who had just stepped forward, and said with a smile, David, help me collect the spoils. This ultimate weapon from Asgard, even though it's been damaged, its metal materials are still incredibly valuable. We might be able to use them for power armor later. Understood, my lord. With blue light flickering in his eyes, Iron Man David gave a slight nod and headed toward the destroyer's wreckage, stepping through the mud. Zyr took a deep breath of the fresh air. He glanced around at the dim, unfamiliar surroundings. Then, he turned and walked toward the Valkyrie transport ship. Along the way, he retrieved the gauze explosive gun that had been thrown into the murky water. Although it had been ineffective against the destroyer, it was still one of Zyr's rare weapons. A few minutes later, Iron Man David returned to the cabin, effortlessly dragging the large metal wreckage. Zyr, who was organizing weapons and equipment, immediately stood up and helped secure the wreckage. Then, he returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Boom, boom, boom. With the roar of the ion engines, the Valkyrie transport ship, with damaged wings, lifted off the ground. It slowly entered the still dark, heavy clouds. However, it wasn't long before the sharp sound of air being torn apart echoed through the night sky again. Thor, the god of thunder, appeared once more, slicing through the fine raindrops. He landed heavily on the muddy ground. Thor, still wielding Mjolnir, blinked his blue eyes as he shook his head. His brow furrowed deeply, and his golden beard trembled with a look of deep concern on his face. His anxiety grew when he realized that Zyr was nowhere to be found. Thor took a deep breath. He muttered to himself. Heimdall didn't respond to my summons. Something must have gone wrong in Asgard, damn it. Without the Bifrost, how am I supposed to get back? I ran too fast earlier. I really need Zyr's help now. Which direction did his flying vehicle go? Right over there. Thor quickly determined the direction, then swung Mjolnir. He shot toward the black night sky once more. Unfortunately, the path he chose was slightly off from the Valkyrie's route. Several hours later, Regidus, who had been tinkering with the computer configurations in the base's hall, instinctively ignored the calls from behind. Suddenly, he was grabbed by the white skull of Zyr, who stood expressionless. Master, please spare me. Before he could finish his plea, Zyr instructed him to repair the Valkyrie transport ship and inspect the destroyer's metal wreckage. Regidus immediately relaxed. He shifted into a fervent technician state, even the red glow in his eyes flickering non-stop. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The anti-gravity engines hummed as mechanical pincers snapped back and forth. Muttering a prayer, Regidus's servo skull sped toward the underground hangar. Zyr watched his retreating figure, shaking his head slightly. He casually removed his hunter knight armor. Just as he was about to head to the rest room, something caught his mind. Zyr found Jessica, who was in the middle of shooting practice. He asked her to stop for a moment. Jessica, go watch over the unconscious man in the medical room. If he wakes up, come find me. The blue wolf boy Zyr looked at Jessica, speaking slowly. By the way, if he tries to resist, just beat him senseless, don't kill him. Upon hearing Zyr's command, Jessica, holding 2 laser pistols, nodded with confusion. No problem, boss. With a satisfied expression, Zyr turned and walked away. He went to the rest room, quickly washed off the sweat, and then laid down on the cold metal bed. Gradually, he drifted into sleep. When Zyr opened his eyes again, the sounds of loud crashes from outside the rest room made him furrow his brow instinctively. He took a deep breath and sprang off the bed, walking toward the door. He opened the metal door and immediately saw Jessica pulling on the metal arm of Bucky Barnes, who was swinging it around. Meanwhile, Regidus's servo skull, laughing, hovered around the two, bouncing in the air. Its mechanical voice was filled with a mischievous tone. Young man, just give me your arm, and I'll let her go. How about it? Unfortunately, Bucky, who had fallen unconscious again, couldn't answer any of these questions. Boss. At that moment, Jessica, with sharp eyes, noticed Zyr standing there, emotionless. She quickly released Bucky's arm, causing the poor man to crash heavily onto the metal floor. Zaire stepped forward, first checking on Bucky's condition. After confirming that he was just back into unconsciousness, Zaire looked at Jessica and asked softly, "Tell me, what happened?" Jessica, instinctively clasping her hands together, blinked rapidly. She nervously swallowed before cautiously replying, "Boss, after he woke up, he tried to escape. I caught up to him. You said I could beat him, so I did. Reeditus happened to pass by and immediately took a liking to his mechanical arm. Boss, I really wasn't bullying him, it was all Reeditus's fault." After speaking, Zaire narrowed his eyes slightly. He listened carefully to Jessica's beating heart with his sharp hearing. Then, he nodded toward her. "All right, this is none of your business. Now go back to your training." "Oh." Jessica nodded slightly. She shot a glare at the floating Reeditus and quickly ran toward the training area. Zaire raised his chin slightly and watched the servo skull, who was trying to sneak away. He bared his teeth. "Within a day, if you don't come up with a design blueprint for a knockoff Terminator, I'll melt you with the Space Necromancer's gauze explosive gun, understand? Woe is me." In the next moment, Reeditus let out a long, drawn-out wail. But knowing it was at fault, it didn't try to haggle. Instead, it quickly flew toward the metal round table. "Humph." Zaire watched the retreating back of the servo skull. He instinctively licked his fangs. Then, he bent down, picked up the unconscious Bucky, and walked toward the medical room. Once Bucky was thrown onto the multifunctional bed, Zaire dragged a metal chair over and sat beside him. He planned to wait for Bucky to wake up and see if they could communicate. However, after a few minutes, feeling a bit bored from forgetting his phone, Zaire began to tap his foot. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the simulator page. He decided to find something to do to pass the time. "If you want, you get to read the next chapters before anyone else. Just go to Patreon, get chapters in advance, patreon.com/the_Indra_. Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 137, 133, Eternal Wolf, The Grey Knight's Supreme Mentor, 1. Cooldown time, 244 hours. Would you like to consume resource time? Zaire stared at the remaining cooldown time displayed on the simulator. His gaze then shifted to the 1009 hours of resource time still available. Without hesitation, he consumed the resource time, instantly removing the cooldown. However, Zaire did not immediately begin the simulation. He was more interested in the only surviving Void Wolf at the moment. After completing his usual silent prayer, he reopened the simulator and made his selection. Simulation initiating. Current available identity, Void Wolf Bloodclaw, Warp. Please choose your incarnation identity. If refused, a random identity will be assigned. Chosen incarnation, Void Wolf Bloodclaw. Simulation initiating. You have once again descended into the Warhammer universe. Time, unknown. Location, unknown. You have arrived in the warp for the first time. Warp currents hurl you into an uncharted realm. You are gravely wounded. You are on the brink of death. You are in a state of suspended animation. Yet, you do not perish. An immensely powerful psychic force envelopes your nearly shattered Astaroot's body. It floods you with boundless vitality, rekindling the dying embers of your soul. You abruptly open your glowing cyan wolf eyes. Your fangs glint slightly as you gasp for air. Instinctively, you tighten your grip on the power axe Frost Fang. Your vision, still hazy, scans your surroundings. Before you lies a shifting expanse of multicolored clouds, interwoven with ethereal, flowing streams of energy that seem almost alive. Your nose twitches subconsciously. Your enhanced senses detect no scent. You struggle upright, your master-crafted power armor battered but functional. Your cyan wolf eyes narrow warily, scanning the surreal environment. Everywhere you look, shifting mirages flicker like illusions, blood-red volcanoes, lush gardens, ornate ringed palaces, and towering crystalline spires. You take a deep breath. You realize that only the 5-meter void beneath you offers any tangible footing. You gradually accept the reality before you. Planting Frost Fang into the ground, you kneel and offer a devout prayer to the Emperor. The Emperor protects. At that moment, the misty phantoms before you begin to part, revealing a dim, gray passage. You catch a glimpse of a towering figure walking ahead. He wears an ancient Aegis pattern Terminator armor. In his left hand, he carries an immense storm shield. On his right shoulder rests a gleaming nemesis sword, his storm bolter swaying rhythmically at his waist. Above his power pack, a crimson banner flutters, bearing the sigil of an unknown warband. You hear him occasionally hum an ancient hymn. You believe this is the Emperor's guidance. Without hesitation, you charge into the passage. The towering warrior senses your presence. He halts, turning slightly. You see his aged, silver-bearded face, deep eyes shining like twin stars. He blinks in confusion. But just as you attempt to speak, the gray passage trembles violently. The Astaroot's warrior frowns and dashes toward you. But he is too late. In an instant, the scene before you fractures and collapses into chaos. When your vision stabilizes, you find yourself in a nightmarish land. The sky burns with crimson light, the ground is cracked with molten lava, and towering volcanoes spew endless fire. You narrow your cyan wolf eyes. You inhale deeply, the air thick with sulfur and the stench of daemons. Your grip tightens around Frost Fang. After a brief hesitation, you step forward, beginning your exploration. Leaping over a river of molten rock, your boots sink into knee-deep volcanic ash. Fragments of ceramite plating crack and flake off your battle-worn armor, vanishing into the lava below. You pay no mind. Stepping onto a jagged obsidian boulder, you suddenly spot a group of newborn bloodletters forging hellblades. Your unexpected presence draws their ravenous eyes. Abandoning their unfinished weapons, they charge at you, wielding crude tools and unsharpened blades. You bare your fangs. With a snarl, you swing Frost Fang and leap into the fray. For the first time, the power axe drinks deep of daemon blood, unleashing its true, terrifying potential. In mere seconds, nearly 30 bloodletters are hewn apart, their wounds laced with creeping frost. This is Frost Fang's unique power. You exhale, wiping daemon blood from your cheek. But suddenly, a scorching, violent force surges within you. It courses through every fiber of your being. Your cyan wolf eyes widen in shock. A fleeting whisper of praise echoes in your mind. Your jaws clench as your will is pushed to its limits. The flame of your soul flickers, on the verge of extinguishing. Then, without warning, a surge of warp fire erupts from the depths of your soul, expelling the invading force. That malevolent energy is forcefully siphoned into Frost Fang. You regain control. Breathing heavily, you kneel, panting. Your gaze falls upon your weapon. Frost Fang has changed. The once ice-blue gem at its core now pulses with a deep, blood-red glow. The runes across its blade, once sacred sigils, have twisted into X-shaped, unholy symbols. You understand their meaning in an instant. They represent an eternal truth. Gurn Chapter 138, Chapter 134, Eternal Wild Wolf, Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Calder Drago, Part 2. You instinctively want to discard the power axe in your grasp. Yet, your rational mind forces you to tighten your grip on the now corrupted chaos weapon Frost Fang. Slowly, you rise from the ground. You vaguely sense that the Astaroot's body beneath your finely crafted power armor has inexplicably grown stronger. You scan the towering active volcanoes around you before lowering your gaze in silent contemplation. Despite being forcibly infused with Gurn's blessing, you have retained your unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. Your blue wolf-like eyes narrow slightly, revealing the fangs in your mouth as you grin. You lift your arm, resting the chaos-tainted Frost Fang on your shoulder plate, and stride forward. As you press deeper into the volcanic terrain, the frequency and intensity of the eruptions around you steadily increase. For the first time, you witness countless brass skulls tumbling within the searing magma. Like cannonballs, these brass skulls erupt from the molten depths, hurtling toward the crimson sky, some even piercing an invisible barrier before vanishing entirely. You maneuver your damaged power armor, leaping over the rivers of molten lava flowing unchecked. The number of bloodletters you encounter along the way steadily increases. With each battle, the brutal, surging power of Gurn washes over you, reinforcing every fiber of your being. Yet, the flames of the warp scorch and compress your flesh, purging Gurn's blessing little by little. Over time, even Frost Fang undergoes a drastic transformation. The power axe grows larger, its weight heavier than before. An ancient brass skull emerges at the end of its haft, its hollow black socket sweeping endless streams of crimson blood. Intricate vein-like patterns spread across the once polished metal of the axe head, pulsating like living blood vessels. Each time your axe cleaves into a bloodletter, a deafening, nightmarish shriek pierces the air. Eventually, the relentless wails become unbearable, forcing you to abandon the chaos weapon in favor of your armored fists to dispatch the remaining Gurn daemons. Meanwhile, the foes you face grow ever stronger. The number and ferocity of the bloodletters increase exponentially. What began as skirmishes against groups of 50 soon escalates to battles against hundreds. Their hellblades, honed and tempered through countless eons of war, begin to pose a real threat. If endless slaughter can be endured through sheer will and courage, then the relentless degradation of your master-crafted power armor is a problem that cannot be ignored. With each successive battle, your armor deteriorates further, its systems failing one by one. Eventually, you are left with no choice but to rely solely on your enhanced physique, forcing your broken armor to function through brute strength alone. Before long, massive scarlet smoke pillars rise from the erupting volcanoes ahead, capturing your attention. Without hesitation, you alter your course. To your surprise, you come across vast forges dedicated to Gurn's war machines. You remove the massive chaos weapon Gurn's axe from your back. You cast a brief glance at Frost Fang, now lost to time, before surging forward toward the nearest forge. There, you encounter a colossal, canine-like flesh hound covered in scales, its three massive heads snarling in unison. You charge at the beast with ferocious intensity. With a single hand, you swing Gurn's axe. Endless battles have pushed your physical strength to terrifying new heights under Gurn's blessings. Your feet slam into the ground, fangs bared as you roar for the Emperor. A shrill wail splits the air as the flesh hound leaps, attempting to evade, but your strike shears off one of its massive heads with brute force. Without pause, you swing Gurn's axe once more, cleaving away another head. Blood sprays wildly as your battered shoulder plate slams into the beast's chest. As the daemon howls in agony, you lift Gurn's axe high and deliver the final blow, ending its existence. You watch as the flesh hound's massive body slowly dissolves, returning to the crimson sky. You know that, as a daemon of Gurn, it will inevitably return. You understand that your endless slaughter is ultimately futile. Yet, you believe that the Emperor may have a greater plan in store. For now, your only duty is to survive until then. You heft Gurn's axe onto your shoulder once more. As the battle ends, Gurn's blessing surges through you again. You slowly raise your palm, pressing it against the weapon on your shoulder. As tendrils of warp fire flicker and rise, a surge of crimson energy is expelled from your resilient body, flowing into the chaos weapon. You have barely begun to control the direction of the warp fire within you. To your surprise, the chaos weapon recoils in fear at the mere touch of the warp flames. Your blue wolf-like eyes narrow slightly, fangs bared in amusement. With a swagger, you stride into the bustling forge. Snatching up a fleeing Kern blacksmith, you demand to know if they can forge power armor. Receiving a negative response, you grin at the daemon. Then, with a crushing grip, you shatter the Kern blacksmith's twisted skull. The headless corpse collapses to the ground. You casually flick the thick, sticky fluid from your hand. Your blue wolf-like eyes scan the remaining blacksmiths, who now snarl and brandish their weapons. Fangs bared, you lunge at them. Soon, only a single Kern blacksmith remains in your grasp. Terrified, the daemon trembles as it points out the locations of forges capable of crafting power armor. With an almost gentle touch, you set it down, patting its shoulder in mock reassurance. Then, grinning wickedly, you swing Kern's axe, cleaving the relieved blacksmith in two. Just as you turn to leave, from the assembly line, your eyes catch sight of unfinished, crude bolt guns. You step forward, inspecting them briefly before casually slinging two onto your belt. With Kern's axe resting on your shoulder, you stride toward the now empty forge's exit. At that moment, the volcanic rock floor ahead shimmers, revealing a hazy, gray portal. The towering figure of an unfamiliar Asteroots warrior steps forth, the same one you encountered long ago. However, the moment his starlit eyes land on you, the blade of vengeance in his hand rises instantly, radiating a blinding surge of psychic energy. Chapter 139, Chapter 135, The Eternal Space Wolf, Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Calder Drago, 3. You didn't have time to dodge. A surge of holy psychic flames struck your chest with immense force. A blow powerful enough to obliterate an ordinary daemon merely left your master-crafted power armor in even worse condition. You seemed completely unscathed. Your azure wolf-like eyes narrowed as a grin revealed your frost fang. Your rational mind suppressed your primal instincts. You drove the axe of Kern into the ground. Facing the towering figure gathering psychic energy once again, you slowly spread your arms open. You quickly expressed your unwavering loyalty to the Emperor and your utter disdain for chaos. As the psychic glow gradually dimmed, the figure scrutinized you carefully, hiding the shock deep within his gaze. The Asteroots warrior, lowering his weapon, strode toward you. Calder Drago, Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, a wanderer of the warp under the Emperor's protection. The Asteroots, his gaze as deep as the stars, lowered his massive storm shield and extended a hand toward you with a smile. Space Wolf, a coin of the Emperor. You grinned as well, grasping his hand firmly, your battle-worn armor creaking under the strain. At that moment, Drago's gaze suddenly fell upon the axe of Kern lying beside you. His aged face turned solemn as he offered a word of caution. An unpurified daemon weapon is no sacred relic. Chaos will forever seek to erode your mind, pry open your weakest defenses, and eventually consume your soul. You sighed and patted your damaged power armor, explaining that wielding the axe was merely an emergency measure. You believed the Emperor's protection was absolute. Chaos could never find a way in. Drago's white beard shifted slightly as he shook his head, releasing a faint sigh. Then, without hesitation, he extended his other hand, offering you the blade of vengeance. You instinctively wanted to refuse, but his star-like eyes remained locked onto yours, unwavering. With a solemn expression, you accepted the weapon. Yet, you still chose to carry the axe of Kern on your back. Drago said nothing about it. Lifting his massive storm shield, he asked about your next course of action. Your gaze instinctively shifted to him. Drago, eyes half narrowed, explained the nature of the warp. The Immaterium was unpredictable and filled with peril, but Kern's domain was no mere barren wasteland. Though neither of you feared any demonic challenge, escaping quickly remained the wisest course of action. You hesitated. You told Drago about your plan to reforge your power armor. Drago blinked once and agreed to assist you. The two of you oriented yourselves and swiftly made your way toward the largest forge within the volcanic expanse. As you traveled, you recounted the circumstances that led to your entrapment in the warp, the ambush by Tsiancha's trickery, and your subsequent misfortune. Drago listened, his expression gentle, and after a moment, he smiled. A fleeting, wistful look crossed his face, as if recalling something long past. He assured you that, should you desire, he had numerous ways to return you to real space. You looked at Drago in curiosity. Yet, he said nothing more, only that you should first complete your armor's restoration. Before long, the two of you reached the forge's perimeter. Hundreds of bloodletters brandishing hellblades charged toward you, followed by dozens of monstrous flash hounds emerging from the shadows of black volcanic rock. You bared your frost fang and took a deep breath. Exchanging a glance with Drago, you both charged forward, unleashing a thunderous assault. You swung the blade of vengeance with all your might. A surge of searing warp flame erupted from within you, pouring into the ancient greatsword. A 10-meter arc of psychic fire cleaved through the horde of bloodletters. In an instant, dozens of daemons disintegrated into plumes of black ash, unable even to scream in agony. Your azure wolf-like eyes widened in surprise. A smirk crept onto your lips, frost fang gleaming coldly. Once more, you swung the blade of vengeance, and torrents of psychic flame scythed through the battlefield, incinerating countless daemons. Drago, having just shifted his gaze back to you, twitched his white beard slightly. A look of admiration flashed in his deep eyes. Without hesitation, he waded into the daemon horde, raising his massive storm shield. A flesh hound lunging at Drago was instantly reduced to pulp by a devastating blow. Then, Drago solemnly raised a massive, armored hand. Tendrils of raw psychic energy crackled and surged, unleashing waves of purging flames in all directions. The next moment, within a radius of several dozen meters, every bloodletter and flesh hound howled in despair before turning to smoldering ash. As time passed, you crushed the last flesh hound's skull beneath your power-armored boot. Drago approached, his face adorned with a gentle smile. His deep eyes gleamed with appreciation as he praised your combat skill and mastery over psychic energy. He admitted that he had once assumed the space wolves lacked librarians. But perhaps, he mused, he had simply wandered the warp for too long and lost touch with reality. You blinked awkwardly, nodding in response. Then, without hesitation, you both pressed onward toward the forge, continuing your demon-slaying crusade. However, your relentless slaughter had drawn the full attention of the forge's defenses. Even the crimson smoke billowing from the factory's chimneys seemed to thicken ominously. With the deafening roar of volcanic eruptions, a colossal metal gate studded with brass rivets was thrown open. A slaughter brute, standing over 5 meters tall, thundered forth from the depths of the factory. Perched upon its hellblade-ridden back stood a massive bloodletter, its body several times larger than its kin. A veteran of countless battles, possessing unparalleled combat prowess and monstrous strength. A herald of Kernehipter 140, Chapter 136, the Eternal Space Wolf, Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Calder Drago, 4. A few minutes later, the agonized roars of the massive slaughter brute echoed through the forge as its flesh burned beneath relentless, terrifying flames. Gripping the severed, horned head of the fallen herald of Kern, its lifeless eyes still wide with unwillingness, you strode toward the tightly shut gates of the forge. With a casual toss, you hurled the blood-soaked head at the metal doors, producing a deafening crash. Your azure wolf-like eyes narrowed slightly. You could feel the conflicting forces within you, the relentless influx of Kern's blessing clashing with the purging warp flames. A grin spread across your face, revealing your frost fang. Taking a deep breath, you addressed the Kern-aligned forge masters hiding behind the gates. You offered them a choice. Any smith willing to assist in reforging your power armor would be granted the privilege of being spared for now. Perhaps, they might even earn a small measure of the blood god's favor. Of course, those who chose to resist were welcome to attack. However, any assailants would first have to endure the purifying flames of psychic wrath. If they managed to survive, however barely, you would turn and leave without another word. The heavy metal gates slowly creaked open. One by one, the Kern-forged artisans emerged, their twisted faces filled with frenzied devotion. They knelt before you, their lips chanting prayers and war cries in Kern's name. At that moment, Drago approached, his storm shield held firmly in one hand as he strode to your side. His white beard quivered slightly as he narrowed his eyes, scanning the scene of increasingly fervent chaos worshippers. Young warrior of the Space Wolves, perhaps allowing you to reforge your power armor here was a mistake. Drago sighed heavily, his voice low and thoughtful. Your brow furrowed as you turned to face him. Drago's expression remained solemn as he advised you to leave with him immediately. Kern's attention upon you could bring unforeseen dangers. There were many places in the warp untouched by the four gods. For example, the lawless, chaotic abyss of the Formless, a domain teeming with dark Mechaniku's foundries devoted to chaos in its purest form. It was there that Drago himself had once raided a forge, repairing his Terminator armor and resupplying his bolt rounds while purging heretical traitors along the way. You lowered your head in thought. Your gaze fell upon the blade of vengeance gripped in your palm. You focused on the lingering warp flames within your body. Then, with a slight shake of your head, you politely refused Drago's well-intended offer. Drago gave a slow nod, making no move to force you from your chosen path. Instead, he made one request: he would aid you in purging the corruption from your daemon-infused equipment. Without hesitation, you accepted. Together, you and Drago stepped past the kneeling chaos smiths and entered the forge. The Kern-forged artisans rose to their feet, forming a circle around you. With remarkable skill, they began dismantling your damaged equipment using only simple metal tools. You allowed them to strip away the remains of your battle-scarred power armor and 2 incomplete bolt guns. Meanwhile, you kept both the blade of vengeance and the axe of Kern firmly in your grasp. Should anything feel amiss, you were fully prepared to unleash carnage. Yet, despite their frenzied eyes and unwavering devotion to the blood god, the Chaos Smiths made no move to betray you. Instead, they measured your physique carefully, inquiring about your specifications for the new power armor. My only demand is that it be as durable and resilient as possible, you replied with a toothy grin, your azure eyes gleaming. After all, even daemon slaying requires a little protection. Several of the Chaos Smiths instinctively swallowed hard. They quickened their pace, finalizing their calculations before swiftly retreating to begin their work. You watched as massive daemon forges roared to life in the distance, their blood-red flames rising high into the air. The deafening clang of metal rang out as countless hammers struck molten steel. Stepping past the busy artisans, you approached Drago, who stood grim-faced, ever prepared to purge the chaos-infested foundry at a moment's notice. You asked him about the method for cleansing daemon-tainted weapons and armor. If we were in the material realm, I would advise seeking a chaplain of your chapter, Drago replied, his white beard shifting as he spoke. The process would involve intricate rites, prolonged rituals, and constant prayers. However, since we are within the warp, the method is far simpler. Drago raised his massive gauntlet hand, and at his fingertips, a flickering flame of pure psychic energy ignited. In an instant, you understood. If the Emperor's fire could incinerate daemons, it could also purge the chaos that clung to weapons and armor. You glanced down at the axe of Kern resting in your grasp. For now, you decided against testing the purification process. You would first need a proper vessel to contain Kern's blessing. Patiently, you awaited the completion of your new power armor. All around you, Kern's forge masters tirelessly worked, moving back and forth between the roaring daemon forges and the assembly lines. Molten metal continuously flowed, giving birth to searing hot armor plates, each piece meticulously crafted to perfection. With every newly forged component, the Chaos Smiths gathered to chant their prayers. You made no effort to stop them. Before your eyes, a new power armor took form, far superior in defense and functionality compared to your previous suit. Time passed. Finally, the last piece was set into place, a crimson shoulder plate, adorned with brutal, jagged horns. Drago, who had remained silent until now, suddenly reached out and patted your shoulder. You gave a slight nod. Together, you and Drago stepped forward to inspect the completed armor. It was a fearsome sight, covered in thick plating, each joint reinforced, and every limb adorned with vicious spikes. Taking a deep breath, you followed Drago's teachings, guiding the warp flames within you to seep into the armor. At the same time, Drago raised his hand, his psychic flames flaring to life once more. Carefully, he aided you in the purification process. Then, without warning, a surge of power erupted within you. The warp flames inside your body swelled violently. An uncontrollable inferno surged from your very pores, engulfing your entire form. The roaring blaze spread outward, consuming everything in its path. In an instant, countless Chaos Smiths were reduced to ash, screaming as they perished. Only Drago remained untouched, his eyes widening slightly as he observed the phenomenon. At that moment, the raging warp flames abruptly withdrew. From the dissipating fire, a towering figure emerged behind you, its 3-meter-tall, headless form a mere shadow, yet radiating an overwhelming presence. Chapter 141, Chapter 137, The Eternal Wild Wolf, Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Calder Drago, v. Drago, momentarily stunned, quickly became alert. With deep-set eyes, he abruptly raised his heavy storm shield, as if preparing to strike at the headless, blurred phantom before him in the next second. However, your actions prevented him from taking further action. You seemed to enter a hazy, trance-like state. Slowly, you raised a thick arm covered in plasteel interfaces. A massive warhammer, entirely formed from warp fire, took shape in your grasp. At the same time, the headless phantom behind you also raised a thick, flame-wreathed arm. Endless warp fire surged forward once more, engulfing the terrifying, grotesque chaos power armor completely. As the warp fire roared and billowed, tendrils of blood-red chaos energy were scorched and purified. The headless phantom's thick arm descended in silence. In your dazed state, you too swung the phantom warhammer in your hand. In the next moment, the fiery warhammer collided with the chaos power armor, unleashing a shockwave so powerful it tore through the air and reverberated throughout the forge. Countless Kernforge smiths, hiding behind daemon furnaces and in the corners of the factory, were instantly pulverized into bloody mist. Drago had no choice but to raise his storm shield, positioning it defensively in front of him while retreating swiftly. Once more, the headless phantom brought down its flame-wreathed arm. You, too, swung the colossal phantom warhammer again. With each resounding strike, the chaos power armor before you underwent a profound transformation. The thick, blood-red metal shell gradually darkened into an obsidian black steel. The grotesque, terrifying metal spikes did not disappear but instead shortened slightly, giving the armor an aesthetic befitting a master-forged relic. Under the relentless heat of the warp fire, 4 servomechanical arms of various designs silently emerged from the power pack on the armor's back. Yet, you remained unaware of these changes, merely following the headless phantom's motions as you continued wielding the massive, fiery warhammer. After 13 resounding strikes, a power armor, now completely different in both form and essence from before, stood before you. The endless warp fire began to recede, drawing back into your body. At that moment, the once still headless phantom once again lifted its flame-wreathed arm. 2 unfinished bolt guns were swiftly swept up by a surge of warp fire, carried into the lingering flames. The headless phantom raised both flame-wreathed arms and brought them crashing down heavily. With a final thunderous impact, the 2 incomplete bolt guns merged into one. A brand new storm bolter was miraculously forged. The headless phantom then lowered a flame-formed hand, gently patting your shoulder, as if offering a final farewell. Then, the endless warp fire rapidly dissipated, returning entirely to your body. You slowly regained your senses. You stared blankly at the power armor before you, utterly different from its past form. Your cyan wolf-like eyes blinked in confusion. Instinctively, you raised a hand, grasping within your palm was an archaic-looking storm bolter. The next moment, Drago approached you slowly, his expression solemn. His white beard trembled slightly as he examined you anew. Then, for the first time, a radiant smile spread across the old warrior's face. Come now, young pup of the space wolves. Let us embark on a thrilling, demon-slaying crusade. Drago bellowed excitedly, a rare enthusiasm surging within him. You flared your nostrils slightly, letting out a helpless sigh. With Drago's assistance, you donned the newly forged power armor, which you had named Iron Carapace. Slowly, you raised a thick, armor-clad arm, flexing your massive metal hand. Your 4 incredibly flexible servomechanical arms extended and retracted in response to your thoughts, able to strike anywhere within a 3-meter radius. After completing your preparations, you and Drago raided the forge's armory, swiftly replenishing your ammunition. Your 4 servomechanical arms also carried additional bolter munitions. You returned the Blade of Vengeance to Drago. This time, he did not refuse. Smiling faintly, he no longer admonished you for wielding an unpurified daemon weapon. Refreshed and reborn, you and Drago stepped out of the forge. Drago's deep-set eyes flickered as he turned to you, inquiring about your next course of action. Would you continue slaying demons, or leave for now? As you gradually adjusted to the unfamiliar yet immensely powerful iron carapace power armor, you decided to temporarily leave Kern's domain and follow Drago into the more enigmatic and perilous depths of the warp. Thus, you embarked on a journey away from Kern's realm. Though the flow and transformations of the warp were chaotic and unpredictable, the warp's only acknowledged wanderer, Drago, knew of a stable passage out of Kern's dominion. You gradually left behind the volcanic, infernal landscapes of Kern's domain. You entered a blood-soaked plain, littered with endless corpses. There, you noticed countless crimson flowers, shaped like human skulls, their cores resembling faces, blooming atop the sea of bodies stretching endlessly toward the blood-red horizon. That spirit's scent lures weak-willed souls into an endless frenzy of slaughter, trapping them in an eternal nightmare of carnage, Drago explained, sensing your curiosity. You instinctively flared your nostrils but smelled only a faint floral fragrance mixed with the heavy stench of blood and decay. I did say it only affects weak-willed mortals and asteroids. You and I could eat them, and nothing would happen, Drago chuckled, his white beard shifting slightly. Yet, in the next second, his expression grew solemn. His deep-set eyes narrowed as he stared into the depths of the crimson plain. Following his gaze, you, too, saw it, an immense, slowly writhing tide of blood-red flesh. It was an army, a terrifyingly vast legion of Kern's warriors. Young pup, it seems the Lord of Slaughter does not intend to let you leave so easily, Drago muttered, eyes widening slightly as he turned toward you. You narrowed your cyan wolf eyes and bared your sharp, white fangs in a grin. One hand grasped the storm bolter you had named Iron Hand. The other heft the axe of Kern onto your broad, armored shoulder. Demons, huh? Guess we just killed them all. Chapter 142, Chapter 138, Eternal Wild Wolf, Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Drago, 6. Not long after, the corpse-littered lands of the blood-stained plains trembled with deep, echoing rumbles. 88 colossal steel bulls, clad in thick, crimson war armor, were expertly ridden by the bloodletters, forming the infamous Bloodgrinder cavalry as they launched a terrifying charge toward you. Countless fears were crushed beneath the relentless iron hooves, painting a path of blood and shattered flesh that scattered like petals in the wind. You and Drago simultaneously raised your storm bolters. For the first time, the deafening roar of explosive rounds echoed across Kern's domain. Your cyan wolf-like eyes narrowed in cold calculation as you fired precise shots at the bloodletters atop their steel beasts. Drago's explosive rounds burned with psychic flames, each shot igniting a massive steel bull, forcing its demonic mount into agonized howls. The razor-sharp vanguard of the Bloodgrinder cavalry closed in rapidly. Even the scattered corpses littering the battlefield seemed to tremble at the quaking of their ironclad charge. Fragments of skeletal remains and shattered bones began to shift, as if shadows of the dead were stirring in the wake of rising terror. With a thunderous crash, a heavy ammunition crate dropped from one of your servo arms, smashing a heap of rotting skulls into dust. You didn't hesitate, your storm bolter clicked dry, and as you lifted it, your servo arm swiftly reloaded it with fresh magazines. At that moment, a riderless steel bull, now berserk, barreled toward you. Your instincts took over, you activated iron carapace and sidestepped, while your other hand brought up the axe of Kern to intercept. The terrifying axe blade sliced effortlessly through the steel beast's thick crimson armor, cleaving its massive body in half with a single strike. Drago, his expression solemn, raised the sword of vengeance high. With a surge of psychic energy, a towering wall of warp fire erupted from the ground, forcefully cutting off the Bloodgrinder cavalry's charge. You adjusted Iron Hand's firing mode and squeezed the trigger without hesitation. A relentless barrage of explosive rounds tore into every Bloodgrinder cavalry unit attempting to breach the wall of psychic flames. Your servo arm worked tirelessly, feeding fresh ammunition into your storm bolter without pause. At this moment, it was no longer just a weapon, it had become a heavy-duty suppression gun, pouring relentless fire into the enemy ranks. Through the flawless coordination between you and Drago, the once unstoppable cavalry charge was brutally halted and slaughtered to the last. However, the battle was far from over. 8,888 bloodletters, wielding hellblades, advanced relentlessly alongside them. Frenzied Blood Reapers, Kern-worshipping cultists let out guttural war cries as they encircled you. You swiftly assessed the battlefield and made a critical decision. Drago, we need to stay mobile? We can't let them trap us, you shouted to your stern-faced comrade. Drago's deep-set eyes flickered with understanding as he nodded firmly. Without delay, you extended one of your servo arms, grabbing both your storm bolter and the heavy ammunition crate from the ground. The two of you broke into a run, maneuvering toward the enemy's flank. One of your servo arms took control of the storm bolter's trigger, and the thunderous roar of bolter fire